Hello, this is Ashun. What if Naruto Uzumaki was not just a nine-tails Jinchuriki, but the last true heir of the Uzumaki crown? In this alternate Naruto story, Naruto's life is filled with secrets that even he doesn't understand. He discovers that he is the son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the heir to the powerful Uzumaki bloodline. But that's only the beginning. After the truth about his past is revealed, Naruto awakens a mysterious power hidden within his bloodline. A power completely different from Kurama's chakra. A power that manifests as brilliant white energy, golden eyes, dark markings, and enormous wings. The Nine-Tails itself is shocked. It calls this mysterious transformation Assault Mode. And Naruto is only beginning to understand what it means. During the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto saves Tazuna, defeats Gato's army, changes the fate of Zabuza and Haku, and earns the admiration of an entire country. But his growing power does not go unnoticed. Itachi Uchiha senses something unusual within him. Gaara reacts violently to his presence. And Orochimaru becomes obsessed with discovering the secret behind Naruto's bloodline. Then, during the Chunin exams, Naruto's hidden power begins to evolve. When Orochimaru threatens his teammates, Naruto discovers another terrifying ability, Full Counter, an ability capable of reflecting an enemy's ninjutsu back at them with even greater force. But if Naruto continues to awaken the power hidden within his blood, even the strongest shinobi in the world may eventually have to fear the last Uzumaki. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1, The Awakening. The air in the Hokage's office was thick with the scent of old paper and the faint, sweet smell of pipe tobacco. Naruto Uzumaki, flanked by his teammates Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, stood before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his arms crossed defiantly over his chest. His sensei, Kakashi Hatake, leaned against the wall, his single visible eye closed as if he were dozing. "Old man, I'm sick of these D-rank missions," Naruto declared, his voice echoing slightly in the circular room. "Catching cats, weeding gardens. I'm a ninja. I want a real mission, something that'll get my blood pumping." Sasuke scoffed, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. "Don't be such a doby, Naruto. We're fresh out of the academy. You think they're going to send us to fight a war?" Sakura nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed adoringly on Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun is right, Naruto. You're so immature. We have to work our way up." Hiruzen sighed, a small smile playing on his lips as he looked at the boisterous blonde. He'd known this was coming. Naruto's energy was a force of nature, impossible to contain with trivial tasks for long. "I understand your frustration, Naruto. And perhaps, it is time." He shuffled through a stack of scrolls on his desk. "Very well. I have a C-rank mission available. It's a simple escort mission." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Yeah, see, I told you. Your client is a bridge builder from the Land of Waves," the Hokage continued, ignoring Naruto's outburst. "His name is Tazuna. You will guard him until he returns to his homeland and completes his bridge." He gestured to the door, and an old man with a large straw hat, a thick gray beard, and a bottle of sake clutched in his hand stumbled in. "These are the brats who are supposed to protect me," Tazuna slurred, eyeing them with disdain. "They look like a bunch of rejects. Especially the short, loud-mouthed one." Naruto bristled instantly. "Who are you calling short and loud-mouthed?" Kakashi stepped forward, placing a calming hand on Naruto's shoulder. Now, Naruto. He's our client. We must show respect." He turned to Tazuna. "Don't worry, sir. I'm a Junin, and I'll be leading them. You're in capable hands." Tazuna grunted, taking another swig of sake. "We'll see about that." The journey out of Konoha was uneventful at first. Sakura fawned over Sasuke, who ignored her completely. Naruto, still smarting from Tazuna's insult, walked ahead, trying to prove his readiness by scouting for enemies behind every tree and rock. As they walked along a dirt path, Kakashi noticed something peculiar. a puddle on the ground, despite it not having rained for days. He kept his posture relaxed, but his senses were on high alert. He said nothing to his students, deciding to use this as a test. Two figures erupted from the puddle, chains with sharp gauntlets flying towards Kakashi. First one's mine, one of them yelled. The chains wrapped around their sensei, and with a vicious pull, they tore him to shreds. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto screamed in horror. Sakura froze, her eyes wide with terror. The two enemy ninja, the demon brothers from the hidden mist, now turned their attention to Tazuna. Now it's your turn, old man. But before they could move, Sasuke sprang into action. With a flurry of shuriken and a well-placed kunai, he pinned their chains to a tree, immobilizing them. He moved with a speed and precision that stunned Naruto. Don't just stand there, Dobi, Sasuke said, a smirk on his face. As the demon brothers struggled, a reformed Kakashi appeared behind them. Hello. The ninja paled. What? A substitution jutsu. My apologies for not stepping in sooner, Kakashi said, his eye now sharp and serious. I needed to see who your target was. And it wasn't us. He knocked them both unconscious with a swift chop to the neck. He turned his gaze to the bridge builder, who was sweating profusely. Tazuna-san, you have some explaining to do. This is no mere C-rank mission. Those were Chunin from the village hidden in the mist. An escort mission shouldn't involve encounters with foreign ninja. You lied to us. Tazuna flinched, his bravado gone. He slumped to the ground. I had no choice. The Land of Waves is a poor country. We couldn't afford a B rank or higher mission. But we need this bridge. It's our only hope. Hope for what? Sakura asked, still shaken. To break free from the grip of a tyrant, Tazuna explained, his voice heavy. A shipping magnate named Gato. He controls our seas, our economy, everything. He's bled our land dry. This bridge will connect us to the mainland, allowing for free trade and breaking his monopoly. That's why he wants me dead. Kakashi was silent for a moment. This mission is beyond the scope of what was assigned. We should return to the village and report. Naruto clenched his fists. He remembered the look of desperation in Tazuna's eyes. He remembered the hope in his voice when he spoke of the bridge. No way, he shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. We're not going back. This old man is counting on us. I gave my word I'd protect him, and a ninja never goes back on his word. That's my ninja way. He pulled out a kunai and held it to his own hand, not flinching as he made a small cut. With this kunai, I make a vow. We will protect you, Tazuna-san, and we will see that bridge completed. Sasuke looked at Naruto, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He hated to admit it, but the Dobi's determination was infectious. He's right, Sasuke said quietly. We can't back down now. Sakura, seeing Sasuke agree, quickly followed suit. I'm with Sasuke-kun. Kakashi sighed, a smile hidden behind his mask. Well, it seems the decision has been made. We continue the mission. The boat ride to the Land of Waves was shrouded in a thick, eerie mist. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull. As they neared the half-finished structure of a massive bridge, a huge sword came spinning out of the fog, embedding itself in a tree trunk. A man with his face covered in bandages and wearing the headband of the hidden mist stood atop the sword's hilt. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said, his voice grim. The demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza's laughter was cold. Kakashi of the Sharingan, I should have known. Hand over the old man, and I'll let the kids live. Sasuke froze, he was shocked. How does Kakashi have the Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha? He though. Not happening, Kakashi replied, slowly lifting his own headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. The battle was a whirlwind of water jutsu and clashing steel. Zabuza ended up trapping Kakashi in a water prison jutsu, leaving the three genin to face the legendary ninja alone. Listen, Naruto said, his voice low and urgent. We have to work together. Here's the plan. Sasuke, for once, listened without arguing. He saw the seriousness in Naruto's eyes. They executed a brilliant plan of feints and transformations, culminating in Naruto, disguised as a Fuma shuriken, being thrown by Sasuke. Zabuza dodged the real shuriken, only for Naruto to transform back and hurl a kunai at him, forcing him to release the water prison to avoid the attack. Freed, Kakashi quickly turned the tables on Zabuza, copying his jutsu and overwhelming him. Just as Kakashi was about to deliver the final blow, two Senbon needles flew from the trees and struck Zabuza in the neck. A young hunter nin, wearing a mask, appeared. "Thank you," the hunter nin said in a monotone voice. "I have been tracking Zabuza for some time. It is my duty to dispose of the body." With that, the masked ninja vanished, taking Zabuza's body with them. The fight was over. But as the adrenaline faded, Kakashi collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Naruto picked him up and carried Kakashi to Tazuna house by himself. He awoke in Tazuna's home, his three students watching over him. "He's awake," Sakura chirped. "Sensei, are you okay?" Naruto asked, his usual bravado replaced with genuine concern. "I'm fine," Kakashi said, sitting up. "But something isn't right." He looked at his students. "Zabuza is still alive." "What?" they all exclaimed. Hunter nin are supposed to destroy a body on the spot to prevent its secrets from falling into enemy hands, Kakashi explained. And the Senbon needles he used can induce a state of temporary death, but they rarely kill. That wasn't a hunter nin. That was Zabuza's accomplice. The news settled over them like a shroud. They were stuck in the land of waves, with a weakened sensei and an enemy far stronger than they had anticipated lurking in the shadows. To prepare them for the inevitable rematch, Kakashi began teaching them the tree-climbing exercise to improve their chakra control. That evening, during dinner, Tazuna's grandson, Inari, stared at them with resentful eyes. "You're all going to die," he said flatly. "Gato's men are too strong. No one can beat them. It's pointless to even try. Just leave." Naruto slammed his hands on the table. "What did you say, you little brat? You just sit there and cry like a baby. Crying doesn't solve anything. We're putting our lives on the line for you and your stupid bridge, and all you can do is cry like a coward." "Naruto, that's enough," Sakura chided. But Naruto was too angry. He shoved his chair back and stormed out of the house, heading into the dark woods that bordered the village. The room was silent for a long moment. Tsunami, Inari's mother, looked down at her lap. "I'm sorry, Inari." He saw his father die. He was a hero to this town, but Gato had him publicly executed as an example. Since then, Inari hasn't been the same. Kakashi looked at the closed door, his visible eye filled with a deep sadness. "Naruto understands more than you think." He paused, a heavy silence filling the room. "You all see him as a loud-mouthed, hyperactive fool. But you don't know the first thing about him." Sasuke and Sakura looked at their sensei, surprised by his tone. Tazuna and his family listened intently. "Naruto's life has been one of unimaginable hardship," Kakashi began, his voice low and somber. "He was kicked out of the Konoha orphanage when he was just 3 years old. For years, he lived on the streets, surviving by eating from trash cans. The villagers, they beat him, spat on him, treated him like he was less than dirt." Sakura gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Sasuke's stoic expression wavered, a flicker of shock in his dark eyes. "He was eventually adopted," Kakashi continued, his voice growing even heavier, "by a couple who seemed kind. For a while, he was happy. He thought he finally had a family. But they were just using him. When they got what they wanted, they betrayed him, disowned him, and threw him back onto the streets." Tears welled up in Tsunami's eyes. Inari stared at the floor, his own pain momentarily forgotten. "There was a girl. Her name was Yuki. She was Naruto's only friend, the closest thing he ever had to a sister. The Uchiha clan's military police. They framed her for a crime she didn't commit. They gave Naruto a choice, kill her himself, or watch them do it. They forced him to take the life of his best friend." Sasuke's head snapped up, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. "The Uchiha. My clan did that." Later, Kakashi said, his gaze distant, a clan claiming to be the last of the Uzumaki arrived in Konoha. They were Naruto's blood relatives, the family of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. They took him in. He was the direct heir to the royal line. For the first time, he had a real family, a people. Sakura's brow furrowed. "I remember a new clan joining Konoha a few years ago. I didn't know they were Uzumaki." Sasuke's fists were clenched, his knuckles white. "What happened to them? To Naruto's clan?" he said, remembering Naruto had no family. Kakashi's eye closed. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken grief. When he spoke again, his voice was a mere whisper. The rest of the Uzumaki clan were wiped out by Naruto. A collective gasp filled the room. What? Sasuke roared, jumping to his feet. I don't believe you. Why would he do that? Naruto was mind-controlled, Kakashi said, the words tasting like ash. A rogue member of the Yamanaka clan, a specialist in mental manipulation, took control of him. And the Uzumaki. Their loyalty was absolute. They didn't fight back. They didn't even question him. They just stood there and let it happen. The dam broke. Sobs filled the room. Sakura wept openly. Tazuna covered his face with a trembling hand. Even Sasuke, the cold and aloof Uchiha, had tears streaming down his face. The weight of Naruto's supposed past was a crushing, physical force. Is that why the village hates him? Sasuke asked, his voice choked. Kakashi shook his head slowly. No. Then why? Sakura sobbed. That, Kakashi said, his gaze turning towards the dark forest, is something only Naruto can tell you. Deep in the woods, Naruto lay on a patch of grass, staring up at the moon. The anger had faded, leaving behind the familiar ache of loneliness. He drifted off to sleep, his mind exhausted. He found himself in a dark, wet place, standing in ankle-deep water. Before him was a colossal cage, a piece of paper with the kanji for seal, holding the massive gates shut. From the darkness within, two gigantic, slitted red eyes opened, burning with ancient power and intelligence. So, the jailer finally decides to visit his prisoner, a voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of his mind. Kyuubi, Naruto stammered, taking a step back. You live in a village of fools, boy, the voice rumbled. They scorn you, yet you still protect them. While you wear the face of their greatest hero. They treat you even worse than they would if you were Orochimaru. Have you ever looked in a mirror? Truly looked. That whisker-marked face, that unruly blonde hair, those blue eyes. You are the spitting image of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto's mind reeled. The Fourth Hokage. His hero. He was who Naruto respected the most. He was your father, you idiot, the great fox sneered. Did your mother's clan not tell you? The day you were born, a masked man ripped me from your mother, my previous container, and I was forced to attack the village. Your father sealed me inside his own newborn son to save Konoha. That is the secret the old man Hokage has kept from you. The truth hit Naruto like a physical blow. His father, the Fourth Hokage. Stupid fox, why are you telling me this? Naruto was thankful, but he didn't trust the Kyuubi one bit. Brat, there a possibility that Masked Man may come after you, you need to be ready. I would rather be in here than controlled by another Uchiha. Also, I, the most powerful Biju, won't have a weak container. You'd make me a laughing stock. And another thing, brat, you dense child, the Nine Tails added, a hint of something that might have been amusement in its voice. That Hyuga girl. The one with the pale eyes who always stammers and faints around you. She's been in love with you for years. You are truly the most oblivious ninja I have ever had the displeasure of being sealed within. Naruto's head was spinning. Hinata liked him. His father was the Fourth Hokage. It was too much. He stumbled backward and his consciousness faded, returning him to the quiet forest. Suddenly Naruto woke up. Naruto met a young, graceful girl in the woods collecting herbs. It was the hunter Nin, from the day before, Haku. They spoke for a while, and Naruto felt a strange connection to the gentle youth. Hey, Uzumaki-san, do you have a precious person? She asked. Well, let me think. There's the old man, Haruka, old man Tyuki, Iyame Nichan, Enko Nichan, in my team. Naruto said with a fox-like smiling. Uzumaki-san, I believe when a person has something precious to protect you will truly become strong, and by Tai why I'm a boy. Haku said while walking off. Naruto was shocked. He looks prettier than Sakura-chan. Then Naruto thought about Haku's words to him and smiled. When Sasuke came to fetch him, why does the Dobi have a big smile on his face? Sasuke thought. What Kakashi said must have been a lie. Look how happy the Dobi is, he should be miserable. Naruto and Sasuke returned to Tazunazen. Naruto and Sasuke had a newfound determination and understanding of chakra. They both reached the top of a tree by sunset. Hey Dobi, it's getting late, let's go back. The following day, the team headed for the bridge, but Naruto, emotionally and mentally drained from the revelations, slept in. He awoke late and was about to head out when he heard a commotion. Two of Gato's thugs were trying to kidnap Tsunami and Inari. Without a second thought, Naruto intervened, easily dispatching the thugs and saving them. A hero is someone who fights for what's important, even when they're scared, Naruto told a wide-eyed Inari. Your father was a hero. And you can be one too. Inspired, Inari rallied the townspeople while Naruto raced towards the bridge. He arrived to a scene of chaos. The bridge was shrouded in a dense, chilling mist. Kakashi was locked in a fierce battle with Zabuza. And Sasuke was trapped inside a dome of ice mirrors, facing Haku alone. Sasuke! Naruto yelled, rushing forward and entering the deadly ice dome. The battle was desperate. Haku moved between the mirrors at impossible speeds, peppering them with a ceaseless barrage of Senbon. Sasuke, using his Sharingan, could track Haku's movements but couldn't keep up. Naruto, reckless as ever, was an easy target. Seeing an opening, Haku unleashed a volley of needles aimed directly at a winded Naruto. In a split second, Sasuke moved, shielding Naruto with his own body. The needles pierced him from every angle. Sasuke! Naruto screamed, catching his falling teammate. Blood trickled from Sasuke's mouth. Why? Naruto choked out. I don't know. Sasuke whispered, a faint smile on his lips. My body. It just moved on its own. Dobi. His eyes closed. Something inside Naruto snapped. A raw, untamed power exploded from him. It was not the red, malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails. This was different. It was a blinding, pure white energy, swirling around him like a vortex. Black, jagged markings spread across his body, glowing with the same intense white light. His eyes turned a solid, burning gold, and from his back, dark, ethereal wings of pure energy unfurled. This feeling, the Nine Tails muttered in his mindscape. This isn't my power. This is the Uzumaki bloodline, the assault mode. Outside, Haku stared in shock and terror. The killing intent rolling off Naruto was suffocating. He was no longer a boy, he was a. Before Haku could finish her thought, he heard a roar. I'll kill you, Naruto said, his voice a low, terrifying growl. Everyone on the bridge froze in shock. Kakashi took this chance to hit Zabuza across the bridge. Naruto moved. It wasn't a run, it was an instant. He appeared before one of the ice mirrors, his fist cocked back. Haku, inside the mirror, threw a volley of Senbon. Naruto didn't even try to dodge. He simply held up his open palm. Full counter. The needles stopped inches from his hand, then reversed course, flying back at Haku with twice the speed and force. The mirror shattered, and Haku was thrown out, bleeding. Naruto was relentless. He destroyed mirror after mirror, his power absolute. Each of Haku's attacks was met with full counter, turning her own power against her. Finally, he cornered the terrified ninja, his fist crackling with white energy. He slammed it into Haku's mask, shattering it to pieces. He froze. Staring back at him was the face of the gentle person from the woods. You. Naruto breathed, the golden light in his eyes flickering. Haku looked up, tears streaming down her face. I am a broken tool. Belonging to Zabuza-sama. My only purpose was to serve him. Now that I have failed, I have no reason to live. She looked at him, her voice pleading. She told Naruto her backstory and told him she was a girl. Please, kill me, said Haku. The rage in Naruto subsided, replaced by a confusing torrent of emotions. He couldn't do it, but he saw the emptiness in her eyes. He understood the pain of having no purpose. He raised his hand, channeling a small amount of the white chakra. Suddenly, Haku's eyes widened. She saw Kakashi, his hand alight with the Chidori, charging at a slowed and injured Zabuza. Without a thought, she used her remaining strength, flickered into an ice mirror near the fight, and appeared directly in the path of Kakashi's attack. The Chidori pierced her chest. Haku! Zabuza cried out in shock. Just then, a slow, mocking clap echoed across the bridge. Gato appeared, flanked by an army of hired thugs. Well, what a pathetic display, Zabuza. And your little pet is broken. He walked over to Haku's body and kicked it disrespectfully. Useless to the end. Something in Zabuza's hardened demeanor cracked. You talk to her like that. Naruto's voice was dangerously quiet. The white energy flared around him again. You use people. Treat them like tools. And then discard them when they're broken. I won't let you get away with it. Naruto's words, combined with Gato's disrespect, ignited something in Zabuza. Tears fell from the demon's eyes. He grabbed a kunai with his mouth and charged into the army of thugs, fighting with a ferocity born of grief and rage. But Gato had one more cruel twist. Oh, by the way, he sneered, pulling out a dagger. The little girl isn't quite dead yet. He plunged the dagger into Haku's heart, ending her life for good. A wave of power, so immense it made the bridge tremble, erupted from Naruto. The white markings on his body glowed so brightly they were almost impossible to look at. You will pay for that, Naruto said, his voice devoid of all emotion. He vanished. One moment he was there, the next he was in the center of Gato's army. He didn't kill them. He was a whirlwind of precise, devastating strikes. Bones broke, limbs were dislocated, and thugs were sent flying into the water below. He moved with a grace and brutality that was terrifying to behold. It was over in less than a minute. The entire army was defeated, groaning in pain but alive. Naruto appeared before a trembling Gato. He grabbed the terrified man by the throat. Your shipping empire. Your money. It all belongs to me now. You will sign it over, and then you will give every last ryo to the people of this land so they can rebuild. Gato, choking for air, nodded frantically. Just then, Inari arrived at the head of the entire village, armed with makeshift weapons. They saw the defeated thugs, the terrified Gato, and Naruto, glowing like an avenging angel. They saw their salvation. The villagers dealt with Gato and his men. Naruto, his power receding, forced the former tycoon to sign over all his assets. He then learned from a captured subordinate that the wave daimyo had been secretly working with Gato. Naruto, using the authority of his newfound wealth and power, forced the daimyo to secretly abdicate, placing the governance of the now free land of waves into the hands of a council led by Tazuna. A few days later, the bridge was complete. Naruto, using his shadow clone jutsu, had helped finish the construction in record time. As Team 7, now accompanied by a recovering Zabuza, prepared to leave, Tazuna stood before the magnificent structure. We have decided to name this bridge, he announced to the cheering crowd, the Great Naruto Bridge. In honor of the hero who saved us all. Naruto grinned, scratching the back of his head, a blush on his whisker-marked cheeks. For the first time, he saw genuine admiration and gratitude in the eyes of a crowd. On the way back to Konoha, Itachi and Kisame of the Akatsuki appeared. They were there to test the power they had sensed. Naruto, still tired, fought them alongside Kakashi and Zabuza. They were easily defeated, but Itachi, seeing the dormant white power within Naruto and the Sharingan in Sasuke, seemed satisfied. He's not ready yet, he said to Kisame, and they vanished. Back in Konoha, they stood once more in the Hokage's office. Naruto explained everything, Gato, the army, his strange new power. The third Hokage listened patiently, his eyes betraying a deep pride. Zabuza Momochi, Hiruzen said, turning to the bandaged ninja. For your aid in protecting my ninja and liberating the land of waves, Konoha will grant you asylum. You will be on probation for 7 months, but after that, you will be a ninja of the leaf. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Zabuza said, bowing his head. Hiruzen then looked at Team 7. You left on a C-rank mission and returned having defeated a legendary S-class missing nin, an army of mercenaries, and liberated an entire country. Congratulations, Team 7. You have successfully completed your first S-rank mission. Naruto grinned. He looked at Sasuke, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod of respect. He glanced at Sakura, and for the first time, he saw her looking at him with something other than annoyance. He realized in that moment that his feelings for her were fading, replaced by the weight of the truths he now carried. His path was different. He was the son of the Fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the last heir to the Uzumaki clan's awesome power. His journey was just beginning. Chapter 2, The Chunin Exams. The Written Exam. The Chunin Exams. To come up with. The air in Konoha buzzed with a nervous energy that Naruto Uzumaki was blissfully unaware of. Fresh off the success of their harrowing mission in the Land of Waves, he felt on top of the world. He was a hero, the man who had helped complete the great Naruto bridge. He strode through the village with a newfound confidence, his teammates, Sasuke and Sakura, trailing behind him with their own complex feelings about the mission's revelations. "Hey, boss," a young voice piped up. Naruto grinned, turning to see Konohamaru, the Hokage's grandson, skidding to a halt before him, flanked by his two friends, Udon and Moegi. "Konohamaru, what's up? Here to challenge me for the Hokage title again?" "No, boss. I want you to play ninja with us," Konohamaru declared, striking a pose. "You're a real hero now, so you can teach us some awesome moves." Naruto puffed out his chest. "Well, when you put it like that." Sakura sighed, placing her hands on her hips. "Naruto, we don't have time for this. We need to report too." Konohamaru pointed an accusatory finger at her. "You stay out of it, ugly. Your big forehead is blocking the sun." Sakura's eye twitched, a vein throbbing on her temple. "What did you call me, you little brat?" she shrieked, cracking her knuckles. "Eep!" Konohamaru yelped and took off running, not watching where he was going. He rounded a corner and slammed headfirst into a tall figure in a black jumpsuit, a large bundle wrapped in bandages on his back. Konohamaru fell backward with a thump. "Hey, watch where you're going, punk." The figure, Kankuro, snarled, grabbing the front of Konohamaru's scarf and hoisting him into the air. "I oughta teach you some manners." "Let him go," Sasuke said, his voice cold and flat. Kankuro sneered. "And who's gonna make me? You and your pretty boy." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening slightly. Behind Kankuro, a short, slender boy with fiery red hair and seafoam green eyes surrounded by dark rings of sleeplessness had appeared. He hung upside down from a tree branch, his arms crossed, a gourd strapped to his back. His gaze was utterly devoid of emotion, a chilling emptiness that seemed to suck the warmth from the air. This was Gaara of the Sand. "Kankuro, stop it," Gaara said, his voice a dry, rasping whisper. "You're an embarrassment to our village." The moment Naruto's eyes met Gaara's, something ancient and primal stirred within him. The killing intent rolling off the sand ninja was a physical force, suffocating and cold, but it didn't scare him. Instead, it resonated with a dormant power deep inside him. A searing heat flared on his forehead, and a black, swirling mark, like a twisted spiral, bloomed into existence just above his brow. His blue eyes intensified, glowing with a faint, dangerous light. It was the first, faint whisper of his assault mode. Gaara's impassive face broke for the first time, his eyes widening in shock and recognition. He saw the mark on Naruto's forehead and his own bloodlust surged, his sand beginning to churn and rise from his gourd. "That power. Mother is thirsty. She wants your blood," he rasped, his voice filled with a terrifying, childish glee. The sand shot forward like a spear, aimed directly at Naruto's heart. But before it could connect, Naruto's own instincts flared. From his back, two thick, shimmering chains of pure golden chakra erupted, lashing out with a life of their own. They met the sand spear head-on, deflecting it with a resounding clang of energy. Enough. In a flicker of movement, an Anbu Black Ops member with a porcelain weasel mask appeared between them, one hand holding back Gaara's sand and the other pushing down Naruto's still glowing chains. "The Chunin exams are set to begin. Foreign ninja are not to engage in combat within Konoha's walls without express permission. And you," the Anbu said, turning his masked gaze to Naruto, "contain that power. It is not yet time to reveal it." The mark on Naruto's forehead faded, and the chakra chains receded into his body as if they were never there. He stared at Gaara, a strange mix of confusion and exhilaration coursing through him. Gaara, in turn, glared back, his killing intent now mixed with a burning curiosity. "The Chunin exams?" Naruto asked, leaning back in his chair. Team 7 was gathered on a bridge, Kakashi having summoned them shortly after the incident with the Sand siblings. "That's right," Kakashi said, his eye crinkled in a smile. "I've recommended all three of you. It's an opportunity to move up in rank and test your skills against the best genin from all the great nations. Of course, it's voluntary. You all have to agree to participate." He handed them the application forms. Naruto snatched his eagerly. "Heck yeah, I'm in. This is my chance to show everyone what I'm made of." Sasuke took his form with a smirk. It's a chance to fight strong opponents. I'm in. Sakura hesitated, looking at her two powerhouse teammates. She felt a pang of inadequacy, but seeing Sasuke's determination, she nodded. I'll do it too. Good, Kakashi said. The registration is on the 3rd floor of the academy. You have until 4 p.m. Good luck. He vanished in a puff of smoke. When they arrived at the academy, they found a crowd of genin gathered outside room 201. 2 older genin were blocking the door, acting as guards. This is a joke, Sasuke muttered, easily seeing through the simple genjutsu that had been cast to make the 3rd floor appear as the 2nd. Sakura, I'm sure you noticed it first, right? Sakura, flustered but catching on, played along. Of course, a basic illusion like this is nothing. Sasuke stepped forward. Release the jutsu. We need to get to the 3rd floor. One of the guards sneered and threw a kick at Sasuke, who responded in kind. But before either foot could land, a green blur intercepted them. A boy in a green jumpsuit with impossibly thick eyebrows and a shiny bowl haircut stood there, holding back both their kicks with his hands. It was Rock Lee. As my sensei would say, it is not youthful to attack one another so recklessly before the exams have even begun. Lee declared, his teeth gleaming. He then turned his intense gaze upon Sakura, his cheeks flushing pink. My name is Rock Lee. You are Sakura. Please be my girlfriend. I will protect you with my life. Sakura shuddered in disgust. No way. You're a weirdo. Lee's shoulders slumped, but he quickly recovered, turning his attention to Sasuke. You, with the arrogant eyes. I challenge you to a fight. I wish to test my skills against a descendant of the famed Uchiha clan. Sasuke, his pride stung by Lee's speed, accepted instantly. They moved to a training hall, where the duel began. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but it was useless. He could see Lee's movements, but his body couldn't keep up with the sheer, unadulterated speed of Lee's taijutsu. In a flurry of kicks, Lee sent Sasuke flying, utterly defeating him. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried out. Just as Lee was about to use a forbidden technique, a voice boomed across the hall. Lee. A man who looked like an adult version of Lee, complete with the green jumpsuit and bowl cut, appeared on top of a statue. It was Might Guy. He leapt down and delivered a swift, hard punch to Lee's face. Lee, that technique is forbidden, Guy scolded, tears streaming down his face. Guy-sensei, Lee cried, tears of his own flowing freely. I was not planning to. No excuses. Guy roared, pulling Lee into a tight, sobbing hug against a setting sun that seemed to appear from nowhere. As punishment, 500 laps around the village. On your hands. Sensei, you are too kind, Lee wailed. Team 7 watched, utterly bewildered and deeply creeped out by the bizarre display of youthful passion. The atmosphere in the exam room was thick with tension. Dozens of genin from various villages eyed each other with suspicion and hostility. The air crackled with killing intent, so palpable that Sakura was visibly trembling. Man, this is intense, Naruto muttered, though a grin was plastered on his face. He thrived in this kind of environment. A silver-haired, glasses-wearing leaf ninja named Kabuto Yakushi approached them, offering his assistance. You guys must be new to this. I've taken the exam several times, so I've gathered a lot of intel on my ninja info cards. Sasuke, ever the pragmatist, saw the value in this. Show me the cards for Rock Lee and Gaara of the Sand. He paused, his eyes flicking over to his blonde teammate. And Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto chuckled. Sure thing. He pulled out the cards. Rock Lee. Taijutsu is off the charts, but his ninjutsu and genjutsu are non-existent. Teammates are Tenten and Neji Hyuga. Sensei is Might Guy. Completed 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. Gaara of the Sand. Completed 8 C ranks and, get this, 1 B rank as a genin. The most interesting thing is he's returned from every mission without a single scratch on him. Sakura and Sasuke absorbed this information, their expressions grim. Then, Kabuto tapped the last card. And now for the most interesting one of all. Naruto Uzumaki. The room, which had been filled with a low murmur, fell silent as Kabuto began to speak, his voice projecting for all to hear. Mother, Kushina Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox and the red-hot-blooded habanero of the Uzumaki clan. A gasp rippled through the room. Several older ninja who knew the name looked at Naruto in disbelief. A red-haired girl with glasses on the other side of the room, Karen Uzumaki, dropped the card she was holding, her eyes wide with shock. It says here he has 2 Uzumaki bloodline abilities, though they are not specified. Kabuto continued, pushing up his glasses. Mission history. 2S rank missions completed. 2S ranks. Sakura shrieked, her voice cracking. Sasuke stared, his mouth agape. They knew about the wave mission, but a second one. When? How? Sasuke's mind flashed back to Kakashi's story in Tezuna's house. He wasn't lying. It was all true. The Uchiha framing Naruto's friend, the betrayal. All of it. Kabuto saved the most shocking detail for last. And under noteworthy accomplishments, it says here, he single-handedly caused the complete annihilation of the Uzumaki clan during their brief settlement in Konoha. Dead silence. Every single ninja in the room, from Konoha, the sand, the sound, the grass, turned to stare at Naruto. Their faces were a mixture of pure terror, awe, and disbelief. They weren't looking at a goofy genin anymore. They were looking at a monster, a clan killer on par with Itachi Uchiha. Naruto simply sat down, ignoring their stares. He found his assigned seat, which happened to be right next to a pale, lavender-eyed girl who was blushing furiously. It was Hinata Hyuga. As he sat, he remembered the Kyuubi's words in his mindscape, that Hyuga girl. She's been in love with you for years, you dense child. He glanced at her, and she nearly fainted, her blush deepening to a crimson red. Just then, 3 ninja from the village hidden in the sound launched a sudden attack on Kabuto, angered by his intel. Before it could escalate, a massive cloud of smoke erupted at the front of the room. All right, you degenerate little maggots. A deep, scarred voice boomed. A tall, imposing man with a bandaged head and a menacing aura stood before them. It was Ibiki Morino, the proctor for the first exam. Ibiki laid out the rules for the written test. 10 questions. 9 on the paper, and the 10th to be given in the final 15 minutes. The test was designed to evaluate their information gathering skills. Cheating was not only allowed but expected, as long as they didn't get caught. The test began. Naruto stared at the impossibly difficult questions on his paper. He didn't know a single answer. He looked around, seeing others use their unique jutsu to gather answers. He saw Sasuke using his Sharingan to copy another's pencil movements. He saw Hinata offering to let him copy her paper. He shook his head. He remembered his ninja way, the vow he made on his hand in the land of waves. He wouldn't cheat. He wouldn't rely on others for this. He would stake it all on the 10th question. For the entire duration of the test, he wrote absolutely nothing. Finally, the time came. Ibiki stood before them. Time for the 10th and final question. He explained that if they chose to answer and got it wrong, they would be barred from taking the Chunin exams forever. Fear gripped the room. One by one, teams began to give up, their nerve broken. Naruto watched as hands went up all around him. Then, he slammed his hand down on his desk. Don't underestimate me. I don't quit, and I don't run. You can act tough all you want, you ain't gonna scare me off. No way. I don't care if I do get stuck as a genin for the rest of my life. I'll still be Hokage someday. His passionate declaration sent a shockwave of confidence through the remaining genin. No one else left. Ibiki watched him, a slow smile spreading across his scarred face. He picked up Naruto's test paper, seeing it was completely blank. Everyone who remained here, he began, his voice dropping its menacing tone, has passed the first exam. The room erupted in confused murmurs. Ibiki explained that the true point of the 10th question was a test of nerve, the willingness to take a risk for your comrades and your mission. As he set Naruto's paper down, his eyes caught something. On the very bottom edge of the paper, in small, almost unnoticeable print, Naruto had written something after all. Ibiki read the tiny note to himself, a genuine, private smile touching his lips. It said, "My ninja way." He said nothing of it to the class. Just as a collective sigh of relief filled the room, the windows shattered inwards. A woman in a trench coat with spiky purple hair and a wild look in her eyes burst through, unfurling a banner behind her. "All right, maggots, listen up," she yelled, a manic grin on her face. I'm Enko Mitarashi, your proctor for the second exam. And I'm just getting warmed up. This is no time to be celebrating. We're headed to the Forest of Death. Follow me. Chapter 3, The Forest of Death. I do not own Naruto or 7 Deadly Sins nor the Justus, characters, places, or weapons unless I decide to make some of my own. The chilling roar of Enko Mitarashi still echoed in the genin's ears as they were herded out of the academy and towards the ominous destination she had so gleefully announced, the Forest of Death. The air grew heavier with each step, the vibrant Konoha scenery giving way to denser foliage and an unsettling silence that spoke of untamed wilderness. Naruto, however, seemed unfazed, a wide grin still plastered on his face. He even managed to snag a quick, beaming smile from Hinata, who was walking near him with her team, before she looked away, blushing furiously. "All right, you filthy little brats. Listen up," Enko bellowed, her voice cutting through the rising tension as they gathered before a colossal, foreboding gate bearing the kanji for death. Her manic grin widened, revealing sharp teeth. "Welcome to the 44th Battle Training Zone, also known as the Forest of Death." She gestured dramatically towards the towering trees, their branches twisted and gnarled, casting long, menacing shadows. This place is aptly named. It's a natural habitat for dangerous creatures, poisonous plants, and all sorts of other delightful ways to meet your end. In short, it's a giant death trap designed to weed out the weak. Naruto leaned forward, a mischievous glint in his eye. "So, you're saying this place is a bit like your cooking, Enko-chan. Full of surprises, and you're never quite sure if you'll survive." A collective gasp went through the crowd of genin. Kiba snickered, earning a sharp glare from Sakura and Sasuke, who looked mortified. Enko's eye twitched, a vein throbbing in her forehead, a clear sign she was not amused. Her wild grin morphed into something more sinister. "Oh, a comedian, are we, Naruto-kun?" Enko purred, her voice deceptively sweet as she suddenly lunged forward. Before anyone could react, she had a kunai in her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, it was sailing through the air. A collective gasp erupted as the kunai zipped past Naruto's face, a whisper of steel against skin. A thin line of blood welled up on his left cheek, precisely where the blade had grazed him. Naruto didn't flinch, his grin still in place, though now with a hint of challenge. "Hey, almost got me, Enko-chan," Naruto chuckled, wiping away the small trickle of blood with his thumb. "Guess you're not as rusty as I thought." Before Enko could retort, a blur of movement appeared behind her. A ninja from the hidden grass village, with a long, thin tongue, emerged from the shadows, the very same kunai that had cut Naruto's cheek held between his fingers. He handed it back to Enko with a slithering grin. "I believe this is yours," the grass ninja hissed, his eyes unsettlingly reptilian. As the grass ninja appeared, a familiar sensation flared within Naruto. The air around him seemed to shimmer, and for a fleeting moment, the black, swirling mark reappeared on his forehead, his eyes glowing with that faint, dangerous light. It was the first stage of assault mode, a surge of raw, untamed power. The other Konoha genin, particularly Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, subtly tensed, recognizing the aura, their gazes shifting between Naruto and the grass ninja with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Even Sasuke and Sakura, though they hadn't seen the mark, felt the shift in the air, a sudden intensity emanating from their teammate. But just as quickly as it appeared, the mark faded, and the surge of power receded when the kunai was returned. Enko, her attention now fully on the grass ninja, snatched the kunai back. "Why thank you. But you know, there's a reason for rules." Her eyes narrowed. "And attacking a proctor isn't a smart move. Not unless you're prepared for the consequences." The grass ninja simply chuckled, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a moment before he melted back into the shadows. Meanwhile, the Konohamaru Corps, ever diligent, had set up their makeshift newsstand a little distance away, complete with a crudely drawn banner proclaiming, Konoha's newest heroes. "All right, Udon, Moegi, get ready," Konohamaru whispered excitedly, adjusting a scroll that was meant to represent a microphone. "We're going to get the scoop from the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. This will sell like hotcakes." They scurried over to where Naruto was standing with Team 7, still seemingly unfazed by Enko's display. "Boss, Naruto-sensei," Konohamaru exclaimed, thrusting the scroll towards Naruto. We're from the Konoha News team, and we want to interview you about your heroic deeds. Everyone's been talking about you after the exam results. Naruto beamed, puffing out his chest. Oh, really? Well, you've come to the right place. Your boss is always happy to give the people what they want. As Konohamaru started firing off questions about the wave mission and his S-rank accomplishments, a palpable shift occurred among the surrounding ninja. Whispers started to spread, hushed and filled with an unsettling blend of fear and respect. Many genin, especially those from Konoha, cast wary glances at Naruto. Did you hear that? The Uzumaki clan. He annihilated them, they say. Stronger than the Uchiha, even. The son of Kushina Uzumaki. The red-hot-blooded habanero. And he was the reason the clan was wiped out. They were supposed to be indestructible. The weight of their stares was heavy, but Naruto, in his usual oblivious fashion, seemed to interpret it as awe, continuing to regale the Konohamaru corps with exaggerated tales of his bravery. Sasuke, however, noticed the chilling fear in their eyes, a stark contrast to the casual awe they usually directed at him as an Uchiha. Sakura, too, picked up on the disturbing undercurrent, her usual annoyance at Naruto momentarily replaced by a flicker of unease. Enko clapped her hands, recapturing everyone's attention. All right, listen up, you miserable lot. This exam is all about survival and strategy. Each team will be given one of two scrolls, a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Your objective is to obtain both scrolls from other teams. You'll need to find a team with the scroll you don't have, defeat them, and take theirs. Only teams with both a heaven and an earth scroll will pass. She held up two scrolls, one blue and one brown, for emphasis. There are 78 participants here, making 26 three-man teams. That means only 13 teams can pass. And to make things even more interesting, you only have 5 days to complete this task. The designated meeting point is the tower in the center of the forest. Fail to arrive with both scrolls within 5 days, and you're out. Choji, from Team 10, raised a hesitant hand. Enko-sensei. What about food? And water? Enko grinned, her eyes glinting. You're in the wild, brats. You hunt for your food, you find your water. This isn't a picnic. If you can't survive out here, you don't deserve to be a chunin. She then went on to explain the dangers of the forest, the rules about not killing opponents, though she winked mischievously as if to imply a little roughhousing was fine, and the severity of breaking those rules. Naruto listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. Enko-chan, Naruto suddenly said, pulling her aside for a moment, his voice dropping to a serious tone that surprised his teammates. About that Kabuto guy, he's suspicious. Enko raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Oh, and why's that, little brother? Well, Naruto continued, his gaze flicking to the other genin, no one but me and the Hokage should know about the other S-rank mission I did. Indefinitely not that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before me. His eyes met hers, and for a moment, a deeper understanding passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the shared burden of their pasts. He knows too much. Be careful. Enko's playful demeanor softened for a fleeting moment, a hint of genuine concern in her eyes. Thanks for the heads up, Naruto-kun. I'll keep an eye out. She ruffled his hair, a rare, almost sisterly gesture. Now, go get your scroll. And good luck. Team 7 approached a tent where proctors were distributing the scrolls. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura received a heaven scroll. All right, team, Naruto declared, slapping his hands together. Time to find ourselves an earth scroll. Kiba, who was passing by with his team, scoffed. Good luck with that, Dobi. You'll probably get lost and eaten by a giant bug. Sasuke smirked. Try not to embarrass us too much, Naruto. Sakura sighed dramatically. Just try to keep up, Naruto. And don't do anything stupid. Naruto simply grinned, unbothered by their usual jabs. He then turned to Hinata, who was standing nearby, still blushing furiously. Hey, Hinata, Naruto called out, his voice loud enough to make her jump. After the Chunin exams are over, how about we go on a date? Just the two of us. Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, and she looked like she was about to faint. Her teammates, Kiba and Shino, exchanged bewildered glances. Why yes, NN Naruto-kun. She stammered, her voice barely a whisper, but her wide, hopeful eyes conveyed her undeniable joy. Naruto grinned, a genuine, heartwarming smile that made Hinata's heart flutter. Enko, standing at the main gate, raised her arms, her manic grin returning. All right, you maggots. 5 days. 2 scrolls. 1 tower. Remember, anything goes in here. And no turning back. Let the second exam begin. Enko roared, her voice echoing through the forest. With a surge of adrenaline, teams from all the gates rushed forward, disappearing into the dense, dark embrace of the forest of death. Team 7, with Naruto leading the charge, sprinted into the ominous woods, ready for whatever horrors and challenges awaited them within. The oppressive canopy of the forest of death immediately swallowed Team 7. The vibrant greens of Konoha were replaced by muted, ancient foliage, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and unseen life. The sounds of other teams quickly faded, leaving only the rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant calls of unseen creatures. All right, everyone, Naruto said, his voice surprisingly serious, a stark contrast to his earlier antics. First things first, we need a password. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura-san. Something simple, something only we'd know. Sasuke grunted, his eyes scanning the dense undergrowth. HMPH. What's the point? We're not likely to get separated. Don't be an idiot, Naruto interjected, ever the pragmatic one. This forest is huge, and Anko Nichan said anything goes. We could get ambushed, or one of us could get knocked out. A password ensures we don't fall for a disguise. Sasuke nodded, a surprised look on his face. I'm surprised you thought of that, Dobi, said Sasuke. Okay, how about, ramen is the best, too obvious. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Of course, it is, Dobi. Sakura-san tapped her chin thoughtfully. How about something related to our training? Like, Konoha's brightest stars. Naruto and Sasuke both made faces. Too cheesy, Naruto said. Too arrogant, Sasuke added. Fine, you too, Sakura-san huffed. Then you come up with something. Naruto puffed out his chest. How about, number 1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja? Sasuke stared at him blankly. You expect us to say that in a hurry? Sakura-san sighed, rubbing her temples. Naruto, that's just your catchphrase. We need something unique to us. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What about Sasuke's revenge? Naruto crossed his arms. Hey, why does it have to be about you? Because it's the most important thing in this team, Sasuke retorted, a faint smirk playing on his lips. All right, truce. Sakura-san raised her hands. I have an idea. It's subtle, and it's something we've all been a part of. How about belt test? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. The memory of their first, humbling test with Kakashi-sensei was fresh in their minds. It was a shared experience, a moment of teamwork and a hint of the true challenges to come. I like it, Naruto said, nodding. Short, sweet, and only we know what it truly means. If anyone asks, we say, belt test. Got it. Got it, Sakura-san confirmed. Sasuke grunted, which was as good as a yes from him. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, the light struggling to penetrate the thick canopy. Suddenly, Naruto started squirming. Guys, I really gotta pee, he announced, doing a little dance. Sakura-san groaned. Naruto, can't you hold it? No way, Sakura-san. When ya gotta go, ya gotta go. Naruto insisted, already darting behind a large tree. Just keep an eye out. Sasuke sighed, shaking his head, while Sakura-san positioned herself, scanning their surroundings. Moments later, they heard a rustling sound, and a figure emerged from behind the tree. All right, I'm back, the figure chirped, sounding remarkably like Naruto, though something about their posture seemed off. Oh, good, you're, Sakura-san started, but Sasuke cut her off, his Sharingan flaring to life. Who are you? Sasuke's voice was low and dangerous. Naruto blinked. Huh, what are you talking about, Sasuke? It's me. No, it's not, Sakura-san said, her eyes narrowing. Naruto doesn't stand like that. And your voice is too smooth. The imposter's grin faltered. What? Are you crazy? It's me, your awesome teammate. Password, Sasuke demanded, his hand already on a kunai. The imposter paused, their eyes darting around. Ramen is the best. Wrong, Naruto's real voice boomed from behind the tree he had just emerged from, still zipping up his pants. The password is, Bell Test. The imposter's disguise shimmered, revealing an Omegakure shinobi, their face twisting into a sneer. Damn, how did you know? You underestimated us. Naruto shouted, rushing forward. Especially me. The Omegakure shinobi launched a barrage of shuriken, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura-san moved in perfect sync, deflecting them. Naruto, brimming with newfound confidence, leapt into the fray, his fists flying. The shinobi was skilled, but Naruto's unpredictable movements and sheer enthusiasm caught them off guard. As the fight raged, Naruto suddenly activated his shadow clones. Take this, he yelled, as 5 clones burst into existence, surrounding the Omegakure shinobi. The clones attacked from all directions, overwhelming the ninja, who struggled to defend against so many identical opponents. With a final, coordinated effort, the real Naruto landed a powerful kick, sending the shinobi sprawling. Now, Sakura-san yelled, and Sasuke, with precise aim, launched a kunai that pinned the shinobi's scroll to a tree. The Omegakure shinobi, defeated, glared at them. You think this is over? You'll regret this. With that, they vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto triumphantly grabbed the earth scroll. Yeah, first one down. Told you I wasn't just a loudmouth, Datbayo. As they continued, the air grew noticeably colder, and a palpable sense of dread settled over the forest. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for them. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the trees, catching Naruto off guard. He stumbled, losing his footing, and was literally blown away from Sasuke and Sakura-san, crashing into a thicket of thorny bushes. Naruto! Sakura-san cried out. Dobi! Sasuke yelled, but the wind had died down as quickly as it came, and Naruto was out of sight. Naruto groaned, picking himself up, rubbing his head. He was in a small clearing, separated from his team. Before he could call out, a guttural hiss echoed through the clearing. His eyes widened as a colossal snake, easily the size of a small house, slithered into view, its scales glistening ominously. Its beady eyes were fixed on him, and its forked tongue flicked in and out. Oh, crap, Naruto muttered, instinctively taking a defensive stance. This wasn't like the practice battles. This was a real, monstrous beast. The snake lunged, its massive jaws snapping. Naruto narrowly dodged, rolling to the side as the serpent slammed into the ground where he had just stood, shaking the earth. Alright, big guy, you wanna play, we'll play. Naruto yelled, gathering chakra. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke, dozens of Naruto clones materialized, filling the clearing. The snake recoiled, seemingly confused by the sudden appearance of so many targets. Alright, boys, let's show this overgrown earthworm what's what. Naruto commanded. The clones swarmed the snake, some jumping onto its back, others distracting its head. The snake thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge them, but the sheer number of Narutos was overwhelming. They attacked relentlessly, punching, kicking, and even trying to tie the snake in knots. The real Naruto, seeing an opening, gathered a massive amount of chakra. Take this, Uzumaki barrage, he roared, as he and several clones leapt into the air, raining down a flurry of powerful kicks and punches onto the snake's head. The force of the blows caused the giant serpent to reel, its mighty coils thrashing in agony. With a final, thunderous impact, the snake's head slammed into the ground, its body going limp. Naruto landed, panting, surrounded by dissipating clones. Phew, that was a workout. Just as Naruto was about to rush back to find his teammates, a chilling voice slithered into the clearing. My, a rather impressive display, young ninja. Naruto spun around, his eyes narrowing. Standing before him was what appeared to be Sasuke, but something was terribly wrong. The eyes were too cold, too reptilian, and a faint, unsettling aura emanated from the figure. It was the same unnerving feeling he'd felt from the grass ninja who'd returned Anko's kunai. Sasuke? Naruto asked, though he knew instinctively this wasn't his teammate. The Sasuke chuckled, a dry, raspy sound. Indeed. Or perhaps, not quite. The boy is quite tasty, however. A prime vessel. Naruto's blood ran cold. You're that grass ninja. The one from the gate. The disguise shimmered and dissolved, revealing the true form of Orochimaru, his long neck and serpentine eyes sending shivers down Naruto's spine. His gaze, however, wasn't on Naruto directly, but seemed to flicker over the spot where the black mark had appeared earlier. So, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Orochimaru hissed, his tongue flicking out. And with such raw, untamed power. Fascinating. You truly are a captivating specimen, young Uzumaki. Naruto instinctively tensed, feeling a surge of chakra. This was different from any opponent he'd faced before. This person radiated danger. He didn't know how, but he knew he couldn't beat this guy. Not yet. What do you want? Naruto demanded, trying to sound braver than he felt. Orochimaru merely smiled, a predatory expression. Your power, boy. It will be mine. Suddenly, Naruto felt an immense pressure, an overwhelming spiritual force that threatened to crush him. He stumbled, gritting his teeth, resisting the urge to collapse. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, pleased with Naruto's struggle. This is but a taste of my power, Jinchuriki, Orochimaru purred. You will be mine, eventually. But for now, you have a team to find, don't you? With that, Orochimaru vanished as swiftly as he appeared, leaving Naruto gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. The encounter had left him shaken, but also furious. He had been powerless. He hated that feeling. Not again, Naruto muttered, clenching his fists. He wouldn't be weak anymore. He would protect his friends. He would protect his team. With a surge of determination, Naruto focused his chakra, the familiar red glow beginning to emanate from his body. The air around him crackled as his hair spikily rose, his eyes gleaming with fierce resolve. Assault mode activated, Naruto burst into action, a red blur streaking through the dense foliage, tearing through vines and branches with raw power. He had to get back to Sasuke and Sakura-san. He had to make sure they were safe. He would not let anyone hurt his team. Naruto burst into a larger clearing, the remnants of his assault mode crackling around him. The sight that greeted him turned his blood to ice. Sasuke and Sakura-san were backed against a colossal tree, their faces pale with terror. Before them, his back to Naruto, stood Orochimaru, his form unmistakable, radiating a sinister aura that even Naruto, from a distance, could feel pressing down on them. Sasuke, his hand trembling, was extending a heaven scroll towards Orochimaru. Take it. Just leave us alone, he stammered, his usual arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. A guttural growl ripped from Naruto's throat. Saaasukeee. Both Sasuke and Sakura-san flinched, spinning around. Their eyes widened as they saw Naruto, still surrounded by the faint red glow of his activated chakra, his eyes blazing with fury. Naruto-kun, Sakura-san cried, relief and fear warring in her voice. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto, moving with incredible speed, was between them. His hand shot out, snatching the heaven scroll from Sasuke's grasp with a force that made Sasuke stumble back. What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Sasuke snarled, momentarily forgetting his fear in the face of Naruto's unexpected arrival. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, his fist, empowered by his surging chakra, connected with Sasuke's jaw with a sickening crack. Sasuke reeled, his eyes wide with shock and pain as he crashed to the ground. You really are pathetic, Sasuke, Naruto growled, his voice low and dangerous, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous tone. Are you really going to give up so easily? Or are you just going to let him take what he wants? This isn't the Sasuke I know. This isn't the guy who talks about revenge. You're letting fear control you. Naruto's gaze hardened as he stared down at the fallen Uchiha. Where's the ninja who swore to avenge his clan? Where's the pride you always brag about? Orochimaru, who had been observing the scene with an amused smirk, finally spoke. Oh, the Jinchuriki returns. And with a rather dramatic flair, it seems. Perhaps there is more fire in you than I initially perceived. His gaze flickered to the heaven scroll clutched in Naruto's hand. Give me the scroll, boy, and I might consider letting your little friends live. Naruto spun to face Orochimaru, the scroll held tightly in his left hand, his right fist still clenched and trembling from the punch he'd just thrown. Like hell I will. You're not getting anything from us. And you're not hurting my teammates. Orochimaru's smirk widened, revealing a flash of his fangs. Feisty. I like that. But sentimentality will get you nowhere in this world, young Uzumaki. With a fluid, unsettling movement, Orochimaru lunged, his body stretching unnaturally as if made of rubber. His arm extended, aiming for the heaven scroll. Not a chance. Naruto roared, activating more shadow clones. 5 copies of him materialized instantly, surrounding Orochimaru. Each clone launched a furious assault, punching and kicking with surprising force. Orochimaru, however, was far too skilled. He weaved through the attacks with graceful ease, deflecting blows with his forearms and twisting his body to avoid others. A crude but effective tactic, Orochimaru hissed, his voice echoing eerily as he parried a punch from one clone and simultaneously kicked another away. But against me, it is merely a nuisance. He extended his neck unnaturally, snapping his head forward to bite through one of the clones, dispelling it in a puff of smoke. Another clone lunged from behind, aiming a kick at his back, but Orochimaru spun, catching the clone's leg and flinging it into another, dispelling both. Naruto, the original, used the distraction. He channeled chakra to his feet, leaping into the air, aiming a powerful, chakra-infused axe kick directly at Orochimaru's head. Uzumaki barrage, Naruto yelled. Orochimaru, despite his elongated neck and reptilian eyes, moved with astonishing speed. He blocked the kick with both forearms, a faint grunt escaping him. The force of the blow still sent ripples through his body, and he slid back a few feet, kicking up dust. Impressive, for a genin, Orochimaru conceded, a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. But a mere physical attack will not suffice against me. He retaliated instantly, his hand blurring as he performed a series of rapid hand signs. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. 3 colossal, demonic-faced gates materialized in front of Orochimaru, their massive forms instantly blocking any further direct assault from Naruto. What the? Naruto exclaimed, skidding to a halt before the impenetrable barriers. These gates are impervious to most attacks, Orochimaru explained, his voice laced with chilling confidence. A petty nuisance like you will not breach them. Naruto gritted his teeth. He knew he was losing. Orochimaru's power was on a completely different level. But he wouldn't back down. Not now. Not when Sasuke and Sakura-san were watching, scared and helpless. Maybe not through them, but around them. Naruto roared, creating another wave of shadow clones. This time, the clones scattered, some attempting to scale the gates, others trying to find an opening around them. Orochimaru watched, unperturbed. Foolish boy, he sneered. Such predictable moves. As a few clones managed to get over the top of the first gate, Orochimaru extended his hand, and snakes, thick as tree trunks, erupted from the ground, lashing out and devouring the clones whole. Now, it's my turn, Orochimaru said, his eyes glowing ominously. He performed another set of rapid hand signs, even more intricate than before. Ninja art, hidden shadow snake hands. From his sleeves, dozens of venomous snakes erupted, slithering with terrifying speed towards Naruto and his remaining clones. The clearing instantly became a writhing mass of scales and fangs. Naruto and his clones dodged and weaved, but the sheer number of snakes was overwhelming. One by one, the clones popped out of existence as they were bitten or ensnared. Gah, there are too many. Naruto grunted, narrowly avoiding a strike from a large cobra that lunged at his face. He felt a sharp sting on his arm, and a burning sensation immediately spread through his veins. A small taste of my venom, Orochimaru chuckled, observing Naruto's struggle with detached amusement. It will not kill you, but it will certainly slow you down. Naruto clenched his jaw, ignoring the pain and the growing numbness in his arm. He had to keep fighting. He had to protect them. He saw Orochimaru begin to form another, even more complex set of hand signs, a sinister green chakra swirling around his hands. This was a powerful jutsu, Naruto could feel it. Not happening. Naruto roared, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. Despite the pain and the odds, he focused every ounce of his remaining chakra. He knew this was a long shot, but he had to try. He thrust his good arm forward, channeling his chakra into a desperate counterattack. Full counter. The words tore from Naruto's throat, a desperate, defiant roar against the overwhelming tide of power before him. Full counter. A shimmering, transparent wall of pure chakra materialized in front of his outstretched hand, just as the sinister green energy coalesced in Orochimaru's palms. The Sannin's eyes widened fractionally, a flicker of surprise crossing his serpentine features. He completed his jutsu, a blast of wind and chakra erupting from his hands. Wind style, great breakthrough. The gale struck Naruto's full counter, but instead of blasting him away, the technique seemed to be absorbed into the shimmering shield. For a heart-stopping moment, the energy swirled within the transparent barrier, bending and contorting. Then, with a sound like tearing reality, the attack was unleashed back at its caster, magnified and twisted with Naruto's own demonic energy. The amplified gale, now tinged with a malevolent red, slammed into Orochimaru with devastating force. The ground exploded at his feet, and the Sannin was thrown backward with a choked cry, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a stop in a cloud of dust and splintered wood. Silence descended upon the clearing. Sakura stared, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Sasuke, still on the ground, pushed himself up on his elbows, his eyes wide with a stunned awe he couldn't comprehend. Did Naruto just defeat one of the legendary Sannin? Naruto himself was panting heavily, his arm trembling from the strain. The venom was still burning in his other arm, but a triumphant grin spread across his face. "See, I told you you wouldn't hurt my friends." A slow, mocking clap echoed from a branch high above them. My, what a fascinating little trick. To think a mere genin could possess a technique that reflects ninjutsu. Naruto's head snapped up. There, perched gracefully on a thick bough, was Orochimaru, completely unscathed. A smug, predatory smile was plastered on his face. Down below, the Orochimaru that had been hit by the full counter dissolved into a heap of wet, formless mud. A clone. The entire exchange had been with a clone. How? Naruto stammered, his brief moment of victory turning to ash in his mouth. A simple mud clone, boy, Orochimaru hissed, his voice dripping with condescension as he dropped lightly to the ground, landing without a sound. A useful tool for gauging an opponent's abilities. And you have shown me something very, very interesting. But playtime is over. Before Naruto could even process the threat, Orochimaru blurred. He wasn't just fast, he was instantaneous. One moment he was 20 feet away, the next his face was inches from Naruto's, his golden eyes like a predator's, pinning him in place. "Let's see how you handle this," Orochimaru whispered, his hand striking Naruto's chest not with a punch but with an open palm. 5 elements seal. An explosion of agony erupted from the point of contact. It felt like 1,000 icy needles were stabbing into his chakra network, disrupting, twisting, and sealing. Naruto screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure pain, as his own chakra turned against him. The faint red glow of his demonic power sputtered and died, and he felt his connection to the 9 tails sever as if a cord had been violently snapped. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, gasping for air that wouldn't come. "Naruto-kun!" Sakura shrieked, taking a step forward before freezing under Orochimaru's cold, warning gaze. "Pathetic," Sasuke muttered, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. He was watching Naruto, the boy he'd always dismissed as a talentless loser, withstand an assault that had left him paralyzed with fear. Orochimaru wasn't finished. Hidden shadow snake hands. This time, the snakes that erupted from his sleeves were not just numerous, they were relentless. They swarmed Naruto, their fangs sinking into his arms, his legs, his back. Naruto cried out as dozens of different venoms flooded his system, paralytic agents, necrotizing toxins, excruciating neurotoxins. He tried to fight back, to form a hand sign, but his fingers were numb and unresponsive. He was thrown into the air by a massive python that wrapped around his torso, squeezing the air from his lungs before slamming him back down into the dirt with bone-jarring force. He lay there, twitching, his body a canvas of bite marks and bruises. He tried to push himself up, his arms shaking violently, but a foot slammed down on his back, pinning him to the forest floor. "You have spirit, I'll grant you that," Orochimaru mused, looking down at the broken boy beneath him. "So much life force, so much potential. It's truly a shame to waste it on such a foolish village." But this display has grown tiresome. From Naruto's perspective, the world was a blurry, pain-filled haze. He could hear Sakura crying his name, a distant, muffled sound. He could feel the crushing weight of Orochimaru's foot on his spine. Every nerve ending screamed. His chakra was in chaos, sealed and poisoned. He had nothing left. He stopped struggling. His body went limp, his face pressed into the cold, damp earth. He let his eyes drift shut. It was over. Orochimaru chuckled, a low, guttural sound. So, you've finally accepted your fate. Wise. Perhaps now you understand the chasm between our power. He removed his foot, preparing to turn his attention to the Uchiha, the original prize. Now, Sasuke-kun, about that scroll. But then, he felt it. A pressure. It started small, a faint hum in the air, but it grew exponentially with every passing second. The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate. The leaves on the trees trembled. A low growl, deeper and more monstrous than anything Naruto had produced before, emanated from the boy's still form. What is this? Orochimaru whispered, his eyes narrowing. Slowly, shakily, Naruto pushed himself onto his hands and knees. His head was bowed, his blonde hair obscuring his face. But the energy pouring off him was undeniable. It was black and red, thick and malevolent, a physical manifestation of rage and pain. It wasn't just the Nine Tails chakra anymore, it was something else. It was the agony of the five elements seal, the torment of 100 snake bites, the force of every blow he had taken, all of it being drawn in, compressed, and converted into something terrifying. All of that damage, all of that pain, Orochimaru breathed, a look of genuine, ravenous curiosity on his face. He's absorbing it. Naruto. Sasuke whispered, his Sharingan spinning as he tried to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the chakra he was witnessing. It was greater than anything he had ever felt, a suffocating, drowning ocean of power. Naruto finally lifted his head. His eyes were no longer blue. They were solid, glowing crimson, burning with an inferno of pure, unadulterated vengeance. The whisker marks on his cheeks were thicker, jagged, like scars torn into his face. When he spoke, his voice was a layered, demonic rasp. You hurt me. You hurt my friends. You made Sakura-san cry. The dark energy swirling around him coalesced, forming a dome of churning, destructive power that cracked the very ground he knelt on. Now you pay for it. He rose to his feet, his body a silhouette against the blinding, dark light. He held one hand out, palm open, as the dome of energy compressed into a sphere of unimaginable density. Revenge. Counter. He didn't throw the attack. He unleashed it. The sphere detonated, not in a simple explosion, but in an expanding wave of total annihilation. It was a silent, all-consuming wave of pure force that vaporized trees, boulders, and the very earth itself. The blast was so immense, so absolute, that it seemed for a moment that it would erase the entire forest of death. The wave struck Orochimaru head-on, engulfing him completely. Sakura and Sasuke were thrown back by the shockwave, shielding their eyes from the cataclysmic light. When the light finally faded, the clearing was gone. In its place was a massive, perfectly smooth crater, 50 meters in diameter. At its center, Naruto stood, swaying on his feet, before collapsing forward onto the scorched earth, unconscious. The demonic chakra was gone, leaving him pale and still. High above, perched on the unscathed branch of a tree at the very edge of the crater, the real Orochimaru watched, his body sloughing off a layer of dead skin, another substitution. But this time, the amused smirk was gone. His serpentine eyes were wide with a mixture of shock, awe, and insatiable desire. To take all of that accumulated damage, and turn it into an attack of that magnitude, he whispered to himself, his tongue flicking out to wet his lips. The Kyuubi's vessel is more magnificent than I could have ever imagined. That power, that potential for destruction, I must have it, I must study it. He dropped from the branch, landing silently beside Naruto's unconscious form. Sasuke, trembling, finally found his voice. Stay away from him. Orochimaru ignored him completely, his gaze fixed on Naruto. The Uchiha can wait, he hissed. This boy is a treasure. With a movement too fast to follow, Orochimaru's neck elongated, stretching down towards Naruto. His mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, inhuman fangs. He paused for a moment, his eyes gleaming with possessive hunger, before sinking his teeth deep into the side of Naruto's neck. Naruto's body arched in a silent scream, and a black, tomo-like pattern spread from the bite mark, swirling into a complex seal. The curse mark of heaven. Orochimaru retracted his head, a satisfied smile on his face. He glanced at the heaven scroll lying forgotten on the edge of the crater, then back at the two conscious genin. "Consider this a gift," he said, his voice echoing in the devastated clearing. "If he survives, he will seek me out. They always do." And with that, he melted into the shadows of the trees, vanishing as if he were never there. Sakura finally broke from her paralysis, scrambling down into the crater towards Naruto's still form. Sasuke remained on his knees, staring at the unconscious blonde boy who had just displayed a level of power he couldn't even dream of. The pride he had clung to his entire life had been shattered, replaced by a terrifying, humbling, and strangely motivating cocktail of fear and awe. The world, as he knew it, had been irrevocably turned upside down. Sakura reached Naruto first, her hands hovering over him, trembling. "Naruto. Naruto, are you okay?" Her voice was a fragile whisper, laced with fear. She looked back at Sasuke, who was slowly pushing himself to his feet, his eyes still wide with disbelief. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura cried, her attention immediately snapping to him. "Are you hurt? That monster. He was so strong." Sasuke clenched his fists, the image of Naruto's last, devastating attack burned into his mind. "He's nothing," Sasuke growled, his voice rough with a mix of anger and self-loathing. "I should have been able to handle him. I'm an Uchiha. I should have been able to protect us." Orochimaru's voice, a silky whisper that seemed to slither through the air itself, cut through Sasuke's self-recriminations. "Such arrogance, little Uchiha. Your clan's Sharingan is indeed impressive, but against true power, it is merely a child's toy." Orochimaru reappeared from the tree line, moving with a fluid grace that was unsettling. He stood before Sasuke, his golden eyes fixing on the young Uchiha with an unnerving intensity. "You witnessed that boy's raw power. A crude, uncontrolled force, yet devastating. Imagine, Sasuke-kun, what you could achieve if you possessed that level of strength, refined and honed by a master." Sasuke bristled. "I don't need your help, Snake." Orochimaru chuckled, a low, sibilant sound. "Don't you? You, the great Uchiha, were paralyzed with fear while that boy, that loser in your eyes, fought tooth and nail. He protected you, didn't he? He, the dead last, made you feel weak. And you were weak, Sasuke-kun. For now." Sasuke's jaw tightened, his pride wounded to its core. He had been powerless. He had stood by, frozen, while Naruto unleashed something terrifying and magnificent. The thought was unbearable. "I can give you power beyond your wildest dreams, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru continued, extending a hand, his long fingers almost caressing the air in front of Sasuke. "The power to avenge your clan. The power to surpass even him." He gestured subtly towards the still unconscious Naruto. "Join me, and I will unlock your true potential. I will make you stronger than you could ever imagine." Sasuke stared at the outstretched hand, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. Orochimaru's words were poison, but they resonated with a deep, dark part of him. He craved power. He needed to be stronger. Strong enough to kill Itachi. Strong enough to never be helpless again. Strong enough to eclipse even the monster that Naruto had briefly become. Sakura, meanwhile, had not moved from her position by Naruto. She hadn't even looked at him again. Her gaze was fixed on Sasuke, her expression a mix of concern and burgeoning fascination. "Sasuke-kun," she began, her voice barely audible. Orochimaru's lips curled into a predatory smile as he watched Sasuke's internal struggle. "Think about it, Sasuke-kun. The Leaf Village offers you nothing but stagnation. Here, with me, you will truly grow." With that, Orochimaru turned, his form blurring once more as he melted back into the shadows, leaving Sasuke alone with his tormented thoughts. Sakura, finally tearing her eyes away from the spot where Orochimaru had vanished, knelt beside Sasuke, placing a timid hand on his arm. "Sasuke-kun, are you all right? You look pale." She glanced briefly at Naruto, still lying motionless, before dismissing him entirely. "We need to get out of here. This place is dangerous." Sasuke didn't respond immediately. He was still replaying the fight, Naruto's final, explosive attack, and Orochimaru's tempting offer. He looked at the unconscious Naruto, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He saw not a teammate, but an obstacle, a benchmark he now had to surpass. "He's just dead weight right now," Sasuke muttered, his voice cold. "We can't carry him." Sakura nodded eagerly, almost relieved by Sasuke's practicality. "You're right, Sasuke-kun. We need to focus on getting you to safety. We can't afford to be bogged down." She made no move to help Naruto, her focus entirely on Sasuke. As if summoned by their callous disregard, Orochimaru reappeared, materializing directly behind Sasuke. Sakura gasped, recoiling in fear. Sasuke spun around, but it was too late. "Here's a gift for you, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru purred, his voice filled with malevolent glee. "I almost forgot." Before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru's neck elongated, and he lunged forward, his fangs sinking deep into the side of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke cried out, a sharp, choked sound, as searing pain erupted from the bite. A black, swirling pattern, identical to the one on Naruto's neck, began to spread across his skin. Orochimaru pulled back, a triumphant, sickening laugh echoing through the crater. "Ha ha 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 ha. Now, the true potential of the Uchiha will be awakened. Enjoy your new power, Sasuke-kun. It will guide you to me, eventually." With a final, chilling laugh, he vanished once more, leaving a terrified Sakura and a screaming Sasuke behind. Sasuke clawed at his neck, the pain excruciating, the curse mark burning like fire. His vision swam, and his legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura shrieked, her voice a desperate sob. Without a second thought, she rushed to Sasuke's side, ignoring Naruto completely. She struggled, but eventually managed to hoist Sasuke over her shoulder. His body was heavy, but she wouldn't leave him. Not Sasuke. She spared no glance for Naruto, the boy who had just saved their lives, as she stumbled away from the crater, abandoning him to the desolate, dangerous forest. Naruto felt himself falling, a dizzying descent into a dark, swirling abyss. The pain, the seals, the poisons, it all faded, replaced by a strange sense of weightlessness. He opened his eyes, or at least he thought he did, to find himself standing in ankle-deep water. Above him, a vast, cavernous space stretched into oblivion, illuminated by an eerie, red glow. "Well, well, well," a deep, rumbling voice echoed, shaking the very foundations of his mind. "Look who finally decided to pay me a visit." Naruto looked up, and his jaw dropped. Behind a massive, reinforced cage, two enormous, slitted red eyes glowed with an ancient, malevolent power. A massive, orange-furred paw, tipped with razor-sharp claws, rested lazily against the bars. Kyuubi. Naruto stammered, feeling suddenly very, very small. "The one and only, brat," the Nine-Tails grumbled, its voice laced with an amused contempt. "And what a mess you've gotten yourself into this time. Almost got yourself permanently sealed up by that snake-faced idiot." Naruto frowned, remembering the agony of the Five Elements seal. "Yeah, that sucked. And then all those snakes. My neck still feels weird." He instinctively reached for his neck, though there was nothing to feel in this ethereal space. The Kyuubi snorted, a sound like grinding boulders. "Weird, you say? That imbecile tried to put his little, curse mark of heaven, on you. The fool. As if something like that could possibly stick to the vessel of me." Naruto blinked. Curse mark of what? So, it didn't work. "Please," the Kyuubi scoffed, a ripple of condescending laughter shaking its immense body. "That was like trying to put a sticky note on a nuclear bomb. Though, I will admit, it did give me a bit of a tickle. But a tickle for me is, well, it's a bit of a jolt for you." Naruto rubbed his neck, a phantom ache still lingering. "So you did something about it." "Naturally," the Kyuubi said, a hint of pride in its booming voice. "I took that pathetic little curse, and, shall we say, repurposed it. Think of it as an upgrade. A very, very painful upgrade if you don't learn to control it. But also, a very, very powerful one." Naruto's eyes widened. "An upgrade? Really? So, that's why I felt so weird when I did that revenge counter thing." Indeed, the Kyuubi rumbled. You're a fascinating little moron, aren't you? Tapping into my chakra in such a raw, uncontrolled way. It's messy, but effective. And now, with that little gift from the snake, you have a direct conduit to a bit more of my power, should you choose to use it. Just don't come crying to me when your body feels like it's being ripped apart. Naruto grinned, a genuine, unburdened smile. Awesome. Thanks, Kyuubi. You're actually pretty cool when you're not trying to eat me. The Kyuubi let out a sound that might have been a scoff, or perhaps a sigh of exasperation. Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. This doesn't make us friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some napping to do. And you need to wake up. Your pathetic teammates have already abandoned you, by the way. Naruto's smile faltered. Abandoned me. HMPH. The Uchiha and the pink-haired fangirl are long gone. Too busy worrying about each other to spare a thought for the loudmouthed hero. The Kyuubi's voice was surprisingly devoid of malice, merely stating a fact. Pathetic, truly. But perhaps it's for the best. You're better off without them clinging to your coattails. Naruto felt a pang of something akin to hurt, but then the excitement of the upgrade from the Kyuubi pushed it aside. He had power now. More power. He would show them. He would show everyone. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, dappling the forest floor. He pushed himself up, his body still aching, but the agonizing pain was gone. He felt different. A subtle hum resonated within him, a low thrum of power he hadn't felt before. He looked around. The clearing was devastated, a massive crater where he had unleashed his attack. Burnt earth, shattered trees. But there was no one else. No Sakura. No Sasuke. Just the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. He was alone. Naruto stood in the desolate clearing, the Kyuubi's words echoing in his mind. Abandoned. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Sakura and Sasuke were gone. They'd left him, lying unconscious, after he'd fought to protect them. A bitter taste filled his mouth, a mix of hurt and a burgeoning resolve. He wouldn't dwell on it. He couldn't. His mission was still his mission, get to the tower with 2 scrolls. He pushed the hurt aside, focusing on the subtle hum of power the Kyuubi had mentioned. It felt like a low, vibrant current beneath his skin, tingling with potential. He knew he had to find his team, even if they had left him. It was the shinobi way, and deep down, he still considered them his comrades. He took a shaky breath, then another, and started walking, his eyes scanning the devastated landscape. As he moved through the scorched earth and splintered trees, something glinted in the wreckage. Curious, Naruto approached, his eyes narrowing. Half buried under a fallen log, it was a sword. Not a sleek, polished katana, but something far older, almost forgotten. It was dull and dirty, with patches of rust marring its surface. The hilt was wrapped in tattered, faded cloth, and the blade itself seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, appearing oddly flat and lifeless. Naruto crouched, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, despite never having seen it before. He reached out a hand, his fingers hovering just above the hilt. Lost vein. The word echoed in his mind, clear as a bell, spoken by the Kyuubi. Naruto flinched, pulling his hand back. Kyuubi, he thought, confused. What was that? Pick it up, brat, the Kyuubi commanded, its voice a low rumble in his head. That was your mother's, from when she was younger. She lost it during the second stage of the Chunin exams. Pick up Lost Vein. Naruto stared at the sword, a flood of conflicting emotions swirling within him. His mother. He knew so little about her, about either of his parents. This was hers. He looked at the tarnished blade, imagining a younger Kushina wielding it. A sense of reverence mixed with a fierce protectiveness settled over him. He reached down again, this time with purpose, and wrapped his fingers around the worn hilt. It was surprisingly light, despite its appearance, and as his skin made contact, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth spread through his hand. With Lost Vein now sheathed clumsily at his hip, Naruto began his hunt. He moved with a new sense of purpose, the residual effects of the Kyuubi's intervention making him feel more alert, more aware. He remembered the basic rules of the Chunin exams. Reach the tower with both a heaven and an earth scroll. He had an earth scroll from his team, but he needed a heaven scroll. That meant finding another team. He spent the next few hours moving silently through the forest, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous demeanor. The Kyuubi's subtle influence seemed to sharpen his senses, allowing him to pick up on faint sounds and movements he would have otherwise missed. Finally, he detected voices. Soft, hushed whispers. He climbed a tall tree, concealing himself in the dense foliage, and peered down. Below him, a team of 3 genin from the grass village was setting up camp, 2 scrolls lying unguarded next to their fire. Perfect. Naruto watched them for a while, formulating a plan. He couldn't just rush in. He needed to be smart. He noticed the layout of their camp. 2 of them were sitting by the fire, talking, while the third was off gathering firewood. Naruto waited until the wood gatherer was out of sight. This was his chance. He quietly gathered a handful of large, heavy stones. Then, with a deep breath, he focused a tiny bit of his internal chakra into his vocal cords, amplifying his voice just enough to carry, but not so much as to reveal his exact location. Fire! He bellowed, mimicking a frantic, panicked cry, and simultaneously hurled 2 of the stones deep into the bushes to his left, making a loud crashing sound. The 2 genin by the fire instantly tensed, looking towards the commotion. What was that? One of them whispered, grabbing a kunai. Sounded like a fire jutsu. The other hissed, nervously eyeing the bushes. Naruto quickly threw 2 more stones, this time to his right, closer to their camp, creating another distinct rustling. Over here, they're flanking us, he shouted, his voice now sounding closer, as if he were frantically running. The 2 grass genin panicked, their eyes darting between the 2 perceived threats. Their scrolls, however, remained by the fire. This was his moment. Naruto dropped silently from the tree, landing directly between the 2 genin and their scrolls. Before they could even register his presence, he snatched up both scrolls with a speed that surprised even himself, then burst away, disappearing into the undergrowth before they could properly react. Hey! Our scrolls! One of them yelled, finally understanding. Get back here, you thief! The other screamed, but Naruto was already long gone, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He had 2 scrolls, a heaven and an earth. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, not far from Naruto's location, Sakura, still desperately trying to revive Sasuke, was confronted by the Sound Village genin. Zaku, Dosu, and Kin emerged from the tree line, their presence menacing. Well, what do we have here? Zaku sneered, his eyes falling on the unconscious Sasuke. Looks like we found the Uchiha. Sakura jumped to her feet, instinctively placing herself in front of Sasuke. Stay away from him, she cried, her voice trembling but resolute. Oh, and what's a little girl like you going to do? Kin taunted, shurikens already in hand. The battle began just as it had in canon. Sakura, despite her fear, fought fiercely, using her limited genjutsu and kunai to protect Sasuke. She was outmatched, but she refused to yield. Rock Lee, true to his word, appeared, bursting through the trees, a whirlwind of taijutsu. You scoundrels! How dare you harm my precious Sakura-chan? Lee roared, his green jumpsuit ablur as he engaged the sound ninja. He fought valiantly, pushing his body to its limits, even removing his weights to gain an advantage. He battered Zaku and Kin, demonstrating his incredible speed and power, but Dosu, with his resonant sound attacks, proved to be a formidable opponent. Dosu landed a devastating blow on Lee, crippling his arm and leg. Lee! Sakura shrieked, tears streaming down her face as she watched her friend fall. She knew she had to act. With newfound determination, she confronted Zaku, cutting her hair to escape his grip and then launching a desperate, chakra-enhanced punch, but Zaku's sound wave defeated her. He grabbed her by her now short hair, preparing to deliver a final, humiliating blow. Just as Zaku was about to strike, a familiar voice cut through the air. Leave her alone. Team 10, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, burst onto the scene. Shikamaru quickly executed his shadow possession jutsu, immobilizing Zaku and giving Sakura a moment of respite. Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to inhabit Kin's body, briefly turning the sound ninja against her own teammates. Choji, meanwhile, used his human boulder jutsu, creating a chaotic distraction. The tables had turned, but the sound team was still dangerous. Dosu was furious, preparing to unleash another powerful attack. It was then that Sasuke's eyes fluttered open. He groaned, his head throbbing, and a searing pain erupted from his neck. He looked up, his vision blurry, to see Sakura, her hair chopped short, tears on her face, and fighting desperately against the sound ninja. His eyes landed on Zaku, who was still caught in Shikamaru's shadow, but glaring menacingly. Sakura, who did this to you? Sasuke rasped, his voice raw with a newfound fury. Zaku, momentarily able to move his mouth, scoffed. I did, you weakling. And your little girlfriend was next. A dark, terrifying chakra exploded from Sasuke. The black swirling pattern on his neck pulsed violently, and his eyes, now a deeper, more menacing Sharingan, fixed on Zaku. The air around him shimmered with malevolent energy. You will pay, Sasuke growled, his voice no longer just his own, but laced with a chilling, demonic resonance. He moved with blinding speed, a savage, primal force unleashed. Zaku shrieked as Sasuke appeared before him, grabbing his arms. Sasuke's grip was like iron, and with a horrifying crack, he broke both of Zaku's arms. Kin, still possessed by Ino, screamed in horror. Choji and Shikamaru stared, dumbfounded by the raw, terrifying power emanating from Sasuke. Dosu, for the first time, felt genuine fear. This was not the Uchiha he had anticipated. This was a monster. He tried to retreat, but Sasuke's gaze was fixed on him, filled with a predatory hunger. Give me your scroll, Sasuke commanded, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Dosu, utterly terrified by Sasuke's transformation, did not hesitate. He fumbled for his heaven scroll and tossed it at Sasuke's feet. Take it. Just leave us alone. Sasuke picked up the scroll, the dark chakra still swirling around him, making him look like something out of a nightmare. His eyes were wild, unseeing. He was lost in the power, on the verge of losing control completely. Sasuke-kun, Sakura cried, her voice a desperate plea. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. The contact, her warmth, her desperate plea, seemed to break through the haze of the curse mark. The black pattern on his neck receded, and the menacing chakra slowly dissipated. Sasuke blinked, his Sharingan fading back to normal, the wildness in his eyes replaced by confusion and exhaustion. He sagged against her, the adrenaline draining from him. Sakura, he whispered, his voice weak. A while later, after the sound ninja had fled and Team 10 had gathered themselves, a moment of calm settled over the battered clearing. Lee was being tended to by Tenten and Neji, who had also arrived. Sakura was still clinging to Sasuke, holding him protectively. Ino looked around, a frown creasing her brow. Wait a minute, she said, her voice cutting through the quiet. Where's Naruto? Her question hung in the air, drawing everyone's attention. Team 9 looked around, realizing the blonde genin was conspicuously absent. Kakashi's students had come into the forest as a trio, but only 2 remained. Sakura froze, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes widened, a dawning horror creeping into her expression. She had completely, utterly forgotten about him. In her fear for Sasuke, in her rush to protect him, she had abandoned Naruto, left him lying alone and unconscious in that devastated crater. The boy who had fought so hard, who had taken the terrible hit, who had shown such terrifying power to protect them. She had left him. A wave of guilt, sharp and cold, washed over her. The guilt was a physical entity, coiling in Sakura's stomach and squeezing the air from her lungs. Naruto. They had left him. The word echoed in her mind, a damning indictment of her failure as a teammate. In her panic to protect Sasuke, she had forgotten the one who had thrown himself in front of them without a second thought. The image of him standing firm against the monstrous Orochimaru, a wild, untamed power radiating from him, flashed in her mind, followed by the sickening thud of his body hitting the ground. Sasuke, now leaning heavily against a tree, the curse mark on his neck a dull, throbbing ache, pushed himself upright. The memory of his own savage power was a confusing blur, but the sight of Sakura's chopped hair and battered form was crystal clear. The source of his rage. And then, Ino's question landed, and the same chilling realization dawned on him. The Dobi. He had fought, been knocked unconscious, and they had just left. A flicker of something uncomfortable, shame, pricked at his pride. She's right, Shikamaru said, his usual lazy tone replaced with a sharp seriousness. He rubbed the back of his neck. What a drag. You two just abandoned your own teammate. That's not how this works. Shut up, Shikamaru. Ino snapped, though her eyes were filled with a similar judgment. We need to find him. Now. Just then, a calm voice spoke from the edge of the clearing. Looking for your third. Perhaps I can be of assistance. It was Kabuto Yakushi, his round glasses glinting. I have a lot of information on the other contestants and the layout of this forest. We can cover more ground together. Though wary, Sasuke nodded curtly. They needed to find Naruto, if only to retrieve their scroll and complete the mission. For Sakura, it was a desperate, burning need to apologize, to somehow make things right. With Kabuto leading the way, Team 7 and Team 10 began to backtrack, their shared anxiety a palpable tension in the air. They searched the crater where the battle with Orochimaru had taken place, but found only scorched earth and a lingering sense of dread. They spread out, calling his name, their voices swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forest. Naruto, meanwhile, was not listening for their calls. The hurt from their abandonment had crystallized into something hard and cold in his chest. He was done waiting for them. He had his scrolls. All that mattered was the tower. He walked with a new, dangerous grace, the sword Lostvein bumping against his hip. It felt right there, an extension of his will. He could feel the Kyuubi's power, no longer a raging inferno, but a controlled, humming furnace within him. He was passing through a small, sun-dappled glade when he heard it. The whimpering cry of a girl, followed by the cruel laughter of several boys. Peering through the dense brush, he saw a red-haired girl with glasses cornered against a massive tree. She was clutching a bleeding arm, her face a mask of terror. 3 grass ninja, the same ones whose scrolls he'd swiped earlier, stood over her, kunai drawn. You really thought you could just leave us, Karen? One of them sneered. We carried you this far. The least you can do is be a proper sacrifice for when we run into someone strong. I helped you. The girl, Karen, choked out. I found the other teams for you. And now your use is up, the third one said, lunging forward. Naruto didn't think. He acted. He drew Lostvein, the dull blade seeming to drink the light. The grass nin didn't even notice him until he was standing between them and Karen. You again. The leader snarled. The scroll thief. You want to die too. He channeled chakra into his fist and threw a punch, aiming to cave Naruto's face in. Naruto didn't move to dodge. He simply held the flat of his blade up. The Kyuubi's voice echoed in his head, a single, instructive word. Counter. As the grass nin's fist was about to connect, Naruto's eyes flashed a dangerous crimson. A massive wave of chakra, raw and overwhelming, erupted from him. Full counter. The yell was not just a sound, it was a physical force, a shockwave that tore through the glade. The grass nin's own attack was absorbed and magnified 100-fold, blasting back at him and his teammates. They were thrown through the air like ragdolls, crashing through trees and landing in a heap, unconscious and broken. Miles away, the searching party froze. The sheer power in that yell, the wave of chakra that washed over them even at this distance, was staggering. It was more powerful than anything they had ever felt. What was that? Choji exclaimed, dropping his bag of chips. It came from over there. Kabuto pointed, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and academic curiosity. They broke into a run, crashing through the forest toward the source of the immense power. They burst into the glade to a scene of utter devastation. 3 grass ninja were unconscious, their limbs bent at unnatural angles. A terrified, red-haired girl was staring with wide, worshipful eyes at their savior. And there, in the center of it all, stood Naruto. He was breathing steadily, Lostvein held loosely in his hand. His back was to them, but they could feel the change. The air around him was cold, heavy, and utterly devoid of the warmth they associated with him. Naruto! Sakura cried out, a sob of relief catching in her throat. He turned slowly. His blue eyes, usually so vibrant and full of life, were flat, cold, and emotionless. He looked at Sakura, then his gaze drifted to Sasuke. There was no recognition, no anger, no joy. There was nothing. It was like looking at a stranger. Karen, sensing the shift in dynamics, scrambled to her feet and moved to stand just behind Naruto, as if seeking his protection. She could feel it pouring off him. A pressure, an ancient and powerful chakra signature that screamed of royalty. This was no ordinary genin. He was an Uzumaki, a true one. Sasuke took a hesitant step forward, his own shock warring with his pride. Naruto. What was that? He reached out, his hand about to clamp down on Naruto's shoulder. Faster than Sasuke could track, Naruto's free hand shot up and slapped his hand away. The crack of the impact was sharp and final in the quiet glade. Naruto's eyes didn't even flicker. I have the 2 scrolls, he said, his voice as chillingly neutral as his stare. Let's get to the tower. He turned and began to walk away without a backward glance. Karen, after a moment's hesitation, scurried to follow him. Sakura stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, the cold dismissal a far worse punishment than any angry rant. Sasuke stared at the back of his hand, a dark fury building in his chest. He wasn't just left behind anymore, he was being looked down upon. Team 10 watched the entire exchange with wide eyes. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, a deep frown on his face. Something bad happened between them. Really bad. Ino could only nod, her usual bravado gone, replaced by a deep unease. The journey to the tower was excruciatingly silent. Naruto and Karen walked in front, a self-contained unit. Team 7 and Team 10 followed behind, the chasm between Naruto and his teammates a tangible thing. When they finally arrived at the central tower and entered the large, circular room, they were met with the sight of the other genin teams that had passed. The Sand siblings stood off to one side, Gaara's presence a malevolent aura. Team Guy was there, tending to a still injured Rock Lee. The teams assembled in rows as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared on a balcony above them, flanked by Anko and other Jonin. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the Chunin exams, the Hokage began, his voice echoing through the chamber. He spoke of the purpose of the exams, of the need to test their skills not just as individuals, but as shinobi of Konoha, representing the will of the village, a miniature representation of the struggle between allied nations. As he spoke, his wise old eyes scanned the young faces below. They stopped on Team 7. He immediately sensed the discord. Sasuke's barely contained fury, Sakura's tear-streaked, guilty face, and Naruto. The Hokage's eyes narrowed slightly. The boy's usual bright, boisterous energy was gone, replaced by a frigid calm. And who was the red-haired girl standing so close to him? Sarutobi made a mental note. He would have to have a long talk with Kakashi later. When the Hokage finished his speech, the proctor for the third exam, a sickly-looking man with a persistent cough, stepped forward. Lord Hokage, he rasped, bowing his head. If I may have a word. Sarutobi nodded. Proceed, Hayate. Hayate Gecko turned to the assembled genin. Ahem. There is something you all need to be told. Due to the unexpectedly high number of candidates who have passed, we will now be holding a preliminary round to reduce the numbers for the third and final stage. He coughed into his hand. The preliminaries will begin immediately. They will be one-on-one battles. The rules are simple, there are no rules. The fight continues until one opponent dies, is knocked unconscious, or admits defeat. Now, he paused, his gaze sweeping over them, if any of you are not feeling up to the task, or are seriously injured, you may choose to withdraw now. Your decision will not affect your team's standing. A tense silence fell over the room. Then, a hand went up. It was Kabuto. I withdraw, he said with a small, apologetic smile. My body has been pushed to its limit, and I'm low on chakra. I don't want to risk it. He bowed and walked away, disappearing from the room. Anyone else? Hayate asked. When no one else moved, he coughed again. Very well. Then let us begin. Enko Mitarashi grinned. All right, let's get this party started. She pointed to a large electronic board on the wall. It flickered to life, names of the remaining genin scrolling rapidly across its surface. The clicking sound filled the tense room as everyone watched, their hearts pounding. The names spun faster and faster, a blur of characters, before slowing down, clicking into place one by one. The first name settled. Sasuke Uchiha. The second name clicked into place beside it. Versus. Yoroi Ikato. Chapter 4, The Preliminary Matches. I do not own Naruto or 7 Deadly Sins nor the Justus, characters, places, or weapons unless I decide to make some of my own. The moment the names Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Ikato appeared on the board, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Sasuke, who had been standing with his arms crossed, a scowl etched on his face, tensed. His eyes, dark and intense, flickered towards Yoroi, a larger, more imposing genin with a mask covering the lower half of his face. Yoroi, a member of the Leaf Village, returned Sasuke's gaze with an unnerving stillness. Naruto, standing a little apart with Karen close by, felt a jolt. His gaze snapped to the board, then to Sasuke. A flicker of something, perhaps a distant echo of concern, crossed his mind before being swiftly suppressed. He couldn't deny the small surge of satisfaction that Sasuke was up first. He just wished he could go up against Uchiha-san himself. Well, look at that, Kiba chuckled, nudging Shikamaru. Sasuke's first. Wonder how that, curse mark, thing is going to play out. Shikamaru merely sighed. Troublesome. Sakura's heart pounded in her chest. Sasuke-kun, she whispered, her voice laced with worry. She glanced at Naruto, hoping for some reaction, but his face remained a blank mask. Kakashi, observing from the railing above, watched Sasuke intently. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck was still a concern, but he trusted Sasuke to control it. For now. Hayate, after another cough, addressed the genin. All right, listen up. The first match is Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Ikato. Everyone else, please move to the stands above. Only Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Ikato will remain on the ground floor. The other genin began to disperse, heading towards the staircases that led to the viewing platforms. Naruto, with Karen still by his side, started to move with them. As he passed Hinata, he caught her eye. She blushed furiously and looked away. Good luck, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, his voice softer than it had been all morning. A small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Hinata's blush deepened, and she mumbled a nearly inaudible, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Karen, noticing the exchange, raised an eyebrow at Naruto. He simply shrugged, his expression returning to its neutral state as they ascended to the stands. As everyone cleared out, leaving only Sasuke and Yoroi in the center of the arena, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The sounds of hushed conversations from the stands filled the air. This is it, Sasuke, Naruto thought, his eyes fixed on his former teammate. Let's see what you've got now, Uchiha-san. Sakura, meanwhile, was biting her lip, her gaze fixed on Sasuke. Please be careful, Sasuke-kun, she murmured to herself. Hayate stepped forward, positioned between the two combatants. Are both competitors ready? Yoroi nodded silently. Sasuke merely gave a curt nod, his gaze never leaving Yoroi. Then, begin, Hayate announced, leaping back to give them space. Yoroi wasted no time. He charged forward, his movements surprisingly swift for his build. He aimed a direct punch at Sasuke's head. Sasuke, relying purely on his taijutsu, easily dodged, weaving to the side with practiced ease. He countered with a swift kick to Yoroi's midsection, but Yoroi blocked it with his forearm. He's fast, a genin from the Hidden Rain village muttered in the stands. And he's not even using his Sharingan yet, Kiba added, his eyes narrowed. Yoroi pressed his attack, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks. Sasuke, his face a mask of concentration, fluidly parried and dodged each strike. His movements were precise, economical, and incredibly fast. He moved like a dancer, each step calculated, each block perfectly timed. He didn't waste a single motion. Sasuke's taijutsu has improved immensely, Kakashi mused, observing from above. He's relying solely on it, which is good. He needs to control that curse mark. Sasuke saw an opening. As Yoroi overextended on a punch, Sasuke ducked under it and delivered a quick, sharp uppercut to Yoroi's chin. Yoroi staggered back a step, but quickly recovered. Not bad, Uchiha, Yoroi rasped, his voice muffled by his mask. But you're going to need more than just fancy moves. Suddenly, Yoroi's hands glowed with a faint chakra. He lunged forward again, attempting to grab Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing the change in chakra, tried to evade, but Yoroi's movements were surprisingly sticky. Yoroi's fingers brushed against Sasuke's arm, and Sasuke felt a sudden, draining sensation. What was that? Sakura gasped from the stands. He's absorbing chakra, Ino exclaimed. That's Yoroi's technique. Sasuke jumped back, shaking his arm as if to dislodge something. The drained feeling was unsettling, but he quickly refocused. He realized he couldn't let Yoroi make direct contact. He charged forward this time, initiating his own offensive. He delivered a rapid succession of punches, aiming for Yoroi's vital points. Yoroi, surprised by Sasuke's sudden aggression, was forced to defend. Sasuke's punches were crisp and powerful, each strike carrying significant force. He weaved in and out, creating openings and exploiting them. "Go, Sasuke-kun!" Sakura cheered, a flicker of hope returning to her eyes. Naruto watched silently, his expression unreadable. "Show me, Uchiha-san," he thought. "Show me if you're still as weak as you were." Yoroi, however, was persistent. He moved with a heavy, deliberate strength, constantly trying to get close enough to drain Sasuke's chakra again. He feinted left, then lunged right, attempting a grab. Sasuke anticipated it, shifting his weight and narrowly avoiding the grasp. He spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to Yoroi's side. The kick connected with a thud, sending Yoroi skidding across the ground. He grunted in pain, but pushed himself back up, his eyes fixed on Sasuke with a determined glint. "Impressive," Shikamaru observed. "He's keeping Yoroi at a distance. But for how long?" Choji wondered, munching on chips. "Yoroi's pretty tough." Sasuke continued his assault, moving with a relentless pace. He used a combination of quick jabs, powerful hooks, and sweeping kicks. Yoroi, growing more desperate, began to throw wilder, more telegraphed attacks. Sasuke capitalized on this, dodging with ease and delivering precise counter-attacks. He aimed for Yoroi's joints, his exposed neck, anything that would cause damage without allowing Yoroi to make direct chakra-draining contact. A quick jab to the face, followed by a kick to the knee, made Yoroi stumble. Sasuke pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of blows that drove Yoroi backward. He ended the combination with a powerful palm strike to Yoroi's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yoroi coughed, struggling to get up. He looked at Sasuke, his eyes filled with a new resolve. "All right, Uchiha," he growled. "Let's see how you handle this." He pushed himself to his feet, and a faint, purplish aura began to emanate from his body. His chakra absorption technique became more potent, more visible. Sasuke felt a prickling sensation on his neck. The curse mark. He clenched his jaw, fighting against its influence. He knew he couldn't afford to lose control, especially not here. He needed to end this quickly. His eyes narrowed, and with a soft whoosh, his Sharingan activated. The single tomo in each eye spun into existence, giving him a heightened perception of Yoroi's movements and chakra flow. The Sharingan, Naruto thought, a jolt running through him. Finally, Uchiha-san is getting serious. He felt a strange mix of emotions, a grudging admiration for Sasuke's skill, and a deep-seated resentment that still lingered. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura exclaimed, a mix of relief and fear in her voice. Relief that he was using his full power, fear of what the curse mark might do. With the Sharingan active, Sasuke moved with even greater fluidity. He could anticipate Yoroi's every move, every shift in his chakra. Yoroi lunged, his hands glowing brighter, but Sasuke was already moving. He effortlessly dodged the grab, weaving around Yoroi's outstretched arms. He saw an opening. Yoroi's stance was momentarily off balance as he missed his target. Sasuke seized the opportunity. He moved in close, his movements a blur, and struck with a series of incredibly fast, precise strikes. He aimed for Yoroi's pressure points, the areas where chakra pathways converge. Wham! A strike to the shoulder. Thud! A kick to the elbow. Crack! A swift chop to the back of the neck. Each blow was delivered with immense speed and power, bypassing Yoroi's chakra absorption as Sasuke didn't allow him time to react or make full contact. Yoroi grunted, his body jolting with each impact. He tried to retaliate, but Sasuke was too fast, too precise. His movements were a symphony of calculated aggression, each strike building on the last. Finally, with a powerful, focused strike to Yoroi's stomach, Sasuke delivered the final blow. Yoroi's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A stunned silence filled the arena, followed by a roar of cheers. "He won," Sakura cried out, relief washing over her. Naruto watched Sasuke, his face still unreadable. Uchiha-san had won, and he had done it with just taijutsu and his Sharingan. He hadn't needed any fancy ninjutsu. Kakashi, seeing Sasuke stand victorious, nodded almost imperceptibly. He knew he had to act quickly before the curse mark became an issue. Hayate, after checking on Yoroi, approached Sasuke. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke stood over Yoroi, breathing heavily, his Sharingan still active. The curse mark on his neck began to throb, a faint purple pattern spreading across his skin. He felt the familiar surge of dark power, the burning sensation. He clenched his fists, struggling to maintain control. Kakashi, recognizing the signs, immediately dropped down from the railing, landing silently beside Sasuke. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, his expression serious. "Sasuke, we need to go," Kakashi said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." Sasuke gritted his teeth, the curse mark pulsing. He nodded, then swayed slightly. Kakashi quickly supported him, guiding him away from the arena floor. As they walked towards the exit, Naruto watched them go, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He saw Kakashi leading Sasuke away, likely to deal with that cursed mark. Naruto felt a flicker of something close to concern, but it was quickly overshadowed by the hard knot of resentment in his chest. Just like always, Uchiha-san gets all the attention, he thought, a familiar bitterness rising. He quickly pushed it down. He had his own path now, his own power. He didn't need them. Karen, who had been watching the fight with wide eyes, looked at Naruto. "He's strong," she said, a hint of awe in her voice. Naruto didn't reply, his gaze fixed on the disappearing figures of Sasuke and Kakashi. The silence in the arena was soon broken by Hayate's voice, ready to announce the next match. Naruto took a deep breath, pushing down the swirling emotions. He had to stay focused. His journey was far from over. The air in the arena, still charged with the aftermath of Sasuke's swift victory, began to settle. Hayate Gecko, ever the picture of languid composure despite his chronic cough, stepped forward. His gaze swept across the remaining genin, resting momentarily on Naruto before moving on. Naruto, for his part, felt the last vestiges of his complex emotions regarding Sasuke's fight recede, replaced by a steely resolve. His match would come. "All right," Hayate announced, his voice carrying clearly through the high-ceilinged room. "Next match, please direct your attention to the display board." With a low hum, the electronic screen flickered, displaying the combatants for the second preliminary match. Zaku Abumi vs. Shino Aburame. A ripple of murmurs spread through the stands. Naruto's eyes immediately darted to the two figures designated for the fight. Zaku, one of Orochimaru's Sound Village genin, stood with an arrogant smirk, his distinctive armed cannons clearly visible beneath his sleeves. Across from him, Shino Aburame, stoic and unmoving, simply adjusted his dark sunglasses, his high collar obscuring most of his face. He seemed to emit an almost imperceptible hum, a subtle energy that set him apart. Karen, beside Naruto, tilted her head. "Zaku, huh? He was with that creepy guy during the forest exam." Naruto nodded, his expression grim. "Yeah, one of Orochimaru's pawns. And Shino," he paused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "He's always been strange. I've heard about his clan's techniques." Kiba, from a few rows behind, leaned forward, a confident grin on his face. "Ha, Shino's gonna wipe the floor with this guy. Believe it." Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, gave a small, affirmative bark. Shikamaru, ever the pragmatist, merely sighed. "Troublesome. That sound ninja seems like he'll be a pain." Sakura, having finally calmed from Sasuke's fight, looked curiously at Shino. She knew little of his abilities, only the vague rumors of insects. Hayate, observing that both combatants had acknowledged their names, continued. "Zaku Abumi and Shino Aburame, please remain on the ground floor. All other genin, return to the stands." As the other genin shuffled to their positions, a sense of quiet anticipation settled over the arena. Many were unfamiliar with Shino's fighting style, adding an element of mystery to the upcoming battle. Naruto watched as Zaku sauntered into the center of the arena, his posture radiating overconfidence. Shino, in contrast, moved with a deliberate, almost imperceptible grace, his steps silent. Hayate took his position between them, his gaze assessing. Are both competitors ready? Zaku smirked, giving a dismissive wave of his hand. Ready when you are, old man. Shino simply nodded, a faint glint reflecting off his sunglasses. Then, begin, Hayate announced, dissolving into a shimmering flicker of motion as he retreated to the edge of the arena. Zaku wasted no time. With a guttural shout, he unleashed a torrent of chakra-infused air from the holes in his palms, aiming directly at Shino. The sound was like a sharp crack, and the force of the blast ripped through the air, stirring up dust from the arena floor. Sound attack! Sakura exclaimed, covering her ears instinctively. Naruto watched intently, his eyes narrowed. Zaku's signature move. Shino, however, remained utterly still. Just as the blast was about to connect, a swarm of tiny, buzzing insects, barely visible to the naked eye, erupted from beneath his clothes, forming a swirling shield around him. The chakra-infused air struck the insect barrier, dissipating harmlessly against their collective bodies. Whoa! Kiba yelped, startled. What are those things? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. The Aburame clan's Kikaichu. They live inside their hosts and feed on their chakra. In return, they fight for them. Zaku's smirk faltered slightly. He clearly hadn't expected his attack to be so easily negated. He pressed his attack, firing another, more concentrated blast of air. Again, Shino's insects met it, absorbing the impact and leaving him completely unscathed. Impressive, Asuma murmured from above, his eyes fixed on Shino. He's using his insects to completely nullify the sound waves. Zaku, growing frustrated, charged forward, intending to overwhelm Shino with physical force. He aimed a wide, sweeping punch at Shino's head, his other hand ready to unleash another blast if needed. Shino, still eerily calm, didn't dodge. Instead, his entire body seemed to ripple, and more insects poured forth, weaving themselves around Zaku's arm as it extended. Zaku cried out in surprise as he felt a strange, tingling sensation. His arm, mid-punch, began to slow, his movements becoming sluggish. What's happening? A Sakura genin, his chakra is being drained. Naruto realized, his voice hushed. He had heard about the Kikaichu, but seeing them in action was something else entirely. Those insects. They're feeding on his chakra. Zaku recoiled, shaking his arm violently, trying to dislodge the buzzing horde clinging to him. He managed to shake most of them off, but he could feel the drain on his energy. His previous confidence began to erode, replaced by a growing unease. Filthy bugs. Zaku snarled, his voice tinged with desperation. He unleashed another barrage of sound attacks, wider and more erratic, hoping to hit Shino's insects or Shino himself. Shino, meanwhile, had begun to move. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost methodical, yet incredibly effective. He seemed to glide across the arena floor, weaving through Zaku's chaotic attacks. With each subtle movement, he released more Kikaichu, their faint buzzing growing louder in the otherwise silent arena. The insects, acting as an extension of Shino's will, began to envelop Zaku. They moved like a living current, flowing around his legs, his torso, attempting to restrict his movement and drain his chakra. Zaku thrashed, trying to shake them off, but the insects were relentless, clinging to him with surprising tenacity. He's cornering him without even touching him. Kiba exclaimed, his previous bravado replaced by genuine awe. It's a battle of attrition, Shikamaru observed, a rare spark of interest in his eyes. Shino's just slowly draining him, wearing him down. Zaku, growing increasingly desperate, unleashed his most powerful attack, the supersonic slicer. He channeled a massive amount of chakra into both of his arm cannons, releasing two focused, razor-sharp blades of air designed to cut through anything in their path. Here it comes, Naruto muttered, bracing himself. Shino, however, was prepared. With a subtle flick of his wrist, his insects converged, forming a dense, rotating spiral directly in front of him. The twin sonic blades slammed into the insect vortex, and for a moment, the air vibrated violently. But then, astonishingly, the insects absorbed the attack, the blades dissipating into harmless currents of air. Zaku stared in disbelief. His strongest attack, completely nullified. He was breathing heavily now, the constant chakra drain taking its toll. He looked at Shino, who stood there, impassive, his sunglasses reflecting the light, as if completely unaffected. How? How are you doing that? Zaku stammered, his voice laced with fear. Shino finally spoke, his voice low and monotone, barely audible above the faint buzzing of his insects. My insects are specialized. They consume chakra, yes, but they also have the ability to absorb various forms of energy. Your sound waves are merely a form of kinetic energy, powered by chakra. They are a simple meal. As Shino spoke, more insects, like an ominous shadow, began to spread across the arena floor, slowly but surely surrounding Zaku. Zaku felt panic rising. He was trapped, his chakra rapidly depleting, and his attacks rendered useless. He tried one last, desperate attempt. He attempted to channel chakra into his arms to create a focused blast, but his body wouldn't respond as quickly. The insects were already closing in, covering his legs, then his arms. He could feel them crawling over his skin, a horrifying, alien sensation. Get off me! Get off me! Zaku screamed, thrashing wildly. But with each movement, the insects tightened their grip, draining him further. Shino raised a hand slightly, and the insects responded, swarming Zaku even more intensely. Zaku fell to his knees, his body racked with tremors. He tried to speak, but only a gurgling sound escaped his lips. His chakra reserves were almost completely depleted. He was utterly helpless. Finally, with a soft, almost imperceptible sigh, Shino lowered his hand. The insects, as if on cue, began to retreat from Zaku, leaving him lying in a crumpled heap on the arena floor, unconscious and utterly spent. A stunned silence filled the room. No one had expected such a one-sided, almost clinical, defeat. Shino had barely moved, barely exerted himself, yet he had completely neutralized his opponent. Hayate, after a moment, stepped forward and checked on Zaku. Satisfied that he was merely unconscious, he turned to Shino. The winner is Shino Aburame. A smattering of polite applause followed, more out of respect for Shino's unconventional power than excitement for the fight itself. Naruto watched Shino, a new respect blossoming within him. Shino was certainly not flashy, but his fighting style was terrifyingly effective. He was a silent, calculating predator. Kiba, meanwhile, was beaming. See, I told you Shino would win. That's my teammate. Shikamaru merely grunted, a flicker of something akin to admiration in his eyes. Troublesome, but effective. He's certainly not a straightforward opponent. Shino, unfazed by the attention, simply adjusted his sunglasses once more, his expression unchanging. He turned and began to walk away from the arena floor, his figure disappearing into the crowd of genin. Naruto took a deep breath. The fights were getting serious now. Each competitor had unique abilities, and the stakes were higher than ever. He looked down at his own hands, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His time was coming. He wouldn't be like Zaku, easily defeated. He would show them all. The resounding declaration of Shino's victory hung in the air, a testament to the chilling efficiency of the Aburame clan's secret techniques. Naruto, still processing the clinical precision of Shino's win, felt a fresh wave of anticipation ripple through the observation deck. Each battle, he realized, was a masterclass in unique ninja arts, revealing the hidden depths of Konoha's genin and the unexpected dangers of their foreign counterparts. Hayate Gecko, ever the impartial arbiter, cleared his throat, his gaze once more sweeping over the remaining hopefuls. All right, everyone, he announced, his voice regaining its usual languid tone. Next match, please direct your attention to the display board. The electronic screen above flickered to life with a soft whir, and the names for the next bout materialized, drawing gasps and murmurs from the assembled ninja. Masumi Tsurugi vs. Kankuro. Naruto's eyes immediately found the two figures. Masumi Tsurugi, one of Orochimaru's Sound Village genin, was a lean, almost gangly figure with an unsettling flexibility that spoke of strange modifications. Across from him, Kankuro, the elder of the Sand Village siblings, stood with an air of theatrical menace, his face painted with dark, intricate patterns, and a large, bandaged bundle slung over his back. Gaara, silent and menacing, stood nearby, observing his brother with an unnerving intensity. Masumi, huh? Karen muttered beside Naruto, her brow furrowed. He was with Zaku and that other guy. The stretchy one. Naruto nodded slowly, recalling Masumi's unnerving contortions during the Forest of Death. Yeah, he looked like he could twist himself into a pretzel. And Kankuro. He's the puppet guy, right? Naruto glanced at the large, cloth-wrapped object on Kankuro's back, a faint sense of unease settling over him. He'd heard whispers of the Sand's unique puppetry techniques, but he'd never seen them in action. Kiba, ever boisterous, leaned forward, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Oh, this is gonna be good. Kankuro's got some weird tricks up his sleeve, I heard." Akamaru barked in agreement, tail wagging. Shikamaru, leaning against the railing with his usual lack of enthusiasm, sighed. "More trouble. At least it won't be as boring as Zaku vs. Shino, maybe." Sakura, her curiosity piqued, leaned in. "Puppets. What kind of puppets?" Hayate, observing that both combatants had acknowledged their names, continued, "Masumi Tsurugi and Kankuro, please remain on the ground floor. All other genin, return to the stands." As the genin shuffled back to their designated spots, a fresh wave of anticipation filled the arena. Kankuro's reputation, though vague, hinted at a fascinating and potentially dangerous fighting style. Naruto watched as Masumi sauntered into the center, his movements fluid and unsettlingly loose. Kankuro, in contrast, moved with a deliberate swagger, his bandaged bundle looking increasingly ominous. Hayate took his position between them, his gaze assessing. Are both competitors ready? Masumi stretched, his limbs extending with an unnatural elasticity, and gave a chilling smile. Ready to show this freak a real ninja art. Kankuro merely scoffed, his painted face unreadable. You'll be begging for mercy before you even know what hit you, amateur. Then, begin, Hayate announced, dissolving into a shimmering flicker of motion as he retreated to the edge of the arena. Kankuro wasted no time. With a dramatic flourish, he untied the bandages on his back, revealing the grotesque, wooden puppet beneath. It was a humanoid figure, crudely carved and painted, with 3 eyes and a wide, unsettling grin. Karasu, the puppet, was a chilling sight, even from the stands. "Whoa, what is that thing?" Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide. "That's his puppet, Karasu," Shikamaru explained, a rare flicker of genuine interest in his voice. "The Sand Village uses these things. They're called marionettes. They fight using chakra strings." Masumi, initially unfazed, smirked. "A doll. You're going to fight me with a toy, Sand Ninja." He coiled slightly, his body tensing, ready to spring. Kankuro chuckled, a low, guttural sound. "You'll regret those words. Chakra threads. Invisible threads of chakra, barely discernible even to the most skilled eyes, shot from Kankuro's fingertips, attaching themselves to various points on Karasu. With a subtle twitch of his fingers, Kankuro made the puppet leap forward, its movements eerily lifelike. Masumi, confident in his unique abilities, met the charge head-on. He lunged, his arm extending with rubbery speed, aiming a strike at Karasu's head. But just as his hand connected, Karasu's head spun on its axis, a sharp, metallic blade suddenly emerging from its neck and slicing through the air where Masumi's arm had been. Masumi recoiled, surprised by the puppet's hidden weapon. "It has weapons inside it." Sakura gasped, eyes widening. Kankuro laughed. "That's just the beginning, fool." Karasu, under Kankuro's precise control, launched a flurry of attacks. Its limbs extended with surprising force, and from various joints, small, poisoned needles or blades would spring forth. Masumi, relying on his extreme flexibility, twisted and contorted his body, narrowly dodging each deadly strike. He was fast, undeniably so, but Kankuro's puppet seemed to anticipate his every move. "He's using his flexibility to avoid direct hits, but he can't get close," Kakashi observed from above, his lone visible eye fixed on the developing battle. Masumi, growing frustrated, decided to go on the offensive. He stretched his arm out, elongating it to an incredible length, and wrapped it around Karasu's leg, intending to yank the puppet off balance. But as he pulled, he felt a strange resistance. Karasu remained rooted to the spot, its foot seemingly gripping the ground with an unseen force. Kankuro's smirk widened. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" With another twitch of Kankuro's fingers, Karasu's chest cavity split open, revealing a series of small, sharp kunai that spun out, aiming directly at Masumi. Masumi gasped, forced to release his grip and twist his body into an impossible knot to avoid the projectiles. He's not just moving the puppet, he's controlling hidden compartments and weapons. Naruto exclaimed, genuinely impressed despite himself. Shikamaru nodded. A puppet master controls every aspect of their puppet. It's like fighting multiple opponents at once, especially if they have more than one. Masumi, regaining his footing, realized he needed a different approach. His body rippled, and he extended his limbs, aiming to bind Karasu in a constricting hold. He stretched his arms and legs, attempting to wrap them around the puppet, trying to restrict its movements. He was a human whip, lashing out with surprising speed. Kankuro, however, remained calm. He subtly manipulated Karasu, allowing Masumi to get close, almost as if luring him in. Just as Masumi's flexible limbs began to coil around Karasu, Kankuro flicked his fingers again. Karasu's entire body suddenly split into multiple segments, each connected by unseen chakra threads. The segmented pieces whirled around Masumi, disorienting him, and then reassembled behind him, effectively trapping him. Masumi found himself surrounded by the puppet's detached limbs, each segment now capable of independent movement. What the? Masumi gasped, trying to untangle himself, but the chakra threads were strong, and Karasu's segmented body was surprisingly agile. Kankuro chuckled, a triumphant glint in his eye. Now you're in my web, fool. From the segmented parts of Karasu, a cloud of purple gas suddenly billowed forth, enveloping Masumi. Poison gas. Sakura screamed, covering her mouth. Naruto's eyes widened. This was far more sinister than he'd imagined. Masumi coughed, his flexible body spasming as the gas took effect. He tried to contort away, but the segmented puppet parts clung to him, preventing escape. His movements grew sluggish, his face paling under the poisonous fumes. He stumbled, weakening rapidly. Kankuro, standing confidently, began to reel in his chakra threads, pulling Karasu's segmented pieces closer. As the puppet reassembled itself around Masumi, it formed a macabre, wooden cage, trapping the struggling genin within. Masumi, weakened by the poison, slumped against the rough wood, his eyes glazing over. It's over, Kankuro stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Karasu, black secret technique. Machine one shot. With a final, decisive movement, Kankuro brought his hands together. Karasu's mouth, previously just a grin, opened wider, revealing a hidden, sharp blade. The blade extended, aimed directly at Masumi's chest. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the arena as the puppet tightened its grip, preparing for the final blow. Just as the blade was about to connect, Hayate, moving with incredible speed, appeared between Masumi and Karasu, catching the puppet's extending blade with his bare hand. The action was swift, precise, and demonstrated the vast gulf in power between a genin and a jonin. That's enough, Hayate declared, his voice firm despite his chronic cough. He pulled the blade away from Masumi, who was now barely conscious, slumped within Karasu's embrace. He then released Masumi from the puppet's hold, letting him fall gently to the ground. Kankuro, though clearly annoyed at the interruption, immediately reeled in his chakra threads, pulling Karasu back to his side. He glared at Hayate, but made no move to protest. Hayate quickly checked on Masumi, confirming he was out cold and severely poisoned, but alive. The winner is Kankuro, he announced, his voice carrying through the momentarily silent arena. A smattering of uneasy applause followed. Kankuro's fighting style was certainly effective, but also brutal and unsettling. Naruto watched Kankuro, a new respect tinged with caution settling over him. The puppet master was not to be underestimated. His fighting style was complex, strategic, and deadly. He saw Gaara in the stands, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk on his face, as if silently approving of his brother's victory. Kiba, for once, was quiet, his earlier bravado replaced by a thoughtful expression. Man, those puppets are creepy. And strong. Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head. Troublesome, indeed. This exam is full of weirdos. Kankuro, unfazed by the mixed reactions, adjusted his puppet and turned, walking away from the arena floor, his figure disappearing into the crowd of genin, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. Naruto took a deep breath. The fights were escalating in intensity and danger. Each opponent brought a unique and often terrifying set of skills to the table. He looked down at his own hands, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His time was coming. He wouldn't just win, he would prove he was worthy of being Hokage. The silence following Kankuro's brutal victory was palpable, a heavy blanket woven from shock and grudging respect. Naruto, still processing the intricacies of the puppet master's fighting style, felt a knot of anticipation tighten in his stomach. Each match was a stark reminder of the immense power and hidden dangers that lurked beneath the surface of the ninja world. Karen, ever perceptive, nudged Naruto with her elbow. "So, Naruto-sama, what do you think of Kankuro's fighting style? Are you ready for your turn in the arena?" she asked, her voice a low murmur that only he could hear. Naruto's eyes, still fixed on the spot where Masumi had fallen, narrowed slightly. "His style is unique," he admitted, choosing his words carefully. "It's not about brute strength, but about strategy and deception. He thinks ahead, anticipating every move. It's impressive. As for being ready, Karen, I was born ready. This is just the warm-up." A faint, confident smirk touched his lips. Hayate Gecko, his usual languid demeanor returning, cleared his throat. "All right, everyone, another thrilling display of skill. Let's prepare for the next match." His gaze swept over the remaining genin. "The display board will now show our next combatants." The screen flickered, and the names that materialized sent a fresh wave of murmurs through the observation deck, particularly among Konoha's genin. Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them as he looked at the name Haruno-san. He then glanced over to where Sakura stood, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. Beside her, Ino Yamanaka, her blonde ponytail swaying, looked equally taken aback. Hinata, who had been quietly observing the previous match, leaned slightly closer to Naruto. Sakura and Ino-chan. "They're going to fight," she whispered, a hint of worry in her voice. Naruto offered a small, reassuring smile to Hinata, a genuine warmth in his eyes that was absent when he looked at Sakura. "Looks that way, Hinata. It'll be interesting." He leaned in conspiratorially. "Think Ino can finally knock some sense into Haruno-san?" Hinata's cheeks flushed a light pink at his closeness, and she mumbled something incoherent, quickly averting her gaze. Shikamaru, ever the pragmatist, groaned. "Oh, great. Another troublesome match. This one's going to be loud, isn't it?" Kiba, however, seemed to relish the prospect. "All right. A catfight. This is what I'm talking about. Come on, Ino, kick her butt." Akamaru barked in agreement. Choji, munching on a bag of chips, simply looked curious. Ino, regaining her composure, shot a challenging glare at Sakura. While her face remained impassive, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, quickly masked. She hadn't forgotten Sakura's actions, or lack thereof, during Naruto's ordeal in the Forest of Death. Sakura, for her part, met Ino's gaze with a nervous determination. Hayate's voice cut through the growing tension. "Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, please proceed to the arena floor. All other genin, return to the stands." As the genin shuffled, Ino and Sakura made their way down to the central arena. They stood opposite each other, a palpable tension in the air, thick with years of rivalry and unspoken resentments. "Looks like it's finally come to this, Ino Pig," Sakura said, trying to sound confident, but her voice held a slight tremor. Ino snorted, a derisive sound. "Forehead girl. Let's see if you've actually learned anything besides chasing after boys." Her eyes, though steady, held a deeper unspoken challenge. Hayate positioned himself between them, his gaze assessing. "Are both competitors ready?" "Ready," Sakura declared, steeling herself. "Ready to wipe that smirk off her face," Ino retorted, a fierce glint in her eyes. "Then, begin," Hayate announced, vanishing in a puff of smoke to the side of the arena. The moment Hayate disappeared, Ino wasted no time. She lunged forward, kunai in hand, her movements surprisingly swift and aggressive. Sakura, startled by the sudden ferocity, barely managed to block with her own kunai. The clang of metal echoed through the silent arena. "What's with the immediate attack?" Naruto muttered, a slight frown on his face. "Haruno-san usually hesitates." Kiba grinned. "Ino's always been fiery. She doesn't hold back, even against a friend." The two girls exchanged a rapid flurry of blows, kunai clashing, their movements a blur. Ino pressed her advantage, her attacks relentless, forcing Sakura onto the defensive. Sakura parried, dodged, and blocked, but she was clearly struggling to keep up with Ino's unexpected intensity. "You're getting rusty, forehead girl," Ino taunted, a whirlwind of kicks and punches. "All that time staring at Sasuke-kun, you forgot how to fight." Sakura gritted her teeth, a flush of anger coloring her cheeks. "Shut up, Ino pig. I'll show you." She managed to land a solid kick to Ino's side, sending her stumbling back. Ino recovered quickly, rubbing her side. Not bad, but not good enough. She performed a series of rapid hand signs. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. A ripple of chakra emanated from Ino, a faint, almost invisible thread extending towards Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened in alarm. She knew this jutsu, the Yamanaka clan's signature technique, and she knew she couldn't afford to be hit by it. She darted backward, narrowly avoiding the chakra thread. "She's going for the mind transfer already," Kiba exclaimed, surprised. Ino usually saves that for when she's got them cornered. Shikamaru sighed again. "She's trying to end it quickly. Maybe she's impatient." Ino continued to press, attempting to catch Sakura off guard with the mind transfer. Sakura, however, was surprisingly agile, dodging and weaving, constantly putting distance between herself and Ino to avoid the jutsu's range. She knew if Ino landed it, the fight would be over. "You're just running away, Sakura," Ino yelled, frustration creeping into her voice. "Don't tell me you're going to be a coward in this fight too." Sakura flinched at the word, coward, a memory of her inaction in the forest of death stinging her. She refused to let Ino's words get to her. She formed her own hand signs, focusing her chakra. "Inner Sakura. Let's show her." A burst of raw, untamed power seemed to surge within Sakura. Her movements became sharper, more decisive. She countered Ino's next attack with a powerful punch that sent a shockwave through the air, forcing Ino to jump back. "What was that?" Naruto exclaimed, surprised by Sakura's sudden surge of power. Even Karen looked intrigued. "Looks like Haruno-san actually has some fight in her," Naruto mumbled, still watching Sakura with a detached air. Ino, seeing Sakura's renewed resolve, changed tactics. She began throwing a barrage of shuriken, forcing Sakura to deflect and dodge. While Sakura dealt with the projectiles, Ino began a series of intricate hand signs, her eyes narrowed in concentration. "Formation Ino Shika Cho," Ino murmured, though she was alone, her words were a declaration of her clan's legacy. She channeled her chakra, shaping it, and then, with a sharp exhale, she slammed her hands together. "Ninja art, flower petal dance." A whirlwind of razor-sharp flower petals, imbued with chakra, erupted from Ino, swirling and slicing towards Sakura. Sakura gasped, immediately going on the defensive, deflecting the deadly petals with her kunai and forearms. Each petal was a small, stinging blade, forcing Sakura to move constantly, her defenses stretched thin. "Whoa, that's a new one," Kiba whistled, impressed. Sakura, battered by the barrage of petals, knew she couldn't keep this up forever. She needed an opening, a chance to counter. She noticed Ino's intense focus on maintaining the flower petal dance, her eyes closed in concentration. This was her chance. With a sudden burst of speed, Sakura lunged forward, ignoring the stinging petals, aiming a direct, chakra-enhanced punch at Ino. The wind of her fist whistled. Ino's eyes snapped open, startled by Sakura's unexpected charge. She tried to react, but it was too late. Sakura's fist connected, not with Ino's body, but with the ground right in front of her. A massive crack split the arena floor. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the ground, and Ino, caught off guard by the sheer power, was thrown backward by the concussive force, landing hard several feet away. She groaned, shaking her head as she struggled to sit up. "What was that, Haruno-san?" Naruto exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "She just punched the ground." That's impressive," Karen conceded, her eyes wide. Ino, dazed but determined, slowly pushed herself to her feet, wincing. Sakura, breathing heavily, stood ready, her fists clenched. The two rivals faced each other, battered and bruised, but neither willing to give up. Still not enough, forehead girl," Ino panted, tears welling in her eyes, not from pain, but from a deeper well of emotion. "You never should have given up on Naruto." She choked back the rest, the unspoken words heavy in the air. Sakura's eyes widened, a flicker of understanding mixed with guilt passing through them. She knew exactly what Ino was referring to. Her silence during Naruto's agonizing transformation, her inability to protect him. The accusation hung between them, unspoken but clear. Hayate, seeing the exhaustion etched on both their faces, coughed, preparing to step in. Just as he was about to declare a stop, Sakura took a deep, shaky breath, and charged again. Ino, equally exhausted, met her. They met in a flurry of desperate, uncoordinated punches and kicks, fueled by years of rivalry and the raw emotion of the moment. They were no longer fighting strategically, but with pure, unadulterated willpower. They both swung, simultaneously. Their fists connected with each other, both girls collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A stunned silence fell over the arena. Hayate Gecko appeared beside the two fallen kunoichi, quickly checking their pulses. He coughed, then announced, his voice carrying clearly, both combatants are incapacitated. The match is a draw. A mixed reaction of surprise and subdued applause filled the air. Naruto watched, a flicker of something resembling concern passing through his eyes as medical ninja rushed to attend to Sakura and Ino. A draw, huh? Kiba muttered, rubbing his chin. Guess they're still even. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, right to the end. Naruto, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sakura as she was carefully lifted onto a stretcher. Even unconscious, he still referred to her as Haruno-san in his thoughts, the lingering anger a subtle barrier between them. He turned his attention to the board, waiting for the next names to appear, the heat of his own upcoming battle simmering beneath the surface. What do you think will happen in the next match, Naruto-sama? And are you surprised by Haruno-san's resilience? The draw between Sakura and Ino hung in the air, a testament to their enduring, if complicated, rivalry. Naruto, though outwardly stoic, couldn't deny a flicker of surprise at Haruno-san's raw tenacity, even if it was quickly overshadowed by his persistent frustration with her. He still felt the sting of her inaction during his ordeal, and it colored his perception of her every move. Hayate Gecko, after ensuring Sakura and Ino were safely removed by the medical ninja, cleared his throat once more. The sound echoed in the arena, drawing everyone's attention back to the flickering display board. The names that appeared next were familiar, but the pairing promised a different kind of intensity. Tenten vs. Temari. A murmur rippled through the observation deck. Neji Hyuga, ever composed, barely reacted, but his eyes, usually so impassive, held a glint of anticipation. Rock Lee, beside him, pumped a fist. Go, Tenten, show them the power of Konoha's ultimate weapon master. He exclaimed, his voice brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Naruto's gaze sharpened, a faint smirk touching his lips. Well, Hinata, looks like we're in for another interesting one, he said, leaning in close, his arm brushing hers. Hinata, flustered, mumbled a shy agreement, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of pink. Naruto chuckled softly, enjoying her reaction. Karen, ever observant, nudged Naruto. Tenten is known for her weapons, Naruto-sama, but Temari. She's the one with the giant fan, isn't she? This could be a windy battle. Indeed, Karen, Naruto replied, his eyes narrowing as he considered the matchup. Tenten relies on precision in a vast arsenal. Temari, on the other hand, controls the battlefield with her wind. It'll be a test of range versus close quarters combat. He glanced at Hinata again, a playful glint in his eye. Think Tenten can fan Temari out of the arena, Hinata. Hinata giggled softly, a rare sound. I hope she does well, and Naruto-kun. Kiba, ever boisterous, let out a whoop. Alright, another sand ninja. Let's see if this one's as freaky as the puppet guy, or as scary as Gaara. Akamaru barked, seemingly in agreement. Shikamaru groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. More troublesome women fighting. This tournament is going to give me a headache. Choji, as usual, simply continued munching on his chips, watching the proceedings with mild curiosity. From the Sand Village's side, Kankuro watched with a confident smirk, while Gaara remained silent and still, his eyes fixed on the arena. Hayate's voice cut through the chatter. Tenten and Temari, please proceed to the arena floor. All other genin, return to the stands. Tenten, dressed in her practical combat attire, confidently strode down to the arena, a scroll clutched in her hand. Her brow was furrowed in determination. Across from her, Tamari, with her large, imposing fan strapped to her back, descended with an air of calculated nonchalance, her sharp gaze assessing her opponent. They stood opposite each other, the air between them crackling with unspoken challenge. "Ready, weapon mistress." Tamari sneered, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "Let's see if those little toys can withstand a real storm." Tenten, refusing to be intimidated, met her gaze. "You'll find that my toys are more than enough to handle your storm, wind user." Hayate positioned himself between them. "Are both competitors ready?" "Ready," Tenten affirmed, her stance firm. "Born ready," Tamari retorted, her hand instinctively going to her fan. "Then, begin," Hayate announced, vanishing to the side of the arena. The moment Hayate disappeared, Tamari wasted no time. With a fluid motion, she unstrapped her giant iron fan and flicked it open, revealing 3 distinct moons etched onto its surface. A gust of wind, surprisingly strong, immediately emanated from her, whipping Tenten's hair around her face. "She's starting with a long-range attack," Kiba exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Smart," Naruto observed, his expression unreadable. "Temari's strength is her range. Tenten needs to close the distance." Tenten, anticipating Temari's move, was already on the defensive. She slammed her scroll onto the ground, and in a puff of smoke, a torrent of shuriken and kunai materialized, arcing through the air. "Twin rising dragons," Tenten shouted, her voice cutting through the wind. The metallic projectiles, infused with her chakra, flew towards Tamari in a dazzling, swirling torrent. Tamari, however, merely smirked. With another powerful swing of her fan, she unleashed a formidable gust of wind. The two forces collided in the center of the arena, a storm of steel against a tempest of air. The kunai and shuriken were swept aside, deflected, and sent clattering against the arena walls, rendered ineffective by the sheer force of Temari's wind. "Impossible," Rock Lee cried out, dismayed. "Her wind jutsu is too strong." Naruto watched intently. "It's not just strength, Lee. It's precision. She's controlling the air currents to deflect the projectiles." "Naruto-sama, what do you think Tenten should do now?" Karen asked, genuinely curious. "She needs to adapt," Naruto replied, his gaze fixed on the arena. "Her direct attacks aren't working." Tenten, seeing her initial volley fail, didn't falter. She knew fighting a wind user like Tamari was about managing distance. Tamari was an expert at creating space, forcing opponents into her ideal range. Tenten needed to disrupt that. She started moving, nimble and agile, constantly trying to flank Tamari, closing in while simultaneously dodging the increasingly powerful gusts of wind Tamari unleashed. Each swing of Temari's fan sent a concussive wave of air, tearing up sections of the arena floor. "Wind side jutsu," Tamari roared, swinging her fan with all her might. A massive, razor-sharp crescent of wind sliced through the air, heading straight for Tenten. Tenten, with a gasp, narrowly dodged, the wind cutting a deep furrow in the ground where she had stood moments before. She retaliated, pulling out a series of explosive tags and throwing them, hoping to create a smokescreen or force Tamari to move. But Tamari simply fanned the explosive tags away with another gust of wind, causing them to detonate harmlessly in the distance. "Your efforts are futile," Tamari taunted, her voice carrying over the whipping wind. "You can't get close enough." Tenten gritted her teeth. She knew Tamari was right. Her direct attacks were being neutralized, and Temari's wind jutsu kept pushing her back. She needed a different approach. She began running around the perimeter of the arena, forcing Tamari to constantly adjust her aim, hoping to find an opening. "She's tiring herself out running," Kiba pointed out, concerned. "No," Shikamaru mused, his eyes half closed. "She's waiting. Temari's jutsu uses a lot of chakra. Tenten's trying to outlast her, or force her into a mistake." Naruto nodded in agreement. Shikamaru's right. Tenten is buying time, but Tamari is relentless. Tamari, growing impatient, decided to end it. She planted her feet firmly, her eyes narrowing. "Wind release, great cutting wind," she declared, swinging her fan with a powerful, horizontal motion. A massive, sweeping gale of wind, far more potent than anything before, surged across the arena. It was a solid wall of air, designed to obliterate anything in its path. Tenten, seeing the sheer scale of the attack, knew she couldn't dodge it. She had to counter. In a desperate move, she slammed another scroll down, and this time, not weapons, but a large, sturdy metal shield materialized in front of her. She braced herself behind it, grunting with effort as the force of Temari's attack slammed into her. The shield held, but Tenten was pushed back several feet, digging her heels into the ground to resist the powerful gale. The arena floor around her cracked and buckled under the immense pressure. Impressive defense, Naruto-sama, Karen commented, genuinely surprised. She's resourceful, Naruto said, still watching, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. But she can't stay on the defensive forever. As the wind dissipated, Tenten, panting, lowered the shield. She looked up at Temari, who stood defiantly, her fan poised. Still standing, I see, Temari said, a flicker of surprise in her voice. But for how long? Tenten, seeing her window, saw Temari momentarily drop her guard. This was her chance. She pulled out a barrage of explosive tags and, instead of throwing them directly, she used them as a distraction. As the tags detonated, creating smoke and minor explosions, Tenten launched herself forward, disappearing into the chaos. Temari, momentarily blinded by the smoke, squinted. Where did she go? From within the smoke, Tenten launched her final, most desperate attack. She threw a single, meticulously aimed wire, which wrapped around Temari's fan. With a sharp tug, Tenten tried to disarm her. Temari, however, reacted swiftly. She tugged back, engaging in a brief tug of war with Tenten over her fan. The wire snapped. Foolish girl. Temari snarled, unleashing a final, massive gust of wind from her fan, aimed directly at Tenten, who was now vulnerable and close. Wind release, cast net. Tenten was caught in the powerful gust, unable to escape. She was lifted off her feet, spun around helplessly in the air, and then slammed violently against the arena wall, before falling unconscious to the ground. Her body lay still amidst the debris of the torn-up arena floor. A hush fell over the crowd. Hayate Gecko appeared beside Tenten, checking her pulse. After a moment, he coughed. The winner is Temari. A smattering of applause, mostly from the Sand Village's side, echoed through the arena. Rock Lee rushed forward, but Neji held him back, a grim expression on his face. Naruto watched as Medical Ninja once again rushed onto the floor, carefully lifting Tenten onto a stretcher. His expression remained unreadable, but a faint sigh escaped his lips. So, Temari wins, Kiba stated, rubbing his chin. Man, those Sand Village ninja are no joke. Shikamaru merely nodded. Troublesome power. Naruto's eyes drifted to the display board, waiting for the next pairing, a sense of grim determination settling over him. He felt the weight of the upcoming battles, the unspoken expectations, and the lingering fire of his own resentment. The tournament was just beginning, and he knew he had to prove himself, not just to the village, but to those who had so easily dismissed him. What do you think of Temari's fighting style, Naruto-sama? And are you ready for your name to appear on that board? Naruto turned his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the flickering display board. Temari's style is effective, Karen. She understands her strengths and uses them to control the battlefield. It's a pragmatic approach, albeit a bit windy. He paused, a small smirk playing on his lips. As for my name appearing, I've been ready since the moment I walked into this arena. He then glanced at Hinata, his eyes softening a touch. Don't worry, Hinata, I'll make sure to put on a good show for you. Hinata blushed fiercely, averting her gaze. I know you will, and Naruto-kun. He's certainly confident, Kankuro muttered from the Sand Village side, watching Naruto with a curious expression. Gaara remained silent, his eyes unblinking. A new set of names flashed across the board, drawing everyone's attention. Shikamaru Nara vs. Kintsuchi. A collective gasp went through the crowd, quickly followed by murmurs of surprise. Shikamaru. Kiba exclaimed, looking genuinely bewildered. No way, he's too lazy for this. Choji, surprisingly, stopped munching on his chips for a moment, looking at his friend with a slight frown. Shikamaru, he mumbled, a hint of concern in his voice. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a flicker of interest in his usually stoic expression. Shikamaru, this could be interesting. He leaned back, crossing his arms. What do you think, Karen? Think the lazy genius can handle the sound ninja? Karen, her brow furrowed in thought, considered the pairing. Kintsuchi uses sound-based attacks, Naruto-sama. Her bells can cause disorientation and illusions. Shikamaru Nara, if I recall, relies on his shadow possession jutsu. It's a battle of strategy against sensory disruption. Precisely, Naruto affirmed, a rare analytical glint in his eyes. Shikamaru's biggest asset is his mind. But if he can't think clearly because of the sound, he's at a disadvantage. Hinata, ever observant, spoke softly. Shikamaru-kun is very smart. I think he will find a way. You always have faith in everyone, don't you, Hinata? Naruto teased gently, nudging her shoulder. Hinata's face immediately turned a deeper shade of crimson. Up in the stands, Kakashi Hatake, who had been quietly observing, felt a small pang of concern. The curse mark on Sasuke Uchiha's neck was still a pressing issue, and he was currently with Sasuke, trying to seal it. He knew Shikamaru was intelligent, but Kin's abilities were tricky. Hayate Gecko, ever professional, cleared his throat. Shikamaru Nara and Kintsuchi, please proceed to the arena floor. All other genin, return to the stands. Shikamaru, true to form, let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Man, this is such a drag, he mumbled, slowly making his way down the stairs. He looked utterly unenthusiastic, hands shoved into his pockets. Across from him, Kintsuchi, one of Orochimaru's Sound Village genin, descended with a confident smirk. Her long, dark hair swayed as she walked, and the bells woven into her hair clinked softly. Her eyes were sharp, assessing her opponent. They stood facing each other, the lazy genius and the sound manipulator. You look like you're about to fall asleep, Kin taunted, a sly smile on her face. Are you even going to try? Shikamaru merely yawned. It's too troublesome to try too hard. Hayate positioned himself between them. Are both competitors ready? Yeah, Shikamaru mumbled, barely bothering to look at Hayate. Ready, Kin replied, her voice smooth and confident. Then, begin, Hayate announced, vanishing to the side of the arena. The moment Hayate disappeared, Kin wasted no time. With a swift movement, she pulled out a handful of senbon, each adorned with a small bell, and flung them towards Shikamaru. The bells jingled ominously as the needles flew through the air. Sound attacks from the start. Kiba shouted, "Watch out, Shikamaru." Shikamaru, surprisingly, didn't panic. He casually sidestepped the incoming senbon, letting them embed themselves harmlessly in the ground around him. However, the bells continued to jingle, creating a disorienting, high-pitched whine that began to echo in the arena. She's using the sound to mess with his head, Naruto observed, his eyes narrowed. That's a smart move against someone who relies on thinking. The vibrations are quite potent, Naruto-sama, Karen noted, covering her ears slightly. It's difficult to concentrate. Shikamaru winced, shaking his head slightly. Man, that's annoying. He tried to focus, but the incessant jingling made it difficult to form coherent thoughts. Kin pressed her advantage. She launched another volley of senbon, this time aiming to surround him, creating a wider area of disorienting sound. Can't think when your head's ringing, can you, lazy boy? She sneered, enjoying his discomfort. Shikamaru continued to evade, moving with a surprising agility given his usual demeanor. He was clearly trying to find a pattern, something to exploit. He knew he couldn't get caught in the radius of her sound attacks. He needs to expand his shadow, Naruto stated, but he can't just run blindly into her range. Choji, watching intently, finally spoke up. Shikamaru's thinking. He always does. Shikamaru, gritting his teeth against the irritating sound, noticed something. The senbon, once thrown, remained stationary, their bells continuing to produce sound. He also observed Kin's movements, how she positioned herself to ensure her sound covered the most ground. He waited for an opening, a moment when Kin committed to an attack. When she threw a particularly wide spread of senbon, momentarily focusing on her aim, Shikamaru seized his chance. Shadow Possession Jutsu, Shikamaru muttered, extending his arm forward. His shadow, thin and barely visible at first, stretched out across the arena floor, snaking its way towards Kin. Kin, still focused on her sound attack, didn't notice the creeping shadow until it was almost upon her. Her eyes widened in alarm. What? But it was too late. Shikamaru's shadow connected with hers, binding her movements. Kintsuchi suddenly found herself frozen, mirroring Shikamaru's stance, unable to move a muscle. A collective cheer erupted from the Konoha side of the stands. He got her. Kiba yelled, pumping his fist. All right, Shikamaru. Impressive, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata exclaimed, a rare smile gracing her lips. Naruto nodded slowly, a faint smirk returning to his face. Told you he was smart, Karen. He used her overconfidence against her. Karen nodded, genuinely impressed. Indeed, Naruto-sama. He waited for her to commit and then used her own attack's stationary nature to his advantage. A brilliant counter. Kin struggled against the invisible bonds, her face contorted in frustration. Let me go, you slacker. Shikamaru, still linked to her by his shadow, let out another sigh. Man, this is such a drag. You were so loud, I almost couldn't think. He slowly began to move, forcing Kin to mirror his actions. He took a few steps forward, then turned, maneuvering her towards the arena wall. What's he doing? Kiba asked, confused. He's setting her up, Naruto explained, his gaze unwavering. His shadow possession jutsu has a time limit and requires a lot of chakra. He's going for a quick finish. Shikamaru stopped near the wall. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a single kunai. With painstaking slowness, he began to lift his arm, forcing Kin's arm to mirror his. Kin's eyes widened in terror as she realized his intention. No, stop it, she screamed, struggling fiercely, but the shadow held her fast. Shikamaru, his face still etched with boredom, slowly brought the kunai closer to Kin's neck. He wasn't aiming to kill, just to incapacitate. Hayate, seeing the conclusion imminent, swiftly moved in. Kintsuchi is unable to continue. He appeared between Shikamaru and Kin, separating their shadows. Kin collapsed, panting, free from the jutsu but clearly defeated. Hayate coughed. The winner is Shikamaru Nara. A wave of applause, much louder this time, filled the arena. Shikamaru, released from the strain of his jutsu, immediately slumped, looking utterly exhausted. Man, what a pain, he mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck as he slowly made his way out of the arena. Kiba ran down to meet him. Shikamaru, you did it. You actually did it. Troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled in response, but there was a faint, almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Naruto watched him go, a contemplative look on his face. Shikamaru never ceases to surprise you, does he? He said to no one in particular. He certainly proved his intelligence, Naruto-sama, Karen said, a new respect in her voice. That was a very strategic victory. Hinata giggled softly. He is very smart, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned, nudging her again. Just like you, Hinata. Hinata's face instantly became a brilliant shade of red, and she stammered incoherently. Naruto chuckled, enjoying her reaction before turning his attention back to the display board. The tournament was indeed full of surprises, and he knew his own challenge was still to come. The display board flickered once more, the names shifting with an almost deliberate slowness, building the suspense. The arena buzzed with anticipation, the crowd eager to see the next matchup after Shikamaru's surprisingly strategic victory. Naruto, having just teased Hinata, found his gaze fixed on the digital scroll, a familiar intensity returning to his eyes. Karen leaned in slightly, her own attention rapt. Then, the names materialized, bold and unyielding. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. A palpable wave of shock rippled through the stands. A collective gasp, then a cacophony of whispers erupted. No way! Kiba himself bellowed, his jaw dropping as he pointed a disbelieving finger at the board. Me against him. Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, let out a confused whimper. Choji, who had just started unwrapping another bag of chips, froze. Naruto. And Kiba, he mumbled, his eyes wide. Shikamaru, still making his way back up the stairs, stopped dead in his tracks, a rare flicker of genuine surprise on his usually bored face. This is going to be a drag, he sighed, but there was an underlying note of curiosity in his voice. From the Sand Village section, Kankuro raised an eyebrow. Well, this just got interesting. The demon brat versus the dog boy. Gaara remained impassive, but his gaze, usually fixed on nothing, subtly shifted towards Naruto. Naruto, however, showed no outward reaction. His eyes, though, sharpened to a razor's edge. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched his lips. "It's about time," he murmured, his voice low enough that only Karen and Hinata could hear. "I was beginning to think they were saving the best for last." Karen's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Naruto-sama, your moment has arrived." Her voice was filled with an almost fervent anticipation. Hinata, watching Karen's zealous reaction, felt a small, unfamiliar pang in her chest. She quickly pushed it down, her focus returning to Naruto. Naruto-kun," she whispered, her hands clasped tightly. Good luck." Just as Hayate Gecko cleared his throat to announce the next match, a familiar face appeared at the railing above the Konoha Genin section. Kakashi Hatake, looking slightly disheveled but otherwise calm, peered down, his visible eyes scanning the crowd before landing on Naruto. He arrived just in time. "Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka, please proceed to the arena floor." Hayate's voice cut through the murmurs. All other genin, returned to the stands. Kiba, still looking slightly bewildered but quickly regaining his bravado, gave Akamaru a pat. "All right, Akamaru. Let's show him what we're made of." He grinned, a competitive fire igniting in his eyes, and bounded down the stairs, Akamaru trotting eagerly at his heels. Naruto, on the other hand, moved with a newfound gravity. He stood up, his cloak rustling softly, and without a word, began his descent. Karen, practically vibrating with excitement, gave him a small, encouraging push on the back. "Show them your true power, Naruto-sama," she whispered. Hinata, still in the stands, watched him go, a mix of admiration and a touch of something akin to worry in her soft gaze. She noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor, the quiet intensity that settled over him. As Naruto and Kiba reached the arena floor, they positioned themselves opposite each other. Kiba bounced on the balls of his feet, radiating restless energy, Akamaru barking once in anticipation. Naruto stood still, his hands resting lightly at his sides, his expression unreadable. Hayate positioned himself between them, looking from one competitor to the other. "Are both competitors ready?" "Ready," Kiba declared, his voice booming with confidence. Akamaru barked again, echoing his partner's enthusiasm. Naruto simply nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Then, begin," Hayate announced, vanishing in a puff of smoke. The moment Hayate disappeared, Kiba was off like a shot. "Man, I've been wanting to fight you for a while, Naruto," he yelled, launching himself forward. Akamaru, a white blur, streaked ahead, a small shuriken clutched in his mouth. Fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru spun into a combined drill of pure force, aiming directly for Naruto. The sheer speed and power of the attack created a visible vortex of wind and dust. Naruto, however, didn't flinch. He simply sidestepped, moving with an almost unnatural grace, the spinning attack whistling past where he had been moments before. Kiba and Akamaru crashed into the arena wall, kicking up a cloud of debris. "What?" Kiba exclaimed, shaking his head as he pulled himself free from the wall. "How'd you dodge that so easily?" Naruto didn't answer. He simply watched Kiba, his eyes glinting. Kiba, slightly unnerved but unwilling to back down, adopted a more cautious stance. "All right, no more messing around, Akamaru." Dynamic marking. Akamaru, responding to his master's command, quickly urinated around Naruto, marking a wide circle on the ground. The potent scent was designed to disorient and overwhelm an opponent's senses. "Think you can rely on that smell to throw me off, Kiba?" Naruto's voice was calm, almost mocking. He took a deep breath, and the visible markings on his face, reminiscent of a demon's, glowed faintly. The scent seemed to dissipate around him, having little to no effect. "What the heck?" Kiba yelled, genuinely shocked. "My dynamic marking is supposed to overwhelm anyone." Up in the stands, Kakashi's eye widened slightly. "What kind of chakra control is that?" He just dispersed the effect. The third Hokage, watching intently beside Anko, stroked his beard. "Intriguing. Naruto has clearly been training in ways we never anticipated." Anko, for her part, simply looked intrigued, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Kiba, seeing his signature technique negated so easily, began to grow frustrated. "All right, then, let's see how you deal with this. Man-beast transformation, 4 legs technique." Kiba dropped to all fours, his fingernails elongating into claws, his movements becoming more animalistic and savage. Akamaru mirrored him, becoming a feral, snarling beast. They moved in perfect synchronization, a blur of teeth and claws, attacking from multiple angles. Naruto remained still, allowing Kiba and Akamaru to weave around him, striking with incredible speed. But each punch, each claw swipe, was met with an invisible wall. Naruto was moving, subtly shifting his body, deflecting every attack with minimal effort. It was as if he knew where Kiba would strike before Kiba himself did. "He's not even trying," Kiba snarled, his frustration mounting. "Why aren't you fighting back, Naruto?" He lunged again, a powerful right hook aimed at Naruto's face. This time, Naruto caught Kiba's fist with a single hand, his grip like iron. Kiba struggled, but he couldn't pull free. "You're fast, Kiba," Naruto said, his voice still calm, almost detached. "But you're predictable." Kiba's eyes widened. "Predictable? What are you talking about, you idiot?" "Tell me, Kiba," Naruto continued, ignoring his outburst. "Why are you so angry? Is it because I'm not taking you seriously? Or is it because you're starting to realize the difference in our strength?" "Don't screw with me," Kiba roared, pulling harder. "You think you're hot stuff just 'cause you dodged a few hits. You're still that loser from the academy." A flicker of something dark crossed Naruto's face, a momentary tightening of his jaw. "A loser, am I?" he repeated, his voice dropping slightly. "Maybe I was. But I learned my lesson. I learned what happens when you put your trust in others." Kiba, sensing the sudden shift in Naruto's demeanor, hesitated. "What are you talking about?" Naruto's grip tightened further, causing Kiba to wince. "Haruno-san and Uchiha-san," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, "abandoned me in the forest of death." A collective gasp swept through the arena. Shikamaru remembered his team in the reset of Team 7 finding Naruto, Choji closed his eyes in sadness, and even Kankuro and Temari looked stunned. Kakashi, up in the stands, felt a chill run down his spine, a cold dread washing over him. The Hokage and Anko exchanged shocked glances. Only Karen, who knew some of the history from Naruto, remained unperturbed, a knowing look on her face. Choji, ever the loyal friend, merely looked concerned for Naruto, while Shikamaru's expression shifted to one of thoughtful understanding. Kiba was momentarily speechless, his earlier bravado deflating. They abandoned you." Naruto didn't elaborate, his gaze hardening. "You want to fight, Kiba? Then fight. But don't expect me to hold back anymore." A surge of potent, crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's body, swirling around him like an inferno. The markings that had been subtly present on his face now intensified, spreading rapidly, dark lines tattooing themselves across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. More shockingly, similar markings snaked down his arms, twisting and coiling like ancient script, stopping just before his hands. His eyes glowed with an inner, furious light. This was assault mode, stage 2. The sheer pressure of his chakra forced Kiba to release himself from Naruto's grip, stumbling back several steps, Akamaru whimpering and cowering behind him. The ground beneath Naruto's feet cracked, sending fissures radiating outwards. What is this?" Kiba stammered, his eyes wide with genuine fear. The playful bravado was gone, replaced by raw terror. "This is what happens when you push me, Kiba." Naruto's voice was deeper now, laced with a resonant power that made the very air vibrate. "This is what happens when you awaken the monster within." Kiba, paralyzed by fear and the overwhelming power emanating from Naruto, could only watch as Naruto raised his hands, the dark markings on his arms pulsing with an ominous glow. Chains, thick and gleaming with an ethereal golden light, erupted from his back, their ends tipped with sharp, spear-like points. They lashed out, moving with astonishing speed and precision, bypassing Kiba's guard, bypassing Akamaru, and expertly wrapping themselves around Kiba's limbs, pinning him to the ground in an instant. The adamantine ceiling chains. The entire arena fell silent. Kakashi's jaw dropped, his visible eye wide in disbelief. The third Hokage stood up abruptly, knocking his chair over, his eyes practically bugging out of his head. Anko, for once, was utterly speechless, her grin gone, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. The adamantine ceiling chains. The Hokage gasped, his voice trembling. Just like Kushina. the Hokage said with a small smile. The golden chains shimmered, holding Kiba completely immobile, leaving him utterly helpless and at Naruto's mercy. Naruto stood over him, the crimson aura still swirling, the markings vibrant on his skin, his gaze cold and unwavering. Naruto stood over a subdued Kiba, the golden chains holding the Inuzuka firmly in place. The crimson aura surrounding Naruto began to recede, and the menacing markings on his face and arms slowly faded, leaving only the faint, familiar lines. The raw power that had permeated the air dissipated, replaced by a tense silence. Kiba, still pinned, looked up at Naruto, not with anger, but with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Akamaru, peeking out from behind his master, let out a nervous whimper. "Do you yield, Kiba?" Naruto's voice, though still serious, had returned to its normal tone, devoid of the earlier resonant power. Kiba swallowed, his bravado completely shattered. I yield." He managed to croak, his eyes still wide. "Just get these things off me, Naruto. They're heavy." Naruto gave a slight nod, and with a ripple of chakra, the golden chains retracted, flowing back into his body as if they were never there. Kiba scrambled to his feet, rubbing his wrists, Akamaru immediately jumping up to nuzzle him. "You really freaked me out, man," Kiba exclaimed, a nervous laugh escaping him. "What was that? Those glowing chains and that crazy look you had?" Naruto simply offered a small, almost imperceptible smirk. "Just a little something I picked up. Let's just say my mom, Kushina, had a knack for sealing jutsu. Runs in the family." Up in the stands, the revelation of Kushina Uzumaki being Naruto's mother, while not a secret to those close to him, still caused a renewed murmur among the genin, especially with the display of the adamantine sealing chains. The third Hokage sighed in relief, the shock on his face slowly giving way to a proud smile. "Indeed, Naruto," he murmured, "she certainly did." Enko, however, still looked utterly dumbfounded, staring at Naruto as if seeing him for the first time. "So, your mom was like a super ninja with those chains, huh?" Kiba asked, genuine curiosity replacing his fear. That's actually pretty cool, Naruto." He extended a hand. "Good fight, man. You really showed me." Naruto grasped Kiba's hand firmly, a genuine smile finally gracing his lips. "You too, Kiba. You're fast, and Akamaru's a great partner. Hey, don't forget it was me who almost got you with dynamic marking." Kiba joked, a grin returning to his face. "Even if you somehow made it disappear." Naruto chuckled. Yeah, you totally had me. For a second there, I thought I was going to be smelling dog for a week." They shared a laugh, the tension from the fight completely gone, replaced by a newfound respect. It was a smooth, cool victory for Naruto, who had showcased a level of power and control few had anticipated. As Hayate announced Naruto's victory, Naruto and Kiba exchanged one last friendly jab before Kiba headed back to his section, looking surprisingly cheerful despite his loss. Naruto made his way up the stairs, the cheers still ringing in his ears. Enko, still wide-eyed, met him at the railing. "Naruto." She practically squealed, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug, lifting him slightly off the ground. "My little brother. What was that? Those chains. You're amazing." Naruto, slightly out of breath from the hug, grinned. "Hey, Enko nay. Just showing them what I've been working on, you know." He ruffled her hair playfully. "Told you I'd make things interesting." Karen was next to him, practically pouncing on him. "Naruto-sama. That was incredible. Your power, your control. Truly magnificent." She bounced on the balls of her feet, her eyes gleaming. "You utterly decimated him. Naruto-sama is the strongest." Naruto chuckled, patting her head. All right, Karen. Don't get too carried away." Then, he turned to Hinata. Her cheeks were dusted pink, and her eyes, usually downcast, were fixed on him with an intensity that warned him. She held out a small, intricately patterned jar. Naruto-kun," she stammered, her voice soft but clear. "This is a healing cream. For your hands, from catching Kiba-kun's attack." Naruto took the jar, his fingers brushing hers for a fleeting moment. "Thanks, Hinata-chan," he said, his voice unusually gentle. He uncapped the jar, dipping a finger in the cool cream, then, almost impulsively, he leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her cheek. Hinata froze for a moment, her eyes widening slightly, but instead of fainting, a radiant blush spread across her entire face, and a soft, happy sigh escaped her lips. She brought a hand to her cheek, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears of joy. As Naruto settled back into his spot, Hinata still glowing beside him, Hayate's voice cut through the lingering buzz. "All right, everyone. The next match will be..." The display board flickered once more, and the names that appeared sent another ripple of anticipation through the arena. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. Hinata's head snapped up, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and resolve. Neji, who had been watching Naruto's fight with a stoic expression, now fixed his gaze on his cousin, a cold, almost predatory glint in his eyes. The Hyuga main house members in the stands stiffened, knowing the painful history between these two. Naruto, seeing the names, looked at Hinata, a concerned frown on his face. This was going to be more than just a preliminary match. This was personal. The announcement hung heavy in the air, a stark declaration that silenced the murmurs of the crowd. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. For many, it was just another match, but for those who knew the Hyuga clan's rigid traditions and the bitter history between the main and branch families, it was a clash laden with unspoken pain and resentment. Hinata's breath hitched, her wide, lavender eyes flickering between the display board and her cousin. A tremor ran through her, but beneath the familiar fear, a spark of something new ignited, a quiet, fierce determination. She looked at Naruto, who met her gaze with a reassuring nod and a worried frown. "Hinata-chan," Naruto began, a note of concern in his voice. Before he could say more, Hayate's voice cut in. "Contestants, please descend to the arena." Hinata took a deep breath, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. I'll be fine, Naruto-kun," she whispered, her voice barely audible, but her eyes held a newfound resolve. She turned and began to descend the stairs, her steps hesitant but firm. Neji, a cold, almost disdainful smirk playing on his lips, moved with an arrogant grace, his gaze fixed on Hinata as if she were an insignificant obstacle. He reached the arena floor first, his posture radiating superiority. Hinata stepped onto the mat, her gaze fixed on the ground, but her shoulders were squared. "So, it's you, Hinata," Neji's voice was sharp, cutting through the silence. "The failure of the main house. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Against destiny?" Hinata flinched, but then she slowly raised her head, her eyes meeting his. "Neji, Ni-san," she began, her voice trembling slightly. I won't give up." "Give up?" Neji scoffed, activating his Byakugan, his veins bulging around his temples. "You were never meant to be a ninja. You're too weak, too kind. You lack the resolve. Your destiny is to remain a failure, overshadowed by the genius of the branch family." The crowd watched, sensing the tension. Naruto's fists clenched, his teeth gritted. He knew the history, the curse mark, the burden Hinata carried. He wanted to shout, to intervene, but he knew this was Hinata's fight. "Begin." Hayate's voice echoed, and the match officially started. Hinata, despite her fear, moved first, adopting the gentle fist stance. Neji met her with ease, deflecting her attacks with minimal effort, his movements fluid and precise. Each block, each counter, was accompanied by a scathing remark, chipping away at Hinata's confidence. "Your movements are clumsy, your resolve wavers," Neji taunted, striking her arm, forcing her back. "You are a disgrace to the Hyuga name." Hinata stumbled, but she pushed herself forward again, remembering Naruto's unwavering belief in her. "No, I won't give up," she gasped, pushing chakra into her palms. She launched a series of precise strikes, aiming for his tenketsu. Neji, however, was too fast, too skilled. He effortlessly dodged, then countered with a devastating blow to her shoulder, sending a shockwave of pain through her. "You're pathetic," Neji snarled, his eyes cold. "You cannot change your destiny. You are destined to lose, to be weak, just as your father is destined to protect the main house." He struck again, a powerful blow to her chest that sent her sprawling. Hinata coughed, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Her body screamed in protest, but her eyes, though clouded with pain, still held that spark. She slowly, painstakingly, pushed herself back to her feet, swaying slightly. Why do you keep standing?" Neji's voice was laced with genuine confusion, then it hardened. Is it because of him? Naruto Uzumaki. His foolish words have filled your head with false hope. Naruto, watching from above, felt a surge of fury. He saw Hinata's trembling form, her desperate resolve, and Neji's cruel, unyielding attacks. He couldn't stand it anymore. I won't go back on my word. Hinata gasped, her voice hoarse, looking up at Naruto for a split second. My ninja way is to never give up. Then I will force you to give up, Neji declared, his Byakugan flaring. He launched himself forward, preparing a final, decisive blow, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams. The air crackled. Hinata braced herself, her eyes closing, ready for the inevitable. 64 palms. Just as Neji's hand was about to connect, a blur of orange and black shot past the Jonin, a golden aura erupting around it. Naruto, moving with impossible speed, appeared in front of Hinata, his arm raised, taking the full brunt of Neji's attack. Crack. The sound of bone-jarring impact echoed through the arena. Naruto grunted, his arm dropping to his side, but he remained standing, shielding Hinata. The golden aura around him intensified, and dark, swirling markings began to spread across his body, his eyes turning a fiery crimson. His hair seemed to defy gravity, spiking upwards, and a menacing, almost demonic, chakra flared around him. This was not the same golden aura from before, this was darker, more aggressive, radiating pure, unadulterated rage. You bastard! Naruto's voice was low, guttural, resonating with a power that shook the very ground. He turned, his crimson eyes locking onto Neji, who recoiled slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. How dare you? How dare you hurt her? Neji frowned, regaining his composure. This has nothing to do with you, Naruto Uzumaki. This is a matter of destiny, a matter of the Hyuga clan. Destiny. Naruto roared, his voice now a deafening bellow. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Don't you dare talk about destiny when you're just a self-righteous, arrogant prick who can't see beyond his own twisted beliefs. Hinata is stronger than you'll ever be because she fights for what's right, not for some stupid destiny. With a primal scream, Naruto lunged, his right arm pulled back, a fist enveloped in the dark, swirling chakra of his assault mode. He aimed a devastating punch directly at Neji's face, the force of his attack creating a visible distortion in the air. Naruto, stop! The third Hokage's voice boomed, amplified by chakra. Before Naruto's fist could connect, a burst of wind chakra erupted, and the third Hokage, moving with incredible speed for his age, appeared between them, his hand intercepting Naruto's punch. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, kicking up dust and forcing everyone back. The Hokage grunted, his feet digging into the ground, but he held firm, stopping Naruto's enraged strike. That's enough, Naruto. The Hokage commanded, his eyes stern. The match is over. You cannot interfere like this. Naruto's chest heaved, his assault mode, chakra still raging around him. He glared at Neji, then at the Hokage, his crimson eyes slowly returning to normal as the dark chakra receded. He looked down at Hinata, who was staring up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes, a mixture of shock and adoration on her face. Neji, Naruto said, his voice now calmer but filled with intense conviction, pointing a trembling finger at the Hyuga prodigy. If I ever fight you, I swear on my life, I will win. I'll break that destiny of yours into a million pieces. Neji's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something akin to respect, or perhaps just grudging acknowledgement, in their depths. Hayate, clearing his throat, stepped forward. The match is concluded. Due to interference, the medical ninjas will assess Hinata Hyuga's condition. Neji Hyuga is the winner. Medical ninjas rushed down to attend to Hinata, carefully helping her up. Naruto stayed by her side, supporting her as they led her away. He gave Neji one last furious glare before disappearing with Hinata. Hayate waited until the medical team had left the arena. All right, everyone, we will now proceed with the next match, he announced, his voice regaining its usual cadence. The display board flickered once more, and the names that appeared next caused a collective gasp, then a wave of excited chatter. Gaara vs. Rock Lee. A sudden, high-pitched squeal erupted from the stands. Rock Lee, his eyes blazing with an unholy fire of excitement, punched the air. Yes, my youth, my challenge, I shall prove myself. Gaara, Prepare to face the power of the handsome devil of the leaf. Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, embraced Lee in a powerful hug. Oh, Lee, my youthful student, this is it. This is your moment to shine. Gaara, meanwhile, stood motionless, his eyes devoid of emotion, a chilling aura emanating from him. He simply stared at the board, his sand swirling ominously around his gourd. The arena buzzed with anticipation. This was going to be a fight unlike any other. The genin silence intensified as Rock Lee, practically vibrating with youthful exuberance, leapt down to the arena floor, landing with a dramatic flourish. His eyes, wide and earnest, were fixed on Gaara, who descended slowly, almost floating on a cushion of swirling sand. Gaara's expression remained utterly blank, his sea-foam green eyes holding a chilling emptiness that seemed to absorb all light. The air around him felt heavy, oppressive, a stark contrast to Lee's vibrant energy. Hayate, observing the two combatants, raised his hand. Contestants, are you ready? Yes, I am ready to prove my youth and the power of hard work. Lee shouted, striking a dynamic pose, a bead of sweat already forming on his brow despite his excitement. Gaara offered no verbal response, only a slight tilt of his head, his sand subtly shifting around his gourd. Then, begin. The moment Hayate's voice faded, Rock Lee vanished. It wasn't just fast, it was an instantaneous disappearance, a blink and you miss it blur that left even the seasoned Jonin momentarily stunned. Naruto, watching intently, gasped. Whoa, he's fast. Gaara's eyes, however, remained fixed on the spot where Lee had been. Before the sound of Lee's movement could even register, a wall of sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, forming a solid, impenetrable shield around him. Thwack! Lee reappeared, his fist connecting with the hardened sand with a dull thud. The impact reverberated, but the sand held firm, unyielding. Lee immediately recoiled, his face a mask of surprise. Incredible! Kakashi murmured, his visible eye wide. His sand defense is automatic. It reacts even before Gaara consciously moves. Lee, undeterred, began a relentless assault. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, a whirlwind of green, striking from every conceivable angle. Left, right, high, low, his fists and feet became blurs, each aimed at Gaara, but each met with the same frustrating, unyielding barrier of sand. The arena floor began to crack under the sheer force of his movements, small divots appearing where his feet had been. Your taijutsu is impressive, Gaara's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, but futile. My sand is absolute defense. It cannot be touched. Nonsense. Lee roared, a vein throbbing in his forehead. A true ninja never gives up. My efforts will break through your defense. I will prove that hard work can overcome genius. He launched himself again, a rapid-fire succession of kicks and punches, each strike echoing like a drum against the sand. But it was useless. The sand flowed, reformed, and blocked every single blow. Lee, breathing heavily, finally pulled back, his brow furrowed in frustration. Might Guy, watching from the railing, gave a knowing smile. It seems, Lee, that your youthful promise requires a more unconventional approach. Lee's eyes lit up. He looked at Guy-sensei, then back at Gaara, a determined glint in his eyes. He bent down, his hands going to the heavy leg weights strapped to his ankles. What's he doing? Sakura wondered, confused. He's taking off his weights, Naruto replied, his eyes narrowed, a strange sense of anticipation building within him. With a grunt, Lee unbuckled the first weight. It dropped to the ground with a deafening crash. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, cracking the stone floor and kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire stadium rumbled. What in the world? Kiba exclaimed, nearly falling over. Then, Lee unbuckled the second weight. Kaboom! Another earth-shattering impact, and the ground beneath it splintered further, a small crater forming. The dust cloud thickened, obscuring Lee from view. When the dust settled, Lee stood tall, his stance lighter, his muscles rippling with newfound freedom. The air around him seemed to shimmer. Now, Gaara, Lee declared, his voice ringing with renewed confidence, let us see if your sand can keep up with this. He vanished again, but this time, it was different. He wasn't just fast, he was invisible. The sand around Gaara reacted, but it was a fraction of a second too slow. Wham! A resounding crack echoed through the arena as Lee's foot connected squarely with Gaara's jaw. Gaara's head snapped back, his eyes widening in shock for the first time. The sand, for the briefest moment, faltered. He hit him. Sakura shrieked, disbelief etched on her face. Lee didn't stop. He was a green blur, a phantom of motion. He appeared behind Gaara, delivering a powerful kick to his back, then instantly above him, hammering down with his fists. Gaara was thrown around like a rag doll, unable to fully defend himself as Lee's attacks rained down from every direction. The sand was still trying to protect him, but it was constantly playing catch-up, forming shields after Lee had already struck. Dynamic entry. Lee roared, launching a powerful, spinning kick that sent Gaara flying into the air. As Gaara ascended, Lee appeared beneath him, a powerful uppercut sending him even higher. Leaf Village Hidden Jutsu, Primary Lotus. Lee wrapped his bandages around Gaara, pulling him close, then began to spin rapidly, accelerating his descent. They plummeted towards the ground, a green and red blur, gathering speed with terrifying velocity. "This is it," Guy shouted, his eyes shining with pride. "The ultimate taijutsu." Boom. They crashed into the arena floor with an explosive impact that sent cracks spider webbing across the entire surface. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupted, obscuring the view. The stadium held its breath. When the dust cleared, a deep crater marred the arena. Lee stood panting, his chest heaving, but upright. Gaara lay motionless at the bottom of the crater, half buried in the shattered stone, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. The sand gourd on his back was cracked. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Had Lee actually done it? Had he defeated Gaara? Then, slowly, agonizingly, Gaara's body began to crumble. Not into dust, but into sand. It flowed, reformed, and then, from the shifting grains, a new, intact Gaara emerged, his eyes still blank, but a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. "A sand clone," Kakashi muttered, his Sharingan active. He replaced himself at the last second. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed in grim determination. "So, that's your trick, Gaara. But I won't give up." He coughed, a small amount of blood staining his lips. The primary lotus had taken a toll on his own body. "You are strong, Rock Lee," Gaara's voice was a low rumble, "but you cannot defeat me. My sand is my shield, my blood, my very being. You cannot touch me." Lee looked at Guy-sensei, who gave him a solemn nod, a single tear rolling down his cheek. "Lee, you know what you must do. Protect your ninja way." Lee closed his eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath. When he opened them, they were blazing with an intense, almost unnatural green glow. His skin began to turn a faint red, and steam erupted from his body, his hair standing on end. "The 8 inner gates," Naruto whispered, recognizing the dangerous technique. "He's opening them. First gate, gate of opening. Release." Lee roared, a powerful surge of chakra coursing through him. He lunged, faster than before, leaving afterimages in his wake. Gaara's sand reacted, but it was overwhelmed. Lee was a green lightning bolt, striking with impossible force. He delivered a flurry of blows, each one landing with a sickening thud against Gaara's sand armor. The sand was cracking, chipping, struggling to keep up. Second gate, gate of healing. Release. Lee's speed increased further, his movements becoming almost impossible to track. He punched Gaara's sand armor, creating a visible dent, then kicked him, sending him skidding across the arena. Third gate, gate of life. Release. The steam around Lee intensified, his aura becoming a vibrant green. He was a force of nature, a hurricane of taijutsu. He landed a brutal combination, sending Gaara flying into the air again. Fourth gate, gate of pain. Release. Lee's muscles bulged, his veins prominent. He appeared above Gaara, delivering a devastating aerial assault, each blow carrying immense power. Gaara's sand armor began to splinter, large chunks breaking off. His face, for the first time, showed clear signs of pain. You monster," Gaara hissed, his voice strained. "I will kill you." Gaara's sand erupted, not just defensively, but offensively. Spikes of hardened sand shot towards Lee, sharp as blades. Lee dodged, weaving through the deadly projectiles, but the sheer volume forced him to slow slightly. Fifth gate, gate of limit. Release. Lee's body screamed in protest, but his determination burned brighter. He moved through Gaara's sand attacks as if they were nothing, appearing directly in front of him. Leaf Village Hidden Jutsu, Reverse Lotus. Lee grabbed Gaara, his speed blinding, and began to spin him rapidly, launching him high into the air. This time, the sand couldn't react. Gaara was helpless, spinning uncontrollably, his sand armor cracking under the centrifugal force. "This is my final attack, Gaara," Lee screamed, his voice raw, his body pushing past its limits. "I will prove that hard work can surpass any genius." He appeared above Gaara, delivering a powerful, downward axe kick, aiming to drive him into the ground. Gaara, in a desperate, primal response, unleashed a torrent of sand from his gourd. It wasn't a shield, but a crushing wave, a monstrous hand of sand that reached out to envelop Lee. Lee's kick connected, but the sand hand clamped down on his leg, then his arm, trapping him midair. Gaara, still falling, his eyes now wide with a terrifying, almost insane glee, began to compress the sand around Lee's limbs. "I will crush you," Gaara snarled, his voice distorted by rage. "You are nothing. Only I exist." Lee screamed, not from fear, but from the agonizing pain as the sand tightened, threatening to shatter his bones. He struggled, but the sand was too strong, too relentless. Crack! A sickening sound echoed through the arena as Gaara's sand crushed Lee's left arm, then his left leg. Lee's eyes rolled back, and he went limp, falling from Gaara's grasp. Gaara landed, his body reforming from sand, looking almost untouched. Lee lay motionless on the ground, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, the steam still rising from his broken body. The green aura flickered, then died. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the arena. The crowd, initially roaring with excitement, was now stunned into horrified quiet. Hayate rushed forward, his eyes wide. Lee, Rock Lee, Might Guy, his face a mask of anguish, dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Lee, my youthful student." Gaara stared down at Lee's broken form, his eyes still empty, then slowly turned and walked away, his sand swirling around him, leaving a trail of chilling emptiness in his wake. Medical ninjas swarmed the arena, carefully attending to Lee. The extent of his injuries was horrific. He was alive, but barely, his dream of becoming a splendid ninja seemingly shattered. The fight had been brutal, a testament to Lee's indomitable spirit and Gaara's terrifying power. The crowd, still reeling, knew they had witnessed something extraordinary, something both inspiring and terrifying. A heavy silence lingered in the arena, a stark contrast to the earlier roars. The sight of Rock Lee's broken body being carried away by the medical ninjas had sobered the entire crowd. Gaara's chilling power had been laid bare, a brutal reminder of the deadly stakes involved in these exams. Naruto, watching from the stands, clenched his fists, a cold knot forming in his stomach. He glanced at Neji, who stood impassively, seemingly unaffected by the brutal display. Naruto's earlier vow to defeat him solidified into a grim resolve. Hayate Gecko, his voice regaining its usual weary tone, stepped forward once more. "All right, everyone. The next match will be..." The display board flickered, illuminating the names. Dosu Kinyuta vs. Choji Akamichi. A collective groan rippled through Team 10 as Choji, still munching on potato chips, looked up with a startled expression. "Huh, me already?" Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his temples. "What a drag. Just try not to embarrass us too much, Choji." Choji, his face still smeared with chip crumbs, gulped nervously but nodded with a sudden burst of determination. "Right, I'll do my best." He lumbered down to the arena floor, his large frame making the descent feel like an event in itself. Dosu Kinyuta, from the Sound Village, moved with a quiet menace. His face was obscured by his headpiece, and his arm, with its grotesque sound-amplifying device, seemed to hum faintly with suppressed power. He landed lightly in the arena, his posture radiating a chilling confidence. "Begin," Hayate announced. Choji, despite his size, was surprisingly agile. He immediately activated his partial expansion jutsu, his arms swelling to a massive size. "Human bullet tank," he roared, curling into a ball and launching himself at Dosu, spinning rapidly. Dosu, however, was not impressed. He calmly raised his arm, aiming his sound device. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from it, growing rapidly in intensity. "What's that sound?" Naruto muttered, clutching his ears. The high-pitched frequency began to vibrate through the arena, causing a disorienting sensation. Choji, mid-roll, suddenly staggered. The vibrations assaulted his inner ear, throwing off his balance and causing intense nausea. His expanded arm began to shrink, and he stumbled, uncurling from his ball form. My sound waves disrupt your chakra and balance. Dosu's voice was distorted by his device, making it sound even more menacing. Your crude physical attacks are useless against me. Choji, clutching his head, tried to regain his footing, but the sound was overwhelming. He tried to expand again, but his chakra felt erratic, refusing to obey. Super expansion jutsu. He tried, forcing chakra, but the sound waves were too potent. He could feel his own body working against him. Dosu calmly walked towards the disoriented Choji, his arms still humming. He delivered a precise, measured strike to Choji's chest with his sound device. It wasn't a powerful physical blow, but the concentrated sound waves ripped through Choji's body, causing internal disruption. Choji gasped, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, completely incapacitated. He lay motionless, groaning faintly, unable to move. Hayate quickly intervened. Choji Akamichi is unable to continue. Dosu Kinuta is the winner. Medical ninjas rushed in to attend to Choji, carefully carrying him away. Dosu merely turned and ascended the stairs, his victory silent and chilling. The atmosphere in the arena was now thick with tension. The raw power of Gaara and the insidious nature of Dosu's abilities had shown everyone that these preliminaries were no joke. Hayate cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the remaining genin in the stands. All right, all remaining participants, please step forward. Naruto, Shikamaru, Shino, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Neji, and Dosu all moved to the center of the platform. Naruto stood beside Shikamaru, his eyes briefly meeting Neji's. A cold, challenging stare passed between them, a silent promise of their earlier confrontation. Naruto felt a surge of resentment as he saw the other genin, remembering how Uchiha-san and Haruno-san had left him to fend for himself in the Forest of Death. Kakashi-sensei was the only one who seemed to care. Now, we will draw lots to determine the matchups for the final Chunin exam, Hayate explained, gesturing to a large box held by a proctor. Each of you will draw a number, and those numbers will determine your opponents. One by one, the genin stepped forward. Naruto, eager to get it over with, stepped up first. He reached into the box, his fingers brushing against the slips, and pulled one out. He unfolded it. Number 1. Neji was next, his expression unreadable as he drew his number. He opened it. Number 2. Shikamaru drew, pulling out a slip of paper. He squinted at it. Number 8. Next was Shino, who silently drew his number. Number 6. Then Gaara, his hand moving slowly, deliberately, as he plucked out a slip. Number 4. Temari followed. Number 7. Kankuro drew. Number 5. Dosu, last of the active participants, drew his. Number 9. And now, Hayate announced, we have one more participant who has qualified but is not present at this time. Kakashi-sensei, if you would do the honors. Kakashi, leaning against the railing, lazily pushed himself off. Sure, no problem. He strolled over to the box, reached in, and without even looking, pulled out a slip. He glanced at it. Number 3. The proctor began to write the matchups on the large display board, based on the numbers drawn. The names slowly appeared, one by one, solidifying the pairings for the final round. Round 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. Naruto's eyes, already narrowed, hardened into a frigid, unwavering glare that he fixed squarely on Neji. There was no shout, no outburst, just a silent, chilling promise of the battle to come. Neji met his gaze, a flicker of something unreadable in his own Byakugan-enhanced eyes, perhaps a hint of intrigue or even a challenge. Round 2. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. Naruto looked at the board, then at Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha-san against Gaara. He's still not here. Kakashi merely shrugged. He'll be here. He always is. The board continued to fill. Round 3. Kankuro vs. Shino Aburame. Shino adjusted his glasses, a faint hum of insects around him. Kankuro grumbled, folding his arms. Round 4. Tamari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru groaned loudly, throwing his head back. Oh, man, this is the worst. A strong kunoichi. What a pain. Tamari smirked, a glint of challenge in her eyes. Round 5. Dosu Kinyuta vs. Winner of Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. Hayate clapped his hands. These are your matchups for the final Chunin exam, which will take place in 1 month. Use this time to train and prepare. Dismissed. The announcement sent a fresh wave of chatter through the remaining genin. Naruto, still staring at Neji, felt a surge of determination. This wasn't just a fight anymore. This was personal. He would prove to Neji, and to himself, that destiny could be changed. Chapter 5, Return of the Sage. I do not own Naruto or 7 Deadly Sins nor the Justus, characters, places, or weapons unless I decide to make some of my own. Chapter 5, A Pervert's Return. The final matchups for the Chunin exam finals had been announced, and the arena, still echoing with the last cough of Hayate Gecko, slowly emptied. Naruto stood for a long moment, his gaze locked on the spot where Neji Hyuga had been, a cold, hard resolve settling deep within him. Neji Hyuga. I'll break your destiny, you arrogant bastard. And I'll do it for Hinata. He felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. It was Karen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Naruto-sama, you're fighting the Hyuga prodigy. This is going to be an incredible match. You'll show him what true power is. Naruto offered her a small, almost imperceptible nod. Yeah, Karen, I will. He then turned, his eyes scanning the thinning crowd. He saw Kiba and Akamaru heading out, Kiba still rubbing his jaw but looking surprisingly cheerful. Shino was a silent shadow, disappearing into the throngs. Shikamaru was already halfway up the stairs, muttering about how troublesome everything was. His gaze landed on Kakashi-sensei, who was still leaning against the railing, his single visible eye fixed on Naruto. There was a familiar, almost sad understanding in that eye, and Naruto felt a flicker of the old warmth he used to associate with Team 7. But then the bitter memory of the forest of death, of being left behind, resurfaced, and the warmth chilled. Kakashi pushed himself off the railing and slowly made his way over to Naruto. His usual laid-back demeanor seemed to carry a heavier weight today. Naruto, he began, his voice low, almost a murmur. About what you said in the arena. About Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto's jaw tightened. What about it, Kakashi-sensei? It's the truth, isn't it? They were too busy worrying about themselves, too scared to even glance back. His voice was flat, devoid of the usual boisterousness, making his anger all the more potent. Kakashi sighed, running a hand through his spiky silver hair. Look, I'm not going to pretend it was okay, Naruto. It wasn't. I was angry when I found out. Furious, actually. A team is supposed to stick together. Always. He paused, his gaze searching Naruto's. But they were terrified, Naruto. Orochimaru is a legendary Sannin. He's on a completely different level. Fear can make people do things they wouldn't normally. Fear. Naruto scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. I was scared too, Kakashi-sensei. But I didn't abandon them. I fought. I protected them. And what did I get for it? Left for dead in a crater, with a snake-faced freak's curse mark digging into my neck. He gestured vaguely to his neck, though the mark was no longer visible. Karen, standing beside Naruto, bristled. Naruto-sama fought with incredible power. He saved them. They were cowardly to leave him. Kakashi nodded slowly, his expression grim. I know, Karen. And you're right, Naruto. You showed incredible courage and power. More than any genin should have. That's why I need to talk to you about your training for the next month. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What about it, Kakashi-sensei? Are you finally going to teach me something useful? Or are you just going to spend the whole month with Uchiha-san, trying to seal that curse mark of his? The last part was laced with a barely concealed accusation. A flicker of guilt crossed Kakashi's face. The council. They ordered me to focus all my efforts on Sasuke for the next month. That curse mark is dangerous, and they want it suppressed before the finals. It's a priority. He saw the hurt and anger in Naruto's eyes, and his own heart ached. Believe me, Naruto, I argued. I told them you needed proper training, especially after what you showed in the Forest of Death. But their decision was final. Naruto turned away, clenching his fists. So, I'm on my own again, huh? Just like always. No, Naruto, you're not, Kakashi said, stepping closer. I went to Hokage-sama immediately after the preliminaries. I told him everything. About your new abilities, about the Uzumaki bloodline, about everything. He agreed that you need specialized training. He's finding someone for you. Naruto turned back, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Really? Gigi is finding someone for me? Yes, Kakashi confirmed. He then reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out 2 scrolls, old and worn. These aren't much, but I think you can learn a lot from them. One is a basic guide to chakra control, focusing on elemental manipulation. The other is a scroll on advanced taijutsu. It's not flashy, but it's effective. It's something I think you'll pick up quickly, given your raw power. He handed them to Naruto. It's not much, but it's what I can offer right now. Naruto took the scrolls, a sense of cautious optimism replacing some of his anger. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. He still felt the sting of abandonment, the unfairness of the situation, but the scrolls were a gesture, a sign that not everyone had forgotten him. In Naruto, Kakashi added, his voice serious again, about Sasuke and Sakura. I know you're angry. And you have every right to be. But try to keep an open mind. People make mistakes, especially when they're scared. Maybe, in time, you can find a way to forgive them. Naruto merely grunted, not meeting Kakashi's gaze. Forgive them. Not yet. Maybe never. He just wanted to be stronger. Strong enough that no one would ever abandon him again. Strong enough to protect those who did stick by him. I'll see you around, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, turning to leave. Karen, ever loyal, followed him closely. As they walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, Naruto found himself drawn towards the hospital. He needed to see Hinata. He couldn't shake the image of her bruised and battered, yet still defiant, face. He stopped at a flower shop, buying a small, vibrant bouquet of sunflowers, bright and cheerful, just like he hoped she'd be. As he approached the hospital entrance, a small, familiar figure with long, dark hair and the distinctive Byakugan eyes emerged. It was Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister. She was wearing a traditional kimono, and her expression was unusually serious. Hanabi looked up, her Byakugan instantly spotting Naruto. Her eyes widened slightly, and a faint blush dusted her cheeks. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed, a hint of surprise and something else in her voice. Naruto grinned, scratching the back of his head. Hey, Hanabi-chan, what are you doing here? Hanabi fidgeted slightly, adjusting her kimono. I was just visiting my sister, Hinata-ne-san. She's recovering. Her gaze flickered to the sunflowers in his hand, and her blush deepened. Are those for her? Yeah, Naruto confirmed, holding them up. She was awesome in her fight. That Neji bastard really pushed her, but she never gave up. She's super strong. Hanabi looked down, a small, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. Yes, Hinata-ne-san is strong. She always talks about you, Naruto-kun. About how you inspire her. Her eyes, when they met his again, held a shy admiration that Naruto, in his typical obliviousness, completely missed. Really? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised. Well, she inspires me too. She's got that never give up attitude, just like me. He puffed out his chest proudly. Hanabi giggled softly, a melodic sound. Yes, just like you. You know, Naruto-kun. You're really cool. And strong. I hope you win your match against Neji-ni-san. You bet I will. Naruto declared, grinning. I'm going to smash his destiny right into the ground. Hanabi's giggle turned into a genuine laugh. I believe you. Well, I should get going. It was nice seeing you, Naruto-kun. She gave him a small, almost imperceptible bow, her eyes lingering on him for a moment longer than necessary before she turned and scurried away. Naruto waved after her, then continued into the hospital, a faint warmth spreading through him from Hanabi's unexpected compliment. He found Hinata's room and pushed the door open gently. Hinata lay in the bed, pale and still, her eyes closed. The faint rise and fall of her chest was the only indication that she was breathing. Her face was bruised, and her arm was bandaged. She was unconscious. Naruto's heart clenched. He walked to her bedside, placing the sunflowers carefully in a vase on her nightstand. He reached out, his hand hovering over her forehead, then gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her face. "Hinata-chan," he whispered, his voice soft, filled with a tenderness he rarely showed. "You were so brave. You really are amazing. Get well soon, okay? I'm gonna win for you. I'm gonna show that Neji what happens when he messes with my friends." He pulled up a chair and sat beside her, just watching her, a silent vigil. He stayed there for what felt like hours, the quiet hum of the hospital room a stark contrast to the chaos of the arena. He didn't know what else to do, but he couldn't bring himself to leave her. Eventually, the door creaked open, and a tall, stern-looking man with long dark hair and the Byakugan entered. It was Hiashi Hyuga, Hinata's father. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he saw Naruto sitting by his daughter's bedside. Hiyashi's gaze swept from Naruto to Hinata, then to the vibrant sunflowers. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face, surprise, perhaps a hint of understanding, even a grudging respect. He had heard about Naruto's outburst in the arena, his fierce defense of Hinata. "Naruto Uzumaki," Hiashi said, his voice deep and formal. Naruto jumped, startled, and quickly stood up, bowing slightly. Hiashi-sama. I was just visiting Hinata-chan. She was so brave in her fight, and I wanted to make sure she was okay." Hiashi studied him for a long moment, his Byakugan eyes piercing. "Indeed, she showed a spirit I had not fully appreciated. Thank you for your concern, Naruto Uzumaki." He paused, then added, "She will recover. The medical ninjas assure me of that." Naruto nodded, relieved. "That's good. I should probably go now. I have to see Gigi about my training." He gave Hinata one last look, a silent promise in his eyes, then turned and left the room, leaving Hiashi to his thoughts. Naruto strode through the village, the earlier anger at his teammates replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. He felt a strange mix of emotions, the lingering sting of abandonment, the warmth from Hinata's quiet admiration, and the burning desire to prove himself. He knew he had to get stronger, not just for the finals, but for himself. He made his way directly to the Hokage's office, his mind buzzing with anticipation. He burst through the doors, not even bothering to knock. "Gigi, you said you'd find someone to train me. Who is it? Is it someone strong? Someone who can teach me to use my new powers?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looked up from his paperwork, a small smile playing on his lips. He had anticipated Naruto's arrival. "Ah, Naruto. Impatient as ever, I see." He chuckled softly, then gestured to the two figures standing in the corner of his office. One was a tall, imposing man with spiky white hair, a red haori, and a mischievous grin. He was holding a small, rather suspicious-looking book. The other was Anko Mitarashi, her purple hair wild, a manic grin already spread across her face. Naruto's eyes widened. "Ero Sennin," he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the white-haired man. "You're back." Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, puffed out his chest proudly, striking a dramatic pose. "Indeed, my youthful apprentice. The Toad Sage, Jiraiya, has returned from his extensive research trip, ready to impart his vast wisdom upon the next generation." He winked, then quickly glanced at the suspicious book. Anko Ne-chan burst out laughing, slapping Naruto on the back. "He's back all right, little brother. And he's just as perverted as ever." Naruto scowled at Jiraiya. "You're a pervert, Ero Sennin. Still peeking in the hot springs, aren't you?" Jiraiya gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. "A pervert? Naruto, my boy, you wound me. I am not a pervert. I am a super pervert. There's a distinct difference, you see. It's an art form, a dedication to the pursuit of inspiration." He winked again, then quickly tucked his book away as the Hokage cleared his throat pointedly. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed, Naruto. Jiraiya has graciously agreed to oversee your training for the next month. And Anko will be assisting him. Anko Ne-chan too." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Awesome. This is gonna be great." He turned to Jiraiya, his excitement getting the better of his annoyance. "Ero Sennin, you won't believe it. I've awakened my mom's bloodline. The chakra chains. And something else, too. Assault mode. He then quickly explained the white energy, the black markings, and the ability to full counter attacks, omitting the Kyuubi's direct involvement. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his usual jovial expression replaced by one of profound shock. He dropped his book with a thud. The adamantine sealing chains. And assault mode. You mean like that assault mode? He looked at Hiruzen, who simply nodded gravely. Sensei, this is incredible. And dangerous. Indeed, Hiruzen said, his smile fading. Which is why he needs the best training possible. He's also developed a new variant of his shadow clones, Jiraiya. He says they can send back physical experience and they last longer. Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah, when I dispel one, I get all the power, speed, and strength it gained, plus the memories. It's like I can train 100 times faster. Jiraiya and Anko stared at Naruto, utterly dumbfounded. You mean to tell me, Jiraiya stammered, picking up his book, that you can create clones that not only send back memories, but also physical experience, and they last longer. And when you dispel them, you get all their training. Yep, Naruto beamed. Jiraiya ran a hand through his spiky hair, a wild grin spreading across his face. Naruto, my boy, with this, you can learn a lifetime of techniques in a single month. This is revolutionary. Anko Ne-chan, her eyes gleaming, punched Naruto playfully on the arm. You little genius. I knew you had it in you, little brother. All right, Ero Sennin, Anko Ne-chan, let's go. Naruto declared, practically dragging them out of the office. Let's get this training started. Hiruzen watched them go, a deep sense of pride and a touch of trepidation in his eyes. Naruto was a force of nature, and now, with Jiraiya and Anko, he would truly begin to unleash his full potential. They arrived at a secluded training field, far from the prying eyes of the village. The sun beat down, but Naruto was buzzing with energy. All right, Ero Sennin, Anko Ne-chan, what's first? Naruto asked, eager to begin. Jiraiya, still marveling at the potential of Naruto's new shadow clone variant, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. First, Naruto, we need to understand the full extent of your abilities. You say these clones can transfer physical experience. Yep, Naruto confirmed. I used them in the Forest of Death. They're awesome. All right, Jiraiya said, a mischievous glint in his eye. Anko, you're up. Your job is to make these clones work. Don't hold back. Naruto, create as many as you can. Your job is to dodge and survive. Anko Ne-chan grinned, cracking her knuckles. Oh, this is going to be fun. Get ready, little brother. Naruto created 50 shadow clones, the field instantly filling with identical versions of himself. All right, Anko Ne-chan, bring it on. Anko, a blur of motion, immediately began throwing kunai and shuriken, her aim precise and relentless. The clones scattered, dodging and weaving, some barely avoiding the sharp projectiles, others getting hit and dispelling in puffs of smoke. Good, Jiraiya muttered, observing intently. Now, Naruto, while your clones are doing that, it's time for you to learn something truly magnificent. The summoning jutsu. He pulled out a large, ancient-looking scroll, unrolling it to reveal complex seals and diagrams. Summoning jutsu? Naruto asked, his eyes wide. Like summoning giant toads. Precisely. Jiraiya beamed. The contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku. But first, you need to sign your name in blood, and then we'll work on channeling enough chakra to summon them. It's not easy, but with your massive chakra reserves, and those incredible clones of yours, we'll have you summoning Gamabunta himself by the end of the month. Naruto grinned, a fierce determination in his eyes. He watched his clones dodging Anko's relentless assault, then turned to the summoning scroll. The next month was going to be insane. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Sakura Haruno finally awoke in the hospital, a dull ache throbbing in her head. She blinked, her vision blurry, then remembered. The Forest of Death, Sasuke-kun, and Naruto. The guilt, which had been a dull throb, now surged, sharp and overwhelming. She hadn't seen Naruto since the preliminary matches. She hadn't even seen his fight. She had been unconscious during her own match with Ino. She looked around the sterile room, a wave of shame washing over her. She had abandoned him, her teammate, the boy who had saved them. She was still mad at him for punching Sasuke-kun. But a part of her knew he had been right. Sasuke-kun had been scared. And Naruto had been a hero. She closed her eyes, a single tear escaping. Naruto, I'm so sorry. The thought him forgiving them, of mending the broken bonds of Team 7, was a distant, painful possibility. But for now, the guilt was a heavy, suffocating blanket. Back at the training field, Jiraiya was explaining the intricacies of the summoning jutsu, while Naruto's clones continued to dodge Anko's barrage of kunai. Alright, Arrow Sennin, so I just need to focus my chakra and slam my hand down, right? Naruto asked, his brow furrowed in concentration. That's the gist of it, brat. Jiraiya said, then quickly added, and stop calling me Arrow Sennin. It's Jiraiya-sama, or Toad Sage Jiraiya, or the magnificent, handsome, super pervert Jiraiya. Naruto snickered. Super pervert, got it. Anko, meanwhile, was laughing maniacally as one of Naruto's clones narrowly dodged a kunai, tripping over another clone in the process. You're getting faster, little brother. But not fast enough. Naruto focused, channeling his chakra, his mind already thinking about the possibilities. He could feel the power, the raw potential. This was just the beginning. The sun beat down on the secluded training field, a verdant expanse far removed from the bustling streets of Konoha. Naruto, brimming with an almost manic energy, bounced on the balls of his feet, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, still marveling at the sheer potential of Naruto's new shadow clone variant, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Anko Mitarashi, her purple hair wild and a dangerous grin already plastered on her face, cracked her knuckles, a predatory glint in her eyes. Alright, Arrow Sennin, Anko Ne-chan, what's first? Naruto asked, practically vibrating with eagerness. Jiraiya chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. First, Naruto, we need to understand the full extent of your abilities. You say these clones can transfer physical experience. Yep, Naruto confirmed, puffing out his chest. I used them in the Forest of Death. They're awesome. It's like I can train 100 times faster because every time a clone dispels, I get all their memories, their chakra, their strength, their speed, everything they learned. It's super efficient. Super efficient, he says, Anko muttered, a wicked glint in her eye. Alright, little brother, let's test the theory. Create as many as you can. Your job is to dodge and survive. My job is to make sure you earn that experience. Naruto grinned, slamming his hands together. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 50 identical Narutos materialized, instantly filling the training field. The air crackled with their collective energy. Alright, Anko Ne-chan, bring it on. You think you can take on 50 of me? Anko's grin widened, revealing sharp teeth. Oh, I think I can, little brother. Get ready to pop. She became a blur of motion, a whirlwind of kunai and shuriken, her aim precise and relentless. The clones scattered, dodging and weaving, a chaotic dance of survival. Some barely avoided the sharp projectiles, others weren't so lucky, dispelling in puffs of smoke with a comical, poof. And a faint, collective, ow. That echoed in Naruto's mind. Good, good. Jiraiya muttered, observing intently, a small notebook already in his hand. Now, Naruto, while your clones are doing that, it's time for you to learn something truly magnificent. The summoning jutsu. He pulled out a large, ancient-looking scroll, unrolling it to reveal complex seals and diagrams. Summoning jutsu? Naruto asked, his eyes wide with wonder, momentarily distracted from the chaos of his clones. Like, summoning giant toads. Precisely. Jiraiya beamed, puffing out his chest. The contract with the toads of Mount Myoboku. But first, you need to sign your name in blood, and then we'll work on channeling enough chakra to summon them. It's not easy, but with your massive chakra reserves, and those incredible clones of yours, we'll have you summoning Gamabunta himself by the end of the month. Naruto's grin widened, a fierce determination in his eyes. He watched his clones dodging Anko's relentless assault, then turned to the summoning scroll. The next month was going to be insane. The training montage that followed was a blur of sweat, chakra, and increasingly loud explosions. Naruto, with his unique shadow clone ability, was a learning machine. While 50 clones were busy dodging Enko's attacks, gaining invaluable experience in speed, agility, and evasive taijutsu, the original Naruto would be with Jiraiya, painstakingly learning the intricate hand signs and chakra control necessary for the summoning jutsu. Alright, Arrow Sennin, so I just need to focus my chakra and slam my hand down, right? Naruto asked for the 10th time, his brow furrowed in concentration, his hand hovering over the ground. That's the gist of it, brat. Jiraiya said, then quickly added, and stop calling me Arrow Sennin. It's Jiraiya-sama, or Toad Sage Jiraiya, or the magnificent, handsome, super pervert Jiraiya. Naruto snickered. Super pervert, got it. He slammed his hand down, a puff of smoke erupting. When it cleared, a tiny, bright orange tadpole, no bigger than his thumb, sat blinking up at him. Ah, it's so cute. Enko cooed, momentarily pausing her assault on the clones. A tadpole, Naruto. Jiraiya deadpanned, a sweat drop forming on his brow. You summoned a tadpole. Naruto's face fell. Hey, it's a start. He's just a baby toad. The tadpole let out a tiny, indignant, ribbit, before disappearing in another puff of smoke. You're getting faster, little brother. Enko laughed maniacally as one of Naruto's clones narrowly dodged a kunai, tripping over another clone in the process. But not fast enough. Days turned into weeks. Naruto's clones, after countless deaths and dispels, became incredibly proficient in taijutsu. The original Naruto absorbed all of their accumulated experience, his movements becoming fluid, precise, and incredibly fast. His reflexes sharpened to an almost inhuman degree. Jiraiya, watching him, realized that Naruto's assault mode, the raw, white energy and black markings, was a manifestation of his Uzumaki bloodline reacting to the immense influx of power. He theorized that the full counter ability was a unique adaptation of his clan's chakra absorption and reflection, amplified by the Kyuubi's residual energy. Alright, Naruto. Jiraiya called out one afternoon, wiping sweat from his brow. Time to try something new. A-rank jutsu. The Rasengan. Naruto's eyes widened. The Rasengan. What's that? It's a technique created by your father, the Fourth Hokage. Jiraiya announced proudly. A spiraling sphere of pure chakra. It requires immense chakra control and concentration. Most ninja take years to master it. But you, my boy, with your clones, you'll have it down in no time. The next phase of training began. Dozens of clones were tasked with the first stage of the Rasengan, rotating chakra in their palms. Naruto, the original, worked on the second stage, power. And then, the third, containment. The training ground became a whirlwind of blue, swirling chakra spheres, some exploding prematurely, others dissipating into nothingness. Naruto's hands, after absorbing the failed attempts of his clones, often felt like they were on fire, but the progress was undeniable. Meanwhile, Enko focused on refining Naruto's assault mode and his adamantine sealing chains. She'd throw everything she had at him, ninjutsu, taijutsu, even her own terrifying, twin snakes mutual death technique, which Naruto quickly learned to avoid with extreme prejudice. She pushed him to his limits, forcing him to activate assault mode and use his chains defensively and offensively. Faster, little brother. Stronger. Enko would shriek, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of sadistic pleasure and genuine admiration. Don't just block. Counter. Crush them. Naruto, fueled by the Kyuubi's simmering chakra and his own fierce determination, found himself able to manipulate the golden chains with incredible finesse. They could be razor-sharp blades, impenetrable shields, or binding restraints. He learned to extend them, retract them, and even make them vibrate with a disorienting hum. His taijutsu, honed by endless clone sparring, became a brutal, efficient art form, combining his natural strength with newfound speed and precision. One particularly grueling session, Naruto, in full assault mode, accidentally tripped over a rogue pebble while trying to dodge Enko's barrage of kunai. He stumbled, arms flailing, and crashed face first into a mud puddle. The white energy flickered, and the black markings seemed to twitch. Ha 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 ha. The Kyuubi's booming laughter echoed in Naruto's mind, shaking his very core. You clumsy oaf. You look like a startled duck trying to escape a particularly muddy pond. That's what you get for showing off, brat. Naruto, spluttering, pushed himself out of the mud, glaring internally at the nine tails. Hey, it was an accident, furball. And it's not funny. Oh, but it is, Kit. The Kyuubi rumbled, still chuckling. Pure comedic gold. A true idiot, through and through. Enko, seeing Naruto covered in mud, burst into peals of laughter, clutching her stomach. Little brother, you look like a mud monster. Oh, this is priceless. Jiraiya, who had been watching the scene with a straight face, finally let out a loud snort, then dissolved into uncontrollable laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. A mud monster indeed. Oh, Naruto, you truly are a gift that keeps on giving. Naruto groaned, wiping mud from his face. He could still hear the Kyuubi's mirthful rumbling in his head. Even the terrifying Nine Tails found him funny. Great. Beyond the physical training, Jiraiya also introduced Naruto to the basics of Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. He explained that the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their sealing techniques, and that Naruto, as a direct descendant, had a natural affinity for it. Naruto, with his clones, devoured the theoretical knowledge, practicing intricate seal formulas on scrolls and trees. He found a strange satisfaction in the precise, methodical nature of Fuinjutsu, a stark contrast to his usual chaotic approach. His mind, sharpened by the constant influx of knowledge from his clones, became quicker, more analytical, and surprisingly strategic. He began to think several steps ahead, anticipating movements and planning complex maneuvers, a trait he'd never truly possessed before. Midway through the month, a rare break in training allowed Naruto to visit the hospital once more. He walked through the familiar corridors, a fresh bouquet of vibrant orange lilies in hand, a symbol of enthusiasm and warmth. He found Hinata's room and gently pushed the door open. Hinata was awake, sitting up in bed, a book in her lap. Her bruises had faded to a pale yellow, and the bandages on her arm were smaller. She looked up as the door opened, her lavender eyes widening slightly when she saw him. A soft blush immediately dusted her cheeks. Naruto-kun, she whispered, her voice a little stronger than before. Naruto grinned, walking over to her bedside. Hey, Hinata-chan, look what I got you. He held out the lilies. They reminded me of you, bright and cheerful. Hinata took the flowers, her fingers brushing his, and her blush deepened. Thank you, Naruto-kun. They're beautiful. She placed them carefully on her nightstand, next to the now fading sunflowers. Naruto pulled up a chair and sat down. So, how are you feeling? That Neji bastard really did a number on you, huh? But you were so brave, Hinata-chan. You never gave up. You were amazing. Hinata looked down at her hands, a shy smile on her face. I tried my best. Your words, they helped me, Naruto-kun. You always inspire me. Aw, shucks, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head, a playful glint in his eye. Just telling it like it is, Hinata-chan. You're a tough cookie. Tougher than most of the guys, even. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, when you were fighting, I was thinking. After the Chunin exams, when we go on our date. Hinata's head snapped up, her eyes wide, her blush reaching a new, alarming shade of crimson. ORD date. Yeah, our date, Naruto said, feigning surprise. You didn't forget, did you? You promised. I was thinking, we could go to Ichiraku Ramen. My treat. And then maybe, we could go watch the stars from the Hokage monument. It's really pretty up there at night. He winked. Hinata's face was so red she looked like she might spontaneously combust. She stammered, trying to form words, but only incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Naruto chuckled, leaning back. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Cat got your tongue, or are you just thinking about how handsome I'll look under the moonlight? He grinned, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Hinata finally managed a choked laugh, covering her face with her hands. Naruto-kun, you're impossible. But through her fingers, Naruto could see the genuine joy in her eyes, the way her shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Hey, I'm just planning our epic date. Naruto said, reaching out to gently poke her arm. It's gonna be awesome, Hinata-chan. Just you wait. We'll have so much fun, you'll forget all about this hospital bed. They talked for a long time, Naruto recounting his training antics with Jiraiya and Anko, making Hinata giggle with tales of Jiraiya's research, and Enko's attempts to turn him into a human shuriken. Hinata, in turn, shyly told him about her recovery, and how she was determined to get stronger herself. The conversation flowed easily, a comfortable warmth settling between them. Naruto found himself genuinely enjoying her quiet presence, her gentle laughter, and the way her eyes sparkled when he made her smile. He realized, with a surprising clarity, that this was different from how he felt about Sakura. With Hinata, there was no pretense, no need to impress. Just a genuine connection. Eventually, a nurse gently reminded Naruto that visiting hours were ending. He stood up, giving Hinata a soft smile. "All right, Hinata-chan, I gotta go. Get some rest, okay? And don't worry about Neji. I'm gonna beat him for you. I promise." Hinata nodded, her eyes shining. "Be careful, Naruto-kun. And, I'm looking forward to our date." Naruto grinned, a genuine, heartwarming smile. "Me too, Hinata-chan. Me too." He gave her a small wave and left the room, a light feeling in his chest. Leaving the hospital, Naruto's stomach, as if on cue, let out a monstrous growl. "Man, all that training made me starving," he muttered to himself. There was only one place to go. He practically sprinted to Ichiraku Ramen, the familiar aroma of simmering broth and fresh noodles filling the air. He slid onto a stool, a wide grin on his face. "Tuki Gigi. Iyame ne-chan, I'm back." Tuki, the kindly owner, looked up from his work, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Naruto. Good to see you, my boy. What'll it be today?" Iyame, his daughter, chuckled, wiping down the counter. "The usual 20 bowls, Naruto." Naruto puffed out his chest. "You know it, Iyame ne-chan. And make it extra pork and extra Naruto. I'm training like crazy for the Chunin finals, so I need all the energy I can get." "Coming right up," Tuki said, his hands already a blur as he began preparing the first bowl. Naruto treated Tuki and Iyame not just as restaurant owners but as family. He'd tell them about his training, his frustrations, his triumphs, and they'd listen patiently, offering words of encouragement and, of course, endless bowls of delicious ramen. He laughed, joked, and ate with gusto, devouring bowl after bowl until the stack of empty bowls beside him towered over his head. "Man, that hit the spot." Naruto groaned, patting his distended stomach. "You guys are the best. Seriously, you're like my second family." Tuki and Iyame smiled, a genuine warmth in their eyes. "You're family to us too, Naruto," Tuki said softly. "Yeah," Iyame added, "and you're going to be a great Hokage someday." "We know it." Naruto beamed, feeling a surge of affection for the two kind souls. He paid them, leaving a generous tip, and promised to be back soon for another ramen feast. With a full belly and a light heart, he headed back to the training grounds, eager to resume his rigorous regimen. The remaining weeks of the training month passed in a blur of intense activity. Naruto's mastery of the Rasengan grew exponentially. What started as a chaotic, unstable ball of chakra slowly transformed into a perfectly formed, destructive sphere. He learned to wield it with one hand, then to apply it with devastating precision. His taijutsu, already formidable, became even more refined, his movements a blend of raw power and fluid grace. He was a whirlwind of fists and feet, each strike carrying immense force. His fuinjutsu skills, though still nascent, were improving rapidly. He could now set basic protective and binding seals with surprising speed. Jiraiya, observing his progress, was astounded. "He's a natural, Enko. A true Uzumaki prodigy. He's picking this up faster than anyone I've ever seen." Enko, for her part, was equally impressed with his control over assault mode and the adamantine sealing chains. Naruto could now activate and deactivate assault mode at will, controlling the flow of the Kyuubi's chakra without losing himself to rage. The chains, once a raw, unpredictable force, were now extensions of his will, capable of intricate maneuvers and incredible strength. "All right, little brother," Enko yelled one afternoon, as Naruto, in a controlled burst of assault mode, deflected a volley of her kunai with a shimmering golden chain. "You're almost ready. Just one more thing to master." Jiraiya stepped forward, his expression serious. "Naruto, it's time to learn how to properly summon Gamabunta. It's not just about chakra, it's about willpower, about proving yourself worthy of the contract." They went to a deep gorge, a massive chasm carved into the earth. Jiraiya explained that Naruto needed to fall into the gorge, and at the last second, summoned Gamabunta to save himself. It was a terrifying, high-stakes test. Naruto, after a moment of hesitation, nodded. He stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind whipping around him. He took a deep breath, then leapt. Down, down, down he fell, the ground rushing up to meet him. He slammed his hands together, focusing every ounce of his chakra, picturing the massive toad boss. Summoning jutsu. Poof! A massive cloud of smoke erupted from the gorge, shaking the very earth. Jiraiya and Anko watched, their hearts pounding. When the smoke cleared, a colossal, grumpy-looking toad, easily the size of a small mountain, sat at the bottom of the gorge. Gamabunta. Naruto. Jiraiya cheered, relief washing over him. Anko let out a whoop of delight. He did it. He actually did it. But then, a small, high-pitched voice echoed from the toad's head. Hey, who summoned me? And why am I covered in mud? Naruto, who had landed squarely on Gamabunta's head, was indeed covered head to toe in a thick layer of mud from the bottom of the gorge. He looked up at the giant toad, then down at himself, and let out a nervous laugh. Sorry, Gamabunta-san. Bit of a miscalculation. Gamabunta's eye twitched. A miscalculation. You summoned me, the great Gamabunta, into a mud pit. You little brat. I'm going to squash you. Ha 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 ha. The Kyuubi's booming laughter erupted in Naruto's mind, louder than ever. Oh, this is even better than the last time, Kit. You managed to annoy the boss toad on your very first try. Truly magnificent. Naruto groaned, wiping mud from his eyes. Shut up, furball. Jiraiya and Anko, watching from above, dissolved into laughter once more, clutching their sides. He really is a gift, Jiraiya managed to gasp between laughs. The month of intense training had transformed Naruto. He was no longer the clumsy, unpredictable genin. He was faster, stronger, and smarter. His chakra control was exceptional, his taijutsu devastating, and his understanding of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu had grown by leaps and bounds. He was a force to be reckoned with, a true Uzumaki prodigy. As the day of the Chunin finals approached, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Anko were making their way back to Konoha. Naruto was walking ahead, lost vein still sheathed at his hip, a confident stride in his step. He was humming a cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the world around him. Suddenly, he tripped. Not over a pebble this time, but over his own feet, caught on a loose root. He stumbled forward, arms flailing, and his Konoha headband, which had been tied a little too loosely, flew off his forehead. It landed in the dirt, revealing the skin beneath. Jiraiya, who had been chatting idly with Anko, stopped mid-sentence. His eyes, usually filled with mirth, widened in shock, then narrowed in a cold, hard fury. Anko, beside him, gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her manic grin replaced by an expression of horrified disbelief. On Naruto's forehead, clearly visible now that his headband was gone, was a small, intricate seal. It wasn't a natural marking. It was the unmistakable, horrifying symbol of the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. Naruto, oblivious, picked up his headband and dusted it off. Whoops! Almost lost that one. He tied it back on, covering the mark once more. Man, I'm so excited for the finals. I'm gonna kick Neji's butt. Jiraiya and Anko exchanged a look, their faces grim. The playful atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a chilling silence. Naruto, Jiraiya said, his voice low and dangerously calm. Take off your headband. Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden shift in tone. Huh, why, Ero Sennin, we're almost back. Just do it, Naruto, Anko said, her voice strained, her eyes fixed on his forehead. Naruto, sensing the unusual seriousness, slowly untied his headband. He pulled it off, revealing the intricate, dark lines of the caged bird seal on his forehead. Jiraiya knelt, his fingers tracing the cold, precise lines of the seal. His face was a mask of controlled rage. This is the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. It's used to control the branch family, to destroy their brain cells if they ever betray the main house. How did this get on your forehead, Naruto? Naruto looked down, a shadow falling over his face. His voice, when he spoke, was small, devoid of its usual boisterousness. The Hyuga clan elder. He'd put it there. When I was 5. After some villagers beat me up really bad. He said it was for my own good. So I don't lose control. And because they hated me. Because of the Kyuubi. A cold, terrifying silence descended upon the training field. Jiraiya and Anko stared at the boy, their minds reeling from the horrifying revelation, the depth of the cruelty inflicted upon him by the very village he sought to protect. The hatred, the fear, the casual brutality. It was all laid bare in that single, chilling mark. The cold, terrifying silence descended upon the training field, thick with the weight of Naruto's confession. Jiraiya's fingers, still tracing the chilling lines of the caged bird seal on Naruto's forehead, trembled with a barely contained fury. Anko stood frozen, her eyes wide with a horrified disbelief that mirrored his own. The casual brutality, the sheer violation of a child, by the very village he was meant to protect. It was a sickening revelation. The Hyuga clan elder, Jiraiya repeated, his voice a low, dangerous growl, put this on you. When you were 5. Because they hated you for the Kyuubi. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Naruto, but his mind already racing. This wasn't just a seal, it was a symbol of profound injustice, a scar on the very soul of Konoha. Naruto, sensing the shift in their demeanor, looked up, his usual boisterousness completely absent. Yeah, he whispered, his voice small. He said it was to make sure I didn't lose control. And because they thought I was a monster. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his knuckles white. This is an outrage, an unforgivable act, to brand a child, to control him, to threaten his very mind for something he had no control over. His eyes burned with a righteous anger. We're going straight to the Hokage. He needs to know about this. Now. Anko, her face grim, nodded in agreement. There's no time to waste, little brother. This can't stand. Naruto, feeling a strange mix of apprehension and a burgeoning hope, tied his headband back on, covering the hateful mark. He had lived with it for so long, a secret burden, that the idea of it being exposed, of someone fighting for him, was almost alien. They wasted no time. Jiraiya, his usual swagger replaced by a determined stride, practically dragged Naruto and Anko back to Konoha, moving with a speed that belied his earlier languid pace. They burst into the Hokage's office, not bothering with formalities. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork, a slight frown on his face at their abrupt entrance, but the moment he saw the grim expressions on Jiraiya and Anko's faces, his own relaxed demeanor vanished. Jiraiya. Anko. What is it? Is something wrong? Jiraiya didn't mince words. Sensei, you need to see this. He nodded to Naruto. Naruto, take off your headband. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then slowly untied the cloth, revealing the intricate, dark lines of the caged bird seal on his forehead. The third Hokage's eyes, usually so kind and wise, widened in horror. His pipe clattered to the floor, forgotten. He rose from his desk, his gaze fixed on the seal, a look of profound shock and anguish spreading across his face. The caged bird seal. On Naruto. His voice was a mere whisper, laced with disbelief and a deep, crushing guilt. Yes, Sensei, Jiraiya said, his voice hard. Naruto tells us a Hyuga elder placed it on him when he was 5. To control him. Because of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen stumbled back, clutching his chest. No, this cannot be. I was unaware. How could this happen? How could I have allowed this to happen right under my nose? His face was pale, etched with self-reproach. He had sworn to protect Naruto, to be his surrogate grandfather, and yet this abomination had been inflicted upon the boy he cherished. It happened, Sensei, Anko said, her voice tight with suppressed rage. And it's an outrage. This seal is meant to enslave the branch family, to destroy their minds if they defy the main house. To put it on a child. On the son of the Fourth Hokage. It's a crime. Hiruzen closed his eyes, a single tear tracing a path down his wrinkled cheek. I will address this immediately. The Hyuga clan will answer for this. No child of Konoha, especially not Naruto, will bear such a mark of oppression. He opened his eyes, a fierce, determined fire burning within them. Jiraiya, Anko, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will ensure this seal is removed, and that justice is served. Naruto, watching the Hokage's genuine distress, felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. He had always seen the third Hokage as a kind old man, but now, he saw a powerful leader, truly angered by injustice. Now, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his voice regaining some of its usual strength, I want you to continue your training with Jiraiya and Anko. Focus on getting stronger. Leave this matter to me. He gave Naruto a reassuring smile, a silent promise that this wrong would be righted. Naruto nodded, a newfound determination in his eyes. He would get stronger. Strong enough to protect himself, and strong enough to protect those who cared about him. With the heavy weight of the caged bird seal temporarily lifted from his mind, Naruto threw himself back into his training with renewed vigor. The revelation had, paradoxically, fueled his resolve. He wasn't just training to beat Neji, he was training to prove that he was free, that his destiny was his own. The Rasengan training intensified. Jiraiya, seeing Naruto's newfound focus, pushed him relentlessly. Naruto's clones, now numbering in the hundreds, filled the training grounds, each one diligently working on a different stage of the technique. The air was constantly filled with the hum of swirling chakra, the occasional pop of a dispelled clone, and Jiraiya's booming instructions. Faster, Naruto. Concentrate. Feel the chakra spiraling. It's not just about power, it's about control. Jiraiya would shout, his own hands demonstrating the intricate rotations. Naruto, absorbing the experience from his clones, felt the technique slowly click into place. The chaotic, unstable sphere of chakra in his palm began to coalesce, becoming denser, more refined. He learned to contain it, to shape it, to make it a true weapon. By the end of the second week, he could form a perfect, stable Rasengan in his hand, its blue energy humming with destructive potential. He did it. Anko shrieked one afternoon, her eyes wide with awe as Naruto slammed a perfectly formed Rasengan into a massive boulder, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. He actually finished the Rasengan in less than a month. Jiraiya beamed, a proud grin on his face. That's my student. You truly are a prodigy, Naruto. Faster than even your father. Naruto, panting, looked at the shattered boulder, a triumphant grin on his face. Yeah, take that, stupid rock. And take that, Neji. Next came the summoning of Gamabunta. Jiraiya led Naruto to a secluded, massive gorge, far deeper than the one he'd first summoned a tadpole from. All right, Naruto, Jiraiya explained, his voice serious. This isn't just about chakra anymore. It's about willpower. Gamabunta is the chief of the Toad Summons. He's proud, and he won't answer to just anyone. You need to prove yourself worthy. You need to summon him, and then you need to stay on his head for an entire day to earn his respect and permission to summon the Toad Clan. Naruto's eyes widened. Stay on his head for a whole day. Are you serious, Ero Sennin? Dead serious, brat. Jiraiya retorted. Now, get ready. You're going to fall into this gorge, and at the last possible second, you're going to summon him. If you fail, well, let's just say it'll be a long fall. Naruto swallowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. This was terrifying, but he wouldn't back down. He closed his eyes, picturing the massive, grumpy toad, picturing himself standing defiantly on its head. He took a deep breath, then leapt. Down, down, down he fell, the wind rushing past his ears, the ground rushing up to meet him with alarming speed. He slammed his hands together, focusing every ounce of his chakra, every fiber of his being, on the image of Gamabunta. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. A colossal cloud of smoke erupted from the gorge, shaking the very earth. The roar of the summon was deafening. When the smoke cleared, a truly massive, grumpy-looking toad, easily the size of a small mountain, sat at the bottom of the gorge. Gamabunta. Who summoned me? Gamabunta's voice boomed, shaking the very air. And why do I smell like a human brat? Naruto, who had landed squarely on Gamabunta's head, was clinging on for dear life, his feet slipping on the slick skin. Ah, hey there, Gamabunta-san. It's me, Naruto Uzumaki. You're new. Ah, partner. Gamabunta's enormous eye twitched. A brat. You're just a little runt. You think you can summon the great Gamabunta and call yourself my partner? Get off my head before I squish you. No way. Naruto yelled, digging his fingers into Gamabunta's skin, trying to find purchase. I'm not getting off. I'm gonna stay on your head all day, and then you're gonna let me summon the Toad Clan. Believe it. Ha 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 ha. The Kyuubi's booming laughter erupted in Naruto's mind, shaking his very core. Oh, this is even better than the last time, Kit. You managed to annoy the boss Toad on your very first try. Truly magnificent. This is going to be a long day for you, little idiot. Naruto groaned, ignoring the Kyuubi. The next 24 hours were a grueling test of endurance, willpower, and sheer stubbornness. Gamabunta thrashed, bucked, and tried every trick in the book to dislodge the persistent blonde. He leapt across the gorge, slammed into walls, and even tried to shake Naruto off by rubbing his head against the ground. But Naruto, fueled by his determination and the endless stamina granted by his Uzumaki bloodline, clung on like a burr. He used chakra to stick to the toad, he used his enhanced taijutsu to balance, and he used every ounce of his new strategic thinking to anticipate Gamabunta's movements. Jiraiya and Anko watched from above, a mixture of awe and amusement on their faces. He's actually doing it, Anko exclaimed, clutching her stomach from laughing so hard. He's got the stubbornness of his mother, and the willpower of his father, Jiraiya murmured, a proud smile on his face. Truly a force of nature. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the gorge, Gamabunta finally stopped, his massive body heaving. Naruto, covered in sweat, grime, and a few minor bruises, was still clinging to his head, albeit barely. All right, brat, Gamabunta grumbled, his voice laced with grudging respect. You win. You stayed on. You've got guts, I'll give you that. You can summon the Toad Clan. Just try not to get me covered in mud next time. Naruto grinned, a triumphant, exhausted smile. You got it, Gamabunta-san. Thanks. The moment Gamabunta dispelled, Naruto's body gave out. He swayed, his vision swam, and then he collapsed onto the ground, utterly unconscious. The last thing he heard was Jiraiya and Anko rushing towards him, their voices filled with concern. He awoke to the sterile scent of antiseptic and the soft hum of medical equipment. It was dark outside, the only light coming from a small lamp on the nightstand. He was in a hospital bed, an IV drip in his arm. He remembered the grueling day on Gamabunta's head, the exhaustion, the collapse. Finally awake, are we, little brother? Anko's voice startled him. She was sitting in a chair beside his bed, munching on dango. You gave us quite a scare. Jiraiya-sensei said you were completely drained. Naruto pushed himself up, pulling the IV from his arm. I'm fine, Anko-ne-chan. Just a little tired. What time is it? Late, Anko replied, taking another bite of dango. Middle of the night. Finals are in 2 days. You need your rest. No way, Naruto said, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. I need to train. I still have to beat Neji. He grabbed his clothes from a nearby chair. Anko sighed, but a knowing smirk played on her lips. I figured you'd say that. Just be careful, little brother. And don't get caught. Naruto grinned, pulling on his clothes. You know me, Anko-ne-chan. I'm a master of stealth. He quietly slipped out of the room, leaving Anko to shake her head with a fond smile. He moved silently through the deserted hospital corridors, his senses heightened by his recent training. He reached the main entrance and slipped out into the cool night air. Konoha was quiet, most of its inhabitants asleep. He headed towards a secluded training ground, eager to get in some extra practice with his Rasengan. As he approached the training ground, he heard voices. Hushed, conspiratorial whispers. He immediately ducked behind a thick bush, his assault mode, chakra subtly flaring, sharpening his hearing. The final stage of the Chunin exams, a familiar, silky voice hissed. It was Kabuto Yakushi. That's when we strike. The Sand and Sound Village will launch a coordinated invasion. The target is the Third Hokage. Naruto's blood ran cold. An invasion. Kill Gigi. Are you certain, Kabuto? Another voice, deep and gravelly, replied. It was Baki, the Sand Village Jonin and Gaara's sensei. The plan is risky. The Leaf Village is not to be underestimated. Indeed, Kabuto chuckled, a chilling sound. But with the Hokage eliminated, Konoha will fall into chaos. The rest will be easy. And as for that spy, I'll handle him. Naruto's eyes widened. Spy, Hayate-sensei. No, Baki said, his voice firm. Leave the gecko to me. It is a matter of honor between our villages. Naruto felt a surge of pure fury. They were going to kill Hayate-sensei. He couldn't let that happen. He was about to burst from the bushes when he saw a shadow detach itself from a nearby tree. It was Hayate Gecko, his sickly cough echoing faintly in the night. He had overheard them. You bastards. Hayate rasped, his voice filled with shock and anger. An invasion, and you plan to kill the Hokage. Baki and Kabuto spun around, startled. A spy, Kabuto hissed. Gecko, Baki said, his voice devoid of emotion. You've heard too much. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to leave. Hayate, despite his frail appearance, was a Jonin. He immediately launched himself at Baki, drawing his katana. The fight was a blur of steel and shadows. Hayate moved with surprising speed, his sword flashing, but Baki was a formidable opponent, his wind-style jutsu creating powerful gusts that deflected Hayate's attacks. Naruto watched, his heart pounding. Hayate was good, but Baki was stronger, more ruthless. He saw an opening, a moment when Baki had Hayate cornered, his blade poised for a killing blow. Not on my watch, Naruto roared, bursting from the bushes, a blur of motion. His hand was already forming the Rasengan. Rasengan. He slammed the spiraling sphere of chakra into Baki's side. The impact sent Baki flying, crashing into a tree with a sickening thud. Naruto. Hayate gasped, wide-eyed, staring at the blonde genin who had just saved his life. Hayate-sensei, we need to go. Now, Naruto yelled, grabbing the stunned Jonin and pulling him away. They're planning an invasion. We have to tell Gigi. Baki, groaning, slowly picked himself up, a furious glare on his face. You brat, you'll pay for that. He launched himself after them, but Naruto, with Hayate in tow, was already a blur, sprinting through the night towards the Hokage's office. They burst through the doors, panting, startling the Anbu guards. Gigi, we have to see the Hokage. It's urgent, Naruto yelled. A few moments later, they were standing before a bewildered Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been woken from his sleep. Naruto, still breathless, quickly recounted everything he had overheard, the invasion, the assassination plot, Kabuto and Baki's involvement. Hayate, still shaken, corroborated the story, adding details of his fight with Baki. Hiruzen listened, his face growing grimmer with each word. His eyes, usually so gentle, hardened with a steely resolve. An invasion, during the finals, and a plot to assassinate me. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, a dangerous glint within them. Thank you, Naruto. Thank you, Hayate. You have averted a disaster. Naruto, you saved Hayate's life, and in doing so, you saved Konoha. You are a true hero. Naruto, despite his exhaustion, felt a surge of pride. I just did what I had to do, Gigi. Now, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his voice softening slightly, you need to go back to the hospital. Get some rest. You've done enough for tonight. I will handle this. Naruto nodded, knowing he was dismissed. He gave Hayate a quick nod, then slipped out of the office, heading back to the hospital, his mind buzzing with the implications of what he had just learned. Hiruzen turned to Hayate, his expression serious. Hayate, we need to move swiftly and discreetly. We cannot let the other villages know we are aware of their plans. We will prepare a counter-strategy. You will be instrumental in this. The Hokage's eyes gleamed with a cunning intelligence. This invasion will be met with the full might of Konoha. And they will regret the day they ever underestimated us. Naruto, back in his hospital bed, couldn't sleep. His mind raced, replaying the conversation he'd overheard. An invasion. The third Hokage's life in danger. He had to do something. He couldn't just sit back and let it happen. He needed a plan. A way to protect Gigi, to protect Konoha. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration, his mind already working, devising a strategy that would turn the tables on the invaders. He wouldn't reveal it yet. But he would be ready. The next morning, the sun streamed through the hospital window, waking Naruto. He felt surprisingly refreshed, despite the lack of sleep. He quickly got dressed and, after a quick check-up from a nurse who grumbled about his early departure, he slipped out. He was starving. He decided to grab some breakfast before heading to the training grounds. He was walking along a quiet street, his stomach rumbling, when he saw Shikamaru and Choji sitting on a bench outside a dango shop. Choji was already halfway through a massive platter of dango, while Shikamaru looked bored, as usual. "Hey, guys," Naruto called out, a wide grin on his face. Shikamaru sighed. "Oh, great. The loudmouth's awake." "Naruto," Choji exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Want some dango?" Naruto was about to reply when a chilling sound cut through the morning air. A high-pitched, almost inhuman shriek, followed by the unmistakable sound of sand churning violently. "What was that?" Shikamaru muttered, his eyes narrowing. Naruto's head snapped towards the sound. It was coming from a nearby alleyway. He recognized the malevolent chakra signature instantly. Gaara. Without a word, Naruto sprinted towards the alley, Shikamaru and Choji, startled by his sudden speed, following closely behind. They rounded the corner and froze. The scene before them was horrifying. Rock Lee, his body still heavily bandaged from his preliminary match, was pinned against the wall, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Gaara stood over him, his sand swirling around his arm, forming a massive, crushing claw, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Lee was screaming, his eyes wide with terror and pain. "Gaara, stop it!" Naruto roared, his voice echoing through the alley. Gaara's head snapped up, his blank eyes fixing on Naruto. The sand around Lee hesitated for a moment. "What the hell are you doing, Gaara?" Shikamaru yelled, his face pale. Naruto didn't wait. A surge of pure, white energy erupted from his body, swirling around him like a protective aura. Black, jagged markings spread across his cheeks and arms, glowing with the same intense white light. His eyes turned a solid, burning gold, and from his back, dark, ethereal wings of pure energy unfurled, the first stage of his assault mode. "Let him go, Gaara," Naruto said, his voice low and dangerous, resonating with a power that made the very air vibrate. "Now." Gaara's eyes, for the first time, showed a flicker of something akin to surprise, then a terrifying, predatory glee. "That power. Mother is thirsty. She wants your blood, Uzumaki." His sand began to churn more violently, the crushing claw around Lee tightening. "I said, let him go." Naruto bellowed, and with a burst of speed, he lunged, his fist crackling with white energy. Just as Naruto was about to strike, a familiar, booming voice cut through the air. "That's enough." Might Guy, a whirlwind of green, appeared between Naruto and Gaara, his face a mask of fury. He held up a hand, stopping Naruto's attack, while simultaneously deflecting Gaara's sand with a powerful gust of wind. "Guy-sensei." Lee choked out, relief flooding his voice. Naruto, his assault mode still active, glared at Gaara, his golden eyes burning. Gaara, in turn, stared back, his own bloodlust warring with a newfound intrigue. The air crackled with their opposing powers, a silent, deadly standoff. Guy stood between them, his posture radiating a powerful warning. The tension in the alley was thick enough to cut with a kunai. Chapter 6, The Finals. I do not own Naruto or 7 Deadly Sins nor the Justus, characters, places, or weapons unless I decide to make some of my own. The morning of the Chunin exam finals dawned clear and crisp, a perfect day for battles that would shape destinies. Yet, for Naruto Uzumaki, it began not with a roar, but with a surprising, quiet moment. He had just finished a brisk, early training session, pushing himself harder than ever, when a familiar figure emerged from the morning mist near a training ground. It was Hinata Hyuga, her posture a little straighter, her eyes holding a new, subtle fire he hadn't seen before. She was alone, looking at the rising sun, a quiet strength emanating from her. Naruto, still a bit sweaty, scratched the back of his head, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Hey, Hinata, what are you doing out here so early?" Hinata startled, her head snapping towards him, and a faint blush immediately crept onto her cheeks. Her Byakugan eyes, usually so soft, widened slightly. Naruto-kun, I was just thinking, and training a little." He walked closer, the scent of fresh earth and morning dew clinging to him. "Thinking about the finals, huh? You're going to be awesome, I just know it." Hinata looked down, her fingers intertwining. I don't know, Naruto-kun. Neji ni-san, he's so strong. And I don't want to fail. I want to be stronger, like you. Her voice, though soft, held a hint of a tremor. Naruto's grin faltered slightly. He saw the doubt in her eyes, a reflection of the self-consciousness he sometimes battled. For a moment, the usual boisterous energy left him, replaced by a quiet understanding. "Hinata," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle, "you are strong. Stronger than you think. You showed that in your fight. You never gave up, even when it hurt. That's what truly makes a ninja strong. It's not just about how many jutsus you know or how much chakra you have." He paused, then, a mischievous spark returning to his eyes, he leaned in slightly. "Besides, you promised, right? Our date. You're still on for it, aren't you?" Hinata's eyes snapped up, her blush deepening to a vibrant crimson. She stammered, "Why yes. Of course, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't miss it for anything." Her confidence, though still fragile, seemed to solidify just a touch. Before Naruto could say anything else, a whirlwind of motion interrupted them. "Boss! Naruto-sensei! Over here!" Konohamaru yelled, skidding to a halt, Udon and Moegi trailing behind him, scrolls and pencils clutched in their hands. "We found the ultimate shortcut to the stadium. This way, you won't be late for your big fight." Naruto, ever the enthusiast, beamed. "All right, Konohamaru. Lead the way." He waved goodbye to a still blushing Hinata, who could only watch as Naruto and the Konohamaru corps vanished down a narrow, winding alleyway. What followed was a chaotic odyssey through Konoha's less traveled paths. Konohamaru's shortcut led them through a bustling market, where Naruto accidentally knocked over a fruit stand, earning the ire of a furious merchant. They then found themselves in an unexpected cul-de-sac that opened directly into a cow pasture. "This way, boss. Trust me," Konohamaru shouted, pointing towards a gap in the fence. "Are you sure about this, Konohamaru?" Naruto asked, eyeing a rather large, disgruntled bull that was now pawing the ground. "Positive. It's a straight shot." It was not a straight shot. The bull, clearly unimpressed by ninja antics, decided they were invaders. "Moo!" it bellowed, charging. "Ah! Bulls!" Naruto screamed, a cartoonish look of terror on his face as he, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi scrambled through the field, dodging furious bovine attacks. They vaulted fences, slid through muddy patches, and somehow, miraculously, managed to escape the pasture, covered in dirt and hay, but otherwise unharmed. The experience, while utterly unhelpful as a shortcut, was undeniably hilarious, leaving Naruto in fits of laughter once they were safely on the main road again. Despite the scenic and bovine-filled detour, Naruto, with a burst of chakra-enhanced speed in the final stretch, arrived at the Chunin exam stadium just as the massive gates were opening. The stands were already packed, a sea of eager faces buzzing with anticipation. He found his way to the arena floor, a vast circular space of packed earth, and saw the other finalists already gathered. Sasuke, still absent, was the only one missing from their roster. A figure with spiky hair and a senbon in his mouth appeared in the center of the arena. This was Genma Shiranui, the new proctor for the finals. "All right, listen up, maggots," he announced, his voice carrying clearly across the stadium. "Welcome to the final stage of the Chunin exams. I am Genma Shiranui, and I'll be your proctor today." He gestured to the scoreboard above. "The rules are simple, just like the preliminaries. This is a one-on-one battle. The fight continues until one opponent is knocked unconscious, admits defeat, or dies. Lethal force is permitted, but the goal is to determine the best of the best, not to create casualties unless absolutely necessary. Are there any questions?" A tense silence hung in the air. "Good," Genma said. "Then let's not waste any more time. The first match is between Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga." A roar erupted from the crowd. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Neji, who stood across the arena, a calm, almost serene expression on his face. The Hyuga prodigy's gaze was unsettlingly cold, his Byakugan already active, a network of visible veins around his eyes. In the cage box high above, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched with a slight smile, flanked by guards. Next to him sat the cage, an imposing figure cloaked in robes, his face partially obscured, and surprisingly, the third Raikage, a stern-faced man with a powerful aura, who had arrived as a special observer. None of them, save perhaps for Hiruzen, seemed to notice the subtle, predatory gleam in the Kage's eyes. Begin. Genma's voice boomed. Naruto wasted no time, charging forward with a speed that surprised many in the stands. Neji, however, remained rooted, entering his signature Juken stance. Naruto feigned a direct punch, shifting at the last moment into a low sweep kick. Neji easily parried with an open palm, his movements fluid and precise, aimed at Naruto's chakra points. "You move erratically, Uzumaki," Neji stated, his voice flat. "Your fate is to be a failure. You cannot escape it." Naruto scoffed, dodging a precise thrust to his shoulder. "My destiny is whatever I make it, Neji. And it definitely doesn't involve losing to an arrogant jerk who thinks he knows everything." He countered with a flurry of rapid taijutsu strikes, a style he'd been rigorously honing with the advanced taijutsu scroll Kakashi had given him. Each punch and kick was deceptively simple, yet carried a surprising force, forcing Neji to constantly adjust. Neji, adapting quickly, began to spin, creating a defensive barrier of chakra. 8 trigrams palm rotation. The azure shield deflected Naruto's assault, pushing him back. Neji saw an opening and lunged, his fingers extending. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Naruto was forced onto the defensive, narrowly avoiding the rapid strikes aimed at his chakra network. He backpedaled, creating distance, a thoughtful glint in his eye. "All right, big shot. Let's see you dodge this." Naruto quickly wove hand signs, creating a single shadow clone. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clone immediately engaged Neji in taijutsu, forcing the Hyuga to split his attention. While Neji expertly fended off the clone, Naruto, moving silently, snuck around to Neji's blind spot. He lunged, a chakra-infused kick aimed at Neji's side. Neji, sensing the attack with his Byakugan, twisted, deflecting the kick with an elbow. "You think such simple tactics will work?" Neji sneered. "The Byakugan sees all. Your movements are transparent." "Are they?" Naruto grinned, and suddenly, his hands formed a series of lightning-fast seals that Jiraiya had taught him. Summoning. Food cart destroyer technique. A massive, toad-shaped food cart, adorned with a giant ramen bowl, materialized directly above Neji, crashing down with incredible speed. The sheer absurdity of the attack momentarily stunned the crowd, but Neji, with a burst of chakra, unleashed a new technique. 8 trigrams. Distant heaven palm. Neji shouted, thrusting his palm forward. A visible wave of focused chakra shot out, striking the giant food cart. The force of the blow shattered the cart into splinters, sending wooden noodles flying in every direction. The Hyuga clan members in the stands gasped, impressed by this new long-range Juken strike. "Impressive, Neji," Naruto conceded, narrowly dodging a flying shard of wood. "But you're still not getting it. You keep talking about destiny, about fixed paths. But what if your destiny isn't really yours? What if someone else decided it for you?" Neji paused, his Byakugan eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. "What could a failure like you possibly know about my destiny?" he snarled, his composure cracking ever so slightly. "I know enough," Naruto shot back, his voice hardening, though his expression remained calm. "I know about the branch family and the main family. I know about the cage bird seal." Neji flinched, a raw, exposed look flashing across his face, quickly replaced by a venomous glare. "You know nothing, demon." "Oh, but I do, Neji," Naruto said, his voice gaining a quieter intensity. "I know about how the main family marks the branch family members at a young age. I know about the control they have over you, how they make you sacrifice for their destiny. I know how they made your father die for Hiashi, even though he was the one who was supposed to be kidnapped because of the incident when Hinata was kidnapped at the age of 3, right?" Neji's eyes widened, his stance faltering. He stared at Naruto, his mind reeling. The crowd, sensing the shift in the fight, grew eerily silent, leaning forward. Slowly, deliberately, Neji raised a hand to his forehead. His fingers fumbled with the cloth of his Konoha headband. With a sharp tug, he ripped it off, revealing the dark, intricate symbol of the cage bird seal emblazoned on his forehead. You understand what it's like to have a seal like this." Neji's voice was low, filled with a raw mix of bitterness, pain, and a desperate plea for understanding. He looked at Naruto, his Byakugan piercing, searching for a flicker of recognition, a sign that someone, anyone, could comprehend the burden he carried. Naruto gazed at the seal on Neji's forehead. A small, almost imperceptible chuckle escaped his lips, a low, rumbling sound that quickly grew. His shoulders began to shake, and then, a full-blown, uninhibited laugh erupted from him, echoing through the silent stadium. The arena remained in a stunned, almost suffocating silence, broken only by the distant murmur of the crowd, a collective gasp that had never quite subsided. Naruto's full-blown, uninhibited laughter echoed through the vast space, a sound so unexpected, so out of place, that it felt like a physical affront to the solemnity of Neji's revelation. It wasn't a cruel, mocking cackle, but rather a deep, resonant sound, almost as if he were laughing at the sheer, cosmic absurdity of it all. Neji's face, already pale from the Rasengan's impact and the raw emotion of his confession, flushed with a furious crimson. His Byakugan eyes, usually so composed and analytical, blazed with a mixture of anger and wounded pride. He pushed himself further upright, trembling. "What are you laughing at, demon?" he snarled, his voice hoarse with suppressed rage. "Do you find my suffering amusing? Do you mock my destiny, you who knows nothing of true pain?" A fresh ripple of bewildered murmurs swept through the stands. How could Naruto, the supposed dead last, the boy who had just heard such a profound confession, react with such mirth? Sakura, still recovering from her own match, stared, a knot of confusion and renewed anger twisting in her stomach. Kiba and Shikamaru exchanged bewildered glances, their usual banter forgotten. Even the usually stoic Shino seemed to tilt his head infinitesimally, a silent question in his obscured gaze. In the cage box, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched with a complex expression, a flicker of profound sadness, a hint of deep understanding, and a weary empathy that spoke of burdens known and shared. Beside him, Jiraiya and Anko remained silent, their faces grim, their eyes fixed on Naruto with a sorrow that few could comprehend. Hiyashi Hyuga, in the Hyuga clan section, stiffened, his Byakugan eyes widening, a dawning horror slowly creeping into his features, though not for the reason the crowd assumed. He had already been informed by the Hokage that the Hyuga clan elders had put the caged bird seal on Naruto. Naruto's laughter slowly subsided, though a faint, almost melancholic smile lingered on his lips. He looked at Neji, his blue eyes, usually so vibrant, now held a depth of understanding that belied his years, a weariness that spoke of battles fought far from any arena. Laughing, Naruto repeated, his voice surprisingly soft, almost a whisper, yet it carried clearly across the hushed arena, drawing every ear. "I'm not laughing at you, Neji. I'm laughing at the irony. At the sheer, goddamn absurdity of it all. You ask if I understand what it's like to have a seal like that, to have your life dictated by it, to be born into a cage." He reached up, his fingers going to his own Konoha headband. Neji watched, his anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by a growing, chilling unease. Slowly, deliberately, Naruto untied the cloth, pulling it away from his forehead. And there it was. On Naruto's forehead, stark against his tanned skin, was the dark, intricate symbol of the caged bird seal. It was identical to Neji's, a complex, almost organic-looking pattern, like a twisted spiral, that pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible dark energy. It was a mark of control, of suppression, of a burden forced upon him. A cage, not just for the body, but for the very essence of who he was. The entire stadium erupted in a collective, stunned silence. Gasps echoed through the stands. Jaws dropped. Eyes widened in disbelief. What is that?" someone whispered from the crowd, their voice trembling with fear. "Another seal." Another murmured, a dawning horror in their tone. The shock was universal. The genin, the jonin, the civilians, all stared at Naruto, their minds reeling. This was not the mark of a hero. This was something else entirely. In the cage box, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Anko looked on with profound sadness, their expressions etched with a shared pain, a silent acknowledgement of the truth. Hiyashi Hyuga, though not shocked by the seal's existence, felt a renewed wave of guilt and sorrow wash over him, his Byakugan eyes fixed on the mark, a testament to his clan's dark past and the injustice inflicted upon this boy. Hinata, watching from the medical bay, saw the mark on Naruto's forehead. Her hands flew to her mouth, and silent tears streamed down her face, her heart aching with a pain that was both new and deeply familiar. Her Naruto-kun, too, carried such a burden. But it was Neji who was the most profoundly shocked. His Byakugan eyes, fixed on Naruto's forehead, widened to an almost impossible degree. The anger, the pride, the disdain, all of it vanished, replaced by a look of utter, profound disbelief. He had spoken of destiny, of the burden of his seal, and here, before him, was the very person he had scorned, bearing a mark that seemed to scream of a far deeper, more cruel fate. His body trembled, not with rage, but with a sudden, chilling understanding. You have a seal," Neji whispered, his voice hoarse, devoid of its usual arrogance. Like mine." Naruto nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Yeah, Neji. Like yours. Only, I got it when I was 5 years old." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the stunned faces in the crowd, then back to Neji. "You think you know about seals, about being controlled, about having your life dictated by others. You think you know about pain." His voice, though calm, held an edge of steel, a quiet fury that was far more potent than any shout. "Let me tell you about my destiny, Neji. Let me tell you about the failure who laughs at your suffering." He took a step forward, his voice gaining a chilling intensity. "I was forced to kill what I thought were the remaining members of my own clan. My family. The last of the Uzumaki. I was a child, and I was forced to take their lives. Because someone else decided it was my destiny to be a weapon, to be controlled." A collective gasp swept through the arena again, this time laced with horror and disbelief. The third Hokage, who had been observing with a stern expression, leaned forward, his eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine shock on his face. "The Uzumaki clan, annihilated. And by this boy. Then there's the villagers," Naruto continued, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, as if recounting a distant, painful memory. "The ones who beat me, spat on me, treated me like dirt. Not because of a seal, but because of something they didn't understand. Because of fear. And the people who adopted me. They used me. They pretended to care, then betrayed me and threw me back onto the streets when I was no longer useful." His gaze hardened. "Mizuki. He tricked me into stealing the forbidden scroll. He tried to make me a rogue ninja, to turn me against the village I was sworn to protect. And the academy. They sabotaged me. Made sure I failed, made sure I was always the dead last. Because they didn't want a monster to become a ninja." He looked at the Hokage box, his eyes meeting the third Hokage's, then Jiraiya's, then Anko's. Their faces were etched with a profound sorrow, a silent acknowledgement of the truths he spoke, truths they had long carried as burdens. "In my clan compound," Naruto continued, his voice now a low, dangerous rumble, his eyes distant, seeing not the arena, but the ghosts of his past. "People would break in, trying to steal scrolls, trying to steal techniques. The barrier around the compound. It killed them. It protected my home, but it also killed. And I was there. I saw it." He took another step, his eyes fixed on Neji. "My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who was the 5th Hokage, died when I was 2 years old because of a sickness. A sickness she got from having the kyuubi ripped out of her the day I was born." The revelation about Kushina Uzumaki, the 5th Hokage being Naruto's mother, sent another shockwave through the stadium. But the added detail about the kyuubi, and her survival for 2 years after such a traumatic event, truly stunned many. Whispers erupted. "She survived that. The kyuubi's previous container." The third Hokage's eyes widened further, a flicker of respect, and perhaps a touch of fear, entering them. Naruto had only learned this information when 148 members of the Uzumaki clan had just showed up to Konoha, a fact that was still a closely guarded secret. "You want to talk about the Uzumaki clan, Neji?" Naruto's voice deepened, resonating with a forgotten history, a power that seemed to pull from the very earth beneath them. "We were founders of Konoha, alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans. We were known for our longevity, our vibrant red hair, and our mastery of Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. But in the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagakur, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, and Iwagakure, the other 4 great villages, joined forces. They saw our power, our potential, and they feared us. They united to destroy us. They almost succeeded in wiping out the entire Uzumaki clan. And because of that, the 4 great villages almost lost the war, because our sealing arts were crucial to their own defenses." His gaze became piercing, burning with the fire of generations of injustice. And after that, the Konoha Council, they removed our history. Every mention of the Uzumaki clan was purged from the archives, the library, the academy records. They wanted me to think I was a nobody. An orphan with no past, no lineage, no power. They wanted to make sure I would never know my true self, never know the legacy I was born into. So that I would think I was a nobody. Neji stood motionless, his Byakugan eyes still wide, his mind reeling from the torrent of Naruto's confession. The arrogance had completely drained from him, replaced by a profound, unsettling silence. He had believed his suffering was unique, his fate sealed by the cruel hand of destiny. But Naruto had lived a life of far greater, more insidious pain, and yet, he stood there, defiant, unbroken. The very foundations of his rigid worldview crumbled around him. "If you don't like your destiny, Neji," Naruto said, his voice gaining a quiet, almost sorrowful tone, yet it resonated with an unwavering conviction, "then change it. You're wrong about destiny. It's not something decided for you at birth. It's not some unchangeable path laid out by others. It's something you choose, something you fight for, something you make with your own two hands." He clenched his fist, holding it up. "If you believe in your destiny, then you should be able to change it. You should be able to break free from whatever chains bind you. That's what true strength is, Neji. Not just accepting what's given to you, but fighting against it, carving your own path, no matter how hard it is." Neji stared, his Byakugan eyes wide and unblinking. The raw emotion in Naruto's voice, the sheer force of his conviction, struck him deeper than any physical blow. The words resonated with a part of him he had long suppressed, a part that yearned for freedom, for a choice he had never been given. His rigid posture seemed to soften, almost imperceptibly. You truly believe that?" Neji whispered, his voice barely audible, a profound vulnerability in his tone. "I don't just believe it, Neji," Naruto said, his eyes blazing with an inner fire. "I live it. Every single day. I'm going to become Hokage, and I'm going to change this village, change this world, so that no one else has to suffer like we have. No one else will have their destiny chosen for them." A powerful, golden aura began to emanate from Naruto, swirling around him. Black, jagged markings spread across his cheeks and arms, glowing with the same intense white light. His eyes turned a solid, burning gold, and from his back, dark, ethereal wings of pure energy unfurled, the first stage of his assault mode. The sheer power radiating from him caused the ground to tremble, and the air crackled with raw, untamed chakra. The crowd gasped, a collective murmur of awe and fear sweeping through the stadium. The third Hokage, in the cage box, leaned forward, his eyes wide with genuine shock. What is that power?" he exclaimed, a rare display of emotion. Naruto stood there, a beacon of defiance, his golden eyes fixed on Neji, a silent, powerful promise in his gaze. The battle was far from over, but the very nature of destiny itself had been challenged. Naruto stood in the center of the arena, a beacon of defiance, his golden eyes fixed on Neji. The raw, untamed power of his assault mode flared around him, the black, jagged markings glowing intensely, and the ethereal wings of pure energy unfurling from his back. The ground trembled, and the air crackled with the sheer force of his untamed chakra. The crowd, a collective entity of awe and fear, murmured, their gazes glued to the impossible spectacle. In the cage box, the third Hokage leaned forward, his eyes wide with genuine shock. What is that power?" he exclaimed, a rare display of emotion from the stoic leader. Neji, still reeling from Naruto's confession and the revelation of the caged bird seal on his forehead, stared. His Byakugan eyes, usually so sharp and discerning, were wide with a mixture of disbelief and a dawning, terrifying understanding. The arrogance had completely drained from him, replaced by a profound, unsettling silence. He had believed his suffering was unique, his fate sealed by the cruel hand of destiny. But Naruto had lived a life of far greater, more insidious pain, and yet, he stood there, defiant, unbroken, radiating power. The very foundations of his rigid worldview crumbled around him. You truly believe that?" Neji whispered, his voice hoarse, devoid of its usual arrogance, a profound vulnerability in his tone. "I don't just believe it, Neji," Naruto said, his voice now a low, dangerous growl, resonating with the power of his assault mode. I live it. Every single day. I'm going to become Hokage, and I'm going to change this village, change this world, so that no one else has to suffer like we have. No one else will have their destiny chosen for them. With a final, thunderous declaration, Naruto lunged. He didn't move with the wild abandon of his past, but with a terrifying, calculated precision. His body, infused with the white energy, blurred, and he appeared directly in front of Neji, his right hand already pulled back. Neji, despite his shock, instinctively reacted. His Byakugan flared, and he began to spin, preparing his ultimate defense. 8 trigrams palm rotation. A shimmering dome of azure chakra erupted around him, a perfect sphere designed to deflect any attack. Naruto didn't hesitate. His fist, crackling with the raw, golden energy of his assault mode, slammed into the rotating shield. The impact was deafening, a sonic boom that reverberated through the stadium, shaking the very foundations. The crowd gasped, many covering their ears. Neji's rotation, usually impenetrable, visibly wavered under the sheer, unadulterated force of Naruto's blow. This is for Hinata. Naruto roared, his voice layered with primal power, and he unleashed a barrage of rapid, chakra-infused punches, each one aimed at a different point on the rotating shield. The golden energy of his fists hammered relentlessly, causing cracks to spiderweb across the azure dome. Neji gritted his teeth, his face contorted in strain. He had never encountered such raw power, such a relentless assault. His rotation, a technique perfected over years, was being pushed to its absolute limit. He could feel the pressure building, the chakra straining. Seeing an opening, Naruto pulled back his left hand. From the folds of his cloak, a glint of polished steel emerged. It was Lost Vein, no longer dull and tarnished, but gleaming with a sharp, almost ethereal sheen. The short sword, now perfectly clean and honed, seemed to hum with a faint, ancient energy. In the Kage box, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gasped, his eyes widening in profound shock. Lost Vein, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Beside him, Jiraiya, who had been watching with intense focus, stiffened, his jaw dropping. Kushina's. But how? He muttered, a look of utter disbelief on his face. They both knew the legend of the Uzumaki clan's lost blade, a weapon said to amplify the wielder's power and reflect attacks. They had seen Kushina wield it in her youth, a blur of red hair and gleaming steel. No one else in the stadium recognized the blade, but the 2 legendary shinobi immediately understood its significance. Naruto, with a speed that defied the eye, lunged forward, not with a punch, but with Lost Vein. He didn't swing it to cut, but held the flat of the polished blade out, directly in front of Neji's still rotating barrier. Neji, sensing the new threat, quickly adjusted his rotation, focusing a concentrated blast of chakra at Naruto. 8 trigrams, distant heaven palm. He shouted, a powerful wave of focused chakra erupting from his palm, aimed directly at Naruto. Full counter. Naruto bellowed, his voice echoing with primal power. The moment Neji's chakra blast connected with Lost Vein, an impossible phenomenon occurred. The attack didn't dissipate, didn't deflect. Instead, it was absorbed into the gleaming surface of the blade, shimmering for a split second. Then, with a blinding flash of golden light, the attack was unleashed back at Neji, magnified tenfold, twisted and imbued with Naruto's own overwhelming chakra. The amplified wave of chakra, now a devastating torrent of raw energy, slammed into Neji's already strained rotation. The azure dome shattered with a deafening crack. Neji cried out, a raw sound of agony, as the force of his own amplified attack slammed into him. He was sent careening backward, a broken ragdoll, crashing through the arena wall with a sickening thud. The entire stadium rumbled from the impact. Silence. A profound, absolute silence descended upon the arena. The crowd, previously a cacophony of gasps and murmurs, was now utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stared at the gaping hole in the arena wall, then back at Naruto, who stood panting, Lost Vein still clutched in his hand, the golden aura of his assault mode slowly receding. Genma Shiranui, the proctor, was the first to move. He rushed to the gaping hole in the wall, peering through the dust and debris. Neji Hyuga lay motionless amidst the rubble, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, his Byakugan eyes unfocused and distant. He was utterly defeated, unable to move, unable to even twitch. Genma turned back to the arena, his senbon still in his mouth, but his expression was one of profound shock. He raised his hand, his voice echoing through the silent stadium. Neji Hyuga is unable to continue. Genma's voice boomed, then, after a brief, dramatic pause, he declared, the winner is Naruto Uzumaki. A beat of silence. Then, a single, tentative cheer erupted from the Konoha stands. It was Kiba. All right, Naruto. He bellowed, pumping his fist. That cheer was a spark that ignited a wildfire. The entire stadium erupted into a deafening roar. Cheers, applause, and shouts of, Naruto! 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 Filled the air, shaking the very foundations of the arena. It was a thunderous ovation, a recognition of the impossible, a celebration of the underdog who had defied destiny. Naruto, still breathing heavily, looked out at the cheering crowd, a genuine, unburdened grin spreading across his face. He held Lost Vein aloft for a moment, the polished blade glinting in the sunlight, before sheathing it at his hip. He had done it. He had won. He had broken Neji's destiny. In the cage box, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wiped a tear from his eye, a proud, heartfelt smile gracing his lips. Minato. Kushina. Your son. He truly is magnificent, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Jiraiya, beside him, finally broke into a wide, triumphant grin, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. Enko, for her part, was laughing, a joyous, almost manic sound, tears streaming down her face. Medical Ninja rushed onto the arena floor, carefully tending to Neji, who was slowly being carried away. Naruto watched them go, a complex mix of triumph and a strange, quiet empathy in his eyes. He had won, but he had also shown Neji a different path, a different truth. Naruto made his way up the stairs, the roar of the crowd still deafening. He passed Kiba, who gave him a thumbs up and a wide grin. You were awesome, Naruto. Seriously, that was insane. Shikamaru, leaning against the railing, looked at Naruto with a rare, genuine smile. Troublesome, but you certainly know how to make a statement, Naruto. Good job. Naruto simply grinned, acknowledging their praise. He glanced at where Sasuke and Kakashi should have been, but their section remained empty. They were still absent, just as they had been in the prelims. He felt a flicker of something, but quickly pushed it down. He had his own path, his own victory. Genma Shiranui, after ensuring Neji was safely removed, cleared his throat once more, his voice cutting through the lingering cheers. All right, everyone. We will now proceed with the next match. All right, listen up. Genma Shiranui's voice cut through the buzzing arena, echoing from the proctor's balcony. The next match is Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Desert. A wave of anticipation rippled through the crowd, but as silence fell, a collective murmur of confusion rose. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. The cage, his arms crossed and a stony expression on his face, leaned towards the Hokage. Lord Hokage, the people came to see the last Uchiha fight. Perhaps we should wait. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He scanned the restless crowd, then nodded subtly. Enko, he said, turning to a nearby proctor, go tell Genma to move on to the next match. We'll wait for Uchiha. Enko swiftly made her way to Genma, whispering the Hokage's decision. Genma nodded, then stepped forward again, raising his voice. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara of the Desert will be postponed. We will now move on to the next scheduled bout. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands, the crowd's disappointment palpable. Next match. Genma voice echoed. Kankuro vs. Shino Aburame. Naruto watched as Kankuro, the puppet master, descended to the arena floor, his bandaged puppet Karasu already at his side. Shino, ever stoic, adjusted his sunglasses and moved with his usual deliberate grace. The fight began, a tense standoff between the puppet's intricate movements and Shino's silent, chakra-draining insects. However, after only a few moments, Kankuro suddenly raised his hand. I forfeit, he announced, his voice surprisingly loud. My puppet is damaged, and I can't fight at full strength. I concede. A collective groan of disappointment swept through the crowd. Shino simply tilted his head, his obscured eyes giving no indication of surprise or disappointment. Genma, after a moment of stunned silence, announced, Kankuro forfeits. The winner is Shino Aburame. Kankuro quickly ascended the stairs, muttering about damaged parts and needing repairs. Shino, impassive as ever, simply turned and walked away. Genma sighed, shaking his head. All right, then. Moving on. The next match will be. The display board flickered one last time, and the final pairing for the first round appeared. Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru, who had been leaning against the railing, suddenly straightened up, his eyes widening in genuine dismay. Oh, man, this is the worst. He groaned loudly, throwing his head back dramatically. A strong kunoichi. What a pain. Temari, from the Sand Village side, smirked, a glint of challenge in her eyes as she began to descend towards the arena, her giant fan already in hand. The battle of the lazy genius versus the Wind Mistress was about to begin. The arena, still buzzing from Naruto's explosive victory and Kankuro's unexpected forfeit, now settled into a different kind of anticipation. The display board had just revealed the next pairing. Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. A collective murmur rippled through the crowd, a mix of curiosity and amusement. Shikamaru, known more for his napping habits than his fighting prowess, was about to face the formidable wind-wielding kunoichi from the Sand Village. Naruto, still basking in the glow of his win, watched Shikamaru's reaction. The lazy genius, true to form, groaned loudly, throwing his head back in dramatic despair. Oh, man, this is the worst. A strong kunoichi. What a pain. Naruto chuckled, a genuine, unburdened sound. He knew Shikamaru was smarter than he let on, but even he had to admit, this was a tough draw. He glanced at Karen, who was watching with keen interest. Think the lazy genius can pull a rabbit out of his hat, Karen. Karen adjusted her glasses, a thoughtful frown on her face. Shikamaru Nara possesses a formidable intellect, Naruto-sama. His shadow possession jutsu, while seemingly simple, can be devastating in the right hands. However, Temari's range and wind manipulation will make it incredibly difficult for him to close the distance. That's what I'm thinking, Naruto mused, his eyes narrowing as Temari began her descent to the arena. He saw her smirk, the challenging glint in her eyes. She was confident, and she had every right to be. Just then, Shikamaru, still muttering about how troublesome everything was, started to turn away from the railing, as if contemplating a strategic retreat before the match even began. Naruto, seeing this, felt a sudden surge of exasperation. He had just fought his heart out, and Shikamaru was already trying to bail. Hey, Shikamaru! Naruto called out, his voice sharp, cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. Shikamaru paused, turning his head slowly, a questioning look on his face. Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, stepped forward and, with a surprising amount of force, shoved Shikamaru squarely in the back. Get down there and fight, you lazy bum. Don't you dare forfeit after all that talk about how troublesome everything is. Show them what a Konoha ninja can do. Shikamaru stumbled, his eyes wide with shock, before regaining his balance just before the edge of the railing. He stared at Naruto, a mixture of annoyance and a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Hey, what was that for, Naruto? Naruto merely grinned, crossing his arms. Just a little motivation, Shikamaru. Now go. And don't you dare lose. A collective gasp went through the crowd at Naruto's unexpected shove. Temari, already in the arena, watched the exchange with a raised eyebrow, a faint, intrigued smirk on her face. Shikamaru sighed again, a deeper, more resigned sigh this time. Man, what a drag. Fine, fine. You win, Naruto. He then slowly, reluctantly, made his way down the stairs, hands still shoved in his pockets but with a slightly more determined stride. Genma Shiranui, the proctor, watched the interaction with an amused glint in his eye, then cleared his throat. Shikamaru Nara and Temari, please proceed to the center of the arena. They moved to their positions, facing each other. Temari, her giant fan already in hand, looked at Shikamaru with a mixture of disdain and mild curiosity. So, the lazy one finally decided to show up. Are you even going to try, or are you just going to surrender now and save us all some time? Shikamaru yawned, rubbing his neck. It's too troublesome to surrender without a fight. Besides, I need to figure out how to beat you without actually moving too much. Genma positioned himself between them. Are both competitors ready? Ready, Temari replied, her voice sharp. As ready as I'll ever be, I guess, Shikamaru mumbled. Then, begin, Genma announced, vanishing to the side of the arena. The moment Genma disappeared, Temari wasted no time. With a powerful swing of her fan, she unleashed a massive gust of wind, sending a swirling tempest of air directly at Shikamaru. It was her signature move, designed to push opponents back and control the battlefield. Shikamaru, however, was already moving. He didn't run, but rather sidestepped, his movements economical and precise. He weaved through the gusts, his eyes scanning the arena, observing the wind currents, the subtle shifts in the air. He was thinking, analyzing, calculating. He's not just dodging, he's observing her wind patterns, Naruto murmured, a rare analytical glint in his eye. He's trying to find a weakness. Temari, growing impatient, unleashed a series of increasingly powerful wind attacks, forcing Shikamaru to constantly move, to stay on the defensive. He darted from side to side, occasionally jumping to avoid a particularly strong blast, but he never seemed to be in a hurry. He was buying time, waiting for something. Come on, lazy boy. Are you just going to run all day? Temari taunted, her voice carrying over the whipping wind. Shikamaru, still dodging, finally spoke, his voice surprisingly calm. You're strong, I'll give you that. But you're predictable. You always go for the direct approach. And you're leaving yourself open. Temari scoffed. Open? I'm controlling this entire arena. Are you? Shikamaru muttered, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. He noticed the shadow of a cloud passing overhead, casting a long, thin line across the arena. He also noticed the slight incline of the arena floor, a subtle slope that would affect the flow of water. And he remembered the small, almost unnoticeable hole in the arena wall from Naruto's fight. He began to move differently, not just dodging, but subtly guiding Temari. He would bait her into unleashing a powerful attack, then dodge in a way that forced her to adjust her position, slowly, imperceptibly, moving her closer to a specific spot on the arena floor. He used the wind currents she created against her, allowing them to push him just enough to reposition himself. What's he doing? Kiba whispered, confused. He's just letting her push him around. He's not letting her push him around, Kiba, Naruto corrected, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He's leading her. He's playing chess, and she doesn't even know it. Temari, unaware of Shikamaru's intricate plan, continued her relentless assault. She unleashed her wind-scythe jutsu, a massive, razor-sharp crescent of wind, forcing Shikamaru to leap high into the air to avoid it. As he landed, he subtly shifted his weight, landing precisely where he wanted to be. Now, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes glinting. He saw the shadow of the cloud directly overhead, perfectly aligned. He saw the subtle slope of the ground leading to the hole in the wall. He saw the path. Shadow Possession Jutsu, Shikamaru declared, his shadow stretching out, long and thin, across the arena floor. Temari, seeing the shadow coming, quickly tried to jump back, but it was too late. The shadow, extended by the precise positioning of the cloud, connected with hers, binding her movements. She froze, mirroring Shikamaru's stance, her eyes wide with shock. What? Temari gasped, struggling against the invisible bonds. How did you? Troublesome, isn't it? Shikamaru said, a rare, genuine grin spreading across his face. I just needed to wait for the right moment. The right cloud, the right angle, the right slope. Everything has a pattern, even your wind. The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of stunned applause sweeping through the stadium. Shikamaru, the lazy genius, had outsmarted the formidable wind user. He actually did it, Kiba yelled, pumping his fist. Shikamaru, you genius. Naruto nodded, a proud smile on his face. Told you he was smart, Karen. He's a tactical mastermind. Karen nodded, her eyes wide with admiration. Absolutely brilliant, Naruto-sama. He used the environment, the time of day, and even her own predictable attacks to his advantage. A truly masterful strategy. Shikamaru, still linked to Temari by his shadow, slowly began to move, forcing her to mirror his actions. He led her towards the edge of the arena, near the hole Naruto had made earlier. He then reached into his pouch, pulling out a single kunai. Temari's eyes widened in terror. No. What are you doing? Shikamaru, with painstaking slowness, began to lift his arm, forcing Kin's arm to mirror his. He wasn't aiming to kill, just to incapacitate. He brought the kunai closer to her neck, the sharp edge glinting. Just as the kunai was about to make contact, Shikamaru sighed, a long, drawn-out sound of pure exhaustion. He dropped his arm, the kunai clattering to the ground. Man, this is such a drag, Shikamaru mumbled, his voice barely audible. I'm out of chakra, and this is too troublesome. I forfeit. A stunned silence fell over the arena. The crowd, expecting a decisive victory, was utterly bewildered. Temari, released from the shadow possession, blinked, then stared at Shikamaru, her jaw slack. Genma Shiranui, after a moment of stunned silence, coughed. Shikamaru Nara forfeits. The winner is Temari. A smattering of confused applause followed. Temari, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, slowly ascended the stairs, a mixture of triumph and utter bewilderment on her face. Shikamaru, meanwhile, slumped against the arena wall, looking utterly spent. Kiba rushed down to meet him. Shikamaru. What the heck was that? You had her. You totally had her. Shikamaru merely waved a dismissive hand. Too much effort, Kiba. My brain's fried. Besides, I already proved my point. Naruto, watching from above, shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Shikamaru was truly one of a kind. Genma Shiranui, sighing, cleared his throat once more. All right, everyone. We will now proceed with the next match. He looked up at the display board, then paused, a slight frown on his face. It seems one of the next participants isn't yet present. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara, Genma announced, his voice echoing through the stadium. Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara, please report to the arena. Silence. The cage box, usually a place of quiet observation, now held a palpable tension. The third Hokage looked concerned. The cage, however, remained impassive, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. The minutes ticked by, stretching into an agonizing silence. The crowd grew restless, murmuring impatiently. Genma sighed, checking his watch. Just as he was about to declare a forfeit, a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through the arena, kicking up dust. From the main entrance, two figures appeared, moving with incredible speed. It was Kakashi Hatake, looking slightly disheveled but otherwise calm, and beside him, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's face was pale, and he clutched his neck, where a faint, dark pattern was barely visible beneath his collar. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce, almost desperate intensity. Sorry we're late, Genma, Kakashi said, his voice casual, as if they hadn't just kept an entire stadium waiting. We ran into a black cat on the way here. Had to take the long way around, you know how it is. A collective groan of disbelief went through the crowd. Gaara, who had been standing motionless in the arena, his sand swirling ominously around him, slowly turned his head. His blank eyes fixed on Sasuke, and for the first time, a flicker of something akin to predatory anticipation entered their depths. His sand began to churn more violently, a low, guttural growl emanating from him. Sasuke, meeting Gaara's gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his hand instinctively going to his neck. He had faced a monster in the forest of death, and now, he was about to face another. This was his chance to prove himself. His chance to gain the power he craved. Genma sighed, shaking his head. Very well. Sasuke Uchiha has arrived. The next match will now begin. The air crackled with a new, dangerous energy. The stage was set. Chapter 7, The Sand and Sound Invasion. The stadium air, once electric with the cheers from Naruto's victory, now crackled with a different kind of energy, a tense, predatory stillness. It emanated from the two figures in the center of the arena. On one side stood Gaara of the desert, his arms crossed, his sand swirling around him like a living, breathing entity. His sea-foam green eyes, utterly devoid of emotion, were fixed on his opponent. On the other side stood Sasuke Uchiha. He had arrived at the last possible second, his face pale and his hand instinctively clutching the cursed seal on his neck, but his eyes burned with a desperate, feverish intensity. This was more than a match, it was a confrontation between two monsters, one by birth and one by circumstance. Begin. Genma Shiranui's voice boomed, and the fight was on. Sasuke moved with a speed that shocked the audience, a speed born from a month of grueling, focused training with Kakashi. He was a black and blue blur, closing the distance in an instant. Gaara remained motionless, his sand shield automatically rising to meet the threat. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Sasuke's fists and feet became a blur, hammering against the sand armor with a ferocity that surpassed even Rock Lee's initial assault. He was faster, more precise. He landed 3 solid hits before Gaara's sand could fully react, chipping away at the seemingly impenetrable defense. In the stands, Naruto's Lost Vein clone watched, his arms crossed, his expression a mask of cold indifference. The real Naruto was elsewhere, but this clone, a perfect copy imbued with a piece of Lost Vein's power, held all of his memories, his anger, and his newfound analytical prowess. He saw Sasuke's improved speed, the way he moved with a desperate efficiency. He also saw Sakura, a few rows down, her hands clasped together, her eyes wide with worry for the teammate who had left him for dead. A bitter taste filled his mouth. "He's faster," the Naruto clone muttered to himself, his voice low. Kakashi-sensei must have pushed him hard. But it's just speed. It's not enough. Down in the arena, Gaara's sand armor cracked and reformed, the grains swirling with a malevolent energy. "You are fast, Uchiha," Gaara's voice rasped, a chilling, guttural sound. "But you are just another insect to be crushed." A torrent of sand shot towards Sasuke, who dodged with acrobatic grace, his Sharingan spinning to life. He could see the flow of Gaara's chakra, the way the sand moved with his will. He countered, weaving hand signs with blinding speed. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A volley of small fireballs erupted from Sasuke's mouth, each concealing a shuriken. The flames licked at the sand, but Gaara's defense was absolute, the fireballs dissipating harmlessly against the swirling shield. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance. He was landing hits, but he wasn't doing any real damage. The curse mark on his neck began to throb, a dull, burning ache that promised power at a terrible cost. Just as the tension in the fight reached its peak, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. White feathers began to drift down from the sky, blanketing the stadium in a soft, ethereal shower. The Naruto clone's eyes narrowed instantly. Genjutsu. Around the stadium, civilians and lower-level ninjas slumped in their seats, their eyes glazing over as they fell into a deep, enchanted sleep. The Anbu and Jonin, recognizing the technique, immediately began to form counter-seals. "Kai! Release!" they shouted, but the genjutsu was powerful, widespread, and clearly a diversion. In the cage box, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood up, his expression grim. "It's begun," he murmured. Suddenly, the cage, who had been sitting silently beside him, lunged. His movements were impossibly fast, a kunai appearing in his hand as he grabbed the Hokage, holding the blade to his throat. The Anbu guards moved to intercept, but they were too slow. "Stay back," the cage hissed, his voice changing, becoming a silky, serpentine whisper that sent a chill down everyone's spine. With a dramatic flourish, he ripped off his cage robes, his face melting and reforming. The stoic, weathered features of the Sand Village leader dissolved, revealing the pale, snake-like visage of Orochimaru. "Long time no see, sensei," Orochimaru purred, his golden eyes gleaming with malice. Before the Anbu could react, a massive explosion rocked the cage box. The roof erupted in a cloud of smoke and fire. Orochimaru, still clutching the Hokage, leapt through the hole, landing gracefully on the stadium roof. The third Raikage, who had been observing with a stern expression, shot up after them, his body crackling with lightning chakra, landing beside the two-leaf shinobi. "Sarutobi." The Raikage boomed, his voice like thunder. "This is the end, Hiruzen." Orochimaru merely chuckled. "Just a little. Regime change, Sarutobi-sensei." From the four corners of the stadium roof, 4 figures appeared, their bodies flickering into existence. They were the Sound Four, Jirobo, Kitamaru, Sakin, and Tayuya. They moved in perfect sync, their hands forming a series of intricate seals. "Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation." They chanted in unison. 4 pillars of purple fire erupted from the corners of the roof, connecting to form a translucent, shimmering barrier that trapped Orochimaru, the Hokage, and the Raikage inside. "Ninja art, 4 black fogs formation. A swirling black mist began to fill the barrier, obscuring the view from the outside, a jutsu designed to prevent any outside interference or observation. Down below, Jiraiya and Anko, who had been watching from a special section, saw the barrier erupt. "Sensei!" Jiraiya roared, his face a mask of fury. "Hokage-sama!" Anko screamed, her eyes wide with terror. They both leapt towards the roof, but they were too late. They slammed into the purple barrier, a searing pain shooting through them as they were thrown back. "It's no use." Jiraiya grunted, clutching his arm. "This is a high-level barrier. We can't get through." From within the black fog, the voice of the third Hokage called out, calm and steady. "Jiraiya, Anko, it's all right. I can handle this. Go. Protect the village. That is your priority." Jiraiya hesitated, his face a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. "But, Sensei, go." The Hokage commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya nodded. "Anko, let's go. We have to trust him." He and Anko leapt from the roof, disappearing into the chaos of the invading sand and sound ninja who were now swarming the stadium. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru chuckled, his tongue flicking out. "Brave words, old man. But you are trapped. You and all mine." The figure of the third Hokage straightened up, the aged, weary posture vanishing. A small, almost imperceptible smirk touched his lips. "You know, Orochimaru," he said, his voice changing, losing its aged rasp and becoming youthful, energetic, and impossibly familiar. "You really should have paid more attention during the preliminaries." With a puff of smoke, the form of Hiruzen Sarutobi dissolved, revealing a grinning Naruto Uzumaki, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Orochimaru's jaw dropped. The third Raikage stared, his stern expression replaced by one of utter, profound disbelief. They weren't trapped with the god of shinobi. They were trapped with a genin. Jiraiya and Anko landed in the upper stands, the sounds of battle already raging around them. Sand and Sound Ninja were clashing with Konoha's forces, the stadium quickly turning into a war zone. "We need to get to the front lines." Jiraiya yelled over the din. As they leapt from the stands, preparing to join the fray, a familiar figure landed beside them. He was old, dressed in the Hokage's battle armor, and had a pipe clenched in his teeth. It was the real Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya and Anko skidded to a halt, their eyes widening in shock. "Sensei." Jiraiya gasped. "But, you were just in the barrier with Orochimaru and the Raikage." The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, a weary but fond smile on his face. "Ah, yes. About that. It seems Naruto has been taking his training very seriously." He sighed, a faint blush dusting his wrinkled cheeks. "Before the start of the finals, he paid me a visit. He used his Warok no Jutsu. It was surprisingly effective. Knocked me clean out. When I came to, I was tied up in a supply closet with a note that said, 'Don't worry, Gigi. I got this.'" Jiraiya and Anko stared, their minds struggling to process the sheer, unadulterated audacity of their student. "That little," Jiraiya began, but then he burst into laughter, a deep, booming sound. "He actually did it. The little brat actually knocked out the Hokage with the sexy jutsu and took his place." The third Hokage chuckled. "Indeed. Now, I'm heading to that barrier. Naruto is powerful, but he cannot face 2-Kage-level opponents alone." He turned to his students, his expression hardening. "Jiraiya, Anko, go. Protect our home. I will deal with Orochimaru." With that, the real third Hokage leapt towards the shimmering purple barrier, leaving a stunned but newly energized Jiraiya and Anko to join the defense of Konoha. Back on the roof, Orochimaru was still reeling. You're not Hiruzen. You're the Jinchuriki brat." The third Raikage stared, a muscle twitching in his jaw. "I've been trapped in a cage with a child. Unacceptable." "Hey, I'm not a child," Naruto retorted, puffing out his chest. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. And you two are in big trouble." He grinned, a dangerous glint in his eye. "You wanted the Hokage. Well, you got him." In the stands, the Naruto clone made with Lostvein watched the chaos unfold. He saw Kakashi and Might Guy leap into the fray, their friendly rivalry taking a deadly turn. "All right, Guy. Let's see who can take down the most," Kakashi yelled, his Sharingan spinning. An excellent proposal, my eternal rival. Guy roared, striking a dynamic pose. The loser buys Dango for a month. The Naruto clone shook his head, a small smile on his face. Then, his expression hardened. He created a dozen more shadow clones. Go, he commanded. Help the villagers. Protect everyone. The clones nodded and dispersed, becoming orange blurs that joined the chaotic battle. Just then, Kakashi appeared beside him. Naruto, he said, his voice urgent. Gaara and Sasuke have left the arena. They're heading into the forest. You, Shikamaru, and Sakura need to go after them. Gaara is unstable. We can't let him unleash his full power. Shikamaru, who had been slumped against a pillar, pretending to be asleep, opened one eye. What a drag. Shikamaru, now is not the time. Kakashi snapped. He bit his thumb, performing a quick summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Pakun, the small, pug-nosed ninja hound, appeared in a puff of smoke. Yo, Kakashi. What's the emergency? Pakun, I need you to track Sasuke's scent, Kakashi ordered. Lead these three to him. Go. The Naruto clone nodded, his gaze cold as he looked at Sakura. Let's go. They leapt from the stands, Pakun taking the lead, his nose to the ground. They followed the trail of destruction left by Gaara and Sasuke, moving swiftly through the trees. After a few minutes, Pakun stopped. Hold on, we're being followed. At least 9 of them. Sound ninja. Shikamaru sighed, stopping on a branch. This is as far as I go. It's too troublesome to run anymore. He turned to the Naruto clone. You go on ahead, Naruto. Even though I know you'd have a better chance of surviving this than I would, you're the only one who can stop Gaara. Go. The Naruto clone looked at Shikamaru, a flicker of respect in his cold eyes. He nodded once. Don't die, lazy bum. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered, as he prepared to face the 9 pursuing ninja. A few moments later, just as he was about to be overwhelmed, a familiar figure appeared, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Looks like you could use a hand, Shikamaru, Asuma Sarutobi said, his trench knives gleaming. The chase continued. They passed a clearing where Temari was blocking Sakura's path, then another where Shino was confronting Kankuro. The Naruto clone and Sakura pressed on, Pakun leading the way. Finally, they arrived. In a large, open area, the trees were twisted and broken. Sasuke was on his knees, panting, the curse mark on his neck spreading, his body racked with pain. He was losing. Badly. Across from him stood Gaara, but he was no longer human. His body was partially transformed, covered in hardened sand. One arm was a monstrous, oversized claw, and a thick, sandy tail whipped menacingly behind him. His eyes glowed with a terrifying, insane bloodlust. It's not enough. Gaara shrieked, his voice a distorted, monstrous sound. I need more. I need your blood, Uchiha. Just as Gaara was about to deliver the final blow, Sakura, seeing Sasuke in peril, jumped in front of him, her arms spread wide. Stop it. Leave him alone. Gaara laughed, a chilling, insane sound. He flicked his monstrous claw, and a wave of sand shot out, enveloping Sakura and pinning her against a tree, the sand slowly constricting around her. Sakura. Sasuke choked out, trying to stand but collapsing again. A foolish little girl, Gaara hissed, his gaze turning back to Sasuke. Now, you will die. The Naruto clone watched, his face a mask of cold fury. He was still angry, angry at Sasuke for his arrogance, angry at Sakura for her weakness and for abandoning him. But seeing her trapped, seeing Sasuke about to be killed, something inside him snapped. He landed silently between Gaara and Sasuke. He didn't look at his teammates. His eyes were fixed on the sand monster. His assault mode activated instantly, the white energy flaring to life, the black markings spreading across his body like jagged scars. Gaara's head snapped towards him, his insane grin widening. Uzumaki. Mother craves your blood most of all. The Naruto clone simply raised his head, his golden eyes burning with a cold, terrifying light. He looked at the monstrous form of Gaara, at the trapped Sakura, at the defeated Sasuke. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in his chest. You've made a big mistake, Sand Freak. Naruto's voice was a low, chilling whisper that cut through the tense silence. You just put yourself at the top of my kill list. The air in the forest clearing crackled, heavy with the oppressive weight of two monstrous chakra signatures colliding. Gaara's insane grin widened, his sand churning with a hungry, malevolent energy. "Kill list," he shrieked, his voice a distorted cacophony of madness and glee. "Mother will enjoy feasting on your corpse." He lunged, his monstrous sand claw slicing through the air with terrifying speed. But Naruto, enveloped in the brilliant white aura of his assault mode, was faster. He didn't just dodge, he vanished, reappearing behind Gaara in a flicker of movement that was almost too fast for the eye to follow. Too slow, Naruto's voice was a cold whisper, devoid of its usual warmth. He delivered a powerful, spinning kick to Gaara's back, the impact sending the sand monster stumbling forward. The sand armor cracked under the force, but immediately began to reform. "Rog!" Gaara roared, spinning around, his sandy tail whipping out like a battering ram. Naruto leapt high into the air, effortlessly avoiding the attack, and came down with a devastating axe kick. Gaara raised his sand claw to block, the two forces meeting with a deafening boom that shook the trees and sent tremors through the ground. The fight became a blur of motion. Naruto was a whirlwind of white energy and black markings, his attacks relentless and precise. He hammered away at Gaara's sand defenses, each blow carrying the weight of his rage and newfound power. He was a predator, toying with his prey, his movements fluid and deadly. Gaara, for his part, was a cornered beast, his insanity fueling a desperate, savage defense. He threw waves of sand, launched spikes from his armor, and swung his massive claw, but Naruto seemed to anticipate his every move, countering with an almost contemptuous ease. Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, pushed himself up against a tree, his body screaming in protest. The curse mark on his neck throbbed violently, a searing pain that was eclipsed only by the humiliation burning in his chest. He, an Uchiha, the last of his noble clan, was being shown up by the Dobi. Naruto, the dead last, was fighting on a level Sasuke couldn't even comprehend, dominating the monster that had so easily defeated him. "No," Sasuke growled, his Sharingan spinning wildly. "I won't be left behind." Ignoring the searing pain, he forced himself to his feet. He saw a momentary opening as Naruto sidestepped another one of Gaara's attacks. Fueled by a desperate, prideful rage, Sasuke lunged forward, his hand crackling with the last vestiges of his chakra, forming a weak, sputtering Chidori. "This is my fight." Naruto's golden eyes flickered towards Sasuke for a fraction of a second, a flash of annoyance crossing his features. Gaara, however, didn't even turn his head. Without breaking his gaze from Naruto, he swung his monstrous sand claw in a casual, dismissive backhand. The claw connected with Sasuke with brutal force. There was a sickening crack as the Uchiha was sent flying backward like a broken doll, crashing through a thick tree trunk before crumpling to the ground in a heap. The curse mark on his neck exploded across his skin, a writhing black pattern that pulsed with malevolent energy before he fell unconscious, utterly defeated. "Stay out of this, Uchiha," Naruto muttered, his attention never leaving Gaara. "You're just in the way." Gaara laughed, a high, unhinged sound. "The weak are always in the way. Now, Uzumaki, let me show you true fear." A wave of sand, far larger and more powerful than anything before, erupted from Gaara. It wasn't just an attack, it was an extension of his will, his madness given form. The sand began to envelop him, crawling up his body, reshaping him. His form grew, becoming more monstrous, more bestial. The sand armor thickened, covering his entire torso, his other arm, his face, everything except his legs, which remained rooted to the ground. He was now a grotesque, sand-covered effigy of the one-tailed Shukaku, his eyes glowing with an insane, yellow light. "Now, Uzumaki." The transformed Gaara boomed, his voice a distorted, monstrous roar. "Feel Mother's wrath." He was faster now, his movements heavier but carrying devastating power. He managed to land a glancing blow on Naruto, the force of it sending the blonde skidding across the clearing. Naruto grunted, flipping back to his feet, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. "Finally getting serious, are we?" Naruto said, a cold, predatory smile spreading across his face. Good. This was getting boring. The sheer magnitude of the chakra being unleashed in the clearing did not go unnoticed. High in the trees on the perimeter of the battlefield, a group of figures landed silently, their porcelain masks glinting in the dappled sunlight. They were Anbu Black Ops, drawn by the cataclysmic clash of power. "By the gods," one of the Anbu whispered, his voice tight with shock. "Is that a Jinchuriki?" Two of them, another corrected, her gaze fixed on the monstrous Gaara and the glowing form of Naruto. "And the Uchiha is down. This is beyond a simple exam." Among them, a female Anbu with a cat mask and long, violet hair, Yugao Azuki, stared at Naruto, her breath catching in her throat. She had heard the rumors, the whispers about the Fourth Hokage's son, but seeing this raw, untamed power firsthand. It was terrifying and magnificent. "That's Naruto Uzumaki," she murmured, a mixture of awe and concern in her voice. Down below, the battle reached a new crescendo. Gaara, in his semi-transformed state, unleashed his ultimate attack. Sand Tsunami. A colossal wave of sand, a literal ocean of grit and chakra, rose from the ground, towering over the trees, threatening to engulf the entire clearing and everything in it. It surged forward, a churning, unstoppable wall of destruction. The Anbu tensed, ready to intervene, but Yugao held up a hand. "Wait, look." Naruto didn't run, he didn't even flinch. He simply stood his ground, the white energy of his assault mode flaring to an almost blinding intensity. He held up a single, open palm towards the oncoming wave. "You want to play with big attacks." Naruto's voice was calm, almost conversational, yet it carried over the roar of the sand. "Fine by me." His golden eyes glowed. Full counter. The moment the sand tsunami was about to crash down upon him, a shimmering, invisible force met it. The colossal wave of sand stopped dead in its tracks, hanging in the air for a heart-stopping second, as if frozen in time. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing apart, the entire wave reversed its course. It shot back towards Gaara with double the speed, double the force, imbued with Naruto's own potent, demonic chakra. Gaara's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated terror. He tried to erect a sand shield, to defend himself, but it was useless. The sheer, overwhelming power of his own amplified attack slammed into him. The explosion was cataclysmic. The ground erupted, trees were vaporized, and a shockwave ripped through the forest for miles. The Anbu were thrown from their perches, forced to brace themselves against the concussive blast. When the dust finally began to settle, the clearing was transformed into a massive, smoking crater. At its center, Naruto stood, his assault mode slowly receding, his breathing heavy. Across from him, the sand effigy of Gaara was shattered, crumbling away to reveal the small, trembling boy within. He was bleeding, broken, and staring at Naruto with eyes that held not just madness, but for the first time, genuine fear. It's not possible," Gaara choked out, coughing up blood. My ultimate defense." He pushed himself to his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably. His sanity, already hanging by a thread, finally snapped. No, I won't lose. I can't lose. Mother, give me your power." His body began to convulse violently. Sand erupted from his gourd, from the very ground around him, swirling into a massive, chaotic vortex. His form dissolved, consumed by the swirling sand, which grew and grew, taking on a new, terrifying shape. It was colossal, a monstrous tanuki made of pure, compressed sand, with dark, cursed markings all over its body. The one-tailed Shukaku. The fully formed beast let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Atop its head, Gaara's small form appeared, his hands forming a single seal against his chest. His eyes rolled back into his head. Feigning sleep technique. Gaara slumped forward, unconscious, and the giant sand tanuki's eyes snapped open, glowing with a malevolent, ancient intelligence. Shukaku was free. Miles away, the real Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was leaping through the trees, his face a mask of grim determination, heading towards the purple barrier where he believed Naruto was trapped. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, and a monstrous roar, filled with bloodlust and ancient rage, echoed from deep within the forest. Hiruzen skidded to a halt on a high branch, his eyes widening in horror as he saw it. Towering above the canopy, a colossal beast of sand was taking form, its chakra signature so immense, so malevolent, that it dwarfed even Orochimaru's. Shukaku. The One-Tails, the Hokage whispered, his blood running cold. The Sand's Jinchuriki has lost control. The invasion. It's worse than I thought. He looked from the distant purple barrier to the rampaging tailed beast. The choice was agonizing, but clear. Naruto was strong, but a fully unleashed tailed beast was a threat to the entire village. Jiraiya, Anko. Forgive me, he murmured, changing his course. With a new sense of urgency, the god of shinobi shot off like a cannonball, no longer heading for the barrier, but for the monstrous, sandy beast that threatened to annihilate his home. The monstrous roar of the one-tailed Shukaku ripped through the forest, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage that shook the very foundations of the earth. The colossal tanuki, formed from an ocean of swirling sand and marked with dark, cursed seals, fixed its malevolent yellow eyes on the small, glowing figure of the Naruto clone. Atop its head, Gaara's body was slumped over, lost in the feigning sleep technique, a mere puppet for the ancient beast now unleashed. The Naruto clone, his body still radiating the brilliant white energy of his assault mode, stood his ground, lost vein held firmly in his hand. The sheer pressure emanating from the tailed beast was immense, a physical weight that threatened to crush him, but his golden eyes held no fear, only a cold, calculating fury. So, you finally decided to come out and play, you overgrown sand cat, the clone muttered, his voice a low growl. Shukaku responded with a deafening roar, raising a massive, clawed hand of sand and slamming it down with the force of a meteor. The clone vanished in a flicker of white light, the sand claw pulverizing the ground where he had stood, sending a shockwave of dirt and splintered wood in every direction. The clone reappeared on a high branch, his breathing steady, his eyes tracking the beast's every move. You're fast, little gnat. Shukaku boomed, its voice a grating, sandy rumble. But you can't dodge forever. Wind style, air bullets. The tanuki opened its cavernous mouth and spat out a series of massive, compressed spheres of wind, each one a devastating projectile that screamed through the air. The clone's eyes narrowed. He knew he couldn't simply dodge this barrage, the sheer scale of the attack would decimate the surrounding forest, and the still unconscious forms of Sasuke and Sakura were too close. He raised Lost Vein, the polished blade glinting. Full counter. As the first air bullet was about to connect, he swung the short sword with a precise, fluid motion. The blade met the attack, not with a clash of force, but with an impossible, shimmering absorption. The wind bullet vanished into the steel, and for a split second, Lost Vein glowed with a furious, golden light. Then, with a flick of Naruto's wrist, the attack was unleashed back at Shukaku, magnified and imbued with his own demonic chakra. The amplified air bullet slammed into Shukaku's chest, staggering the colossal beast and causing its sandy form to ripple violently. But the other projectiles were still coming. The clone moved with a desperate grace, a blur of white and gold, countering each air bullet with his sword. The strain was immense, each full counter sent a jarring shockwave up his arm, and he could feel the chakra from Lost Vein's stored power draining rapidly. He was winning, but it was a costly victory. It was at that moment that a new figure burst into the devastated clearing. The real third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, landed silently on a tree branch, his face a mask of grim determination. He had abandoned his pursuit of the barrier, drawn by the monstrous chakra signature of the tailed beast. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the scene. The fully unleashed Shukaku, a battered but defiant Naruto clone holding it at bay, and the unconscious forms of the other genin. Naruto. The Hokage cried out, preparing to leap into the fray, his hands already forming a seal. I'm here. Just as he was about to intervene, he heard a voice, loud and impossibly familiar, yell from the heavens. Summoning jutsu. With a deafening boom and a colossal cloud of smoke that dwarfed even Shukaku, a new giant appeared on the battlefield. It was Gamabunta, the chief toad, massive and grumpy, a giant Tonto strapped to his side. He landed with an earth-shattering thud, his enormous yellow eyes blinking in confusion before locking onto the monstrous sand tanuki. What in the world? Gamabunta grumbled, his voice like an avalanche. A tailed beast. Perched atop his head, grinning triumphantly, was another Naruto. Hey, Gigi! The new Naruto yelled down at the stunned Hokage. Looks like I made it in time. The Hokage stared, his mind reeling. Two Narutos. Then he understood. The one fighting Shukaku was a clone, a ridiculously powerful one, and this new one, atop the toad boss, was a new clone. Naruto. You summoned Gamabunta. You bet, Naruto declared. He then turned to the clone, who gave him a curt nod. I've got this, Gigi. You need to get back to the barrier. The real me is trapped with Orochimaru and the Third Hokage. He needs you more than I do. Hiruzen hesitated, his gaze shifting from the too powerful genin to the distant, shimmering purple barrier. Naruto was right. The clone, with Gamabunta's help, could hold Shukaku. But the other Naruto, the one who had so bravely taken his place, was facing an even greater threat. With a heavy heart, the Hokage nodded. Be careful, Naruto, he commanded, before leaping away, a blur of motion heading back towards the stadium. With the Hokage gone, Naruto turned his attention to his new, grumpy partner. All right. Gamabunta, let's take this furball down. Gamabunta's massive eye twitched. Who do you think you're ordering around, brat? I am Gamabunta, the chief of toads. I don't take orders from a pipsqueak who can barely summon me without landing in a mud puddle. Hey, that was a one-time thing. Naruto retorted, puffing out his cheeks. And we don't have time to argue. That thing is going to destroy the whole forest. Are you going to help me or not, you lazy old toad? Lazy. Gamabunta roared, shaking his head violently and nearly throwing Naruto off. I ought to squash you myself. Fighting a tailed beast is a serious matter. It's not some game for a genin and his clone. I'm not just a genin. Naruto yelled back, clinging on for dear life. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. And this clone, he gestured to the other Naruto, who is now expertly dodging another one of Shukaku's attacks, is powered by my mom's super awesome sword. We can do this. Now, are you with me, or are you going to let that overgrown raccoon win? Gamabunta let out a long, suffering sigh, a sound like grinding boulders. Fine, you annoying brat. Fine, but you owe me a barrel of the finest sake from the land of fire. And if we die, I'm haunting you in the afterlife. Deal. Naruto grinned. Now, let's go. With a mighty leap, Gamabunta charged, his massive tanto drawn. The battle began in earnest. The Naruto clone acted as a high-speed distraction, his white energy a blur as he hammered at Shukaku's legs, using full counter to deflect any projectiles, while the real Naruto, riding atop Gamabunta, coordinated their attack. Water style. Water bullet. Gamabunta roared, spitting a massive cannonball of water that slammed into Shukaku, causing its sandy form to become heavy and sluggish. Now, Rasengan, Naruto yelled, forming the spiraling sphere of chakra in his hand and leaping from Gamabunta's head, driving the attack into the beast's damp, weakened sand armor. Shukaku howled in a mixture of rage and pain, its movements slowing. They were winning. The combination of the two Narutos and the Toad Chief was overwhelming the tailed beast. Seeing his chance, the real Naruto leapt from Gamabunta's head, landing with surprising agility on Shukaku's massive, sandy arm. I'm gonna wake Gaara up. He yelled. Get off me, you insect. Shukaku roared, thrashing violently, trying to shake him off. Naruto clung on, using chakra to stick to the beast's body as he began the perilous climb towards its head. The sand shifted and churned beneath him, forming spikes and tendrils that tried to impale him, but he dodged and weaved, his focus absolute. He finally reached the massive, flat top of Shukaku's head, where Gaara's small, sleeping form was slumped. Just as he was about to reach for him, Shukaku let out a final, desperate roar, and its entire body began to convulse. Not so fast, Naruto yelled. With a surge of chakra, the golden adamantine sealing chains erupted from his back, lashing out and wrapping around Shukaku's limbs and torso, binding the beast for a precious few seconds. With Shukaku momentarily restrained, Naruto stood over the sleeping Gaara. He knew a simple shake wouldn't be enough. He needed to deliver a shock to the system, something to shatter the feigning sleep technique from the inside. He pulled back his fist, channeling every ounce of his chakra, every bit of his frustration and empathy and rage, into a single point. His fist began to glow with a brilliant, white-hot light. Wake up, Gaara. He slammed his fist down, not with the intent to harm, but with the force of a resonating bell, striking Gaara squarely on the forehead. A shockwave of pure, white chakra erupted from the point of impact, flowing through Gaara's body and into the very core of the Shukaku construct. Gaara's eyes snapped open. The effect was instantaneous. The colossal form of Shukaku froze, then, with a final, agonized groan, it began to crumble. The sand lost its form, its cohesion, and cascaded to the ground in a massive, silent avalanche. Naruto and Gaara, now free from the beast, fell through the air. With practiced ease, they both landed on separate, high branches of the few remaining intact trees, facing each other across the devastated crater. They were both exhausted, panting, their chakra reserves nearly depleted. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other. Then, with a shared, unspoken understanding, they both pushed off their branches, their last vestiges of strength fueling a final, desperate charge. They met in mid-air, their fists pulled back. Gaara, weakened and disoriented, swung wildly, his punch missing by a hair's breadth. Naruto, however, his aim true, his resolve absolute, landed his fist squarely on Gaara's jaw. The impact was solid, final. They both fell, crashing to the forest floor. Gaara landed in a heap, motionless. Naruto hit the ground hard, but with a groan, he pushed himself back to his feet, swaying but standing. He stood over the defeated Gaara, his chest heaving. "You and I, we're the same," Naruto said, his voice quiet, raspy. "We were both alone, both treated like monsters. But you let that loneliness turn you into a real monster. You killed because you thought it was the only way to feel alive. But that's not strength, Gaara. Protecting the people precious to you. That's true strength." Just then, Temari and Kankuro burst into the clearing, their faces etched with worry. They saw their brother, defeated, and Naruto, standing over him, and immediately went on the defensive. "Stay away from him," Temari yelled, her fan already open. Before a new fight could break out, a squad of Anbu, led by Yugao, landed silently around them. "The Sand siblings are to be taken into custody," Yugao commanded, her voice firm. "No," Naruto said, turning to face them. "Let them go." The Anbu hesitated, looking at each other. "Naruto, they are enemy shinobi. They invaded our village. And they lost," Naruto replied, his gaze unwavering. "Let them go. This fight is over." Gaara stirred, looking up at his siblings, his eyes, for the first time, holding not madness but a flicker of pained regret. "Temari. Kankuro," he whispered, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry." The two older siblings stared, shocked, before rushing to his side, helping him to his feet. With one last, long look at Naruto, they turned and disappeared into the trees. Yugao approached Naruto, her expression softening. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Naruto simply shook his head. "I'm just a clone," he said, his form beginning to flicker. "The real me, he's in bigger trouble." With a final, weary smile, the clone dispelled in a puff of smoke. Sasuke, having regained consciousness just moments before, watched the entire exchange, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within him. He slowly pushed himself to his feet, walked over to the still unconscious Sakura, and gently lifted her into his arms. He looked at the Anbu, his expression grim. "Let's go back." The scene cut sharply, back to the shimmering purple barrier on the stadium roof. Inside, the real Naruto was not faring so well. He was a blur of motion, dodging, weaving, but he was losing. The third Raikage was a lightning-fast juggernaut, his every strike carrying immense power, and Orochimaru was a slippery, venomous serpent, his attacks unpredictable and deadly. Naruto hadn't landed a single clean hit. Just as the Raikage was about to land a devastating blow, a new figure appeared at the edge of the barrier. The real third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by his own squad of elite Anbu. "Orochimaru." Hiruzen's voice boomed, filled with a cold fury. "Your treachery ends now." Orochimaru merely chuckled, a chilling, sibilant sound. "On the contrary, sensei. The real fun is just beginning." He bit his thumb, smearing blood across a scroll as he performed a series of rapid, intricate hand signs. "Forbidden Jutsu, reanimation." The ground trembled. 4 wooden coffins erupted from the roof tiles, their lids slowly creaking open. From within, 4 figures emerged, their eyes dull, their skin cracked and gray, but their chakra signatures were immense, legendary. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. And, to the absolute horror of the Tsukumo Hatake, Hiruzen's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated horror. The Anbu behind him gasped, their hands trembling. Naruto stared, his own exhaustion forgotten, replaced by a chilling dread. He was no longer facing two cage-level opponents. He was facing five. Two legendary, undead cage and someone stronger than the legendary Sannin combined, all controlled by the will of the monster before him, Orochimaru. The air on the stadium roof grew thick, heavy with the weight of legendary chakra and unspeakable dread. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, etched with the horrors of a long life, had never looked so pale. Behind him, the elite Anbu, the best of Konoha, trembled not from fear, but from the sheer, soul-crushing presence of the figures stepping out of the coffins. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, master of water and creator of countless jutsu. And Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, a man whose legend was said to rival that of the Sannin. You dare defile their graves, Orochimaru. Hiruzen's voice was a low growl, vibrating with a fury that made the air tremble. You would use the founders of this village to destroy it. Orochimaru's only response was a sickening chuckle, his serpentine tongue flicking out to taste the despair. They are merely tools, sensei. And this is my grandest experiment. He gestured with a flourish. And now, Naruto-kun, the main event begins. Let's see how your power stacks up against true gods. The third Raikage, crackling with lightning, didn't wait for a command. He vanished, reappearing before Naruto in a burst of speed that ripped the air apart. His hand, coated in a fearsome lightning armor, chopped down. Simultaneously, Tobirama Senju blurred into motion, a kunai in hand, while Tsukumo Hatake drew his signature white light chakra saber, its glow casting an eerie pallor on the scene. Naruto moved, a desperate, instinctual dodge, but he was no longer facing one or two opponents. He was facing a coordinated storm of legendary power. The Raikage's chop missed his neck by a millimeter, but Tobirama's follow-up slash carved a deep gash across his back. Before he could even register the pain, Tsukumo was there, his blade of blur, forcing Naruto to parry with his own arm, the demonic energy of his assault mode flaring to protect him. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. Hashirama Senju intoned, his voice flat and lifeless, as massive branches erupted from the roof tiles, snaking towards Naruto, trying to ensnare him. It was too much. He was a blur of motion, but for every attack he dodged, two more took its place. He was being systematically dismantled. The third Raikage was a powerhouse of pure destructive force. Hashirama's wood style controlled the battlefield, Tobirama attacked from blind spots with unparalleled speed, and Tsukumo's swordsmanship was a deadly dance Naruto couldn't escape. All the while, Orochimaru watched from the side, a conductor orchestrating a symphony of destruction. Is this all you have, Snake? Naruto spat, flipping backward to avoid a water jet from Tobirama. Hiding behind dead men. And you, he sneered at the Raikage, you're supposed to be some big, tough cage. You're getting shown up by a bunch of zombies. The Raikage roared in fury. Insolent brat. I'll tear you to shreds. He charged, his body a living thunderbolt. This time, Naruto met him head-on, but it was a feint. As the Raikage focused on him, Tsukumo appeared at his left flank, blade flashing. Naruto twisted, but it was too late. The white light chakra saber sliced clean through his left arm at the shoulder. A collective gasp went up from the Hokage and the Anbu outside the barrier. Naruto staggered back, his eyes wide not with pain, but with shock. His severed arm hit the rooftop with a dull thud. Orochimaru laughed, a high, piercing sound. It seems the Jinchuriki brat is finally at his limit. What a pity. But then, something impossible happened. Naruto grunted, glaring at his severed limb on the ground. A writhing black energy, the very essence of his assault mode, erupted from the stump of his shoulder and from the severed end of his arm. The black tendrils latched onto each other, pulling the arm back into place with a sickening squelch. With a final flare of dark energy, the arm was reattached, the wound sealed as if it had never been. Naruto flexed his fingers, a grimace on his face. A pity. Naruto's voice was a low, dangerous growl. He rolled his newly reattached shoulder. Sorry to disappoint, you overgrown reptile, but I didn't hear no bell. He then fixed his golden, predatory eyes on the stunned third Raikage. And as for you, you wrinkly old storm cloud. You talk a big game, but you just got trapped in a cage by a genin, remember? Unacceptable. The Raikage, momentarily caught off guard by the boy's impossible regeneration and his galling taunt, hesitated for a fraction of a second. It was all Naruto needed. He vanished. In the space between heartbeats, he appeared directly in front of the Raikage, his hand plunged forward. It wasn't a fist. It was a spear hand, glowing with a concentrated, pure white energy. It pierced through the Raikage's legendary lightning armor as if it were paper, sinking deep into his chest. The Raikage looked down, his eyes wide with profound disbelief. He coughed, and a trickle of blood ran down his chin. He had been beaten by a child. His lightning armor sputtered and died. With a final, shuddering gasp, the mighty third Raikage collapsed, his reign ending not in a blaze of glory but in a silent heap on a rooftop. Even with the Raikage gone, the battle was far from over. Naruto was panting heavily, the reattachment of his arm having cost him a tremendous amount of energy. The reanimated Hokages and Tsukumo Hatake did not pause, their assault renewing with a cold, relentless fury. He was still losing, still being driven back, his movements becoming more sluggish. Just as Hashirama's wood dragons were about to crash down on him, a new, booming voice echoed across the stadium. "Sensei! Naruto!" Jiraiya, his white hair flowing, landed on the roof just outside the four violet flames formation. He slammed his palm against the shimmering purple wall, but it held firm, searing his hand. Damn this barrier. Don't worry, Naruto, he was cut off. From within the maelstrom of battle, Naruto, battered and bleeding but with eyes burning with an unholy light, let out a roar that was not of triumph, but of pure, absolute defiance. All the energy from the attacks he had endured, every blow from the cages, every cut from the white fang, it had all been building. Now, it was ready to be unleashed. Revenge counter. The air inside the four violet flames formation crackled with a malevolent energy, a stark contrast to the raw, defiant power emanating from Naruto. His body, a canvas of fresh wounds and old scars, pulsed with an unholy light, his eyes burning with the accumulated fury of every blow he had taken. Revenge counter. He roared, the sound ripping from his throat, a declaration of absolute defiance against the overwhelming forces arrayed against him. Orochimaru, watching from the periphery, his serpentine eyes wide with a mixture of shock and ravenous desire, felt a tremor run through him. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, such a complete conversion of pain into destructive force. His mind, usually so calculating and cold, was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer, terrifying potential before him. "Drop the barrier," he hissed, his voice unusually strained, turning to the Sound Four. "Now, we're retreating." The Sound Four, their faces pale with a fear that mirrored their masters, immediately began to break their formation. The shimmering purple walls flickered, then began to dissipate. Orochimaru, with a fluid, almost desperate movement, blurred into motion, vanishing into the chaos of the invading forces below. Jirobo, Kitamura, and Sakin followed, their forms dissolving into the swirling dust and smoke of the battlefield. Tayuya, however, was not so fortunate. As she turned to flee, a blur of orange and black shot from the dissolving barrier. It wasn't the real Naruto, but one of his shadow clones, a silent, determined hunter. The clone moved with a speed that defied belief, appearing directly behind Tayuya. Before she could even scream, the clone's hand clamped over her mouth, and with a swift, precise movement, knocked her unconscious. He then vanished into the shadows, taking his captive with him, a silent promise of future interrogation. Meanwhile, inside the rapidly dissipating barrier, Naruto stood, a sphere of pure, destructive energy coalescing in his outstretched hand. The reanimated Hokages, their eyes dull and lifeless, pressed their assault. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, moved with a terrifying grace, his wood-style dragons coiling, ready to strike. Just as Naruto was about to unleash his cataclysmic, revenge counter, Hashirama, his face still devoid of emotion, raised a single hand. It was a gesture of impossible calm, a mirror of the technique he had once used against the Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes, burning with furious power, widened fractionally. The sphere of energy in his hand, a vortex of annihilation, slammed into Hashirama's open palm. For a heart-stopping moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Naruto's revenge counter, a force capable of pulverizing mountains, was met by the sheer, unyielding will of the first Hokage. The energy swirled, compressed, and then, with a sound like a muted explosion, it was absorbed, vanishing into Hashirama's hand as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Naruto staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief, the last vestiges of his demonic chakra flickering and dying. The reattachment of his arm, the relentless assault from the reanimated cage, and now the complete nullification of his ultimate attack, it was too much. His body, pushed beyond its limits, finally gave out. He collapsed backward, hitting the hard rooftop with a dull thud, falling unconscious, utterly spent. Naruto! Jiraiya roared, his face a mask of anguish. He and the real third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with a squad of elite Anbu, burst through the now dissipated barrier, landing on the roof. They saw Naruto, motionless, and the reanimated Hokages, their assault renewing with cold, relentless fury. Sensei! Jiraiya yelled, his voice thick with emotion. I'll handle Tobirama and Tsukumo. You take Hashirama. Hiruzen, his face grim, nodded. Anbu. Support Jiraiya. Protect Naruto. The battle on the rooftop erupted into a maelstrom of legendary proportions. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, engaged Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, in a furious exchange of water-style jutsu and taijutsu. Jiraiya's hair elongated, his sage mode chakra flaring, as he launched powerful strikes, but Tobirama, a master of water release and the creator of countless forbidden jutsu, was a relentless, unyielding force. Each of Tobirama's attacks was precise, designed to exploit weaknesses, and his speed was terrifying. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, the god of shinobi, faced his former sensei, Hashirama Senju. The clash of their powers shook the very foundations of the stadium. Hiruzen, despite his age, fought with a ferocity that belied his years, unleashing a barrage of elemental jutsu, but Hashirama's wood style was overwhelming, his wooden constructs rising from the roof, trying to ensnare and crush the third Hokage. The Anbu, elite though they were, found themselves outmatched against the reanimated legends and Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang. Tsukumo, a blur of motion, his white light chakra saber gleaming, cut through their ranks with terrifying efficiency. The Anbu fought valiantly, landing a few desperate blows, but they were slowly, inexorably, being pushed back, their numbers dwindling. Jiraiya, battered and bleeding, landed a powerful Rasengan on Tobirama, sending the second Hokage skidding across the roof, but Tobirama merely reformed, his eyes still dull. He's regenerating too fast. Jiraiya grunted, his sage mode beginning to flicker. Hiruzen, his face streaked with blood and sweat, parried a massive wooden fist from Hashirama. He was losing. He could feel his chakra reserves dwindling, his body protesting the strain. He looked at the fallen Naruto, then at his students, struggling against the overwhelming odds. He knew what he had to do. With a heavy heart, a grim resolve settled over Hiruzen's face. He knew the price, but the village, and the future, depended on it. He quickly formed a series of intricate hand signs, his voice, though strained, ringing with a terrible finality. Forbidden Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. A spectral, demonic figure, the Shinigami, materialized behind Hiruzen, its chilling presence causing the very air to turn cold. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Tsukumo, their reanimated forms momentarily frozen, turned their lifeless eyes towards the terrifying entity. Old man, no! Jiraiya screamed, a dawning horror in his eyes. But Hiruzen was resolute. With a final, defiant roar, he lunged, his hand passing through the chest of Hashirama Senju, then Tobirama Senju, and finally, Tsukumo Hatake. The Shinigami's ethereal arm reached out, pulling the souls from the reanimated bodies. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Tsukumo convulsed, their cracked skin crumbling to dust as their souls were dragged into the Shinigami's maw. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, slumped forward, his face peaceful, a faint smile on his lips. His body, now devoid of life, fell to the rooftop. The god of shinobi was gone, a sacrifice made to protect his village. With the reanimated cage gone, the invasion lost its momentum. Orochimaru, seeing his trump card nullified and his plans in disarray, issued a final, desperate command. The remaining Sound and Sand Ninja, their morale shattered, began a disorganized retreat, vanishing into the surrounding forest. The invasion was over, but at a terrible cost. Days later, a somber quiet hung over Konoha, a heavy blanket of grief replacing the usual bustling energy. The sky was a muted gray, mirroring the mood of the villagers. The funeral of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was a solemn affair. Hundreds gathered, their heads bowed, their faces etched with sorrow. Naruto stood among them, his usual bright orange replaced by a simple, dark kimono. His eyes, usually so full of life, were downcast, shadowed by a profound sadness. He had planned to save the old man. He had sworn it. He had taken his place in the barrier, fought with everything he had, but it hadn't been enough. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, a bitter, agonizing ache in his chest. He had promised to protect everyone precious to him, and he had failed the one who had always believed in him. After the funeral, the Konoha council convened, their faces grim. Jiraiya stood before them, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a solemn gravity. Jiraiya, Homura Mitokado, one of the elders, began, his voice heavy. With the passing of the third Hokage, the village needs a new leader. The council has decided. We want you to be the sixth Hokage. Jiraiya listened patiently, then slowly shook his head. I appreciate the offer, elders, but I must decline. The council members exchanged surprised glances. Decline. But Jiraiya, you are one of the legendary Sannin. You are the natural choice. Kaharu Udatane exclaimed. Perhaps, Jiraiya replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. But I have someone better in mind. Someone who embodies the will of fire, someone who can truly lead Konoha into a new era. He paused, his gaze sweeping over their faces. I believe Tsunade should be the sixth Hokage. A collective gasp filled the room. Tsunade. Homura sputtered. But she's been gone for years. And besides, Kushina Uzumaki was the fifth Hokage. We need someone with a strong, stable presence. Jiraiya's smile widened. Kushina was indeed a magnificent fifth, a true leader. But Tsunade is her successor in spirit, a healer and a fighter with a will as strong as any cage. She's the only one who can truly fill the void left by Sensei. He then added, she's also the best medical ninja in the world. Konoha will need her strength to rebuild. The elders, after a moment of stunned silence, began to argue amongst themselves. We'll send Anbu with you, Jiraiya, to help find her. Kaharu finally declared. Jiraiya shook his head. No need. I already have someone in mind to accompany me. Someone who needs to see the world, and perhaps, learn a few things along the way. Later that evening, the warm glow of Ichiraku ramen spilled onto the quiet Konoha street. Inside, Naruto Uzumaki, his sadness still lingering but softened by the comforting aroma of noodles, sat slurping down a bowl of miso ramen. Next to him, Hinata Hyuga sat shyly, her cheeks faintly flushed, a small, gentle smile on her face as she watched him eat. This is the best, Hinata-chan. Naruto declared, his mouth full, a rare, genuine spark of his old self returning. Tsuki-san's ramen always hits the spot. Hinata giggled softly. It is very good, Naruto-kun. Just then, the curtain to Ichiraku ramen parted, and Jiraiya, his white hair pulled back, stepped inside. He spotted Naruto and grinned. Yo, Naruto. Still stuffing your face, I see. Naruto swallowed his mouthful, his eyes widening. Ero Sennin, what are you doing here? Jiraiya chuckled, then his gaze fell on Hinata. His eyes, usually filled with mischievous glints, softened, a knowing look passing through them. Well, who's this lovely young lady? Naruto, for once, seemed a little flustered. Oh, Ero Sennin, this is Hinata. Hinata, this is Jiraiya, my godfather. Hinata, blushing furiously, bowed deeply. It's an honor to meet you, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya nodded, a genuine smile on his face. The honor is mine, Hinata-chan. You're even prettier than your mother, if I do say so myself. Hinata's blush deepened even further. Ero Sennin. Naruto protested, a faint blush of his own appearing. Jiraiya laughed. All right, settle down, brat. Listen, Naruto, I've got a mission for us. A big one. Meet me at the main gate when you're done with your girlfriend here. He winked conspiratorially. Naruto sputtered, but Jiraiya merely chuckled and walked out, leaving Naruto and Hinata in a stunned silence. Hinata, still blushing, looked at Naruto, her eyes wide. Girlfriend. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a nervous grin on his face. Well, I mean, we are going on a date, right? After I get back. He looked at her, his blue eyes earnest. We will, Hinata. I promise. Our date will be awesome. Hinata's smile returned, radiant and full of hope. Yes, Naruto-kun. I'll be waiting. Naruto finished his ramen quickly, then walked Hinata home, the night air cool and quiet around them. They didn't say much, but the unspoken promise hung between them, a warm, comforting presence. At her doorstep, he gave her a quick, gentle hug. I'll be back soon, Hinata-chan, he whispered. And then, our date. Hinata nodded, her eyes shining. Be safe, Naruto-kun. Naruto watched her disappear inside, then turned, a new resolve in his stride. The sadness for the third Hokage still lingered, a dull ache, but it was now tempered by a fierce determination. He had a mission. He had a promise. He had a path. He met Jiraiya at the main gate, the moon casting long shadows across the silent village. The journey was just beginning. Chapter 8, The Slung Princess's Ascent. The main gate of Konoha loomed behind them, its massive wooden doors a silent promise of home and a stark reminder of the mission ahead. The moon, a sliver of silver in the inky sky, cast long, distorted shadows that danced with the rustling leaves. Naruto, now clad in his sleek, new black attire, felt a curious blend of lightness and power. The fabric, a soft yet durable material, moved with him, unlike the stiff, bright orange jumpsuit he'd shed. The black high-collared jacket, cinched at the waist, flowed around him, and the matching dark pants allowed for unrestricted movement. On his back, the vibrant red Uzumaki clan symbol, a swirling vortex, seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, a silent testament to his heritage. Orange armbands, just wide enough to catch the eye, adorned his sleeves, a subtle splash of his signature color. His hair, freshly cut and styled by Jiraiya, who had surprisingly good taste, when he wasn't distracted by research, now stood in spiky, golden defiance, framing his face in a way that made his blue eyes even more piercing, and his whisker marks more pronounced. He looked, to Jiraiya's discerning eye, uncannily like a miniature, more rambunctious version of his father. A pang of something akin to wistful pride, mixed with a familiar ache, settled in the Toad Sage's chest. The resemblance was striking, almost painful in its clarity. All right, brat, enough with the posing. Jiraiya boomed, pulling Naruto out of his self-admiration. He adjusted his own spiky white hair, a mischievous glint in his eye. We've got a long way to go, and you've got a lot to learn. First things first, we're going to work on something that'll make you less of a blunt instrument and more of a slightly sharper blunt instrument with a very, very spiky defense. Naruto grinned, oblivious to the backhanded compliment, his excitement bubbling over. You mean another super cool jutsu, right, Arrow Sennin? Something that'll make me even stronger than that Neji bastard. Jiraiya sighed dramatically, running a hand through his hair. If you insist on calling me that, you'll be learning how to tie your shoelaces with your teeth while blindfolded. Now, pay attention. The technique I'm going to teach you is called Needle Jizo. It's a defensive jutsu, a hair-based technique, but don't let that fool you. It's got offensive capabilities too, especially against close-range attackers. It's a versatile technique, unlike your current charging habits. He demonstrated, his spiky white hair elongating and hardening into a formidable array of sharp, needle-like spikes that covered his entire body, making him resemble a porcupine on steroids, albeit a very, very handsome porcupine. The transformation was swift and impressive, the needles glinting menacingly in the moonlight. Naruto's eyes widened, a genuine look of awe replacing his usual playful smirk. He'd seen Jiraiya use his hair before, but never like this. It was incredible. Whoa, that's awesome. How do I do that? Naruto exclaimed, already trying to replicate the hand signs, which Jiraiya hadn't even shown him yet. His fingers fumbled, his brow furrowed in concentration. He tried to push chakra to his scalp, but all he managed was a slight twitch of his eyebrows. Hold your horses, hyperactive knucklehead. It's not just about hand signs, though there are some. It's about chakra control, specifically manipulating your hair follicles and infusing them with chakra to make them rigid and extendable. It requires precise control, something you're, shall we say, developing at a snail's pace when it comes to finesse. Jiraiya's tone was laced with a familiar teasing edge, but there was an underlying seriousness. Your assault mode is all well and good for smashing things, and it's certainly powerful, but what happens when something tries to smash you back with equal or greater force? What happens when you can't just rely on raw power? You rely too much on brute force and speed, Naruto. This jutsu will give you a solid defense, a way to deflect, to counter, and a nasty surprise for anyone who gets too close. It's about being adaptable, not just overwhelming. Naruto pouted, kicking at a loose pebble. Assault mode is super effective though. I can go really fast and hit really hard. I even beat that Gaara guy with it. And got hit really hard too, if you're not careful, as evidenced by your recent hospital stay, Jiraiya countered, his expression turning serious for a moment, his voice losing its playful edge. A true ninja needs balance. Power without defense is just a bigger target, a flashy light for your enemies to aim at. You can't always rely on just overwhelming your opponent. Sometimes, you need to be subtle. Sometimes, you need to defend. And sometimes, you need to make them regret getting within striking distance. This technique will teach you that. Now, focus. We'll start with the basics. Try to channel chakra to your scalp. Feel it flow, then try to make a single strand of hair stiffen. Just one. Imagine it hardening, becoming like a tiny needle. The next few days were a comical display of Naruto's struggles. He'd grunt, strain, and contort his face, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, but his golden hair remained obstinately soft, flopping around his head with every frustrated twitch. He managed to make a few strands stand on end, looking more like he'd been electrocuted or had a bad hair day than mastering a jutsu. Jiraiya, ever the patient and occasionally exasperated teacher, offered pointers. Sometimes with a perverted grin, sometimes with genuine, insightful encouragement. He'd demonstrate, then watch Naruto's flailing attempts with a mixture of amusement and professional assessment. You're trying too hard, kid. Relax. Let the chakra flow naturally. Think of it like extending your will, not just pushing energy. It's like guiding a river, not trying to punch a hole through a dam. Feel the connection to your hair, visualize it hardening. It's an extension of your body, an extension of your chakra. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the Kyuubi's rumbling laughter echoed, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the cavernous space. He's right, brat. You're about as subtle as a bull in a china shop. Your assault mode is just you flailing around with more chakra. It's effective, I'll give you that, but it's hardly refined. You're like a sledgehammer when you need to be a scalpel. This needle jizo thing, if you ever manage to pull it off, might actually give you some semblance of grace. Though I doubt it. Shut up, furball. You're not helping. Naruto mentally shot back, his frustration mounting, a vein throbbing in his temple. And what do you know about subtle anyway? You're a giant fox of mass destruction. Your idea of finesse is probably flattening an entire mountain range with a single swipe. Precisely why I know a thing or two about raw power, and the absolute, undeniable need for control, the Kyuubi retorted, its massive, slitted eye glinting with amusement in the gloom of the cage. Your old man, now he knew how to use power with finesse. He didn't just charge in like a headless chicken, relying solely on brute force. He was a master of strategy, of precision. He could hit a target a mile away with a kunai. He could create a jutsu that was pure, contained power, without needing to blow up half the continent. You could learn a thing or two from him, if you weren't so dense. Naruto paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his blue eyes. My old man, huh? You mean, Minato. He'd known for a while, ever since the Kyuubi had let slip a few details during a particularly intense chakra drain, a desperate moment when the beast had inadvertently revealed the truth of his lineage. It wasn't a big, shocking reveal, just a gradual understanding that had settled in his mind, like pieces of a puzzle slowly clicking into place. He hadn't told anyone, mostly because it hadn't felt like the right time, and partly because he wasn't sure how to bring it up. It was a secret he carried, a quiet burden and a source of silent pride. A few hours later, after a particularly grueling session where Naruto finally managed to stiffen a small patch of hair on his forearm, making it stand up like a tiny, bristly brush, Jiraiya leaned back against a tree, wiping sweat from his brow. You know, kid, you've got a lot of your father in you. Not just the looks, though you're starting to resemble him more and more with that haircut. But that stubbornness, that never give up attitude. That's pure Minato. He was just as relentless when he set his mind to something. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, expecting a flicker of shock, a question, anything. A sudden intake of breath, a widening of the eyes, a stammered inquiry about the Fourth Hokage. But Naruto merely nodded, a distant, thoughtful look in his eyes, as if processing the information he already possessed, as if the name Minato Namikaze held no new revelation for him. Yeah, I guess so, he mumbled, then went back to trying to make his hair stand on end, focusing on the stubborn strands on his forehead. Jiraiya blinked, then frowned, a slight furrow in his brow. Huh, no reaction, not even a blink, no questions about the yellow flash, about the Fourth Hokage. Did the third tell him? Before he died, that old man always did have a soft spot for Naruto, a deep affection. Must have decided it was time to reveal the truth, to lift that burden from the boy. It makes sense. Hiruzen would have wanted him to know. He would have wanted to see the pride in Naruto's eyes. He would have wanted him to understand his legacy. Jiraiya felt a pang of relief, mixed with a touch of disappointment that he hadn't been the one to tell him. But if the Hokage had done it, then it was done right. He pushed the thought aside. There were more pressing matters, like finding Tsunade and getting Naruto to master this damn hair jutsu. Alright, enough training for today, Jiraiya announced, stretching with a groan. You're starting to get the hang of Needle Jizo. It's crude, but it's progress. We'll refine it later. For now, we need to make a stop. You're looking a bit orange, and frankly, a bit too conspicuous for our current mission. Naruto looked down at his bright orange jumpsuit, which was now torn, smudged with dirt, and stained with various unidentifiable substances from training. What's wrong with orange? It's cool. It's my signature color. Everyone knows me in orange. That's precisely the problem, you idiot. Jiraiya retorted dryly, pinching the bridge of his nose. It's a giant, kick me, sign in a world full of assassins, spies, and people who might want to, say, kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We're going to get you some proper ninja attire. Something a bit more discreet and stylish. Something that screams, I'm a powerful shinobi, not, I'm a walking traffic cone. I know just the place. A town known for its unique fashion sense, and its even more unique gambling establishments. They arrived in a bustling town later that afternoon, a vibrant hub of commerce, questionable entertainment, and, as Jiraiya subtly indicated with a knowing wink, information. The air hummed with the energy of 1,000 conversations, the scent of street food mingling with the faint aroma of stale tobacco and cheap perfume. The first stop was a tailor's shop, a small, unassuming establishment tucked away down a narrow alley. Jiraiya, with a flourish that nearly knocked over a rack of kimonos, presented his vision to the bewildered tailor, a tiny, bespectacled man with nimble fingers. I want something sleek, dark, but with a touch of flair. Think, the yellow flash, but in midnight black. A silhouette of power, a whisper of danger. And a symbol, a swirling vortex, like the Uzumaki clan symbol, but in a striking red, right there on the back, large and proud. And for a splash of color, some vibrant orange armbands. Not too wide, mind you, just enough to catch the eye, to hint at the fire within. Make it durable, make it flexible, make it scream, future Hokage. Naruto watched, bemused, as Jiraiya practically designed his new wardrobe with the fervor of a high-fashion designer. He tried on the black, high-collared jacket that seemed to flow around him, the matching dark pants that allowed for effortless movement, and the snug, comfortable shirt underneath. The orange armbands, stitched onto the sleeves, provided a striking contrast, a subtle nod to his old self. When he turned around, the intricate red Uzumaki spiral symbol on the back seemed to pulse with latent energy, a vibrant mark against the dark fabric. He looked in the mirror, and for the first time, he saw not just himself, but a shadow of the legendary figure Jiraiya kept mentioning. He looked like a ninja. A cool ninja. A powerful ninja. Whoa, this is awesome, Ero Sennin. I actually look like a real ninja now. A super cool ninja, Naruto exclaimed, striking a pose, his new outfit accentuating his growing frame. He felt a surge of confidence, a quiet pride in his new appearance. Jiraiya grinned, puffing out his chest. Of course, you do. You're with the legendary Jiraiya. I have an eye for these things. It's all about the aesthetic, my boy. A ninja's appearance can be just as intimidating as his jutsu. Now, let's go. We've got some information gathering to do. And I hear there's a new gambling den that just opened up. Perfect for a little research. The information gathering turned out to be a whirlwind tour of the town's various gambling establishments. Jiraiya, with a knowing wink and a subtle tug on Naruto's arm, explained that rumors and whispers often flowed freely in places where money changed hands, where inhibitions were lowered, and where desperation often led to loose lips. The air in these places was thick with the clatter of coins, the murmur of hushed conversations, the occasional shout of triumph or groan of despair, and the faint, intoxicating scent of risk. Naruto, never having been in such a place, was wide-eyed with curiosity, his senses assaulted by the novel sights and sounds. Their first stop was a dimly lit, smoke-filled casino, its entrance marked by a garish neon sign depicting a spinning coin. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale tobacco, cheap sake, and the metallic tang of Ryo. Jiraiya immediately gravitated towards a group of shady-looking characters at a poker table, subtly trying to listen in, his ears perked for any mention of the Slug Princess. Naruto, however, was drawn like a moth to a flame to the mesmerizing, flashing lights and rhythmic clatter of the slot machines. They lined the walls, their colorful displays promising untold riches. A portly man with slicked back hair, a too-tight suit, and a forced, oily smile, clearly a floor manager, noticed the young, seemingly naive boy staring at the machines with an almost hypnotic fascination. His eyes, small and beady, gleamed with the prospect of an easy mark, a fresh lamb to the slaughter. Well, what do we have here? Little man, ever tried your luck? He purred, his voice smooth as silk, but with an underlying avarice. These beauties are just waiting to pay out. One pull, just one, and you could be rolling in it. Life-changing money, my boy. Naruto's eyes lit up like a pair of newly polished Ryo coins. Really? How do you play? It looks super fun. The manager, Mr. Tanaka, practically drooled, his smile widening to an almost grotesque degree. Simple. You just put in a coin, pull this lever, and watch the magic happen. It's all about fate, my boy, about destiny. And I have a feeling destiny is smiling on you today. He demonstrated, pulling the lever on a nearby machine, which promptly spat out a few paltry coins, barely enough to cover the cost of the pull. See, easy money. Just a little taste, but the big one is always just around the corner. Naruto, ever the optimist, nodded vigorously, his new golden hair bouncing with his enthusiasm. He fumbled in his pouch, pulling out a handful of Ryo, his winnings from the wave mission and his recent training. He inserted a coin, pulled the lever, and watched as the reel spun with a whirring sound. Lemon, cherry, lemon. He frowned, a slight pout on his lips. Didn't work, he mumbled, a flicker of disappointment. Tanaka chuckled, a dry, raspy sound. Sometimes it takes a few tries, kid. Just keep at it. The machines are fickle mistresses, but they reward persistence. He was already mentally counting his commission, imagining the stream of coins flowing from the boy's pouch into the machine's hungry maw. Naruto, undeterred, inserted another coin. Come on. Believe it, he thought, pulling the lever with newfound determination, his brow furrowed in concentration. The reel spun faster this time, a blur of colorful fruit and symbols. 3 bells. A deafening, joyous jingle erupted from the machine, a cascade of coins erupting from the tray with a clatter that drowned out the surrounding casino noise. The tray overflowed, spilling onto the floor. Tanaka's smile froze, his eyes bugging out. What? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. A jackpot. Naruto's eyes widened, then gleamed with pure, unadulterated delight. Whoa, I won. That was awesome. Look, Ero Sennin, I won. He scooped up the coins, a triumphant grin on his face, his new black clothes strangely pristine amidst the chaos of falling Ryo. You got lucky, brat, the Kyuubi scoffed in his mind, its voice a low rumble, though there was a hint of surprise in its tone. Pure dumb luck. A blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. Don't let it go to your head. You'll lose it all just as fast. Hey, a win's a win, furball. Naruto retorted, already feeding another coin into the machine, his fingers surprisingly quick. He pulled the lever. 3 sevens. Another jackpot. The clatter of coins was louder this time, a veritable deluge, drawing the immediate attention of nearby gamblers, who stopped their own games to stare. Tanaka's jaw dropped, his face paling. Impossible. That machine hasn't paid out a jackpot in weeks. Months, even. It's been a money sink for everyone. Naruto, oblivious to the manager's growing panic and the stunned silence he was creating, just kept playing. He pulled the lever, and with each pull, a jackpot. Cherries, lemons, bells, sevens, they all aligned perfectly, time and time again, with an almost supernatural precision. The pile of coins in his tray grew into a small mountain, then a shimmering, overflowing hill. Other gamblers started gathering, murmuring, eyes wide with disbelief, some even abandoning their own tables to watch the spectacle. A few tried to play the machines next to Naruto, hoping to catch some of his luck, but their machines remained stubbornly silent. "This is ridiculous, kid," the Kyuubi exclaimed, a hint of genuine, unadulterated surprise in its voice. "You're not even trying. Are you using some kind of hidden jutsu? Because if you are, you're not telling me. This is defying all logic. It's like you're cheating the very fabric of chance." "Nope. Just pure skill, furball," Naruto mentally boasted, though he was just as bewildered as everyone else. He just had a feeling. A really, really good feeling about where to stop the reels. It was like his instincts, usually used for dodging attacks, were now perfectly attuned to the subtle mechanics of the slot machine. He just knew when to pull, when to release. It was uncanny. Tanaka, now sweating profusely, his face a sickly shade of green, tried to intervene, his voice strained. "All right, kid, that's enough for now. Why don't you take a break? Get some refreshments. On the house, of course. A nice, refreshing glass of water. Or perhaps some juice." He tried to gently guide Naruto away from the machine, but Naruto was surprisingly stubborn. "But I'm winning," Naruto protested, his eyes glued to the spinning reels, his hand already reaching for another coin. "This is fun. It's like a super easy mission. And look at all the money. I can buy so much ramen. And maybe even a new training ground for Konoha." Jiraiya, who had been observing from a distance, initially with a casual interest, now with a mischievous glint in his eye that was rapidly turning into outright glee, finally approached the growing crowd. He saw the overflowing trays, the pale-faced manager, and the bewildered, murmuring gamblers. "What's going on here, Naruto?" he asked, feigning ignorance, though his shoulders were shaking with suppressed laughter. "Ero Sennin, look, I'm winning all the money." Naruto gestured proudly at his winnings, which now formed a small, glittering hill of Ryo. "I'm a super gambler." Tanaka practically lunged at Jiraiya, his voice a desperate hiss. "Sir, please. Your protege is bankrupting my slot machines. He's hit the jackpot 27 times in a row. We've never seen anything like it. It's defying all the odds. He's going to shut us down." Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, a wide, knowing grin spreading across his face. "Is that so? Remarkable. He does have a knack for unconventional success. A true force of nature, this one. It seems his luck extends beyond the battlefield. Perhaps it's his will of fire, manifesting in the realm of finance." He winked at Naruto, who just beamed back, completely missing the sarcasm. "All right, Naruto, let's not hog all the luck. How about we try a different game? Something with a bit more strategy. Something that requires a keen mind, a steady hand, and a poker face." He looked at Tanaka, his grin widening. "Perhaps a nice game of poker. My young apprentice has a surprisingly good poker face, you see." Tanaka, desperate to get Naruto away from the slots before his entire establishment went belly up, nodded vigorously, practically tripping over himself. "Yes. Poker. Excellent choice. A game of skill. Right this way, gentlemen. We have a high-stakes table opening up right now. The stakes are high, but the rewards are even higher." He led them to a table where a few seasoned gamblers, their faces grim and wary, were already playing, their eyes narrowed in suspicion. He hoped the kid's luck wouldn't extend to a game of skill, where strategy and bluffing were king. Naruto, still clutching his scroll which he'd quickly learned to create using his nascent fuinjutsu skills to seal away his ever-growing mountain of coins, sat down at the poker table. The other players, a burly man with a scarred face and a perpetually scowling expression, a sharp-eyed woman with a cigarette dangling precariously from her lips, a nervous-looking young man who kept biting his nails, and a grizzled old-timer with a patch over one eye, eyed him suspiciously, their gazes assessing his youth and his seemingly innocent demeanor. "All right, kid, rules are simple," Tanaka explained, trying to sound confident, though his voice still trembled slightly. 5 cards, best hand wins. You can bet, raise, call, or fold. Got it? It's all about reading your opponents, knowing when to bluff, when to hold 'em, and when to fold 'em. Naruto nodded, though he clearly didn't get it, beyond the very basic concept of winning. He just wanted to play. The first few hands, he folded, confused by the terminology, by the subtle nuances of the game. Jiraiya, sitting nearby at a smaller table, subtly observing, occasionally offered a subtle cough, a raised eyebrow, or a barely perceptible nod, guiding him through the initial confusion. Then, Naruto started playing. He didn't bluff. He didn't read tells. He didn't even seem to understand the concept of a poker face. His expression remained stubbornly, cheerfully open, a wide, innocent grin plastered on his face whether he had a royal flush or a pair of deuces. He just played, and he won. Every single time. He'd call bets with seemingly weak hands, only fourth river card to magically complete his straight or flush. He'd raise with a pair of twos, and everyone else would fold, convinced he had something monstrous, intimidated by his unwavering, idiotic confidence. The burly man slammed his fist on the table, making the chips jump. "This is impossible. He's just a kid. He can't be this lucky. He's cheating. I know it." The sharp-eyed woman narrowed her eyes, a plume of smoke curling from her lips. "He's got a tell, I just know it. He keeps smiling when he has a good hand. And when he doesn't, he just smiles. It's maddening. It's like he's mocking us." Naruto, oblivious to their rising fury, just kept raking in the chips, his scroll growing heavier with each passing hand. "Hey, this is even more fun than the slots. They keep making funny faces when I win. And they keep giving me more money," he thought to the Kyuubi, a triumphant grin on his face. "They're losing their life savings, brat. You're a menace," the Kyuubi grumbled, though Naruto could almost hear the faint, exasperated chuckle in its voice. "You're like a walking, breathing, chakra-infused bad luck charm for these poor fools. You're single-handedly destroying the local economy. It's almost impressive. Almost." Tanaka, now sweating profusely, his slicked back hair plastered to his forehead, watched his poker tables bleed money. He felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. All right, let's try something else. Something truly random. Something where skill plays no part. How about roulette? Pure chance. The ball decides." Naruto, still clutching his now bulging scroll, readily agreed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. At the roulette table, after a brief explanation, Naruto, with a mischievous glint in his eye, decided to put all his chips on red. The wheel spun, the ball bounced, clattered, and landed on red. The dealer's eye twitched, a vein throbbing visibly in his temple. "Beginner's luck," someone shouted from the growing crowd of bewildered onlookers. Naruto, undeterred, tried again. "Black," he declared, placing his chips on the opposite color. It landed on black. "Odd," he announced, placing his chips on the odd numbers. It landed on an odd number. He started picking specific numbers, seemingly at random, and the ball would defy all odds, all probability, landing precisely where he'd pointed. The casino was in an uproar. Gamblers who had been losing all night started placing their bets on whatever Naruto chose, and for a glorious, terrifying few minutes for Tanaka, everyone was winning. The casino was bleeding money like a stuck pig. "This is insane," Tanaka shrieked, tearing at his hair, his voice rising to a frantic pitch. "He's defying the laws of probability. He's a walking anomaly. He's going to ruin me." Next, they tried blackjack. Naruto, with a simple hit or stand, consistently beat the dealer, often getting a perfect 21, or a hand that miraculously beat the dealer's. The dealer, a grizzled veteran with a 1,000-yard stare, looked like he was about to burst into tears, his hands trembling as he dealt the cards. He just knows. The dealer stammered, staring at Naruto's innocent, grinning face. It's like he can see through the cards. He's got some kind of X-ray vision jutsu. He's got the protagonist luck jutsu. Apparently, the Kyuubi snickered, a deep, rumbling sound that Naruto felt in his bones. Even I'm impressed, brat. You're a natural-born casino destroyer. You're like a plague of locusts, but for Ryo. This is truly hilarious. I told you I was good, furball. Naruto mentally preened, feeling a surge of pride. I told you I could do anything if I put my mind to it. Even gambling. Finally, Tanaka, his face pale, his suit disheveled, and his eyes wide with desperate panic, led them to the craps table, a desperate last resort. This is it. Pure chance. No skill, no tells, just the dice. The ultimate test of luck. There's no way he can win at this indefinitely. He declared, trying to sound confident, but his voice cracked with despair. Naruto picked up the dice, shook them with a casual flick of his wrist, and rolled. A 7. He rolled again. Another 7. He kept rolling, hitting 7s, 11s, and points, defying every statistical expectation, every law of chance. The crowd around the table was a mix of awe, fury, and outright panic. The casino was losing a fortune, its coffers emptying with every roll of the dice. Tanaka finally collapsed onto a chair, defeated, his head in his hands. All right, stop, please, just, what do you want? Anything, just get him out of my casino. He's going to ruin me. My family, my livelihood, my pet goldfish, he wailed, his voice dissolving into a desperate sob. Jiraiya, who had been enjoying the spectacle immensely, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and professional satisfaction, stepped forward, a triumphant smirk on his face. He knew he had them. Ah, so you're willing to cooperate now, are you? My young apprentice here has a very persuasive way of getting what he wants. We're looking for information on a certain legendary Sannin. A medical ninja. Goes by the name of Tsunade. Last seen. Tanaka, without hesitation, stammered, his words tumbling out in a desperate rush. Tsunade. Yes, the slug princess. We heard whispers. She was here a few weeks ago, lost a fortune, as usual. She always does. She's terrible at gambling. Then she headed north, towards the old, ruined castle. Said she had a lead on some ancient treasure or something. Just, please, take him, take all his winnings, take my firstborn, just go, get him out of my sight. Naruto, beaming, sealed his latest haul into his scroll, which was now noticeably heavier, clinking with the weight of thousands upon thousands of ryo. All right, let's go, Arrow Sennin. We got the info. And enough money for a lifetime of ramen. As they walked out of the casino, leaving behind a trail of stunned gamblers and a weeping manager, Jiraiya clapped Naruto on the back. Well done, kid, you've got a talent for this. Though I suspect we won't be welcome in that casino again. Or any other gambling establishment in this town, for that matter. You've probably put them all out of business. You think? The Kyuubi deadpanned, its voice laced with dry amusement. You just single-handedly dismantled their entire financial quarter, you idiot. You're a force of nature, brat. A financial disaster in the making. I'm almost proud. Naruto just laughed, feeling lighter than air. He had money, new clothes, and a lead on Tsunade. Life was good. He was a winner. And he was going to be Hokage. Their journey continued, now with a clear destination, the old, ruined castle to the north. The landscape gradually shifted, becoming wilder, more untamed. Jiraiya used the travel time to further refine Naruto's needle jizo, pushing him relentlessly. He made him practice in various environments, in dense forests where the needles could snag, in open fields where they were exposed, even in shallow rivers where the water resistance added another layer of difficulty. He pushed him to extend the needles further, make them sharper, and control their direction with pinpoint accuracy, not just as a defensive shield, but as a subtle, offensive tool. It's not just about covering yourself, Naruto, Jiraiya explained one afternoon, watching Naruto's hair sprout into a formidable array of spikes. It's about knowing when to extend, when to retract. When to make them soft, when to make them hard as steel. And when to launch them like projectiles. Think of it as an extension of your taijutsu, a spiky, unpredictable defense that can turn into an offense in an instant. It's about finesse, about control, not just raw power. Your assault mode gives you the power, but Needle Jizo gives you the precision. Naruto, surprisingly, took to it with a newfound focus, perhaps fueled by his recent gambling success and the confidence it had instilled. He could now cover his entire body in a formidable spiky defense, and even launch individual needles with surprising accuracy, turning his hair into a deadly, unexpected weapon. He learned to control the density of the needles, making them flexible enough to cushion blows or rigid enough to pierce. Jiraiya also continued to drill him on the nuances of assault mode. It's not just about speed, Naruto. It's about precision, anticipation. You're fast, yes, but you leave yourself open. You tend to just charge in, relying on your raw power to overwhelm. That's fine against weaker opponents, but against someone truly skilled, someone who can read your movements, you'll be predictable. Think of Needle Jizo as your counterattack. Lure them in, then strike back with something they don't expect. Combine your speed with your defense. Use your chains, use your Rasengan, but don't just brute force everything. A true ninja uses their brain as much as their brawn. Naruto's new black outfit, with its subtle orange accents and the Uzumaki symbol, made him look less like a rambunctious kid and more like a serious, albeit still energetic, shinobi. He moved with a newfound fluidity, a blend of his natural agility and Jiraiya's rigorous training. He was still loud, still prone to impulsive decisions, but there was a subtle shift in his demeanor, a quiet confidence that radiated from him. One evening, as they rested by a small stream, the gentle lapping of water against the stones the only sound, a sudden, chilling presence permeated the air. It was a familiar, oppressive chakra signature that made Jiraiya's blood run cold, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the ancient, gnarled trees, their cloaks emblazoned with ominous red clouds, their forms silhouetted against the fading light. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Well, if it isn't the Leaf's little Jinchuriki, Kisame drawled, his Samahata sword resting casually on his shoulder, its scales twitching almost imperceptibly, as if sensing the powerful chakra of the Nine Tails. And the legendary Sannin. What a delightful surprise. We heard rumors of a certain powerful presence in this area. It seems the rumors were true. Itachi's Sharingan eyes, cold and piercing, fixed on Naruto, analyzing him, assessing his growth. We've come for the Nine Tails. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Naruto's blood ran cold, but a surge of defiant anger quickly replaced the fear. He remembered Sasuke's pain, the lingering shadow of Itachi's name, the cold, calculating way he had broken his former teammate. He remembered the humiliation of being abandoned, the burning desire to prove himself. Like hell you will, he roared, instantly activating his assault mode. His body blurred, a golden aura shimmering around him, the black markings spreading across his face and arms. As he shot forward, a whirlwind of speed and raw power, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. Jiraiya, caught slightly off guard by Naruto's immediate, aggressive response, quickly moved to intercept Kisame, knowing the shark-like ninja was a formidable opponent, a master of water jutsu and a dangerous swordsman. Naruto, don't be reckless. This isn't a game, he shouted, but it was too late. Naruto was already committed. Naruto was already on Itachi, a black-clad blur, his golden aura blazing. He aimed a powerful kick, enhanced by his chakra, directly at Itachi's head. Itachi, surprisingly, didn't evade entirely. He blocked with his forearm, but the force of the blow still sent a jolt up his arm, making him slide back a few feet, his feet digging furrows in the earth. The impact created a small crater where his foot had landed. Whoa, I actually hit him, and he moved. Naruto thought, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, a triumphant grin flashing across his face. He was stronger. Much stronger. Don't get cocky, brat. He let you hit him. He's testing you. Kyuubi warned, its voice sharper now, a note of caution in its tone. He's playing with you, like a cat with a mouse. Don't fall for it. Naruto didn't listen. He followed up with a barrage of rapid-fire punches, each one carrying surprising force, each one aimed at a vital point. Itachi weaved and dodged, his movements fluid and precise, a master of evasion, but Naruto's sheer speed in assault mode was making it difficult for him to land a counter. Naruto, in his focused fury, managed to land a solid punch to Itachi's gut, forcing a grunt from the Uchiha, a rare sign of discomfort. Itachi's eyes flashed, and he tried to catch Naruto in a genjutsu, his Sharingan spinning, but Naruto's raw chakra output, amplified by his assault mode, and his own developing mental fortitude, perhaps subtly aided by the Kyuubi's presence, allowed him to shake off the initial illusion, the world blurring for only a split second before snapping back into focus. "You're faster than I anticipated, Naruto Uzumaki," Itachi said, his voice calm, almost detached, despite the hits he was taking. His gaze was analytical, assessing Naruto's every move. But raw speed isn't enough. There's more to being a ninja than simply being fast. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and suddenly, the world around Naruto seemed to distort. He felt a crushing weight, a sense of dread, a chilling cold that seeped into his bones. He knew this feeling. It was the beginning of a powerful genjutsu, designed to paralyze and torture. But before the illusion could fully take hold, Naruto instinctively activated Needle Jizo. His golden hair shot out, elongating and hardening into a formidable array of sharp, gleaming spikes, forming a protective barrier that seemed to disrupt Itachi's focus for a split second, breaking the flow of his chakra. It wasn't perfect, but it bought him time, a precious moment of clarity. Kisame, meanwhile, was engaged with Jiraiya, their clash sending ripples of chakra through the forest. Samahata clashed against Jiraiya's hair-based techniques, a brutal dance of steel and chakra, the air filled with the hiss of water and the clang of weapons. Jiraiya, in his sage mode, was a formidable opponent, but Kisame was relentless, his Samahata absorbing chakra with every contact. Naruto, using his Needle Jizo to deflect a few kunai thrown by Itachi, their tips sparking against his hardened hair, lunged again. He tried a new tactic, a sweeping leg kick, designed to knock Itachi off balance, to force him to commit. Itachi jumped back, but Naruto was relentless, a blur of motion, his attacks coming from unexpected angles. He was losing, yes, Itachi was clearly holding back, playing with him, but Naruto was not being easily dispatched. He was forcing Itachi to move, to react, to actually put in effort, to acknowledge his presence. He was proving he wasn't just a nuisance. Just as Naruto was about to gather a significant amount of chakra, his eyes beginning to glow faintly red, a telltale sign of the Kyuubi's power starting to leak, a familiar, furious voice cut through the air. "Itachi." Sasuke Uchiha burst from the treeline, his Sharingan blazing with hatred, his face a mask of burning vengeance. He was older, more refined, his movements honed by Kakashi's rigorous training, but his eyes held the same consuming desire for revenge. He ignored Naruto and Jiraiya, his entire focus on his brother, the man who had shattered his world. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled, momentarily distracted, his assault mode flickering slightly as his attention split. Itachi's gaze shifted to his younger brother, a flicker of something unreadable, perhaps a hint of sadness, a touch of regret, or even a subtle satisfaction, in his eyes. "You've grown, Sasuke." His voice was still calm, but there was a subtle shift in its tone, a deeper resonance. "I've grown strong enough to kill you." Sasuke snarled, launching himself at Itachi with a Chidori, a crackling ball of lightning in his hand, its blue light illuminating the darkening forest. His speed was incredible, a testament to his recent training. The ensuing confrontation was swift and brutal. Sasuke, despite his training with Kakashi and his newfound power, was no match for Itachi's mastery of the Sharingan. Itachi effortlessly dodged Sasuke's attacks, his movements economical and precise, almost as if he were dancing around his brother's furious assaults. Then, with a chilling swiftness, he caught Sasuke in a powerful genjutsu, forcing him to relive the horrific night of the Uchiha massacre, the screams of his family, the cold, emotionless face of his brother. Sasuke screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in the throes of the illusion, tears streaming down his face. "Sasuke!" Naruto cried out, horrified, his own anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by a surge of desperate concern. He lunged forward, but Jiraiya's hand clamped down on his shoulder, his grip like iron. "Stay back, Naruto. This is Itachi's game. He's too dangerous." You can't interfere with that genjutsu. Jiraiya's voice was grim, filled with a deep understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan's terrifying power. He knew that trying to break a genjutsu of that caliber from the outside was futile and dangerous. Just as Itachi prepared to deliver a final, crushing blow to Sasuke, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement, Jiraiya unleashed a massive torrent of water from his mouth, a powerful water-style, exploding water-colliding wave. The sheer volume of water, a churning, roaring torrent, forced Itachi and Kisame to retreat, creating a momentary barrier, a wall of water between them and the Sannin and his student. Tisk, the toad sage, Kisame grumbled, wiping water from his face with a scowl, his samahata twitching impatiently. Always interfering. Always a nuisance. Itachi's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, a strange intensity in his eyes, a silent message passing between them, before he turned to Kisame. We have what we came for. Let's go. With that, the two Akatsuki members vanished as quickly as they had appeared, melting into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a stunned Naruto, a collapsed Sasuke, and a wary Jiraiya, his face etched with grim determination. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto rushed to his friend's side, shaking him, his voice filled with desperate concern. Sasuke was unresponsive, his eyes wide and vacant, trapped in Itachi's genjutsu, his body trembling uncontrollably. He's under a powerful genjutsu, Jiraiya said, kneeling beside them, his voice heavy with concern. Itachi's specialty. It'll take time to break him out. And it's not something I can easily dispel. It's too deep. Just then, a blur of green flashed through the trees, followed by a thunderous crash that made the ground tremble. Might Guy, the epitome of youthful exuberance, landed squarely on Jiraiya's face, his foot connecting with a sickening thud that echoed through the clearing. Aha! Found you, Kakashi. You won't escape my youthful challenge this time. I knew you were trying to sneak off for some light reading. Guy roared, striking a dramatic pose, a triumphant grin on his face, before blinking rapidly, his eyes focusing on the prone form of Jiraiya. Wait, Jiraiya-sensei. My apologies. My youthful senses must have been momentarily clouded. I thought you were my eternal rival. Jiraiya, his face now sporting a rather impressive, bright red boot print, groaned, pushing Guy's foot off his face with a pained grunt. Guy, what in the blazes was that for? You nearly broke my nose. And my dignity. My mistake, my mistake. 1,000 apologies, Jiraiya-sensei. Guy said, bowing dramatically, tears streaming down his face, completely unrepentant. He then noticed Sasuke, still writhing on the ground. Oh, young Uchiha. What happened here? He seems to be in a state of unyouthful despair. After a quick, exasperated explanation from Jiraiya, Guy's expression turned serious, his eyebrows furrowing with concern. A powerful genjutsu, you say? From Itachi Uchiha. This is a grave matter. I shall take him back to the village immediately. He needs the Leaf's best medical ninja. His youthful spirit must not be extinguished by such darkness. He scooped up the unconscious Sasuke with surprising gentleness, holding him like a precious, fragile package. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya-sensei, be careful. The Akatsuki are a grave threat. Their darkness seeks to extinguish the flames of youth. We must train harder. Farewell. With another flash of green, Guy disappeared, leaving Jiraiya rubbing his sore jaw and Naruto staring after them, a mixture of bewilderment and lingering anger on his face. Well, that was eventful, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head, a faint chuckle escaping him despite the pain. Come on, Naruto. We need to keep moving. We're close to that castle. And I have a feeling our troubles are just beginning. Naruto, still shaken by Sasuke's state in the encounter with Itachi, nodded grimly. His assault mode had been powerful, he had landed hits, but Itachi was on a different level. He still had a long way to go. He needed to get stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone, strong enough to never feel helpless again. The journey to the castle was quieter, the recent encounter casting a long shadow over their steps. Naruto, though still resilient, was more subdued, the usual boisterous energy replaced by a thoughtful, almost grim determination. He understood the gravity of their mission, and the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the ninja world. He continued to practice needle jizo, now with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that defense was just as crucial as offense. He also focused on refining his Rasengan, making it more compact, more precise, a silent, deadly weapon. Finally, after another day of travel, the silhouette of the ruined castle appeared on the horizon. It was an imposing structure, even in its dilapidated state, its crumbling towers reaching like skeletal fingers towards the sky, silhouetted against the setting sun. As they approached, a sense of unease settled over them, a prickling sensation on the back of their necks. The air was heavy, thick with the lingering scent of battle, of scorched earth and splintered wood. "Something's not right," Jiraiya murmured, his hand instinctively going to his kunai pouch, his eyes scanning the surroundings, picking up on every subtle detail. This isn't just old ruins. There's fresh damage. Very fresh. And a powerful chakra signature lingers here. As they drew closer, the extent of the destruction became apparent. Walls were blasted inward, massive craters pockmarked the courtyard, and the ground was churned up as if by a titanic struggle. Trees were splintered, their trunks snapped like twigs, and scorch marks marred the ancient stone, blackening the once proud walls. It was clear a fierce battle had taken place here, very recently, a clash of immense power. "Whoa, what happened here?" Naruto whispered, his eyes wide, taking in the devastation. He could feel the residual chakra, the echoes of powerful jutsu. Jiraiya's face hardened, a grim suspicion settling over him. This looks like the work of a powerful ninja. The sheer scale of destruction. Perhaps. Orochimaru. His voice was laced with grim suspicion. He knew his former teammates' destructive tendencies, his penchant for chaos and overwhelming power. He scanned the area, looking for any sign of Tsunade, or a clue as to what had transpired, a silent prayer forming in his mind that she was safe. Suddenly, a new presence emerged from the dust and debris, a group of imposing figures. They moved with a disciplined, almost military precision. Leading them was a tall, powerfully built man with dark skin, spiky white hair, and a fierce, determined expression. His right arm was heavily bandaged, and his eyes burned with an intense focus, a predatory glint within them. He wore the traditional Kumo-style flak jacket, and his aura was undeniably that of a cage, radiating immense power and authority. It was the Fourth Hokage, son of the Third Hokage. He looked at the destroyed castle, his gaze sweeping over the devastation, assessing the damage. Then his gaze snapped to Jiraiya and Naruto, his expression one of surprise, then suspicion, and finally, a cold, calculating intensity that sent a chill down Naruto's spine. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," the Hokage's voice boomed, deep and resonant, like distant thunder. "And the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, what are you doing here? I received intelligence that you two were looking for Tsunade. And I knew that if you were looking for the Nine-Tails, you would eventually find him. I have been tracking you." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly up, his body tensing, ready for anything. "Hokage, the question is, what are you doing here? And what happened to this place? And what do you mean, tracking us? And why are you looking for Tsunade?" The Hokage's eyes hardened, sweeping over the devastation once more. "We received intelligence that Tsunade of the Sannin was sighted heading this way. We were tracking her, yes. But not for the reasons you assume. And as for this destruction, it was not our doing. This level of power, it speaks of something far more sinister. We arrived to find this. And as for why I was tracking you, Jiraiya, I had information that you and the boy were looking for Tsunade. And I knew that if you were looking for her, you would eventually lead me to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. My mission was to find him. And to kill him. Because he killed my father. Before he becomes too strong he has to die." Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, their faces grim. The air crackled with unspoken questions, and the tension was palpable. The search for Tsunade had just become far more complicated. And far more dangerous. The Fourth Hokage was not here for an alliance. He was here for blood. And Naruto was his target. The journey had just begun, and the stakes had already escalated to a deadly, unforgiving level. The air crackled with unspoken questions, and the tension was palpable. The search for Tsunade had just become far more complicated. And far more dangerous. The Fourth Hokage was not here for an alliance. He was here for blood. And Naruto was his target. "You." The Fourth Hokage thundered, his eyes, previously cold and calculating, now blazing with a raw, guttural fury that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. "You're the one. The one who ended my father's reign. The one who extinguished the third Raikage. He pointed an accusatory, trembling finger at Naruto, his voice thick with unbridled rage. You think you can just waltz around after killing the strongest Kage of our generation? You'll pay for that, Uzumaki. With your life. Before Naruto could even process the shocking accusation, the Raikage exploded forward, a bolt of lightning fast speed, the ground cracking under his feet. Jiraiya, ever the seasoned veteran, reacted instantly. Naruto, get back, he roared, but it was too late. The Raikage was already upon them, a blur of muscle and crackling lightning chakra. Now, the Raikage bellowed, and with his command, 20 shinobi, clad in the distinctive Kumo flak jackets, peeled off from behind him, forming a tight perimeter around Jiraiya. They weren't there to fight Naruto, they were there to ensure the Toad Sage didn't interfere. Jiraiya, seeing the coordinated attack, sighed dramatically. Oh, for the love of 20 of you. Really? Don't you guys have anything better to do than try to stop a true artist? He rolled his eyes, but his stance was fluid, ready. All right, then. Let's dance, little storm clouds. He immediately activated Sage Mode, his eyes gaining the signature orange pigmentation and his hair spikier, and met the charge. Jiraiya moved like a whirlwind, a force of nature against the tide. His Needle Jizo Jutsu, now perfected, sent hardened, chakra-infused spikes lashing out like whips, deflecting kunai and pushing back the charging ninja. He flowed through their ranks, a graceful but devastating blur, his taijutsu amplified by Sage Mode, sending Kumo shinobi flying with precise, powerful strikes. He unleashed a barrage of fire release, Toad Oil Bullet, forcing entire squads to scatter, their bewildered faces lit by the explosions. He was winning, easily, a one-man army, but the sheer numbers, the relentless waves of attackers, kept him pinned, held back just enough to ensure he couldn't reach Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was in a world of hurt. The fourth Raikage was faster than anything he had ever faced, even faster than Itachi in their previous encounter. His lightning release chakra mode made him a living bolt of electricity, striking with brutal, concussive force. Naruto tried to counter with his assault mode, but he was struggling to keep up. The Raikage's punches landed with bone-jarring impact, each blow threatening to shatter Naruto's defense. You're fast, boy, I'll give you that, the Raikage snarled, slamming a lightning-infused fist into Naruto's gut, sending him skidding back, gasping for air. But you're still just a child, clinging to a power you don't understand. My father, the third Raikage, was a legend. He stood against armies. He perfected the lightning release chakra mode to a degree you can only dream of. And you extinguished that flame. For that, you will suffer 1,000 deaths. Naruto coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, his blue eyes wide with pain and desperation as the Raikage charged again, a terrifying, enraged beast. This was it. He was losing. He was going to die here. Then, a voice echoed in his mind, fierce and primal, foolish brat. You call that fighting? You're holding back. You're letting that overgrown electric wimp push you around. Unleash it. Unleash the power of the full assault mode. Show him what true fury looks like. Something snapped within Naruto. A cold, alien power surged through him, far beyond anything he had felt before. His eyes, already golden from assault mode, intensified, becoming solid, burning gold, radiating an unnatural light. Black, jagged markings, like ancient runes, erupted across his cheeks and arms, pulsing with the same fierce white energy that now enveloped him. From his back, dark, ethereal wings, woven from pure, swirling energy, unfurled, beating once with silent power. His hair, usually spiky, seemed to gain an even sharper, more defined edge, glowing faintly. This was it. This was the full power of his assault mode. This was the overwhelming force Jiraiya had warned him about. You killed my father, the Raikage roared, bringing down a massive, lightning-infused chop directly at Naruto's head, intent on splitting him in two. But Naruto was no longer just fast, he was unfathomable. He moved with a speed that transcended perception, vanishing from the Raikage's sight just as the blow landed, leaving only a lingering crackle of lightning in the empty air. The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Naruto reappeared behind him, a golden blur. I don't know anything about your father, Naruto said, his voice now deeper, resonant, laced with a chilling calm that was utterly unlike him. It vibrated with a raw power that made the very air hum. "But I will not die here." He lashed out, not with a punch, but with an open palm strike that carried the weight of a meteor. It connected with the Raikage's back, and the cage grunted, a sound of genuine pain, as he was propelled forward, crashing through the ruined walls of the castle and into the devastated landscape beyond. Naruto followed, a golden streak against the darkening sky. The fight became a dizzying display of unbridled power. Naruto moved with a fluid, terrifying grace, each strike carrying devastating force. He anticipated the Raikage's lightning-fast movements, not just reacting but predicting, outmaneuvering. The Raikage, for the first time, was on the defensive, his pride shattered, his fury replaced by a desperate struggle for survival. Naruto's attacks ripped through the Raikage's lightning armor, forcing him to block with his arms, which quickly became bruised and bleeding. How is this possible? The Raikage gasped, battered and bruised, struggling to keep his chakra cloak active as Naruto appeared before him once more, his golden eyes burning with an almost divine intensity. That power, it's monstrous. Naruto raised his hand, gathering a swirling sphere of white, volatile energy. This wasn't the crude, uncontrolled power of his earlier assault mode, it was refined, condensed, terrifyingly precise. He slammed it into the ground beside the Raikage, causing a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of the ruined castle. The Raikage was thrown back, landing heavily, spitting blood. Naruto, his golden eyes still blazing with divine intensity, stood over him, the swirling sphere of white, volatile energy still crackling faintly in his raised hand. This wasn't a battle for death, but for dominance, for the right to pass. The air vibrated with the residual power of their clash, a silent testament to the monstrous force Naruto had unleashed. The Raikage, battered and bruised, struggled to push himself up, his lightning armor flickering, barely holding together. His previous fury had been replaced by a raw, disbelieving awe, and a hint of fear. "Stay down," Naruto's voice resonated, devoid of his usual boisterousness, replaced by a deep, authoritative tone that surprised even himself. "This fight is over. You came for me, but I stand before you, victorious. Leave. Go back to your village, Raikage. There's no need for further bloodshed." The Raikage stared at him, then slowly, painfully, nodded. His pride was shattered, but his life, undeniably, had been spared. "Uzumaki Naruto," he rasped, coughing, "you truly are a monster. Far beyond what any of us could have imagined." With a grunt, he signaled to his remaining ninja, who quickly appeared from the shadows, their faces pale with shock at the sight of their defeated Kage. Without another word, they gathered their leader and vanished into the night, their movements swift and silent, leaving only the ruined castle and the lingering scent of ozone. As the last of them disappeared, the taut energy that had held Naruto upright suddenly snapped. His golden eyes flickered, the intense glow fading rapidly, and the black, jagged markings that had spread across his cheeks and arms receded. The ethereal, dark wings of pure energy that had unfurled from his back dissolved into nothingness, his assault mode deactivating as abruptly as it had appeared. He swayed, a wave of crushing exhaustion washing over him, his knees buckling. He pitched forward, falling heavily towards the debris-strewn ground. Just before he hit, a blur of white and red appeared, and Jiraiya caught him, easing him gently to the ground. The Toad Sage's face was a mixture of profound shock and immense pride. He had witnessed Naruto's full assault mode, the raw, unbridled power that dwarfed anything he had ever seen from the boy, and the decisive victory over the Raikage. Jiraiya had seen glimpses before, but this was truly monstrous. He had created a perfect storm. "Naruto, you actually did it," Jiraiya whispered, his voice thick with a disbelief that slowly morphed into a wide, triumphant grin. He carefully scooped up the unconscious boy, noticing how the residual chakra hummed faintly around him. "Well, that was certainly educational. Now, let's get you somewhere safe, brat. You earned your rest." Jiraiya found a small, unassuming inn in a nearby town, procuring a quiet room on the second floor. He gently laid Naruto on the bed, pulling a blanket over his still form. After ensuring Naruto was stable, Jiraiya scribbled a quick note, leaving it on the bedside table. He had a lead on Tsunade, and this display of Naruto's power only reinforced the urgency of finding her. He needed to prepare for what came next. A few hours later, the faint rays of dawn peeked through the window, stirring Naruto from his deep slumber. His eyes fluttered open, and he blinked, disoriented. He was in a strange room, dimly lit, the scent of dust and old wood lingering in the air. He pushed himself up, groaning as a dull ache spread through his limbs. His assault mode always left him drained, but winning against the raikage felt worth it. He saw the note on the table and picked it up. Naruto, you truly outdid yourself, brat. Had to go check on a lead. Looking for Tsunade. Be right back. Don't go causing too much trouble while I'm gone. Jiraiya. Naruto chuckled, a faint smile touching his lips. Eros Sennin was always off doing his research. He stretched, his muscles protesting, then slowly got off the bed. He changed into his new, sleek black attire, feeling the familiar comfort of the fabric. It was a stark contrast to his old orange jumpsuit, a symbol of his changing path. He walked out of the room, intending to find some food, and just as he stepped into the hallway, a door across from his own opened. A voluptuous blonde woman with a cynical expression and a younger, dark-haired woman with a pig in her arms emerged. They paused, noticing Naruto. "Well, hello there, stranger," the blonde woman said, her voice a low, husky drawl, her eyes sweeping over Naruto with a hint of amusement. "You're new around here. Are you a ninja?" Naruto puffed out his chest, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. "Yep, Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konohagakure. And I just came from a super important mission." The dark-haired woman, Shizune, smiled faintly. "Oh, what kind of mission, if you don't mind me asking?" "Well," Naruto began, launching into his usual dramatic retelling. "First, we had this lame D-rank mission, catching a cat, weeding gardens, all that boring stuff. But then, we got a real mission. To the land of waves. It was supposed to be C rank, but it turned into an S rank. We fought this awesome ninja, Zabuza, and then this huge army of bad guys, and I even woke up this crazy power and totally beat them all. And then we helped build this giant bridge." The blonde woman, who was Tsunade, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "An S rank, you say? Impressive for a fresh genin. And what is this grand dream of yours, future Hokage?" Naruto's grin widened, his blue eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "To become Hokage. To be the greatest ninja ever, to surpass all the Hokage before me. And to make everyone in the village acknowledge me. Believe it." Tsunade let out a dry, dismissive laugh, a sound that grated on Naruto's ears. "HMPH. Hokage, huh, what a foolish dream. It's nothing but a thankless, idiotic job that only fools would aspire to. A complete waste of time." Naruto's face immediately contorted in anger, his blood boiling. His previous good mood vanished, replaced by a surge of furious indignation. "What did you say? You can't just talk about the Hokage like that. The Hokage is amazing. They protect the village, they're the strongest, the coolest. You clearly don't know anything about it. You think it's a foolish dream. You're the fool." Tsunade's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. "Oh, and what makes you so sure, little brat? You think you know anything about the world, about being a ninja, about what it takes to be Hokage? I know it takes guts. It takes never giving up. And it takes protecting your comrades, no matter what." Naruto roared, his fist clenching, a faint pulse of chakra flaring around him. I'll show you what it means to be Hokage." A smirk touched Tsunade's lips, a challenging glint in her eyes. "Is that so? Then let's take this outside, runt. I'll teach you a lesson about foolish dreams." Naruto didn't hesitate. He stormed past her, his anger fueling his steps, ready to prove his worth. Tsunade and Shizune followed, the pig, taunting, squealing faintly in Shizune's arms. The air outside the bustling town's main square crackled with tension, a stark contrast to the lively chatter and the distant clatter of gambling establishments. Naruto Uzumaki, still recovering from his brutal encounter with Gaara and the subsequent chaos of the Konoha invasion, stood defiantly before the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. His new black attire, designed by Jiraiya, gave him a newfound confidence, but beneath it, his muscles still ached, and his chakra reserves felt like a leaky bucket. He couldn't risk assault mode. Now, it would leave him completely drained and vulnerable. "You really think you can stand against me, brat? Tsunade scoffed, her arms crossed, a dangerous glint in her eyes. You clearly don't know anything about it. You think it's a foolish dream. You're the fool. Naruto's face contorted in anger, his blood boiling at her dismissive words about the Hokage. What did you say? You can't just talk about the Hokage like that. The Hokage is amazing. They protect the village, they're the strongest, the coolest. You clearly don't know anything about it. You think it's a foolish dream. You're the fool. He roared, his fist clenching, a faint pulse of chakra flaring around him. I know it takes guts. It takes never giving up. And it takes protecting your comrades, no matter what. I'll show you. I'll show you what it means to be Hokage. A smirk touched Tsunade's lips. Is that so? Then let's take this outside, runt. I'll teach you a lesson about foolish dreams. Naruto didn't hesitate. He stormed past her, his anger fueling his steps, ready to prove his worth. Tsunade watched him, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The kid was loud, obnoxious, and utterly infuriating. Yet, there was a familiar fire in his gaze, a relentless stubbornness that reminded her of. No, it couldn't be. All right, kid, show me what you've got. Tsunade yelled, charging forward with surprising speed. Her fist, imbued with monstrous chakra, aimed straight for Naruto's face. Naruto, despite his fatigue, reacted instinctively. Needle Jizo. He yelled, and with a grunt of effort, a wave of chakra flowed from his body, stiffening his spiky golden hair. It shot outwards, hardening into a formidable, defensive array of sharp, needle-like spikes, covering his entire body like an angry porcupine. Wham! Tsunade's punch connected, but instead of Naruto crumpling, her fist was met with a wall of hardened, chakra-infused hair. The impact sent a jarring shockwave up her arm. Her eyes widened, a genuine gasp escaping her lips. What in the? This is Jiraiya's technique. Needle Jizo. She stumbled back, shaking her hand, a frown replacing her smirk. That idiot actually taught you something useful. Naruto, though still reeling from the sheer force of her blow, grinned through his bristly defense. That's right. Arrow Sennin taught me, and I'm gonna use it to prove you wrong. Tsunade snorted, then a short, almost disbelieving laugh bubbled up. Arrow Sennin, huh? So that's what you call him, you disrespectful little brat. She laughed again, a full, hearty laugh that echoed through the deserted training ground. The sound was raw, genuine, and startlingly beautiful. As her laughter subsided, she looked at Naruto again, truly looked at him. The spiky golden hair, the vibrant blue eyes, the whisker marks, the fierce determination. A jolt went through her. Minato. Kushina. The resemblance was uncanny, almost painful. This boy wasn't just being trained by Jiraiya, he was the spitting image of his parents, the Fourth Hokage and the feisty red-hot habanero. The pieces clicked into place. Jiraiya wouldn't be training just any random genin with such dedication. This was their son. All right, brat, Tsunade said, her voice now softer, a hint of curiosity replacing her earlier disdain. You managed to surprise me. That technique. It's crude, but effective. How about a bet? Naruto blinked, his bristly hair slowly receding as he deactivated Needle Jizo, his exhaustion making his shoulders slump slightly. A bet? What kind of bet? If you can master that Needle Jizo technique, really master it, show me something truly impressive with it, within. Let's say, 1 week, then I'll acknowledge your dream. I'll even wager this, she said, pulling a delicate green pendant from around her neck. It was the first Hokage's necklace, glowing faintly with ancient power. If you win, this is yours. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the legendary necklace, but then narrowed in determination. And if I lose? If you lose, Tsunade countered, a smirk returning, you give up on this foolish Hokage dream. No way. Naruto protested, his eyes blazing. I never go back on my word, and I never give up. That's my ninja way. He extended a hand. It's a deal. Tsunade met his hand with a firm grasp. HMPH. Stubborn as ever. Just then, a familiar, booming voice cut through the air. Well, looks like I missed all the fun. Jiraiya strolled into the clearing, adjusting his hair, a wide grin on his face. Naruto, my boy, you gave the slug princess a run for her money, didn't you? And Tsunade, what's with the bet? What's going on here? Tsunade merely waved a dismissive hand. None of your business, pervert. Now, are we going to stand around all day, or are you going to buy me a drink? I've worked up a thirst. They ended up at a dimly lit bar, the clinking of glasses and hushed conversations providing a backdrop to their own animated discussion. Tsunade downed cup after cup of sake, while Naruto, ever the ramen enthusiast, devoured bowl after bowl of noodles, occasionally chiming in with loud, enthusiastic comments. All right, Tsunade, enough with the dramatics, Jiraiya said, leaning across the table, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Hiruzen, he's gone. The third Hokage is dead. And the elders, they want you to be the sixth. Tsunade froze, her hand halfway to her sake cup. The news, though not entirely unexpected, hit her with a fresh wave of grief. She closed her eyes for a long moment, the vibrant noise of the bar fading around her. The weight of the world, of Konoha, settled on her shoulders. She opened her eyes, meeting Jiraiya's steady gaze, then glanced at the energetic, ramen slurping boy beside her. A small smile played on her lips. If the kid wins our bet, then I'll be the sixth Hokage. Jiraiya blinked, bewildered. The bet? What bet are you talking about? You'll see, Tsunade said, a mysterious glint in her eyes. You'll just have to wait. A few days later, under the relentless sun of a secluded training ground, Naruto stood, battered and bruised, but triumphant. His hair, for the first time, not only stood on end but could extend and retract with surprising speed and precision, like 1,000 golden needles at his command. He even managed to deflect a barrage of kunai thrown by Jiraiya, each needle shimmering with chakra. He had won the bet. True to her word, Tsunade, with a reluctant but impressed smile, handed him the first Hokage's necklace. You earned it, brat, she conceded, a hint of genuine pride in her voice. Now, let's go. Konoha awaits. Their journey back to the Hidden Leaf village was punctuated by a few unexpected but classic stops. There was the incident with the mistaken identity, leading to a comical chase through a fish market. Then, the time Naruto, attempting to impress Tsunade with his mastery of Needle Jizo, accidentally turned himself into a spiky, gold-colored human tumbleweed, much to Jiraiya's roaring amusement and Tsunade's exasperated sighs. They even made a detour to a small hot spring village, where Jiraiya promptly disappeared for research, leaving Naruto to endure Tsunade's surprisingly insightful, and sometimes embarrassing, stories about his perverted sensei. Finally, the towering gates of Konoha loomed into view. The village, though still bearing the scars of the recent invasion, hummed with a quiet resilience. Their first stop was the hospital. Tsunade, her expression grim, made a beeline for Sasuke Uchiha's room. Wake up, brat, she commanded, a powerful surge of medical chakra flowing into him, jolting him awake from his genjutsu-induced stupor. Sasuke gasped, his eyes flying open, confusion warring with the lingering pain. Next, she moved to Rock Lee's room. The young taijutsu master lay pale and still, his broken limbs testament to his indomitable spirit. Tsunade examined him with a practiced eye, her brow furrowed. It's worse than I thought, she murmured, a flicker of raw emotion in her gaze. But, I can fix it. It won't be easy, but he'll be a ninja again. Weeks later, the village square buzzed with a different kind of energy. The sun shone brightly on the newly repaired buildings, and the air was thick with cheers. The sixth Hokage inauguration. Tsunade, clad in the traditional Hokage robes, stood on the balcony overlooking the jubilant crowd. Her expression was solemn, yet there was a deep resolve in her eyes. Naruto, standing proudly in his new black attire amongst the other genin, grinned up at her, the first Hokage's necklace now proudly hanging around his neck. Tsunade raised a hand, and the crowd fell silent. Her voice, strong and clear, resonated through the square. Today, a new era begins. The will of fire burns brighter than ever. I may be the sixth Hokage, but I stand here not just as a leader, but as a symbol of hope and resilience. I promise to protect this village, to nurture its future, and to carry on the legacy of those who came before me. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the faces below, landing for a moment on Naruto, a knowing, almost maternal smile gracing her lips. And to those who dare to threaten our peace, know this, Konoha will never surrender. We will fight, we will endure, and we will rise stronger than ever. The roar of the crowd was deafening, a testament to the renewed spirit of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto pumped his fist into the air, a wide, confident grin on his face. His journey was far from over, but with a new Hokage, a new technique, and a clearer understanding of his own legacy, he knew one thing for sure: he was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 9, The Hokage's Heart: A Whisper Under Stars. The evening air in Konoha was soft and warm, carrying the gentle scent of night-blooming jasmine and the distant, comforting hum of the village settling down. For Naruto Uzumaki, however, the air thrummed with a different kind of energy: anticipation. Tonight was the night. His date with Hinata. He stood before his mirror, a rare sight, meticulously adjusting his attire. Gone were the vibrant oranges and the practical, dark ninja wear. Tonight, he was going for something entirely different, something that whispered of quiet confidence and understated elegance. He wore a pristine, long-sleeved white button-up shirt, the fabric a soft, breathable linen that felt cool against his skin. The collar was a subtle band, and the cuffs were meticulously folded back twice, revealing a hint of his toned forearms. Over this, he donned a deep, rich navy blue vest, tailored perfectly to his lean, athletic build, with a row of small, polished silver buttons running down the front. The vest was open, allowing the white shirt to peek through, creating a striking contrast. His pants were a charcoal gray, a slightly darker shade than the vest, made of a similar lightweight material that draped effortlessly, tapering gently to meet a pair of sleek, dark brown leather boots that were polished to a soft gleam. Around his neck, a thin, silver chain held a single, small, polished stone, a deep blue, almost indigo, that caught the light subtly. His spiky golden hair, still styled by Jiraiya's surprisingly deft hand, was immaculate, framing his piercing blue eyes, which held a nervous excitement he rarely displayed. He looked, for lack of a better word, dapper. He took a deep breath, running a hand over his smooth jacket. "All right, Naruto, you got this," he muttered to his reflection, trying to banish the sudden flutter in his stomach. He was a hero, had faced S-rank ninja, even a tailed beast, but picking up Hinata felt like the most monumental mission of his life. With a final check, he exited his apartment, the familiar sounds of Konoha now a comforting backdrop to his focused determination. He walked through the winding streets, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, casting long shadows. Soon, he arrived at the imposing gates of the Hyuga compound. He took another deep breath, straightened his vest, and approached the main entrance. A Hyuga guard, stoic and unmoving, stood by the gate. "I'm here for Hinata Hyuga," Naruto announced, his voice surprisingly steady. "We have a prior engagement." The guard merely nodded, his Byakugan eyes giving Naruto a brief, assessing glance before he stepped aside, allowing him entry. Naruto walked through the meticulously kept gardens, the air growing cooler and more serene within the compound walls. He found himself before Hinata's residence, a traditional, elegant home nestled amongst blossoming trees. He knocked gently on the sliding door. After a moment, it opened, and there she stood, Hinata Hyuga. Naruto's breath hitched. She was a vision. She wore a delicate, flowing kimono of a soft lavender hue, adorned with subtle, embroidered patterns of cherry blossoms that seemed to shimmer in the twilight. Her long, dark hair, usually framing her face, was swept up into an elegant, intricate style, with a few soft strands framing her face, held in place by a single, simple white flower. Her Byakugan eyes, usually so shy and downcast, were wide and sparkling with a nervous excitement that mirrored his own, and a faint, soft blush dusted her cheeks, enhancing her natural beauty. "Hinata-chan," Naruto managed, his voice a little rougher than he intended, his usual boisterousness completely forgotten. He felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling far more potent than any chakra surge. You look beautiful." Hinata's blush deepened, spreading down her neck. She looked down for a moment, her fingers intertwining, before meeting his gaze again, a shy, radiant smile gracing her lips. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You look very handsome." Naruto grinned, a genuine, slightly goofy grin that somehow made him even more charming in his sophisticated attire. "Ready?" Hinata nodded, her eyes shining. "Yes, Naruto-kun." As they stepped out of the Hyuga compound, a soft, ethereal glow began to illuminate their path. Leading up the grand, sweeping stairs that ascended towards the Hokage monument, a plush, vibrant red carpet unfurled, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Along its edges, hundreds of lit candles, encased in delicate paper lanterns, cast a warm, flickering light, their gentle flames dancing in the evening breeze. And scattered across the crimson path, like fallen jewels, were countless rose petals, white, pink, and crimson, creating a breathtaking, fragrant tapestry underfoot. From somewhere unseen, the soft, melodious strains of a shamisen and a koto began to play, their notes weaving a gentle, romantic melody that filled the air. It was a dream, unfolding before their very eyes. Hinata gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with wonder. Naruto-kun, what is all this? Naruto chuckled, taking her hand gently. Her fingers were soft and delicate in his. Just a little something for our date, Hinata-chan. Only the best for the most amazing girl in Konoha. He led her forward, their footsteps soft on the carpet of petals. They ascended the stairs, the music swelling around them, the candlelight illuminating their faces. Each step felt like a journey into a fairy tale. At the very top, nestled on a flat, secluded plateau carved into the side of the Hokage monument, beneath the watchful, smiling faces of the past leaders, a small, intimate setting awaited them. A low, polished wooden table was set for two, draped with a pristine white cloth. Two comfortable, plush cushions were arranged opposite each other. The centerpiece was a single, elegant vase holding a bouquet of white lilies, their petals unfurling gracefully, surrounded by more flickering candles. The aroma of freshly cooked food wafted through the air, tantalizing and familiar. "Ta-da!" Naruto announced, gesturing grandly. "Our private dinner spot." Hinata's eyes misted over, a soft, joyful laugh escaping her lips. It's incredible, Naruto-kun. Like a dream." They settled onto the cushions, facing each other. Before them, steaming bowls of Ichiraku ramen, perfectly prepared, awaited, along with delicate portions of tamago cake gohan. Fluffy white rice topped with a raw egg, seasoned with soy sauce, a simple yet comforting dish. "I figured," Naruto said, picking up his chopsticks, "you can't have a date with me without ramen, right? And I know you like tamago cake gohan, so I had Chuki-san prepare it specially." Hinata giggled, a sound like wind chimes. "It's perfect, Naruto-kun." They ate slowly, savoring each bite, the soft music from the unseen musicians creating a serene ambiance. They talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly between them. Naruto, usually so boisterous, found himself speaking in a softer, more reflective tone, sharing stories of his training with Jiraiya and Anko, his struggles with the Rasengan, and the unexpected insight she'd gained. Hinata, in turn, spoke of her own training, her quiet determination to grow stronger, and her hopes for the future. She even, with a shy smile, admitted how much his unwavering spirit had always inspired her. Naruto listened, truly listened, to every word, his blue eyes fixed on her, a warmth growing in his chest that had nothing to do with the ramen. He found himself captivated by her quiet strength, her gentle wisdom, and the subtle fire that burned beneath her shy exterior. He saw her not just as the girl who admired him, but as a remarkable individual in her own right. After they finished their main course, a tray of desserts appeared as if by magic, carried by a silent, unseen figure who quickly vanished. There were fluffy cinnamon buns, dusted with powdered sugar, colorful dango skewers, and small, perfectly round mochi ice cream. "Dessert time!" Naruto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. They shared the treats, laughing softly as Naruto accidentally got powdered sugar on his nose, and Hinata gently wiped it away with a napkin, her fingers brushing his cheek. The stars began to pepper the darkening sky above them, twinkling like scattered diamonds. As the last dango was eaten, Naruto stood up, offering Hinata his hand. "Ready for the next part of our dream?" Hinata placed her hand in his, her heart fluttering. "Always, Naruto-kun." They walked hand in hand down the red carpet, the candles still glowing, the rose petals still soft beneath their feet. The music faded as they left the monument, replaced by the gentle chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves. They strolled through the quiet, moonlit streets of Konoha, eventually finding themselves in a sprawling park. The park was bathed in the soft, silver glow of the full moon. A crystal-clear lake shimmered in the distance, reflecting the starry sky like a mirror. Fireflies, tiny specks of living light, danced and blinked among the trees and over the water, creating a magical, ethereal glow. Naruto led Hinata to a large, ancient tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it, a simple wooden bench awaited. They sat together, shoulder to shoulder, gazing up at the vast, endless expanse of the night sky. The air was cool and peaceful, a perfect counterpoint to the warmth of their hands intertwined. "It's so beautiful, Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Yeah," Naruto agreed, his gaze fixed on the stars, but his thoughts were entirely on the girl beside him. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding a rhythm against his ribs. This was it, the moment. He turned to her, his blue eyes serious, yet brimming with a profound tenderness. "Hinata-chan," just as the words left his lips, a sudden, brilliant explosion of light erupted high above them. Not a loud, jarring blast, but a series of gentle, shimmering bursts of color that painted the night sky. One by one, golden letters formed against the velvet blackness, slowly, gracefully, spelling out a question that made Hinata's breath catch in her throat. "Hinata Hyuga, will you be my girlfriend?" Hinata stared at the sky, her Byakugan eyes wide, tears welling up, blurring the luminous words. Her hand flew to her mouth, a soft sob escaping her lips. It was too perfect, too beautiful, too much. She turned to Naruto, her face streaked with happy tears, her heart overflowing. "And Naruto-kun," she choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Naruto's smile was soft, hopeful, and utterly sincere. "So, Hinata-chan, what do you say?" Without another word, Hinata threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, her body trembling with overwhelming joy. "Yes, yes, Naruto-kun, 1,000 times yes." Naruto hugged her back tightly, a wave of relief and pure happiness washing over him. He felt her tears on his shirt, warm and sweet. He gently pulled back, cupping her face in his hands, wiping away her tears with his thumbs. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the entire world seemed to shrink to just the two of them, bathed in the soft glow of the fireflies and the fading light of the fireworks. The night air grew cooler, and Naruto, ever thoughtful, slipped off his navy blue vest. "Here, Hinata-chan," he said, gently placing it over her shoulders. "You might get cold." Hinata pulled the soft fabric closer, the warmth of his gesture spreading through her. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." They rose from the bench, their hands once again intertwined, and continued their walk. They wandered out of the park, into a vast, open field where the grass was tall and swayed gently in the breeze. The stars above were clearer here, an infinite canvas of sparkling wonders. They lay down together in the soft grass, side by side, cuddling close under the vast, starry sky. They talked more, their voices soft murmurs against the quiet hum of the night. They spoke of dreams, of futures, of the simple joy of being together. Naruto confessed his nervousness about the date, and Hinata, giggling, admitted she had almost fainted when he'd asked her. They shared secrets, whispered hopes, and reveled in the peaceful intimacy of the moment. The fireflies continued their silent dance around them, tiny, fleeting stars on earth. It was a perfect, dreamlike ending to a perfect, dreamlike evening. Eventually, as the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky with pale hues of lavender and rose, Naruto walked Hinata home. The Hyuga compound was still quiet, bathed in the pre-dawn light. They stopped at her doorstep, the silence between them comfortable and full. "Tonight was the best night of my life, Naruto-kun," Hinata whispered, her eyes shining with happiness. Naruto smiled, his heart full. "Mine too, Hinata-chan. Every single second." Hinata leaned in, her touch feather light, and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his cheek. "Good night, Naruto-kun." She pulled back, her cheeks flushed, and slipped inside, leaving Naruto standing there, a dazed, blissful smile on his face, his hand instinctively going to the spot where her lips had touched his cheek. He felt like he was floating, a warmth spreading through him that eclipsed even the power of the Kyuubi. He turned to leave, ready to replay every moment of the magical night in his head, when a deep, resonant voice cut through the pre-dawn stillness, making him freeze. "Naruto Uzumaki, we need to talk." Naruto slowly turned, his blissful smile faltering. Standing there, just outside the Hyuga residence, his Byakugan eyes fixed on Naruto with an unreadable, yet undeniably sad, expression, was Hiyashi Hyuga. Chapter 10, Oath and Power. I don't own Naruto or 7 deadly sins, places, jutsu, ability, or characters. The pre-dawn stillness, so recently filled with the soft glow of fireflies and the sweet scent of jasmine, shattered with Hiyashi Hyuga's deep, resonant voice. Naruto Uzumaki. We need to talk. Naruto froze, his blissful smile faltering, his hand still instinctively going to the spot on his cheek where Hinata's lips had just been. He slowly turned, the warmth in his chest replaced by a sudden chill. Hiyashi Hyuga stood there, a formidable silhouette against the paling sky, his Byakugan eyes fixed on Naruto with an unreadable, yet undeniably sad, expression. Hiyashi-sama. Naruto stammered, his mind racing. What could the head of the Hyuga clan possibly want with him at this hour, right outside Hinata's residence? He braced himself, expecting a lecture about proper decorum, about the sanctity of the Hyuga compound, or perhaps even a direct warning to stay away from his daughter. He'd faced S-rank ninja, even a tailed beast, but the stern gaze of Hinata's father felt oddly more intimidating. Come with me, Uzumaki, Hiyashi commanded, his voice devoid of emotion, yet carrying an undeniable weight of authority. He turned without waiting for a reply, his traditional robes rustling softly as he began to walk towards the main family's estate within the compound. Naruto, still a little dazed from his date and the abrupt shift in atmosphere, quickly followed, his mind still trying to catch up. He glanced back at Hinata's darkened window, a silent apology forming on his lips. This couldn't be good. The walk through the Hyuga compound was tense. The meticulously manicured gardens, which had seemed so serene just moments ago, now felt oppressive under the watchful, silent presence of Hiyashi. The air grew heavier with each step, thick with unspoken implications. Naruto's internal monologue, usually a chaotic symphony of thoughts and Kyuubi's sarcastic remarks, was unusually quiet, anticipating the impending confrontation. They arrived at a large, traditional building, even grander than Hinata's residence. Hiyashi slid open a heavy, wooden door, revealing a dimly lit, spacious room. Naruto stepped inside, his eyes widening in genuine shock. The room was not empty. Seated around a low, polished table were several figures, their faces grim and serious. The sixth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, sat at the head, her brow furrowed, a rare solemnity on her face. Beside her, Jiraiya lounged, though his usual jovial demeanor was replaced by a quiet intensity, his eyes fixed on Naruto. Enko Mitarashi, her arms crossed, looked unusually subdued, her manic grin absent. Kurenai Yuhi, her red eyes serious, sat beside Asuma, who was absent. Next to her was Yugao Azuki, her violet hair cascading over her shoulders, her cat mask resting on the table beside her, revealing a face etched with concern as her gaze met Naruto's. And then, to Naruto's utter bewilderment, sat a woman he vaguely recognized from old photographs, her long black hair framing a face that held a striking resemblance to Sasuke. She was dressed in a standard Anbu uniform, her porcelain mask resting beside her. This was Makoto Uchiha, though Naruto didn't know it yet. Finally, Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice, sat quietly, her expression worried. Naruto blinked, then blinked again, as if trying to clear his vision. Whoa, what's everyone doing here? He blurted out, the surprise momentarily overriding his apprehension. Is this some kind of secret meeting? Did I interrupt something? Is it about the Chunin exams? Because if it is, I can tell you, I was awesome. I beat Neji, and I even showed that Gaara guy what's what. And my date with Hinata was super amazing, Datbeo. Jiraiya coughed, trying to suppress a chuckle, but a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Naruto, my boy, always the dramatic entrance. And yes, we're all here for a very important discussion. But first, he leaned forward, his eyes twinkling mischievously, tell your old pervert sensei all about this, super amazing, date with Hinata. Don't leave out any juicy details. Naruto's cheeks flushed a light pink, his earlier bravado momentarily deflating. Ero Sennin, not now, it's private. Nonsense. Jiraiya boomed, ignoring Tsunade's exasperated sigh and Anko's snickers. A true artist of love, such as myself, needs all the details for research purposes. Did you hold her hand? Did you gaze into her beautiful Byakugan eyes? Did you kiss her goodnight? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper. Naruto sputtered, gesturing wildly. Well, I mean, we went to the Hokage monument, and I set up this super cool red carpet with candles and rose petals, and there was music, and we watched the stars, and she looked really, really beautiful in her kimono, and she gave me a goodnight kiss on the cheek. He finished in a rush, his face a bright crimson. A soft, escaped Shizune, while Kurenai smiled warmly. Enko burst into laughter, nudging Yugao. See, Yugao ne, our little brother's growing up. Yugao, for her part, had a gentle, almost wistful smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Naruto with a fondness that mirrored Enko's. Hey, you actually pulled off that romantic nonsense, brat. The Kyuubi grumbled in Naruto's mind, a faint, amused rumble. And you managed not to trip over your own feet. I'm almost impressed. Almost. Though you still left out the part where you almost burned down the Hyuga compound with those candles. Hey, it was a minor incident. And they were super pretty, furball. Naruto retorted mentally, a faint blush still on his face. And anyway, what do you know about romance? You're a giant fox. I've seen more romance in a single day than you have in your entire pathetic life, Kit, the Kyuubi countered, a hint of genuine exasperation in its voice. Do you know how many star-crossed lovers have tried to use my chakra to impress their significant others? Spoiler alert, it usually ends in explosions and property damage. You're lucky I didn't decide to help with your little display. Yeah, whatever, you big furball, Naruto scoffed, though he couldn't help but grin slightly. Hiashi cleared his throat, his stern expression unwavering, cutting through the light-hearted banter. Enough, Jiraiya. This is not a social call. Naruto Uzumaki, these individuals are here as witnesses. Naruto's grin vanished. Witnesses? For what? Pointing accusingly at Hiashi. You're gonna kill me for dating your daughter? He asked, a nervous laugh escaping him, though his eyes held a flicker of genuine apprehension. A few nervous chuckles rippled through the room, quickly stifled by Tsunade's stern gaze. Even Hiashi's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Hardly, Uzumaki, Hiashi replied, his voice flat. Though the thought did cross my mind for a fleeting second. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled ninja, then settling back on Naruto. No, we are here because of a grave matter concerning Hinata. A matter that requires an unconventional solution. Naruto's heart pounded. What is it? Is Hinata okay? Is she still recovering from the fight? Hinata is recovering well, thanks to Shizune's care, Tsunade interjected, her voice calm but firm. However, the Hyuga clan elders. They are displeased with Hinata's performance in the Chunin exams. They see her continued presence in the main house as a weakness, a stain on their purity and strength. Hiyashi's jaw tightened. They have decided that tomorrow, Hinata will have the caged bird seal placed upon her. The words hit Naruto like a physical blow. The caged bird seal. He knew what that meant. He had seen it on Neji's forehead, had felt the crushing weight of its control, the agonizing pain it could inflict. He had his own version, a different, yet equally oppressive seal. A searing heat flared on his forehead, and the black, jagged markings of his assault mode, Stage 1, began to spread across his cheeks and arms, pulsing with a faint white light. His eyes turned a solid, burning gold. Whoa, easy there, Kit. The Kyuubi's voice boomed in his mind, laced with a rare note of concern. Don't go blowing up the Hyuga compound just yet. We need to hear them out. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in Naruto's chest, the sound resonating with the raw power of his activated assault mode. The caged bird seal. He snarled, his voice distorted, resonating with a primal fury. They can't. They won't. I won't let them. He took a step forward, the floorboards groaning under the sudden surge of his chakra. Jiraiya, ever the quick thinker, moved with surprising speed, placing a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. Easy, Naruto. Calm down. I know this is a lot, but you need to listen. Losing your temper won't solve anything. He squeezed Naruto's shoulder, a silent message of reassurance passing between them. Breathe, kid. Just breathe. Naruto took a ragged breath, the white energy around him flickering, the golden glow in his eyes slowly receding, though the black markings remained, a testament to his barely contained rage. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to listen. The only way for Hinata to avoid the caged bird seal, Hiashi continued, his voice heavy, is if she is no longer considered a member of the Hyuga clan. Naruto stared, his mind struggling to comprehend. No longer. A member. What does that even mean? Hiashi met his gaze, his Byakugan eyes piercing. It means she would be disowned. Stripped of her name, her heritage, her place in the clan. She would be free from their control, but she would also be alone. Without a family, without a home, without protection. The words hung in the air, a cruel ultimatum. Naruto's eyes flickered to Tsunade, then Jiraiya, then Anko, searching for answers, for a way out. Tsunade sighed, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at Naruto. Naruto, this is a desperate measure. The elders are unyielding. They see Hinata's kindness, her empathy, as a weakness that threatens the clan's rigid traditions. They believe the caged bird seal is the only way to correct her path, to force her into their mold. But that's crazy. Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Hinata's strength is her kindness. Her never-give-up attitude. That's what makes her amazing. They can't just do that to her. They can, and they will, Hiashi stated grimly. Unless there is another way. A way that removes her from the clan's direct authority, yet still ensures her safety and her future. Hiashi paused, his gaze fixed on Naruto, a flicker of something akin to hope, and perhaps a touch of desperation, in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, do you love my daughter, Hinata? The question hung in the air, heavy and profound. Naruto's mind raced, replaying the moments of their date. The soft glow of the candles, the scent of rose petals, the gentle touch of her hand in his, the radiant blush on her cheeks, the quiet strength in her eyes when she looked at him. He thought of her unwavering belief in him, her shy smiles, her determination in the face of Neji's cruelty. He thought of the way his heart had fluttered when she kissed his cheek. He thought of the warmth that spread through him whenever she was near. Well, Kit, don't just stand there like a lovesick idiot, the Kyuubi scoffed, though its tone was surprisingly gentle. The old man's asking a serious question. And for once, it's not about blowing things up or fighting. It's about her. What's your answer? Naruto took a deep breath, his golden eyes, still faintly tinged with the power of his assault mode, met Hiyashi's piercing Byakugan. His face was no longer flushed with embarrassment, nor clouded with anger. It was serious, resolute, and utterly sincere. Yes, Naruto said, his voice clear and unwavering, resonating with a conviction that left no room for doubt. Yes, Hiyashi-sama, I love Hinata, more than anything. A collective gasp, softer this time, rippled through the room. Tsunade's eyes widened, a faint smile touching her lips. Jiraiya nodded slowly, a proud, almost paternal look on his face. Enko and Yugao exchanged knowing glances, a shared warmth in their eyes. Even Makoto, the masked Anbu, subtly shifted, her gaze fixed on Naruto with an unreadable intensity. Hiyashi's expression remained stoic, but a flicker of something unreadable, a complex mix of relief and solemnity, passed through his Byakugan eyes. He took another deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Naruto. Then, Naruto Uzumaki, Hiyashi Hyuga said, his voice quiet, yet every word echoed with the weight of generations, of tradition, and of a desperate hope. I ask you, will you marry my daughter, Hinata? Naruto froze, the question echoing in the dimly lit room, a profound stillness settling over the assembled ninja. Marry Hinata. His mind, which moments ago had been reeling from the threat of the caged bird seal and the revelation of his feelings, now spun into a whirlwind of even greater shock and, inexplicably, a sudden, burning blush that crept from his neck to the tips of his ears. The idea, so unexpected, was both terrifying and strangely exhilarating. He pictured Hinata, her shy smile, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed, the gentle touch of her hand. Marriage. It wasn't just a kiss on the cheek, it was forever. The Kyuubi's voice, usually a grumbling undercurrent, boomed in his head, laced with an almost gleeful amusement. Ohoho, Kit, looks like your super amazing date just got a whole lot more super amazing. Going from a goodnight kiss to a wedding proposal in a single night. Even. I didn't see that coming. And here I thought you were just a simple-minded knucklehead. Ero Sennin. Naruto blurted out, still flustered, before he even processed Hiyashi's serious gaze. What did he just say? Jiraiya, who had been struggling to suppress a full-blown guffaw, finally let it out, a hearty roar that filled the room. Ha ha ha, my boy, Naruto, you truly are a chip off the old block. A romantic whirlwind, aren't we? From secret admirer to a marriage proposal in the blink of an eye. You're going to put your old sensei to shame. He leaned forward, winking conspiratorially. Though, if you ask me, you could have at least tried for a French kiss before jumping straight to the altar. Details, Naruto, details. Naruto spluttered, his face now a magnificent shade of crimson. Jiraiya-sensei. This isn't funny. This is. Marriage. Enko snickered, nudging Yugao again. Looks like someone's about to get hitched. And to the quiet Hyuga heiress, no less. Who would have thought our little brother had it in him? Yugao smiled, a gentle, knowing look in her eyes as she watched Naruto's frantic blush. Even Tsunade had a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, while Shizune giggled softly. Makoto, though still masked, seemed to lean forward slightly, an almost imperceptible shift in her posture that indicated her keen interest. Hiyashi cleared his throat, his stoic expression unwavering, cutting through the rising tide of amusement. Enough. Naruto Uzumaki. My question stands. Do you accept my proposal? Naruto took a shaky breath, the initial shock and embarrassment slowly giving way to a profound sense of clarity. He looked at Hiyashi, then at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and finally, his gaze softened as he thought of Hinata. He remembered her unwavering belief in him, her quiet strength, her shy kindness. He loved her. The answer, when it came, was firm and clear. Yes, Hiyashi-sama, Naruto said, his voice gaining conviction with each word, the blush still present but now mingled with a burgeoning resolve. Yes, I'll marry Hinata. A wave of palpable relief seemed to wash over the room. Tsunade's smile widened, and Jiraiya gave a proud nod. Good, Hiyashi said, a flicker of something almost akin to relief passing through his Byakugan eyes. Neji. Naruto's head snapped up. Neji. Before he could fully process the name, the black, jagged markings of his assault mode, Stage 1, flared across his cheeks and arms, pulsing with a faint white light, his eyes turning a solid, burning gold. A low, dangerous growl rumbled in his chest, resonating with the raw power of his activated mode. That, Neji. Naruto snarled, his voice deepening significantly, taking on a resonant, almost guttural quality, reminiscent of a demon king. You want that arrogant, fate-spouting Neji. Here. He took a step forward, the floorboards groaning under the surge of his chakra. The Kyuubi's voice echoed in his mind, whoa, Kit. I know you two have history, but cool it. Remember the goal. Suddenly, a hand gently touched his arm. It was Yugao. Naruto, calm down, she said softly, her violet eyes meeting his golden ones with a steady, reassuring gaze. Neji has changed. He's been humbled. He understands now. He's been a great support for Hinata during her recovery. Naruto's golden eyes flickered, and the white energy around him slowly receded, the black markings of his assault mode, Stage 1, dimming, though not entirely vanishing. His voice returned to its normal pitch, though still laced with a lingering intensity. He has. Jiraiya, seeing the lingering residual power of Naruto's assault mode, subtly shivered, a brief, almost imperceptible tremor running through him. He remembered vividly the raw, uncontrolled power of Naruto's full assault mode, a force that had once leveled a significant portion of a training ground. He quickly masked it with a cough, but the memory was potent. Yes, Naruto, Hiyashi confirmed, his voice firm. Neji will be a witness. Neji. He called out again, his voice echoing through the quiet compound. Moments later, the heavy wooden door slid open, and Neji Hyuga stepped inside. He looked different, indeed. His usual rigid posture was softened, and his Byakugan eyes, though still intense, held a newfound solemnity. He glanced at Naruto, a flicker of surprise in his gaze at the visible markings of assault mode, but he remained silent, simply bowing respectfully to Hiyashi. Neji, bring Hinata here, Hiyashi commanded. And quickly. Neji nodded and swiftly departed. The wait was tense. Naruto, though calmer, still had a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his hands. The thought of seeing Hinata, of telling her about this whirlwind proposal, filled him with a nervous anticipation that dwarfed any fear he'd felt facing an S-rank ninja. The door slid open again, and Neji entered, followed closely by Hinata. She looked ethereal, dressed in a simple, pale kimono, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her Byakugan eyes, usually so gentle, were wide with concern as she took in the assembled group and, finally, landed on Naruto, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks as she saw the lingering marks of his assault mode. Father. Naruto-kun, what's going on? Hinata stammered, her voice a soft whisper. Hiashi wasted no time. His voice, though devoid of emotion, carried the weight of his decision. Hinata, the Hyuga clan elders have decreed that if you remain a member of the main house, you will have the caged bird seal placed upon you tomorrow. Hinata gasped, her eyes widening in horror, a visible tremor passing through her. However, Hiashi continued, his gaze sweeping over Naruto, there is an alternative. Naruto Uzumaki has agreed to marry you, thereby removing you from the direct authority of the Hyuga clan. He has pledged to ensure your safety and future. Hinata's eyes snapped to Naruto, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a burgeoning hope warring in their depths. Naruto met her gaze, his heart pounding, and gave her a shy, hopeful smile. Tsunade, stepping forward, took center stage. Given the urgency and the sensitive nature of the situation, we will perform the marriage ceremony here and now. She looked at Naruto and Hinata, a warm smile on her face. Naruto Uzumaki, do you take Hinata Hyuga to be your lawfully wedded wife? Naruto didn't hesitate. I do, he declared, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. Tsunade then turned to Hinata. Hinata Hyuga, do you take Naruto Uzumaki to be your lawfully wedded husband? Hinata's eyes, filled with tears, met Naruto's. A soft, radiant smile bloomed on her face. I do, she whispered, her voice barely audible but brimming with emotion. Then by the power vested in me as the sixth Hokage, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Tsunade beamed. You may kiss the bride, Naruto. Naruto, still a bit stunned by the rapid turn of events, leaned in hesitantly. Hinata, however, threw her arms around his neck, pulling him into a soft, tender kiss that sent a jolt of warmth through him, erasing all the tension and fear of the night. It was a kiss of pure, unadulterated joy and relief. As they separated, both blushing profusely, Hiashi cleared his throat. Naruto, he began, his voice still solemn, there is something else. The caged bird seal. It is an ancient Uzumaki technique, warped and repurposed by the Hyuga clan over generations. Naruto's eyes widened, a sudden flicker of understanding passing through them. He looked at Hiashi, then back at Hinata, a new resolve hardening his gaze. An Uzumaki technique. The implications were staggering. If he could understand its origins, perhaps he could. Right, Naruto said quietly, a determined glint in his golden eyes. He turned to Hinata. Hinata, we need to get your things. Hinata looked confused, but nodded. Naruto then, with surprising speed and efficiency, began to quietly seal all of Hinata's belongings into storage scrolls, leaving only her bed. He worked with a focused intensity, his movements precise, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self. Everyone, Naruto announced, once everything but the bed was packed away, we're going to the Uzumaki clan compound. He looked at Hiashi, Hitomi, and Neji. You three are welcome to come, but the rest of you, if you don't mind, it's a family matter. One by one, the others nodded, understanding the unspoken implications. As they began to file out, Jiraiya lingered for a moment, pulling Naruto close and whispering something in his ear. Don't forget to tell me all the juicy details later, kid. A good artist always needs inspiration, you know. He winked, and then, with a final pat on Naruto's back, he was gone. Makoto Uchiha, the masked Anbu, paused at the doorway, her gaze fixed on Naruto. She pulled off her cat mask, revealing a face etched with a complex mix of sorrow and determination. Naruto, she said, her voice soft but clear, I am Makoto Uchiha. Sasuke's mother. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Sasuke's mother. I am truly sorry, Makoto continued, her voice filled with regret, for Sasuke abandoning you in the forest of death, and for Sasuke's attitude. After Itachi. After the massacre, I had to go into hiding. I joined Anbu to protect myself and to watch over Sasuke from the shadows. I leave him birthday presents, food, money, clothes. Whenever I can. Her eyes, so like Sasuke's, held a deep sadness. I live in fear of Itachi returning to kill us both. I had to disappear for our safety. She looked at him, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for being there for him, Naruto. I have to go now, but thank you. With a final, lingering look, she replaced her mask and vanished into the pre-dawn light. Naruto, still reeling from the revelation, turned back to Hinata. He took her hand, and together, they followed the others to the Uzumaki clan compound. Upon arriving at the compound, Naruto, with Hinata's help, unsealed all her belongings and carefully placed them in his room, which would now be their room. As they finished, the door to an adjacent room creaked open, and a woman with vibrant red hair and sharp, intelligent eyes stepped out. It was Karen Uzumaki. Moments later, another door opened, revealing a woman with long, dark hair and a fierce, almost rebellious expression. This was Tayuya, also an Uzumaki. Hinata, seeing the two women, instinctively tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, a faint flicker of jealousy in her Byakugan eyes. Naruto, sensing her discomfort, quickly explained, Hinata, these are Karen and Tayuya. They're also Uzumakis. They live here too. He smiled reassuringly at Hinata, then turned to Karen and Tayuya. Karen, Tayuya, this is Hinata. My wife. Karen's eyes widened, then she grinned. Well, Naruto. Didn't waste any time, did you? Nice to meet you, Hinata. Tayuya, however, merely grunted, her gaze lingering on Hinata with an unreadable, almost competitive look that did not go unnoticed by Karen. Karen nudged Tayuya subtly, a silent warning passing between them. With the unsealing complete and introductions made, everyone else excused themselves, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone in their new room. Karen and Tayuya retreated back into their own rooms, Tayuya casting one last, lingering, and unmistakably jealous glance at Hinata before her door closed. Naruto turned to Hinata, a warm blush creeping back onto his cheeks. Hinata, her own face a rosy red, met his gaze, a shy, happy smile gracing her lips. Together, they stepped further into their room, the dawn light filtering through the window, signaling the start of a new chapter in their lives. The dawn light filtered through the window of Naruto and Hinata's new room, painting the space in soft hues of lavender and rose. Hinata, her face still flushed with a shy, happy smile, met Naruto's gaze. Together, they stepped further into their room, the unspoken promise of a new chapter hanging in the air. But for Naruto, the night had been far from over. As Hinata had drifted off to sleep, exhausted but content, Naruto, his mind still buzzing with the revelations of the evening and the weight of his new responsibilities, had found himself unable to rest. The Uzumaki clan compound, now his home, held secrets he was only just beginning to uncover. He had spent the remaining hours of the night in the vast, dusty Uzumaki scroll room, a place he was slowly coming to understand as his true inheritance. He had gone through tons of Uzumaki scrolls, his shadow clones diligently assisting him, their shared memories and accelerated learning allowing him to absorb centuries of knowledge in a single night. He pored over sealing techniques, historical records, and forgotten jutsu, his blue eyes scanning line after line of intricate script. It was a dizzying, exhilarating process, and with each dispelled clone, a new piece of his heritage clicked into place. Then, he found it. A scroll, older and more intricately sealed than any he had encountered before, tucked away in a hidden compartment behind a false wall. As he unsealed it, a faint, almost ancient chakra signature pulsed from within. He unrolled it carefully, his heart pounding with a strange premonition. It was the original blueprint for the cage bird seal. Naruto's eyes widened as he read, the information within chilling him to the bone, even as it filled him with a fierce, protective rage. The scroll detailed that the cage bird seal was, in its original form, an Uzumaki clan technique designed not for subjugation, but for containing dangerous prisoners. It was a powerful, intricate sealing jutsu, meant to prevent escape and to neutralize any threat posed by those it bound. But then, the scroll detailed a dark chapter in Uzumaki history. There had been an agreement, a pact, between the Uzumaki clan and the fledgling Hyuga clan. In exchange for certain benefits, perhaps protection, or knowledge, or an alliance in a time of war, the Uzumaki had modified the seal for the Hyuga. The function that inflicted agonizing pain and destroyed the brain upon the death of the main house member, the very function that made the Hyuga's cage bird seal so cruel, had been removed from the version given to the Hyuga clan. This was a failsafe, a safeguard put in place by the Uzumaki to ensure the Hyuga couldn't break the agreement. The scroll explicitly stated that the modified seal could not be used to harm their own clan members, nor could it be placed on a member of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, any attempt to modify the seal, to reintroduce the harmful elements, or to violate the terms of their ancient pact, would result in the Hyuga clan, every single member, becoming eternal servants of the royal Uzumaki family. The original scroll was a binding contract, a failsafe against betrayal. The sun was high in the sky when Naruto finally made his way to the Hokage's office, the ancient scroll clutched tightly in his hand. He found Tsunade at her desk, buried under a mountain of paperwork, her brow furrowed in exasperation. She muttered to herself, occasionally slamming a fist on the desk. "This is impossible," she groaned, rubbing her temples. "It just keeps growing. I swear, every time I look away, another pile appears. It's a curse. A terrible, paper-based curse." Naruto watched her for a moment, a mischievous glint in his blue eyes. His assault mode was fully deactivated, his natural blue eyes shining with a newfound clarity and a hint of playful cunning. "Hey, Ba-chan," Naruto said, stepping further into the room. Tsunade didn't even look up. "Naruto. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy battling this monstrous pile of inked trees?" "I have a secret," Naruto announced, his voice low and conspiratorial. "A secret to defeat paperwork. Forever." Tsunade's head snapped up so fast it was a blur. She shot out of her chair, faster than Naruto could even see, and lunged. Before he could react, she had him by the leg, her grip like a vice, her eyes wide and pleading. "A secret. Naruto, please, tell me. Tell me now. Is it a new jutsu? A forbidden technique? I'll give you anything. Ramen for life. A lifetime supply of sake. Just tell me how to get rid of this hell." Naruto chuckled, enjoying her desperation. All right, Ba-chan, calm down. But first, the Anbu guards have to leave. This is top secret, S-rank stuff." The Anbu, startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst, exchanged glances. At a sharp nod from Tsunade, they reluctantly left the room, closing the door behind them. "Okay, now tell me," Tsunade demanded, still clutching his leg, her face inches from his. "It's a jutsu I developed," Naruto explained, a proud grin on his face. "I call it the bureaucratic bypass jutsu." He quickly formed a complex series of hand signs, faster than Tsunade could follow, then slammed his palm onto the desk. A faint, intricate seal glowed for a moment, then faded into the wood. "There. Now, watch." Tsunade stared at the desk, then at the piles of paperwork. Nothing happened. "Naruto, are you messing with me? Because if you are." Suddenly, the top scroll on the nearest pile shimmered. Then, as if an invisible hand were writing at lightning speed, every blank space, every signature line, every required field on the scroll began to fill itself out. It wasn't just random scribbles, it was perfect, legible handwriting, complete with official stamps and precise data, as if Tsunade herself had meticulously gone through it. The scroll then gently floated from the pile and landed neatly in a completed stack. Tsunade gasped, her eyes wide. Another scroll shimmered, and then another, each one instantly completing itself, flying from the to-do pile to the done pile with a soft rustle of paper. It was as if the paperwork was filling itself out, thoroughly looked through, every detail read and accounted for, without a single thing missed. And Tsunade didn't even have to touch them. Any paper she had to fill out would instantly be filled out before she could even lay a finger on it. "But," Naruto added, a serious look on his face, "it only works on papers you would fill out. If it's something you'd never do, like a resignation letter, it won't work. It's tied to your intent." Tsunade watched, mesmerized, as the mountains of paperwork dwindled, replaced by neat, completed stacks. Her jaw hung open. In less than an hour, her entire office was clear, every document perfectly filled and filed. She felt a surge of energy, a lightness she hadn't experienced in years. "Naruto. You genius!" Tsunade shrieked, letting go of his leg and pulling him into a bone-crushing hug. This is the greatest jutsu ever invented. I love you, you little brat. I could kiss you. Naruto, slightly squashed, managed a muffled laugh. Hey, glad you like it, Ba-chan. And here's the best part. This jutsu will never deactivate. After using it once, you'll never need to use it again. Or do paperwork again, ever. Tsunade pulled back, her eyes shining with tears of joy. You mean it. No more paperwork, ever. She looked at the clear desk, at the perfectly stacked documents, and then back at Naruto, a look of profound gratitude on her face. You truly are a miracle worker, Naruto. And speaking of miracles, Naruto said, his tone shifting, becoming serious again. He pulled out the ancient Uzumaki scroll he had found. I found something else in the clan compound. Something about the Hyuga's cage bird seal. Tsunade's expression immediately sobered. The cage bird seal. What about it? Naruto unrolled the scroll, laying it flat on Tsunade's now clear desk. He pointed to the intricate diagrams and the ancient script. This is the original Uzumaki blueprint for it. It was meant to contain prisoners. But then, there was an agreement with the Hyuga. The part that hurts them, that destroys their brain. That was removed from the version given to the Hyuga. It was a failsafe. If they ever tried to put it on an Uzumaki, or modify it to hurt their own clan members, or break the agreement, the entire Hyuga clan would become servants of the royal Uzumaki family. Tsunade stared at the scroll, her eyes widening with each word. Servants of the royal Uzumaki family. Naruto, that means you. She looked up at him, a dawning realization in her eyes. Exactly, Naruto confirmed, his voice firm. And they put one on me. That breaks the agreement. Tsunade's face hardened. She picked up the phone on her desk. Get me Hiyashi Hyuga. Immediately. A few tense minutes later, Hiyashi Hyuga entered the office, his usual stoic demeanor in place, though a flicker of unease crossed his face as he saw Naruto standing there, Tsunade looking unusually grim, and an ancient scroll spread out on her desk. Hokage-sama, Hiyashi said, bowing slightly. You wished to see me. Tsunade didn't waste a second. Hiyashi, Naruto has found something. Something that concerns your clan, and an ancient agreement with the Uzumaki. She gestured to the scroll. Read this. Hiyashi approached the desk, his Byakugan eyes scanning the scroll. As he read, his face slowly drained of color. His eyes, usually so calm and piercing, began to bulge, his mouth falling open in a silent gasp. His entire body stiffened, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. It was a face of utter, profound shock, as if the very foundations of his world had been ripped out from under him. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and his jaw hung slack, making him look almost comical in his disbelief, like a fish out of water. Naruto watched him, his blue eyes unwavering. So, you see, Hiyashi-sama, Naruto said, his voice calm, the agreement was clear. The Hyuga clan elders put the seal on me, and that violates the terms. According to this, your entire clan. Well, you become servants of the royal Uzumaki family. Hiyashi trembled, unable to speak, his gaze fixed on the scroll, then on Naruto. The head of the most prominent clan in Konoha, reduced to a servant. The irony was a bitter pill. But don't worry, Hiyashi-sama, Naruto continued, a faint, almost gentle smile on his lips. I won't make you all my servants. That's not my way. But I will make the Hyuga clan elders my personal attendants. Hiyashi's eyes snapped up, a flicker of something akin to desperate hope in their depths. Naruto then reached up, his fingers going to his Konoha headband. Slowly, deliberately, he untied it, pulling it away from his forehead. Beneath it, where the caged bird seal had once been, there was nothing. The intricate, dark pattern was gone, leaving only smooth, unblemished skin. I removed my own cage bird seal, Naruto explained, his voice quiet but firm, after I found a different scroll, one that showed me how to do it. The one I just showed you, the one that tells the truth about the Hyuga's seal. I don't need a cage. And neither does Hinata. Or any Hyuga. He looked at Hiyashi, his blue eyes clear and resolute. The past is over. The Hyuga will stand as equals. But the elders, they need to learn their place. The morning after his tumultuous discussion with Hiyashi, Naruto stood within the austere confines of the Hyuga clan council chamber. He was clad in his familiar black ninja attire, the vibrant red Uzumaki swirl prominent on his back, a stark contrast to the severe, traditional robes of the Hyuga elders who sat before him. Hiyashi was present, his face a mask of weary apprehension. The air was thick with a palpable tension, a storm brewing beneath the surface of the clan's rigid decorum. "You summoned me, elders." Naruto's voice, devoid of its usual boisterousness, cut through the silence. His blue eyes held a cold, unwavering resolve that none of them had ever witnessed. He clutched a sealed scroll in his hand, its ancient parchment whispering of forgotten pacts. One of the oldest elders, a man with a face etched by years of rigid adherence to tradition, narrowed his Byakugan eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki, your presence here is by our summons. We have been informed of certain irregularities, and of your undue influence over Hinata-sama." He paused, his gaze hardening. "It is clear that you are a disruptive element. Perhaps it is time to remind you of the Hyuga's true power, and your place." With a subtle hand sign, he attempted to activate the caged bird seal. A flicker of chakra, cold and precise, shot towards Naruto's forehead. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Naruto's lips. Without a word, he reached up, untying his Konoha forehead protector. He pulled it away, revealing not the intricate, dark pattern of the caged bird seal that should have been forced upon him by the clan's will, but smooth, unblemished skin. The elders gasped, a collective murmur rippling through the stoic council. "My place." Naruto's voice deepened, resonating with an authority that stunned them. "My place is not beneath your control. This seal, this symbol of your arrogance, is gone. It was removed, just like the one on every member of your branch family will be." He unrolled the ancient scroll, laying it flat on the polished table. Its contents, a detailed account of the original treaty between the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans, were laid bare for all to see, explicitly stating the consequences of violating its terms, a violation committed by the very imposition of the caged bird seal on an Uzumaki. Because of this violation, Naruto declared, his voice cutting through the stunned silence, by the terms of this ancient pact, the Hyuga clan elders, you are now servants of the royal Uzumaki family. The declaration ignited a furious uproar. "Monster!" One elder shrieked, his face contorted in rage. "Insolent brat! How dare you!" Another bellowed, "Kill him! He defiles our clan!" Three elders surged forward, their Byakugan eyes flaring, hands poised to strike. But before they could even complete a single step, a blur of orange and gold erupted. Naruto vanished from his spot, reappearing directly in front of the lead elder. His fist, radiating an intense, pure white energy, moved with impossible speed, a soundless impact. The elder, a formidable practitioner of the gentle fist, flew backward as if struck by a colossal, invisible force, his body crashing through the ornate wall of the council chamber, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. He lay unconscious amidst the rubble on the other side of the room. The remaining elders froze, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief, their aggressive stance faltering. This was not the Naruto they knew. A searing, powerful chakra flared around him, and his form began to shift. Rippling orange fur exploded across his body, covering his arms, legs, and torso, leaving only his chest and face exposed. His spiky blonde hair lengthened and bristled, while a thick, powerful orange fox tail unfurled from his lower back, sweeping majestically behind him. His blue eyes transformed into striking, crimson slits, burning with an ancient, untamed power. This was his apex kitsune mode, a transformation born of sheer, unbridled will and lineage, radiating an aura that spoke of apex predation. "You call me a monster." Naruto's voice, now deeper, resonated with a chilling echo that vibrated through the very foundations of the building. "You're the ones who caged your own family. You're the ones who corrupted your own bloodline." As the remaining elders began to move, a desperate, combined assault, Naruto simply raised a hand. The air around them grew impossibly heavy, a crushing weight descending with blinding speed, pinning them to the floor with an overwhelming, invisible force. Their bodies slammed against the polished wood with sickening thuds, unable to move, unable to even breathe properly under the immense pressure. With a deep, controlled breath, the orange fur receded, the blonde hair shortened, the fox tail vanished, and his eyes returned to their familiar sapphire blue. Naruto stood tall, his ninja outfit undisturbed, the raw power now contained. He looked at Hiyashi, who was still rooted to the spot, trembling. Hiyashi-sama, Naruto said, his voice calm once more, though still laced with an unwavering authority. Now do you understand what was in this scroll? Do you understand the extent of their betrayal, and what it means for your entire clan? The Hyuga clan elders, unconscious and defeated, lay scattered across the chamber floor. Naruto moved among them, his movements precise. He pulled out several specialized Uzumaki sealing tags, meticulously applying a unique prisoner seal to each elder, a seal designed to contain and suppress their chakra, ensuring they would cause no more trouble. With the task complete, he turned, giving Hiyashi one last look, a gaze that was both sympathetic and resolute. I will now begin removing the caged bird seal from every branch family member, Naruto stated, before walking out of the council chamber, leaving Hiyashi alone in the devastated room, staring at the unconscious forms of his clan elders, a profound shock rendering him speechless. 3 weeks later, the moon, a sliver of silver, cast long, dancing shadows across the quiet lanes of Konoha. Hinata Uzumaki, her arm linked with Karen's, enjoyed a late-night stroll. The air was cool and crisp, a welcome embrace after a day of training. Naruto was away on a mission, and a quiet evening with Karen was a comforting balm. Naruto-kun will be so proud of your progress, Hinata-chan, Karen said, a gentle smile on her lips. Hinata blushed, her eyes soft with affection. He's always been my inspiration. Suddenly, a choked sob echoed from a secluded alleyway nearby. Hinata and Karen exchanged a concerned glance. Slowly, cautiously, they crept towards the sound, their ninja instincts kicking in. Peeking around the corner of a building, they saw them, Sasuke Uchiha, his back to them, and Sakura Haruno, her shoulders shaking, tears streaming down her face. Sasuke-kun, please. Sakura's voice was raw with desperation. Don't go. Don't leave Konoha. I'll go with you. Anywhere. Just don't leave. Sasuke turned slightly, a chilling, almost imperceptible grin spreading across his face as he looked at Sakura. You can't come, Sakura. This journey is mine alone. And besides, I need to tie up some loose ends here. His gaze flickered towards the shadows where Hinata and Karen were hidden, a predatory glint in his eyes. Hinata and Karen gasped, realizing they'd been seen. They moved from their hiding spot, stepping into the dim light. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Hinata cried, her Byakugan activating, her protective instincts flaring. Sasuke's grin widened, a cold, cruel smirk that twisted his features. Naruto's little princess, isn't it? And his cousin. Perfect. Before either Hinata or Karen could react, before they could even finish their protest, Sasuke lunged. A sickening crackle of electricity enveloped his hand, the Chidori. His speed was terrifying, a dark blur. Hinata had barely a second to widen her eyes in horror before the lightning-infused hand plunged into her right side, directly into her chest. A searing, unimaginable pain exploded through Hinata Uzumaki. She gasped, a choked, guttural sound, her eyes wide with shock and agony. Sasuke pulled his hand back, a trail of blood shimmering in the moonlight. Tell Naruto. Sasuke's voice was a low, chilling whisper, directed at the stunned Karen. Tell him this is just the beginning. Tell him I know he cares for you, Hinata. This is for him. Before Karen could fully process the horror, Sakura, her face a mask of conflicted emotions but her eyes hardened with resolve, moved. A swift, brutal chop to the back of Karen Uzumaki's neck sent her crumpling to the ground, unconscious. With both women incapacitated, Sasuke and Sakura vanished into the night, their presence erased as if they had never been there, leaving behind only the chilling silence and the scent of blood. Hours later, the moon high above, Naruto and Tayuya returned to a quiet Konoha, their mission complete. An unsettling feeling gnawed at Naruto, a whisper of unease that grew into a shout. Something's wrong, Tayuya, he muttered, his senses heightened. They raced through the darkened streets, Naruto's heart pounding with a nameless dread. They found them in the alleyway, a scene of unspeakable devastation. Hinata Uzumaki lay in a rapidly spreading pool of crimson, her breathing shallow, each ragged gasp a struggle against the inevitable. Her eyes, usually so gentle, were clouded with pain, barely clinging to life. Beside her, Karen lay motionless, unconscious, a dark bruise forming on her neck. Naruto's scream tore through the night, a raw, primal cry of anguish and fury. He knelt beside Hinata, his hands trembling as he tried to staunch the flow of blood. Hinata, no, stay with me, please. Tayuya, her face pale with shock, quickly checked Karen before rushing to Naruto's side. We need to get them to the hospital, now. Tayuya yelled, her voice urgent. With frantic speed, Naruto carefully scooped Hinata into his arms, Tayuya lifting Karen. They sprinted through the silent village, the red stain on Naruto's clothes a horrifying testament to the night's brutality. The hospital lights, usually a beacon of healing, seemed distant and unforgiving. As they burst through the doors, a desperate cry echoed through the sterile halls. Help, we need help. The night had ripped open, and the true pain of Naruto's world had just begun. Chapter 11, Exos of Betrayal. I do not own Naruto or 7 Deadly Sins or Dragon Ball Z or Super. This is a fan-made story. I don't own the characters, abilities, or places. Masashi Kishimoto owns Naruto, Nakaba Suzuki owns 7 Deadly Sins, and Akira Toriyama owns Dragon Ball, DBZ, DBS. Okay, now that's done, let's begin. The sterile, white room was suffocatingly quiet, the only sound the soft, rhythmic beep of a heart monitor. It was a fragile, steady rhythm that Naruto Uzumaki clung to as if it were a lifeline. He sat in a stiff chair beside the bed, his gaze fixed on the still, pale face of his wife, Hinata. Her dark hair was a stark contrast against the pristine white pillow, and the bandages peeking from beneath her hospital gown were a brutal reminder of the violence that had put her here. Days had passed since the attack, yet she remained lost to the world, a silent, beautiful statue. Jiraiya stood by the window, his arms crossed, his usual boisterous energy replaced by a somber gravity. He looked out at the bustling village below, but his thoughts were entirely within the confines of the quiet room. She's strong, Naruto, he said, his voice a low rumble. A true Uzumaki now, in spirit and in name. She'll pull through. Naruto didn't look away from Hinata. He reached out, his hand hovering over hers before gently taking it. Her skin was cool to the touch. I know, he whispered, his voice thick with a mixture of grief and a barely contained rage. But she shouldn't have to be. She shouldn't be here at all. This is my fault. Don't you dare say that, brat, Jiraiya said, his tone sharp. This isn't on you. Before Naruto could reply, the door slid open with a soft hiss. A figure in a full Anbu uniform, complete with a porcelain cat mask, stepped inside. The familiar violet hair, however, was unmistakable. Makoto-san, Jiraiya acknowledged with a nod. Makoto Uchiha pulled off her mask, her face etched with a weary urgency. Jiraiya-sama, Naruto. I'm sorry to intrude, but Karen Uzumaki is awake. She's asking for you, Naruto. Naruto's head snapped up, his eyes widening. He gently placed Hinata's hand back on the bed, stood, and turned to Makoto, his expression a mask of grim determination. They rushed through the sterile corridors of Konoha Hospital, their footsteps echoing in the quiet halls. They burst into Karen's room to find a scene of quiet devastation. Karen, her vibrant red hair a tangled mess, was sitting up in bed, tears streaming down her face, her body racked with sobs. Tsunade and Shizune stood beside her, their faces grim, while Hiyashi, Hitomi, Neji, Kakashi, Kurenai, Anko, and Yugao were gathered near the door, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. I couldn't protect her, Karen wailed, her voice cracking as she saw Naruto. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I was right there, and I let him hurt her. I'm a failure. Naruto crossed the room in 3 long strides, kneeling beside her bed. He ignored the tears, the apologies, his focus absolute. Karen, he said, his voice dangerously calm. Who did this? Who did this to you and Hinata? Karen flinched, her crimson eyes, so like his own, filled with a fresh wave of tears. It was Sasuke, she choked out, the name tasting like poison. And Sakura. A collective gasp rippled through the room. We were walking back from the training grounds, Karen began, her voice trembling as she recounted the horrific memory. We saw them in an alley. Sasuke and Sakura. They were talking, and Sakura. She was begging him not to leave the village. She said she'd go with him. Naruto's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. Then he saw us, Karen continued, her voice dropping to a horrified whisper. He had this awful smile on his face. He called Hinata your little princess. He knew you cared about her. And then, he moved. He was so fast. She took a shuddering breath. He hit her with a chidori, Naruto. Right in the chest. He didn't even hesitate. The air in the room grew cold. Tsunade's hands clenched into fists, her knuckles white. Jiraiya's face was a mask of thunderous fury. Shizune covered her mouth, a horrified sob escaping her lips. Hiyashi and Hitomi looked as if they had been struck, while Neji's usual stoicism shattered, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated rage. Anko and Yugao, seasoned Anbu, looked physically ill. Naruto didn't move. He didn't speak, but a terrifying transformation began. His blue eyes, usually so vibrant, bled into a chilling, slitted red. A low growl, more animal than human, rumbled in his chest. A malevolent, crimson chakra, thick and oppressive, began to leak from his body, swirling around him like a shroud, cracking the very floor beneath him. Naruto, Jiraiya said, his voice a low, firm command as he placed a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder. The pressure was a grounding force, a desperate anchor against the raging storm within. Naruto took a ragged breath, the crimson chakra receding slightly, though his eyes still burned with a furious, infernal light. "What else, Karen?" he growled. He left a message, Karen whispered, her eyes wide with fear. He said, "Tell Naruto this is just the beginning. I'll take everything from him. I'll show him what true pain is. And when he's broken, when he has nothing left, then I'll kill him." She took another shaky breath. And then they were gone. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. They've left the village. The finality of those words sealed the betrayal. Sasuke was no longer just a rival, he was an enemy. And Sakura, the girl he had once cherished, was his accomplice. The air in the Hokage's office was thick with a grim, unspoken tension. Naruto stood before Tsunade's desk, his arms crossed, his face a mask of cold fury. The red in his eyes had faded, but the storm still raged beneath the surface. Beside him stood Neji, his Byakugan pulsating with a quiet, controlled anger, and Shikamaru, his usual lazy demeanor replaced by a sharp, serious focus. Both he and Naruto now wore the green flak jackets of Chunin, a promotion fast-tracked by Tsunade after the invasion, a recognition of their power and a necessity for the dark times ahead. "They're traitors," Naruto stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "They attacked my wife, a citizen of Konoha, and fled. This is an act of treason." Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk, the sound echoing through the room. "I know, Naruto. And they will be brought to justice. Which is why I'm officially sanctioning a retrieval mission. Your objective, retrieve Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Use of force is authorized, but your primary goal is to bring him back to Konoha, alive if possible. Sakura Haruno is to be considered a hostile combatant. Do not hesitate to engage." She looked at the three young men before her. "Naruto, as a Chunin with the highest tactical assessment scores, you are the team leader. Shikamaru, Neji, you will assist him in assembling a squad. Choose carefully. This is an S-rank mission. The targets are dangerous, and we now know they are not alone." Naruto nodded, his eyes narrowing. "We'll need speed, tracking, and power. Kiba and Akamaru for tracking. Choji for raw power. And Shino," Neji added, his voice calm and steady. He and his father returned from their mission this morning. His Kikaichu will be invaluable for reconnaissance and tracking multiple targets. A 6-man squad, Shikamaru mused, his mind already working, piecing together the tactical possibilities. Good. A standard 4-man cell is too predictable. He looked at Naruto. But we can't just chase them. That's what they'll expect. We need a better plan. "I have one," Naruto said, his voice cold and sharp. He unrolled a map of the Land of Fire on Tsunade's desk. "They'll be heading for Otogakure, the village hidden in the sound. That's Orochimaru's territory. They'll take the most direct route. But they'll have to rest. We won't follow directly behind them. We'll use the terrain to our advantage." He began to trace lines on the map, his movements precise and confident, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self. "We split into 3 2-man cells. Kiba and Shino are Cell 1, recon and tracking. They'll move ahead, flanking the main path, using Akamaru's nose and Shino's insects to maintain a constant, undetectable watch on the enemy. They will not engage. They will only observe and report." He pointed to another route. "Neji and Choji are Cell 2, heavy assault. They will take a wider, more direct path, aiming to get ahead of the enemy group and set an ambush here." He tapped a narrow canyon on the map. "Their job is to halt their progress, to pin them down." "And us?" Shikamaru asked, a flicker of genuine surprise and admiration in his eyes. "We," Naruto said, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light, "are Cell 3, the hammer. We'll follow the main path, but at a distance. Once Cell 1 confirms the target's location and Cell 2 springs the ambush, we move in. We hit them from the rear, a coordinated pincer movement. They'll be trapped, confused, and overwhelmed. We separate Sasuke from the others, and we end this. Quickly." Shikamaru stared at the map, then at Naruto, a slow, impressed grin spreading across his face. "What a drag. That's actually a brilliant plan, Naruto. Annoyingly brilliant." They moved like ghosts through the forest, a silent, determined unit. Shino and Kiba had already pushed ahead, their presence a whisper on the wind. The rest of the squad moved with a speed and efficiency that spoke of their grim purpose. Hours later, a single Kikaichu insect returned to Shikamaru, landing silently on his finger. He closed his eyes for a moment, processing the information. "They've found them," he announced. "They've stopped to rest in a small clearing, about 2 clicks north of here. And it's not just the Sound 4. Shino's insects counted Kimimaro, Sakura, Sasuke in some kind of transport cart, and 5 others. They're headbands. They're from Kumogakur. Cloud ninjas." Neji murmured, his brow furrowed. "What are they doing with Orochimaru's forces?" They moved closer, concealing themselves in the dense undergrowth overlooking the clearing. As Kiba was about to take a step, Shikamaru's hand shot out, grabbing his ankle. "Wait," he pointed. A thin, almost invisible tripwire was stretched across the path. Kiba paled, mouthing a silent, "Thanks." Neji activated his Byakugan, his gaze sweeping over the enemy encampment. His eyes widened fractionally. One of the Cloud Ninja, a tall man with a distinctive scar across his left eye, was laughing with Sakin. Neji's blood ran cold. It was him, the head ninja of Kumogakur. The one his father had supposedly killed all those years ago, the incident that had led to the Hyuga affair. How? Neji thought, his mind reeling. How is he alive? Before he could process the impossible sight, a calm, chilling voice cut through the silence. "It seems we have guests." Kimimaro, his pale face a mask of calm indifference, stood up, his gaze fixed directly on their hiding spot. "So much for the element of surprise," Shikamaru muttered, sighing. "Troublesome." With a shared, inspoken command, the Konoha retrieval squad burst from the trees, landing in the clearing, their faces set, their weapons drawn. Jirobo, the largest of the Sound 4, grinned, slamming his massive hands on the ground. Well, look what the cat dragged in. A bunch of leaf brats." He performed a quick series of hand signs. "Earth style, Earth Dome Prison." A massive dome of rock erupted from the ground, enveloping the entire Konoha squad in an instant, plunging them into darkness. "Go on ahead," Jirobo grunted to his teammates. "I'll deal with these pests myself. This won't take long." Kimimaro nodded, and without a backward glance, he, the rest of the Sound Ninja, Sakura, the Cloud Nin, and the cart-carrying Sasuke, continued on their journey, their figures disappearing into the dense forest. The moment their chakra signatures faded, a low, dangerous growl echoed within the dome. "My turn." A blinding, pure white energy exploded from Naruto. His assault mode activated instantly, the sheer force of his chakra shattering the Earth Dome prison into a million pieces. He shot out of the rubble, a blur of motion, and before Jirobo could even react, Naruto's foot slammed down on his face, grinding it into the dirt with a contemptuous force, a perfect mimicry of a move he'd only heard about. "Go," Naruto commanded his team, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Get Sasuke. I'll handle this." Shikamaru hesitated for a fraction of a second, then nodded. "Don't take too long, Naruto." With that, the rest of the squad shot off into the forest, hot on the trail of their targets. Jirobo pushed himself up, spitting dirt and blood, his face a mask of fury. "You little brat, I'm going to crush you." He charged, but Naruto was a whirlwind of white energy, his attacks fast, brutal, and precise. He weaved around Jirobo's clumsy punches, delivering a series of devastating kicks and punches that sent the larger ninja stumbling back, his bones groaning in protest. Jirobo was completely outmatched, his raw strength useless against Naruto's overwhelming speed and power. "Damn you!" Jirobo roared, a black, swirling pattern spreading across his body as he activated his curse mark. His skin turned a dark, mottled gray, his hair grew long and wild, and his strength multiplied tenfold. "Now you die." He lunged, but Naruto, with a bored expression, simply sidestepped. He was still faster, still stronger. He hammered Jirobo with a relentless assault, breaking through his enhanced defense with ease. Jirobo, even in his transformed state, was losing. Badly. Then, Naruto stopped. He deactivated his assault mode, the white energy receding, his eyes returning to their normal blue. He squatted down, looking at the battered, panting form of Jirobo with a strange, almost detached curiosity. "Is that it?" Naruto asked, his voice quiet, yet it carried a chilling weight. "That's all the power you get from that mark? From all that rage? Tell me something." He tilted his head, a faint, almost mocking smile on his lips. "Do you even train? Or do you just rely on cheap tricks from a snake?" Jirobo stared, his mind struggling to comprehend. This wasn't the loudmouthed idiot he'd heard about. This was something else entirely. Something terrifying. Before Jirobo could answer, Naruto's eyes flashed, and the white energy of his assault mode exploded from him once more. "Because if this is all you have," he said, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he appeared before the terrified Sound Ninja, "then you're not even worth my time." His fist, crackling with white energy, shot forward. The fight was over. Naruto stood for a moment over the unconscious form of Jirobo, then deactivated his assault mode. He took a deep breath, the adrenaline fading, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. Without a backward glance, he shot off into the forest, a silent, determined hunter, ready to rejoin his team and finish the mission. The cost of betrayal would be paid. He found them in a tense, silent pursuit, moving like ghosts through the dense undergrowth. Ahead, the enemy group, the remaining Sound 4, Kimimaro, Sakura, and the 5 Cloud Ninja, moved with a grim purpose, the special cart carrying Sasuke, a dark centerpiece in their formation. Naruto fell into step beside Shikamaru, his presence announced by nothing more than the soft rustle of leaves. Kiba glanced at him, a flicker of surprise followed by a nod of acknowledgement. That was fast. He's dealt with, Naruto said, his voice low and flat. Neji's Byakugan was active, his gaze fixed on the group ahead. His jaw was tight, his usual stoicism replaced by a barely contained rage that radiated from him in waves. He was watching one man in particular, the head ninja of Kumogakure, the man who should have been a ghost. As if sensing the Konoha squad closing in, the enemy group came to a halt in a sun-dappled clearing. Kimimaro turned, his pale face impassive. They're persistent. The lead Cloud Ninja, the one with the scar that haunted Neji's memories, stepped forward with a cruel smirk. Go on ahead, he said to Kimimaro, his voice a gravelly rumble. Ensure the package reaches its destination. We'll handle these leaf pests. It's time we settled an old debt. Kimimaro nodded once, and without a backward glance, the Sound Ninja and Sakura continued their journey, disappearing into the trees with Sasuke's cart in tow. The 5 Cloud Shinobi turned to face the retrieval squad, their stances relaxed but radiating a deadly confidence. So, the scarred ninja began, his eyes locking onto Neji with a predatory glee. The little Hyuga prodigy. Come to avenge your dear, dead daddy. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh. He began to gather a crackling, malevolent purple lightning in his hand, preparing to launch a devastating attack directly at the frozen form of Neji. Neji! Kiba yelled, but it was too late. The Cloud Ninja lunged, a blur of motion. Just as the lightning-infused fist was about to connect, a streak of orange and black exploded into the clearing. Naruto, moving with a speed that seemed to defy reality, appeared between them. He didn't block. He didn't parry. He simply caught the Cloud Ninja's fist in his open palm, the crackling lightning dissipating harmlessly against his skin. The air crackled, the ground beneath Naruto's feet splintering from the sheer force of the impact, but he didn't move an inch. A stunned silence fell over the clearing. Naruto. Neji breathed, his Byakugan eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto's gaze, cold and hard, was fixed on the Cloud Ninja. You're not touching him. He squeezed, and the sound of bones grinding made the scarred ninja cry out, his face contorting in pain. Naruto, Neji said again, his voice tight with a shocking realization. That's him. The man who kidnapped Hinata all those years ago. The head ninja of the cloud. The man my father was said to have killed. Naruto's head snapped towards Neji, his eyes widening fractionally. Killed him. Are you sure, Neji? Are you absolutely sure Hiyashi-sama finished the job? The question was a low, dangerous growl. The scarred ninja, pulling his crushed hand back, laughed, a pained, wheezing sound. Killed me. Your village is full of fools. That pathetic excuse for a Hyuga didn't kill me. He barely scratched me. He spat on the ground, his eyes burning with a venomous hatred. But we appreciate the gift. We got a free Hyuga out of the deal, after all. A perfect specimen for our research. Neji staggered back as if struck. What are you talking about? The Cloud Ninja's grin was pure poison. Your father, Hisashi Hyuga. Oh, he didn't die a hero's death. He's not dead at all. He's just been a guest in our prisons for a very, very long time. We're keeping him alive. It's much more fun that way. Before the Cloud Ninja could utter another word, Naruto moved. It wasn't a punch. It wasn't a kick. It was a simple, brutal push. He shoved his palm against the man's chest, and an invisible wave of pure, concussive force erupted from him, sending the Cloud Ninja flying backward with a sickening crack. He crashed into a tree, his body slumping to the ground, unconscious. You talk too much, Naruto said, his voice a chilling whisper. He walked over to the unconscious form, pulling a blank scroll and a brush from his pouch. With a few swift, intricate strokes, he painted a complex sealing formula onto the parchment. Fuinjutsu, living prison seal. He slapped the scroll onto the Cloud Ninja's chest, and with a flash of light, the man's body was absorbed into the scroll, trapped in a pocket dimension, alive but utterly neutralized. The remaining 4 Cloud Ninja stared, their confident smirks gone, replaced by expressions of shock and fury. He sealed the captain. One of them, a hulking giant of a man, roared. Kill the brat. Another, a lithe woman with twin blades, shrieked, and they charged. The clearing exploded into a whirlwind of chaos. Choji engaged the giant, their battle a clash of brute strength. Shikamaru and Kiba worked to corner the woman with the twin blades, while Shino's insect swarmed the fourth, a speed-focused ninja who darted between the trees. Naruto stood his ground, his eyes scanning the battlefield. And then he saw her. The fifth cloud ninja. A girl, perhaps a year or two older than him, with vibrant, crimson hair that fell in waves around her shoulders, so similar to Karen's it made his breath catch. She moved with a fluid, deadly grace, a pair of sharp, chakra-infused tonfas in her hands, her crimson eyes holding a cold, analytical fire. She met his gaze across the chaotic battlefield, and for a split second, the world seemed to slow. There was a flicker of something in her eyes, surprise. Recognition. He couldn't be sure. Shikamaru. Naruto's voice cut through the din of battle, sharp and commanding. Take the team. Go. Get the Uchiha and Haruno. Shikamaru, in the middle of dodging a swipe from the twin-bladed woman, glanced at him, his eyes wide. Naruto, are you crazy? There are 4 of them. I'll handle this, Naruto said, his voice leaving no room for argument. The air around him began to shimmer, a faint, white energy coiling around his form. This is my problem now. They're not just after the Uchiha. They're after me. And I have a few questions for that red-haired girl. He drew Lostvein, its polished blade gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Now go. That's an order. Naruto's voice, though sharp and commanding, held a surprising edge of restraint. The faint, white energy that had begun to shimmer around him, coiling like a phantom beast, suddenly reined itself in, dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. He wasn't going to let his rage consume him, not when he needed a clear head. Not when Hinata's recovery, and a deeper, more profound truth, hung in the balance. Shikamaru, though still wary, trusted Naruto's judgment, a silent nod passing between them before he turned to rally the others. You heard him. Let's go. He yelled, motioning for Choji, Kiba, and Shino to disengage and continue their pursuit of Sasuke. The battlefield, momentarily a chaotic symphony of clashes, began to shift. The 2 unknown cloud ninjas, a hulking brute with massive fists and a nimble, silent assailant who moved like a shadow, pressed their attacks on Shikamaru's retreating squad. But as Naruto stepped forward, Lostvein gleaming in his hand, their focus involuntarily snapped to him. The red-haired cloud ninja girl, Karui, stood frozen, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and an inexplicable reluctance. A powerful, unseen force held her in place, a sensation that made every fiber of her being scream for her to flee, yet kept her rooted to the spot, watching, horrified, as Naruto moved. Naruto didn't waste a second. He blurred forward, not with the raw, overwhelming speed of his assault mode, but with a honed precision, a deadly dance perfected through countless battles. The brute, anticipating a direct charge, swung a massive, chakra-infused fist. But Naruto was already gone, a fleeting afterimage. Shadow clone jutsu, he muttered, and 3 more Narutos appeared in a puff of smoke. They fanned out, each moving with deceptive grace. The original Naruto, having seamlessly repositioned behind the brute, slammed his palm against the ninja's back. Uzumaki sealing technique, chakra suppression. A complex seal instantly flared to life, burning into the cloud ninja's skin. The brute roared, his chakra flickering wildly before being violently suppressed, leaving him weak and disoriented. With a swift, practiced movement, Naruto delivered a precise chop to the neck, knocking the giant unconscious. A sealing scroll appeared in his hand, and with a quick flourish, the unmoving form of the cloud ninja vanished inside. The silent assailant, witnessing the swift, brutal takedown of his comrade, lunged with a kunai. He was fast, aiming for Naruto's blind spot. But Naruto's eyes, even without their golden glow, seemed to see everything. Uzumaki chakra chains. From his back, shimmering chains of pure, golden chakra erupted, lashing out with incredible speed. They snaked through the air, bypassing the kunai, wrapping around the assailant's limbs before he could react. The ninja struggled, but the chains tightened, draining his strength. With a tug, Naruto pulled him close, a sharp knee to the gut doubling the ninja over. Another swift blow to the head, and the second unknown cloud ninja slumped, unconscious, to the ground. He, too, was sealed away. Only Karui remained, trembling, her crimson eyes fixed on Naruto as if he were a god of destruction. The unyielding force that bound her kept her from moving, from even blinking. It felt as though her very blood was humming with an ancient, forgotten song, preventing her from raising a hand against him. Then, a new presence, crackling with raw, untamed power, exploded into the clearing. Lightning arced around a figure who moved with terrifying speed, slamming into the ground between Naruto and Karui. This was no ordinary ninja. Her skin was darkened by the sheer intensity of her chakra, which manifested as a vibrant, electric blue cloak of crackling lightning. Her eyes, burning with furious intent, were fixed solely on Naruto. You, she snarled, her voice a low growl, vibrating with uncontrolled fury. You're the one who killed my grandfather, the third Raikage. This was Reiko, the fourth Raikage's daughter, a warrior of the cloud, and startlingly, she appeared to be around Naruto's age. Before Naruto could respond, Reiko launched herself forward, a blur of lightning. Her fist, encased in a shroud of pure Raiden Chakuramoto, shot out, aiming for Naruto's head. The air shrieked with the force of her attack. Needle Jizo. Naruto's hair, usually spiky and golden, suddenly elongated and hardened into countless razor-sharp, needle-like spikes, forming an impenetrable defense around him. Reiko's lightning-infused fist slammed into the living fortress of Naruto's hair, and a shockwave erupted, blasting dust and debris in all directions. Reiko recoiled, her eyes widening in genuine shock and disbelief. Her most powerful attack, a technique that could fell giant beasts, had been utterly nullified by hair. Naruto didn't give her time to recover. Before she could regain her balance, he unleashed a barrage of precise, lightning-fast jabs, each empowered by a subtle application of his own chakra. The force was enough to bypass her lightning cloak's defenses, targeting her pressure points. Reiko staggered, a grunt escaping her lips as the blows impacted. Finally, with a well-aimed strike to the back of her neck, Naruto knocked her out, causing the brilliant lightning shroud around her to flicker and die. He caught her before she hit the ground, his expression unreadable. Another sealing scroll materialized, and Reiko, too, disappeared into its depths. The clearing fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the distant sounds of Shikamaru's team. Karui, still rooted in place, stared at Naruto, her body trembling uncontrollably, her crimson hair a stark contrast to her pale face. She looked like a cornered animal, terrified yet unable to flee. Naruto walked slowly towards her, his presence no longer radiating power, but a quiet, almost gentle, calm. He reached out a hand, and Karui flinched, bracing herself for an attack. But instead, his fingers lightly, almost tenderly, patted her head. Karui gasped, a sharp intake of breath. The simple, unexpected gesture sent a shockwave through her, a warmth spreading from his touch that somehow eased the inexplicable force that had held her. Her eyes, wide and disbelieving, met his. It's okay, Naruto said, his voice soft, a stark contrast to the ferocity he had just displayed. That feeling, the one that stopped you from attacking me. It's because you're Uzumaki. And I'm part of the royal Uzumaki head family. Karui's eyes, already brimming with unshed tears, instantly overflowed. A choked sob escaped her, then another, until she was openly weeping, a torrent of grief and disbelief. Uzumaki. Royal. But I thought I was the only one left. She wailed, collapsing forward, her hands clutching at her chest. I thought I had no family. No one. Driven by an overwhelming, desperate longing, Karui rushed forward, throwing her arms around Naruto in a fierce, clinging embrace. She buried her face in his shoulder, her body shaking with the force of her sobs. I hate it there. I hate the Cloud Village. She cried, her voice muffled against his jacket. They only care about power. They push us, train us like tools, not people. They didn't care about family, about bonds. They just wanted strong ninja. They never mentioned our clan, our heritage. I felt so alone. Naruto held her gently, his hand moving to stroke her red hair. It's okay, he repeated, his voice filled with a profound understanding. You're safe now. You're not alone. You have family. He pulled back slightly, looking into her tear-streaked face. And you're not the only one left, either. There's Tsunade. She's the granddaughter of Minato Uzumaki, who is also part of the royal family. She's the Hokage of the Leaf Village. We're all here. He made a single-hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke, and another Naruto stood beside them, identical in every way. This clone will take you back to Konoha, Naruto instructed, looking at Karui with a reassuring smile. You're an Uzumaki, which means you're under the protection of the Uzumaki clan now, and by extension, the Leaf Village. He'll explain everything to the Hokage. The clone nodded, his expression serious. Understood. Go with him, Karui, Naruto urged gently. You'll be safe. Karui looked from the original Naruto to the clone, a flicker of something new, hope, in her eyes. She nodded, still sniffling, then clutched the clone's arm. Okay, she whispered, her voice fragile but firm. As the clone and a still overwhelmed Karui departed, vanishing into the dense foliage, Naruto turned, his eyes narrowing once more. The softness was gone, replaced by the grim determination of a ninja on a mission. He had tasks ahead, a team to support, and a traitor to confront. He moved with renewed purpose, the sounds of distant battle drawing him deeper into the forest. He could sense the clash of powerful chakras, two distinct signatures raging against each other. As he drew closer, the telltale thrum of Hyuga chakra combined with the unsettling, web-like vibrations of a spider-based technique reached his heightened senses. He knew instantly where he was needed. Naruto arrived at a brutal, chaotic scene. Neji, his Byakugan activated, was locked in a desperate struggle against Kidomaru, one of Orochimaru's Sound 4. Kidomaru, with his multiple arms and spider-like abilities, was pressing Neji hard, weaving intricate webs and firing chakra-infused arrows. Neji, despite his precise taijutsu and Byakugan's insights, was bleeding, his movements becoming strained. The fight was a brutal dance of evasion and counterattack, a deadly stalemate that could only end with one combatant falling. Naruto watched for a moment, his gaze sharp, assessing the best way to intervene. The forest clearing was a maelstrom of motion and deadly precision. Neji, a whirlwind of calculated strikes, moved with the fluid grace of a master, his Byakugan piercing through Kidomaru's every deception. Each of his palms, infused with the gentle fist, sought to sever the spider ninja's chakra pathways, forcing Kidomaru to contort his multi-limbed body into grotesque angles to evade the invisible blows. Kidomaru, for his part, was a grotesque ballet of arachnid fury, his 8 eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he spun webs of sticky chakra, firing razor-sharp bone projectiles from his elbows and knees. The air hummed with the tension of their clash, punctuated by the thwip of webs and the sharp crack of Neji's precise strikes. "You're fast, Hyuga," Kidomaru hissed, his voice a raspy whisper as he dodged a sweeping palm strike, his body bending backward at an unnatural angle. "But your vision, while impressive, has a flaw. Every Byakugan has a blind spot." Neji's eyes narrowed, his movements momentarily faltering as Kidomaru pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of sticky, chakra-infused webs. Neji spun, deflecting some with a burst of chakra, but one web, thicker and more insidious than the rest, grazed his shoulder, clinging to his flak jacket with an unnerving tenacity. Kidomaru, seeing the opening, grinned, a truly monstrous sight with his multiple eyes. "Found it!" Kidomaru shrieked, his voice laced with triumph. He raised his arm, a thick, glistening string of chakra extending from his finger, aimed directly at Neji's upper back, the Byakugan's inherent blind spot. 8 trigrams, spider web shot. The chakra string shot forward with blinding speed, a needle-thin projectile of pure energy designed to pierce Neji's vital organs. Neji, his eyes wide with alarm, twisted, trying desperately to evade, but the angle was impossible, the speed too great. He was caught, exposed, his destiny seemingly sealed. Just as the deadly thread was about to connect, a flicker of vibrant, electric purple light, like a phantom bolt of lightning, zipped through the air. It was so fast, so utterly silent, that neither Neji nor Kidomaru registered its presence until it was already there. The purple light coalesced around Kidomaru, not with the crackle of a chidori, but with a low, resonant hum, like 1,000 buzzing hornets. "Too slow, spider freak," a voice, deep and resonant, yet undeniably familiar, whispered directly behind Kidomaru. Kidomaru froze, his multifaceted eyes widening in a mixture of shock and dawning terror. He tried to turn, to react, but he was enveloped. The purple light wasn't just around him, it was him, a cloak of pure, concentrated lightning chakra that pulsed with an almost otherworldly energy. It felt like every nerve ending in his body was being stimulated at once, a sensation both exhilarating and agonizing. The speed was incomprehensible, a blur of motion that made the Raikage's famed lightning release chakra mode look like a snail crawling through molasses. This was a speed 30 times beyond that. Naruto, cloaked in this shimmering, vibrant purple aura, his eyes glowing with an intense, electric light, had appeared behind Kidomaru as if teleported. He moved with a speed that defied the laws of physics, a silent, deadly phantom. His hand, crackling with the same purple lightning, slammed a small, intricately folded scroll onto Kidomaru's back. "Prisoner scroll, capture." Naruto's voice was a low, guttural command, barely a whisper, yet it vibrated with immense power. A complex sealing formula, glowing with a faint, intricate pattern, instantly spread from the scroll, engulfing Kidomaru. The spider ninja's eyes bulged, his body stiffening as the raw lightning chakra from Naruto's cloak, coupled with the sealing jutsu, overwhelmed his system. His 8 eyes rolled back into his head, and with a faint, almost imperceptible pop, Kidomaru was sucked into the scroll, leaving nothing but a faint scent of ozone and a lingering purple afterimage in the air. Neji, still wide-eyed and frozen in his defensive stance, watched the impossible unfold. The deadly chakra string vanished, and then, with a speed that defied his Byakugan, a figure dropped from the trees directly behind him. It was so sudden, so utterly without warning, that Neji's instincts screamed. His body reacted before his mind could process, snapping into a fierce gentle fist stance, his palms raised, ready to strike. The sheer, unadulterated speed of the descent sent a shiver down his spine, a primal fear he hadn't felt since. Well, since he fought Naruto in the Chunin exams. Whoa, easy there, Neji. The voice, cheerful and familiar, cut through the tense air. Neji's Byakugan blinked, then widened as he registered the grinning face of Naruto Uzumaki, who had landed with a soft thump, completely unfazed by Neji's aggressive posture. Naruto. What the? How did you? Neji stammered, slowly lowering his hands, his face a mask of bewildered shock. He had seen the purple flash, felt the residual energy, but the speed. It was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Hey, just a little something I've been working on. Remember those scrolls Kakashi-sensei gave me before the Chunin exams? The ones on elemental manipulation and advanced taijutsu. Neji nodded slowly, still trying to process the sudden appearance and disappearance of Kitamura. Well, Naruto continued, a proud smirk on his face, one of those scrolls actually had a basic outline for the Chidori. Kakashi-sensei probably thought I'd never figure it out, but with my shadow clones, I was able to break it down, experiment, and combine it with my own chakra nature. I call it, the Purple Lightning Cloak, Godspeed. He flexed slightly, and for a brief moment, the faint purple lightning crackled around him, making his black attire shimmer. It's like a supercharged version of the Raikage's lightning cloak, but way faster. Like, 30 times faster. Perfect for catching annoying spider freaks off guard and sealing them away. He patted the prisoner scroll he'd just used, a triumphant glint in his eye. He's going straight to interrogation. No more spider tricks from him. Neji stared at Naruto, a flicker of genuine awe in his Byakugan. The raw power, the impossible speed, the sheer ingenuity. It was truly astounding. You developed a technique like that in a month. Yep, super efficient, right? Naruto beamed. Anyway, no time to chat. I gotta catch up with the others. Here, he said, forming a quick hand sign. A single shadow clone materialized beside him, identical in every way, down to the confident grin. This guy's gonna stay with you, Neji. Make sure you get to the hospital. You're looking a little beat up. And try not to scare him too much, okay? Before Neji could even respond, the real Naruto was gone, a faint purple blur streaking through the trees, leaving behind a bewildered Neji and a slightly nervous shadow clone. Naruto moved like a bolt of purple lightning through the dense forest, the faint hum of his new jutsu a constant companion. He followed the faint chakra signatures of his retrieval squad, his senses heightened, his mind racing. He burst into a clearing, slowing his pace, and immediately noticed the absence. Hey, where's Kiba and Akamaru? Naruto asked, looking around the small, tense group. Shikamaru and Choji were there, their faces grim, but the boisterous Inuzuka and his canine companion were nowhere in sight. Shikamaru sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair. Troublesome. Kiba insisted on staying back to fight Sakin and Ukin. Said he had a score to settle. Naruto's jaw tightened. Sakin and Ukin, the twin sound four members who could merge with their opponents. That idiot. He's going to get himself killed. A cold fury began to simmer within him. Kiba might be annoying, but he was a comrade. And no one messed with his comrades. Without a word, Naruto reached into his new black jacket, pulling out a sleek, intricately designed short sword with 5 distinct holes in its blade, Lost Vein. He held it out, its surface shimmering faintly. He then formed a single hand sign, channeling a significant amount of chakra into the blade. Lost Vein clone, Naruto commanded. With a flash of light, a perfect replica of Lost Vein materialized, hovering in the air beside the original. The clone hummed with latent energy, a faint, almost imperceptible aura radiating from its sharp edges. Go, Naruto said, his voice low and dangerous, pointing in the direction Kiba had gone. Find Kiba and Akamaru. Help them, and make sure those sound 4 bastards regret ever touching a Konoha ninja. The Lost Vein clone, as if imbued with its own will, shot off like a silver arrow, vanishing into the trees with a faint whoosh, leaving behind a stunned Shikamaru and Choji. Just then, a massive, wooden container, pulsating with a dark, malevolent chakra, crashed through the trees, landing with a thunderous crack in the clearing. The wood splintered, and from within, Uchiha emerged, his body racked with pain, the curse mark on his neck a writhing, black pattern that pulsed with sickening energy. His eyes, though weary, burned with a desperate, almost feral intensity. He coughed, clutching his throat, but his gaze immediately locked onto Naruto. Uchiha. Naruto snarled, his eyes narrowing. Before Uchiha could even take a step, a figure with long, pale hair and a serene, almost ethereal expression appeared, blocking his path. It was Kimimaro, his bone-based Kekkei Genkei already active, a sharp, glistening bone blade extending from his forearm. Uchiha-san, Hirano-san, Kimimaro said, his voice calm and steady, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Go. I will handle these interlopers. From behind Kimimaro, another monstrous figure landed with a heavy thud. Jugo, his body already in its terrifying, transformed state, his skin mottled and hardened, his limbs grotesquely enlarged, stood alongside Kimimaro, his eyes glowing with a primal, untamed rage. He was a living, breathing weapon, a force of pure, destructive power. Shikamaru, seeing the formidable duo, sighed, a truly epic groan of exasperation. Oh, man, this is so troublesome. Two of Orochimaru's strongest. This is going to be a real drag. He looked at Naruto, his expression serious. Naruto, you go. Choji, Shino and I will try and hold them off. You're the only one who can catch Sasuke. Naruto hesitated for a fraction of a second. His comrades were facing overwhelming odds. His instinct screamed at him to stay, to fight alongside them. But Uchiha was the target, and Hirano was with him. Hinata's pain, Karen's tears, the betrayal, it all flashed through his mind. All right, Shikamaru. Naruto yelled, his voice filled with a fierce resolve. He quickly formed two more shadow clones. These guys will help you out. Don't die, you lazy bum. The two clones nodded, their expressions grim, already preparing to engage. Jugo, seeing Naruto about to leave, roared, a guttural sound of pure animalistic fury. He lunged, his massive, transformed fist, hardened like stone, swinging in a devastating arc, aiming to crush Naruto. But Naruto was already moving. He blurred, a faint purple afterimage trailing behind him, dodging Jugo's monstrous punch with contemptuous ease. The force of Jugo's blow created a small crater in the ground where Naruto had been. Too slow, big guy. Naruto quipped, his voice echoing from above. Jugo, surprised, looked up just as Naruto, with a mischievous grin, landed directly on top of his head, standing there as casually as if he were on solid ground. Jugo roared again, flailing his arms wildly, trying to dislodge the infuriating blonde. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's voice cut through the chaos. Jugo's movements instantly froze. He stood rigid, his monstrous form locked in place, mirroring Shikamaru's extended arm. Shikamaru, already panting from the strain, gritted his teeth. Go, Naruto. Hurry. Naruto grinned, giving Jugo's head a playful pat. Later, big guy. Try not to cause too much trouble. With a final, explosive burst of purple lightning chakra, Naruto launched himself forward, a blurring streak of amethyst vanishing into the dense foliage, hot on the trail of Uchiha and Hirano. The forest, still echoing with the sounds of battle, now carried the faint, distant hum of a new, relentless pursuit. Chapter 12, The Final Valley Showdown. The wind howled through the desolate chasm of the final valley, a mournful lament for battles long past. Rain lashed down, a cold, unfeeling curtain obscuring the sky, as Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno stood silhouetted against the tumultuous heavens, perched atop the colossal stone head of Madara, the raging waterfall roaring beside them. Sasuke, his black hair plastered to his face, his Sharingan blazing with an unsettling intensity, stared across the churning waters. Across the torrent, on the equally immense statue of Hashirama, Naruto Uzumaki landed with a heavy thud, a mundane gardening shovel clutched in his hand, mud clinging to its blade. He dropped the shovel unceremoniously on Hashirama's stone brow, letting it clatter against the rock before he faced his former teammates. The sound was stark against the natural roar of the valley, almost mocking in its mundane simplicity. Look at you, Naruto, Sasuke sneered, his voice cutting through the wind, dripping with contempt. Still clinging to that pathetic dream of being Hokage. You're nothing but a... Before he could finish, Naruto moved. It was a blur of motion, disrespectfully swift. One moment he was on Hashirama's statue, the next he had crossed the impossible distance, appearing directly in front of Sasuke. With a shocking, almost casual swing of his leg, Naruto's boot slammed into Sasuke's face, sending the Uchiha sprawling across Madara's stone forehead, a streak of crimson marking his impact. The force of the blow was immense, a clear statement of intent. Sakura gasped, clutching her hands to her mouth, utterly stunned by the sudden, brutal assault. Naruto simply stood over Sasuke, his expression cold, his eyes devoid of his usual warmth. The shovel lay forgotten on Hashirama's head, a symbol of the peace that had just been shattered. Sasuke coughed, spitting blood and staggering back to his feet, his Sharingan blazing with newfound fury. You monster. Monster. Naruto's voice was a low growl, echoing the valley's rage. You betrayed everything, Sasuke. Everything we fought for, everything we built, and you call me a monster. Sasuke lunged, a desperate, chakra-infused punch aimed at Naruto's face, but Naruto merely swayed, effortlessly dodging the attack. His hand shot out, catching Sasuke's wrist in an iron grip. With a twist and a powerful shove, Naruto sent Sasuke spinning, then delivered a brutal kick to the Uchiha's midsection that lifted him off the ground, sending him skidding across the wet stone. Naruto, stop! Sakura cried, finally snapping out of her daze. She leapt forward, her chakra-infused fist aimed for Naruto's head. You're going too far. Naruto didn't even glance at her. As her punch neared, he shifted, catching her wrist with one hand. Before she could react, he twisted her arm, using her own momentum against her, and slammed her into the ground beside Sasuke, the impact cracking the stone beneath her. He didn't use any jutsu, only raw, unadulterated taijutsu, each movement precise and devastating. Sasuke scrambled up, activating his curse mark. Black, swirling patterns erupted across his skin, his body contorting slightly, and two dark wings of energy unfurled from his back. His eyes glowed with malevolent power. You'll regret this, Naruto. This is my true power. Naruto scoffed, a chilling, humorless sound. Your true power didn't stop me from wiping the floor with you 5 minutes ago, Sasuke. He lunged, a whirlwind of fists and feet. Even with the curse mark, Sasuke was no match. Naruto's strikes were relentless, each blow resonating with an unseen force. He ducked under a wild swing, spun, and delivered a backhand blow that snapped Sasuke's head back and sent him flying across the monument, his body skidding precariously close to the edge of the waterfall. Sakura, groaning, pushed herself up. Naruto looked at her, his golden eyes narrowed. He strode over, and with a swift, almost disdainful motion, he pushed her back down onto the cold stone head of Madara, then casually sat on her, pinning her beneath his weight as if she were nothing more than a discarded ragdoll. She struggled, but his weight was immense, her attempts to break free futile. Sasuke, rage distorting his features, screamed and charged, a chidori crackling in his hand. Get off her, you bastard! Naruto's eyes glowed, the black markings of assault mode spreading across his body, and ethereal white wings of energy unfurled from his back, shimmering with divine power. He didn't move from his position atop Sakura. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, a powerful gust of wind, generated by the sheer force of his activated mode, slammed into Sasuke, knocking the Uchiha off the statue and sending him plummeting into the churning waters of the final valley below. Naruto stood, leaving Sakura pinned momentarily, and leapt down, a streak of white light cutting through the rain. He landed on the water, effortlessly staying afloat, as Sasuke surfaced, coughing and spluttering. This is for all of it, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice cold and flat as he began his assault. He started with a brutal gut punch, doubling Sasuke over, then followed with a rapid succession of uppercuts that drove Sasuke deeper into the water. As Sasuke tried to gasp for air, Naruto delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to his temple, sending him spiraling through the air, only to be met by a devastating knee to the chin as he fell, finally culminating in a powerful, open palm strike to his chest that sent him rocketing back into the base of the Hashirama statue with a thunderous impact. Sakura, finally able to move, leapt down to the water, intent on a sneak attack. She landed silently behind Naruto, her fist drawn back. But before she could strike, Naruto caught her arm. With a chillingly swift motion, he twisted her wrist, forcing her hand to glow with a faint, green chakra, and used her own enhanced strength to deliver a massive, chakra-infused punch directly at the dazed Sasuke, still slumped against the statue. Sasuke, eyes wide, barely managed to roll out of the way, the immense power of the attack carving a deep crater in the stone where his head had been moments before. He pushed himself up, trembling, his Sharingan blazing as he charged at Naruto, his fist cocked back. Naruto merely caught the punch with an open palm. With a casual shrug of his shoulders, he flipped Sasuke over his head, sending him sprawling into the water again. As Sasuke thrashed in the churning water, Naruto turned and, with a swift, open palm strike, slapped Sakura across the face with such force that she was sent spinning, crashing hard onto the slick stone shore. She lay there for a moment, stunned, a red mark blooming on her cheek, but slowly, painfully, she began to push herself back up, her eyes still fixed on Naruto, a mix of terror and defiant rage. The rain continued to fall, washing over the battered figures, but neither Sasuke nor Sakura had lost consciousness. The battle was far from over, but the message was clear: Naruto was done holding back. He was here to break them. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto's voice cut through the roar of the waterfall, cold and sharp. You still don't get it, do you? You're fighting a ghost. The Naruto you knew is gone. Sasuke, pulling himself from the water, spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. You monster. He activated his Chidori, the crackling lightning illuminating his enraged face. Sakura, now fully upright, her own face contorted with fury and despair, channeled chakra into her fists, the ground beneath her feet cracking with the sheer force. We'll defeat you, no matter what. She launched herself forward, a blur of pink, aiming a devastating punch. Sasuke, with a primal scream, followed, his Chidori blazing, aiming for Naruto's chest. They attacked in perfect synchronization, a desperate, furious assault designed to overwhelm. Naruto stood motionless, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. As Sasuke's lightning-clad fist neared his chest, Naruto merely extended his thumb, pressing it lightly against the very center of the Chidori. The crackling blue energy, instead of tearing through him, seemed to compress, to shrink, until it vanished with a soft pop, leaving Sasuke's hand limp and powerless. At the same instant, Sakura's chakra-infused punch, a blow capable of shattering solid rock, hurtled towards his head. Naruto, without even looking, extended his pinky finger, catching her fist with the barest touch. The immense force dissipated, absorbed, leaving Sakura's arm hanging uselessly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Both Sasuke and Sakura stumbled back, their most powerful attacks nullified with such casual ease that it was like watching a biju swatting flies. The wind howled, the rain lashed, but the only sound that mattered was the stunned silence of their defeat. Naruto sighed, a sound of profound weariness. He gently pushed them both back with an almost imperceptible wave of his hand, sending them skidding across the wet stone. They landed hard, groaning, their bodies aching, their spirits crushed. "You two are still alive," Naruto said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, "because I made a promise. To a certain Anbu. A promise that I wouldn't kill either of you. That's the only reason you're still breathing." He paused, then casually dusted off his shoulders, as if shaking off invisible specks of dust. Sasuke, his face a mask of rage and humiliation, pushed himself to his feet, trembling. He couldn't believe it. He, the Uchiha prodigy, had been utterly humiliated. He lunged again, a desperate, unthinking punch, fueled by pure, unadulterated fury. But before his fist could connect, Sasuke froze. His eyes, wide with confusion, fixed on Naruto. Naruto wasn't even looking at him. He was standing there, calmly pulling out a small, leather-bound notebook and a pen. He began to write, his expression one of serene concentration, as if he were completely alone. "What are you doing?" Sasuke roared, his voice raw with a mix of rage and disbelief. "Are you mocking me?" Naruto glanced up, his blue eyes calm, then returned to his writing. "What does it look like I'm doing, Uchiha-san? I'm writing my mission report. This whole retrieval has been rather eventful." He finished a sentence, then snapped the notebook shut, tucking it back into his cloak. With a casual, almost dismissive flick of his leg, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's chest. Sasuke cried out, soaring through the air like a ragdoll, crashing into the base of Madara's statue with a sickening thud, leaving an even deeper impact crater. Sakura, seeing the opening, seeing Sasuke sent flying, screamed, "Now! He's open!" She launched herself forward, a desperate, chakra-fueled charge, her fist cocked back, aiming for Naruto's head. But before her fist could even begin its arc, Naruto was gone. One moment he was 20 feet away, the next his face was inches from hers, his blue eyes boring into her own, shocking her to her core. Sakura gasped, her attack faltering, her body freezing in terror. Naruto lifted a single finger and, with a gentle, almost playful flick to her forehead, sent her spinning through the air. She crashed into Sasuke, who was just beginning to stir from his impact, the two former teammates collapsing in a heap at the base of the statue. Sasuke and Sakura groaned, slowly, painfully pushing themselves up, their bodies screaming in protest. They looked at each other, then back at Naruto, a shared, desperate resolve hardening their eyes. They staggered forward, launching a desperate, uncoordinated assault, a flurry of punches and kicks, their movements sluggish and telegraphed. Naruto moved with an effortless grace, dodging every attack with contemptuous ease. He flowed around them, a phantom amidst their desperate flailing. Then, with a single, fluid motion, he was atop Sasuke's head, standing casually as if on solid ground. At the same time, his free hand gently cupped the crown of Sakura's head, holding her in place, her face frozen in a mask of shock and utter helplessness. He held them both, one beneath his foot, the other in his palm, their struggles futile. "Man," Naruto said, his voice a casual murmur, "is it just me, or is it getting a little warm? I don't think I'm even sweating." He looked down at them, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. "The difference in our power. It's like looking at a tiny, flickering flame from the surface of the sun. You can't even comprehend the vastness." Suddenly, Naruto's eyes narrowed. He sensed something. A powerful, distant chakra signature, rapidly approaching, accompanied by dozens of smaller ones. He looked up, his gaze piercing the rain-swept sky. "Well, look at that," Naruto murmured, a new glint in his eyes. He quickly formed a hand sign, a complex series of movements that seemed to ripple with ancient power. Lost Vein. Clone technique. A shimmering, ethereal clone of Naruto, identical in every way, materialized beside him, Lost Vein gleaming at its hip. The clone moved with a silent, efficient grace. It carefully, almost tenderly, picked up the unconscious forms of Sasuke and Sakura, one in each arm. Take them back to the village, Naruto commanded, his voice low and serious. Get them to the hospital. And make sure they get proper medical attention. Tell the Hokage what's going on here. The Lost Vein clone nodded once, its eyes holding a silent understanding. With a blur of motion, it vanished into the dense foliage, carrying its unconscious burdens back towards Konoha. Naruto stood alone once more in the desolate valley, the rain washing over him, Lost Vein now firmly in his hand. The ground trembled, the air crackled. From the swirling mist at the edge of the valley, a colossal figure emerged, crackling with lightning. It was the Fourth Hokage, his massive frame radiating raw power, flanked by 40 elite Cloud Village ninja. Behind them, a smaller, older figure, floating on a cloud of dust, appeared. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, with his own contingent of Iwagakure shinobi. The Fourth Hokage's eyes, sharp and piercing, immediately fixed on Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, he boomed, his voice like thunder. Your time's up. The one who defeated the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The third Tsuchikage, floating closer, squinted at Naruto, his ancient eyes assessing. A slow, thoughtful expression spread across his face. He stroked his beard, a faint smile touching his lips. Indeed, Onoki rasped, his voice surprisingly clear despite the wind and rain. Indeed, he looks exactly like the Yondaime Hokage. Chapter 13 Naruto's Will of Fire. The air in the final valley crackled with an almost unbearable tension. Naruto, the one imbued with the raw, untamed power of Lost Vein, stood alone amidst the shattered landscape, his golden eyes burning with a cold, predatory light. Before him, a formidable array of ninja had materialized, their numbers swelling with each passing second. The Fourth Hokage, a living bolt of lightning, stood at the forefront, his face a mask of grim determination. Beside him, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated effortlessly, his ancient eyes narrowed, radiating a subtle, dangerous power. Behind them, a sea of Konoha, Cloud, and Stone shinobi spread out, their weapons drawn, their gazes fixed on the lone figure of Naruto. Naruto's gaze swept over the assembled forces, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips. He was outnumbered, outmatched by conventional standards, but he was not afraid. He had a singular purpose, to protect, to fight, and to unleash the full, unbridled fury of the Uzumaki. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Naruto muttered, his voice a low, chilling whisper that carried clearly across the silent chasm. Decided to finally show your faces, have you? Took you long enough. The Hokage, his body already crackling with lightning chakra, stepped forward. Uzumaki Naruto, your interference in the Chunin exams, your defiance of the cage. It ends here. You are a threat to the balance of power. The 5 great nations have deemed you too dangerous to exist. His voice was a thunderous boom that echoed through the valley. Dangerous. Naruto scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. You call me dangerous? You're the ones who let a snake like Orochimaru infiltrate your ranks, who plotted to destroy Konoha, who tried to assassinate the Hokage. You're the ones who branded me, who tried to control my destiny. Don't talk to me about danger, old man. You haven't seen anything yet. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, floated forward, his hands already forming intricate seals. Your insolence is astounding, boy. We are here to neutralize a rogue element. Nothing more. Our forces will move as one. Cloud and Stone, attack. With a unified roar, the massive ninja surged forward, a tidal wave of steel and chakra. Kunai glinted in the sunlight, shuriken spun through the air, and the ground trembled under the charge of hundreds of shinobi. The Naruto didn't flinch. His golden eyes blazed, and with a primal roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the valley, the brilliant white energy of his assault mode flared to an almost blinding intensity. Black, jagged markings, like ancient runes, erupted across his cheeks and arms, pulsing with the same fierce white light that now enveloped him. From his back, dark, ethereal wings, woven from pure, swirling energy, unfurled, beating once with silent power. His hair, usually spiky, seemed to gain an even sharper, more defined edge, glowing faintly. This was the third stage of his assault mode, raw and uncontained, a monstrous force unleashed. Come on then, you pathetic insects. Naruto bellowed, his voice deeper, resonant, laced with a chilling calm that was utterly unlike him. Let's see if you can even touch me. He lunged, a golden streak against the charging army. He didn't bother with complex ninjutsu or flashy techniques. This was pure taijutsu, refined to an art form, amplified by the overwhelming power of his assault mode. He was a whirlwind of fists and feet, each strike carrying the force of a battering ram. The first wave of ninja crashed into him, a desperate, chaotic mass. Naruto was a blur, weaving through their attacks with impossible grace. He ducked under a sweeping kick, his body twisting with serpentine flexibility, and delivered a devastating uppercut to the chin of a cloud ninja, sending him spiraling into the air. Before the first ninja even hit the ground, Naruto had already spun, catching a thrown kunai with his bare hand, the sharp blade stopping inches from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it hurtling back, impaling the shoulder of the ninja who had thrown it. He was a force of nature. A stone ninja tried to tackle him from the side, but Naruto simply sidestepped, letting the momentum carry the attacker directly into another charging cloud ninja. There was a sickening crunch as they collided, both falling in a heap. Naruto laughed, a cold, almost joyful sound. He caught another volley of shuriken, his fingers moving with impossible speed, and flung them back with devastating accuracy, each one finding a mark. He moved through the ranks like a phantom, his movements economical, brutal, and utterly dominant. He punched a ninja in the face, then used the man's head as a springboard, leaping off him to deliver a crushing kick to another's chest. He spun, a blur of golden energy, and unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire jabs, sending 3 ninja flying backward simultaneously. He was a one-man army, effortlessly dismantling their coordinated assault. Bodies flew through the air, cries of pain echoed, and the initial surge of the attacking forces began to falter, replaced by confusion and fear. He's too fast. A terrified cloud ninja screamed, trying to retreat. His taijutsu is overwhelming, a stone ninja yelled, clutching his broken arm. Naruto, his golden eyes blazing, continued his relentless assault. He was a dancer of death, each movement a precise, devastating strike. He threw a dozen ninja into the air with a single, sweeping kick, then caught a falling one and used him as a human shield against a volley of Senbon. He was unstoppable. This is unacceptable. The Raikage roared, his face contorted in fury. He's toying with them. Killer Bee, Han, Roshi, join the fray. We will overwhelm him. From the ranks of the Cloud and Stone Ninja, 3 powerful figures surged forward. Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, a master of lariat and swordsmanship, moved with a playful but deadly grace. Han, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, cloaked in steam, lumbered forward with immense power. And Roshi, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, wreathed in lava, radiated a scorching heat. They were the elite, the heavy hitters, sent to break Naruto's unstoppable momentum. Just as they joined the battle, a ripple disturbed the surface of the river that flowed through the final valley. A ninja, cloaked in the murky water, burst forth, his arm lashing out, grabbing Naruto's legs in a vice-like grip. Simultaneously, 2 other ninja, one from the cloud and one from the stone, lunged from the sides, their weapons aimed at his exposed torso. Naruto didn't even pause. With a powerful, effortless kick, he sent the 2 side attackers flying, their bodies slamming into each other with a sickening thud. At the same time, he stomped down with the leg that had been grabbed, his foot connecting with the head of the ninja who had emerged from the water. There was a wet, muffled crunch, and the ninja went limp, sinking back into the river. Too slow, too predictable, Naruto muttered, his eyes already scanning for the next threat. But then, a blur of motion, faster than he anticipated, flashed from his blind spot. Killer Bee, his movements deceptively fluid, had closed the distance. Fool, ya fool, you let your guard down, Bee's fist, coated in a burst of chakra, connected squarely with Naruto's jaw. Wham! The impact was brutal, sending Naruto skidding backward, his head snapping to the side. He slammed into the sheer rock face of the final valley with a bone-jarring thud, a crack spreading outwards from the point of impact. He slumped against the wall, a trickle of blood running from his lip. Killer Bee grinned, striking a pose. That's what you get for being so cocky, ya know. But before Bee could even finish his boast, Naruto was gone. He didn't move, he simply appeared. In a flash of white energy, he was directly behind Killer Bee, his golden eyes burning with a cold, terrifying intensity. You talk too much, Bee. Naruto's voice was a low, dangerous growl. His leg shot up, an axe kick imbued with the full, crushing power of his assault mode. It slammed into the back of Killer Bee's head with devastating force, sending the 8 Tails Jinchuriki plummeting headfirst into the river below with a mighty splash. The surrounding ninja, stunned by the sudden turn of events, hesitated. This was their chance. A dozen Cloud and Stone shinobi, seeing their Jinchuriki defeated, surged forward, launching a barrage of kunai, shuriken, and ninjutsu at the momentarily exposed Naruto. Naruto merely scoffed. He moved with a terrifying grace, dodging every projectile, every attack, as if dancing through a gentle rain. He weaved through the incoming blows, his body twisting, contorting, always just out of reach. He allowed a powerful earth-style punch to pass inches from his face, letting it connect with the startled ninja behind him. He ducked under a sweeping leg, causing the attacker to trip and crash into his own comrade. He was a master of misdirection, turning their own attacks against them. Suddenly, the water in the river churned violently, and Killer Bee erupted from the depths, his body wreathed in a vibrant, crimson chakra, the first stage of his Eight Tails transformation. His eyes glowed red, and a single, powerful tail whipped through the air, sending the surrounding ninja flying like ragdolls, clearing a wide path around him. "You'll pay for that, you little punk." Bee roared, his voice distorted by the Eight Tails chakra, and he charged, a living battering ram. Naruto, seeing the incoming attack, dodged sharply to the right, a blur of white and gold. But as he moved, a new, impossibly fast figure appeared from his left. The Fourth Hokage, his body crackling with an even more intense lightning chakra, had anticipated Naruto's dodge. His fist, imbued with devastating power, slammed into Naruto's side. Whumph! The force of the blow was immense, sending Naruto skidding across the ground, leaving a deep furrow in the earth. He slammed into a rock formation, the impact rattling his bones. He struggled to get up, his vision momentarily blurred. Before he could fully recover, the Hokage was there, a lightning-fast blur, his fist pulled back for another strike. Naruto, still dazed, managed to catch the Hokage's fist, his assault mode flaring, but then, from his right, a blinding flash of crimson. Killer Bee, having recovered, delivered a powerful, chakra-infused punch to Naruto's head, sending him reeling. Earth Release, Lightened Boulder Jutsu. Onoki's voice boomed from above. The third Tsuchikage, floating effortlessly, had used his technique to make the Hokage even faster, a terrifying, unstoppable force. The tide of the battle had turned. The Fourth Hokage, now moving with unimaginable speed, hammered at Naruto with relentless, lightning-fast strikes. Killer Bee, his Eight Tails chakra amplifying his power, attacked from every angle, his lariats and punches landing with brutal efficiency. Han, cloaked in his steam armor, lumbered forward, his powerful blows shaking the ground. Roshi, wreathed in lava, unleashed scorching attacks that forced Naruto to constantly evade, draining his stamina. And Onoki, the Tsuchikage, floated above, directing their attacks, occasionally unleashing a devastating dust release that forced Naruto to stretch his defenses to their absolute limit. Naruto was being overwhelmed. He dodged, he parried, he countered, but the sheer, coordinated power of the 5-Kage-level opponents was too much. He was battered, bruised, and bleeding, his assault mode flickering under the relentless assault. He was losing, badly. He was slammed into the ground by a combined attack from Han and Roshi, then sent flying into the air by a powerful uppercut from Killer Bee. As he hung suspended, dazed, the Hokage appeared above him, his fist pulled back for a final, crushing blow. "This is the end, Uzumaki." I roared, his lightning-infused fist descending. Just as the blow was about to connect, a new figure, a blur of motion, appeared from the side. A powerful, chakra-infused punch slammed into Naruto's face, sending him careening away from the Hokage's attack, crashing into the side of the valley with a sickening thud. Naruto lay there, spitting blood, his body screaming in protest. He looked up, his golden eyes, now dimming, fixed on the figure who had just struck him. It was a man, cloaked in the uniform of a cloud ninja, his face obscured by shadow. But as he stepped into the light, Naruto's eyes widened, a flicker of pure, unadulterated shock and a surge of overwhelming rage erupting within him. The man had dark, spiky hair, and a cruel, knowing smirk on his lips. His eyes, cold and calculating, fixed on Naruto. It was Ren Yamanaka, the Yamanaka who had mind-controlled him, who had forced him to slaughter his own clan, of what he thought was the last Uzumakis. As soon as Naruto's eyes locked onto Ren, a raw, untamed power exploded from him. The brilliant white energy of his assault mode flared to an almost blinding intensity, the black, jagged markings on his cheeks and arms pulsing with a furious, malevolent light. The ethereal wings of pure energy unfurled from his back, beating once with silent, destructive power. His hair spiked upwards, glowing with an unholy golden light, and his eyes, usually golden, intensified, becoming solid, burning gold, radiating an unnatural, terrifying light. This was the full assault mode, unleashed in its entirety, a monstrous force born of pure, unadulterated fury and betrayal. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly, his gaze fixed on Ren, his voice a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the very foundations of the final valley, filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Ren Yamanaka, Naruto's voice resonated, devoid of all warmth, replaced by a deep, authoritative tone, surprising all of the ninjas there. "What took you so long to get here?" The brilliant white energy of Naruto's full assault mode exploded outwards, a concussive wave of pure, untamed chakra that slammed into every ninja in the immediate vicinity. The Fourth Hokage, Killer Bee, Han, Roshi, Onoki, and the hundreds of shinobi who had surrounded Naruto were all caught in the blast. They were sent skidding, tumbling, and flying backward, their feet tearing through the earth as they struggled to maintain their footing against the overwhelming force. Weapons clattered, shouts of surprise and pain erupted, and a wide, empty circle was instantly cleared around Naruto, leaving only him and a stunned Ren Yamanaka within its radius. Ren, caught completely off guard by the sudden, raw power, stumbled back, his cruel smirk replaced by a look of genuine alarm. His eyes, cold and calculating moments before, now widened in a flicker of fear. Naruto didn't wait. His golden eyes, burning with a terrifying, unholy light, locked onto Ren. He moved not with speed, but with an almost instantaneous burst, appearing directly in front of the Yamanaka. Ren barely had time to register the movement before Naruto's foot, encased in the pulsing white energy of full assault mode, slammed down. It wasn't a kick. It was a brutal, contemptuous stomp, pinning Ren's face into the shattered earth. Naruto's weight pressed down, grinding Ren's features into the dust and rock, a clear, deliberate act of humiliation and pure, unadulterated rage. You thought you could hide, Naruto snarled, his voice a low, guttural rumble that vibrated through the ground. You thought you could escape what you did. He didn't let up. His foot remained pressed against Ren's face, a constant, grinding pressure, as he unleashed a torrent of brutal, one-sided taijutsu. He pulled his foot back only to deliver a crushing kick to Ren's ribs, sending a sickening crack echoing through the valley. Ren cried out, a muffled, desperate sound, but Naruto was relentless. He grabbed Ren by his hair, yanking his head up from the ground, only to slam it back down with sickening force. He delivered a series of rapid-fire punches to Ren's gut, each one imbued with the terrifying power of full assault mode, causing Ren to cough up blood. This is for my clan. Naruto roared, his voice thick with a pain and fury that had festered for years. This is for the lives you stole. For the family you made me butcher. The Fourth Hokage, having finally regained his footing, roared in fury. He saw Ren, a cloud ninja, being brutally assaulted, and his pride as a cage was stung. Stop it, Uzumaki. That's enough. He bellowed, his body crackling with an even more intense lightning release chakra mode. He lunged, a living bolt of lightning, his left fist pulled back for a devastating punch, aiming to separate Naruto from Ren. Naruto, his golden eyes still fixed on Ren, sensed the incoming attack. He didn't even look up. With a subtle shift of his body, a mere lean to the side, he effortlessly dodged the Hokage's punch. Ai's fist, moving with blinding speed, sailed past Naruto's head and, with a sickening thud, slammed directly into Ren Yamanaka's already battered face. Ren's head snapped back, a gurgle escaping his lips, and he went limp, a broken puppet. Ai's eyes widened in shock, realizing his mistake, but Naruto was already moving. With a powerful, contemptuous kick, he sent the Fourth Hokage flying. Ai, caught off balance and stunned by his own accidental blow, was sent hurtling across the valley, crashing into the sheer rock face with a thunderous impact that left a deep, smoking crater. Stay out of my way, Naruto growled, his gaze returning to the unconscious Ren. He knelt, grabbing Ren by his collar, and lifted him slightly. You still have more to pay for. The hundreds of ninja, having finally recovered from Naruto's initial chakra burst and the shock of seeing their Hokage defeated so easily, surged forward once more. They wouldn't stand by while one of their own was brutalized. Charge! Save Ren-sama! A cloud ninja yelled. Overwhelm him! A stone ninja shrieked. Naruto merely scoffed. With a blinding flash of white energy, the golden adamantine sealing chains erupted from his back, not just two, but dozens of them, lashing out with incredible speed. They didn't target the attacking ninja. Instead, they slammed into the ground around Naruto and Ren, forming a rapidly expanding circle. The chains rose from the earth, weaving themselves into a shimmering, impenetrable barrier of pure, golden chakra, a dome that enclosed Naruto and the unconscious Ren, sealing them off from the outside world. The charging ninja slammed into the barrier with bone-jarring force. Shuriken and kunai clattered harmlessly against its surface. Ninjutsu exploded against the golden dome, dissipating without effect. The barrier pulsed, absorbing the impacts, then, with a silent, powerful release of energy, it sent the attacking ninja flying backward, slamming them into their comrades, creating a chaotic pile of bodies. They tried again, desperate, furious, but each attempt was met with the same result. They were repelled, sent sprawling, unable to even scratch the golden prison. Inside the barrier, Naruto continued his brutal, one-sided assault on Ren. He didn't use Lost Vein, only his fists and feet, each strike precise, devastating. Ren, barely conscious, tried to lift a hand, to form a seal, to fight back, but Naruto's golden eyes blazed, and with a swift, powerful palm strike, he pushed Ren's face back into the dirt, preventing any movement. You think you can fight back? Naruto snarled, his voice laced with venom. You're pathetic. You're nothing. You ruined my life, and now you pay the price. He lifted Ren's head again, delivering a series of rapid-fire punches to his jaw, then slammed him back down. He continued to beat him, a relentless, controlled fury, until Ren's body was a broken, bloody mess, barely clinging to life. This is for the Uzumaki clan, Naruto whispered, his voice dangerously calm, and with a final, chilling resolve, he channeled a surge of white chakra into his palm. It wasn't a Rasengan, but a pure, focused burst of Uzumaki chakra, imbued with the raw, destructive power of his bloodline. He slammed it into Ren's chest. A silent, internal explosion ripped through Ren Yamanaka's body. There was no visible wound, no external damage beyond the brutal beating he had already endured, but his eyes rolled back, and he went utterly, completely limp, his chakra extinguished, his life force gone. He was dead. Naruto stood over Ren's lifeless form, his chest heaving, the white energy of his full assault mode still pulsing around him. The rage, which had consumed him, slowly began to recede, leaving behind a cold, hollow emptiness. He had avenged his clan, but the pain remained. With a thought, the shimmering golden barrier of adamantine sealing chains collapsed, retracting back into his body as if they had never been there. The hundreds of ninja, who had been futilely slamming against the barrier, stumbled forward, momentarily disoriented. Naruto turned, his golden eyes sweeping over the assembled forces. The Fourth Hokage, had finally picked himself up, his body crackling with renewed lightning chakra, his face a mask of furious determination. Beside him, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated, his ancient eyes narrowed, radiating a subtle, dangerous power. Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi, the other Jinchuriki, stood ready, their own chakra flaring. All right, Naruto said, his voice calm, almost bored, as he cracked his knuckles. Who's next? He lunged, a golden streak against the mass of ninja. He was a whirlwind of fists and feet, pure taijutsu, augmented by the raw power of his full assault mode. He moved through them like a phantom, dodging every attack, letting their own blows connect with their comrades. He punched a cloud ninja, sending him flying into a group of stone shinobi, creating a domino effect of crashing bodies. He caught a volley of kunai, his fingers moving with impossible speed, and flung them back with devastating accuracy, each one finding a mark. He was unstoppable. He threw dozens of ninja into the air with sweeping kicks, then used their falling bodies as stepping stones to launch himself at others. Lostvein, still sheathed at his hip, hummed faintly, ready to be drawn, but he didn't need it. His taijutsu was more than enough. The Raikage and Tsuchikage watched, their faces grim, as their forces were systematically dismantled. Naruto continued to fight, a relentless, overwhelming force. He was a blur of motion, a golden white demon, his every strike carrying immense power. The battlefield was a chaotic symphony of grunts, shouts, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. He was winning, easily, effortlessly, against hundreds of shinobi. Then, in the midst of the chaos, Naruto suddenly paused. He stopped dead in his tracks, his golden eyes unfocused for a moment, as if listening to an inner voice. The surrounding ninja, seeing his momentary hesitation, lunged, seizing the perceived opening. I almost forgot, Naruto said, his voice, though calm, carried across the battlefield, silencing the charging ninja. Every single shinobi froze, their attacks halted midair, their eyes wide with confusion and a growing sense of dread. Naruto, in his full assault mode, was an imposing, terrifying figure, and his sudden, unexpected pause was unsettling. He reached into his ninja pouch, his movements slow and deliberate. The ninja watched, their hearts pounding in their chests, wondering what terrifying new jutsu he was about to unleash. Was it a forbidden seal? A new, monstrous weapon? Their fear was palpable. Naruto pulled out a small, rolled-up parchment. It was a mission report. The one he was supposed to be filling out with Sasuke and Sakura from their D-rank mission, the one he had forgotten about, before the invasion, before everything. He then pulled out a small brush and an inkwell. He knelt down in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, completely ignoring the hundreds of terrified ninja, the defeated Raikage, and the hovering Tsuchikage. He unrolled the mission report and, with painstaking care, began to write in it, his brow furrowed in concentration. The hundreds of ninja stared, utterly dumbfounded. The Fourth Hokage, his body still crackling with lightning, looked like he might explode from sheer indignation. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, nearly fell from his floating position, his mouth agape. Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi, their Jinchuriki powers flaring, simply stared, their minds unable to process the absurdity of the situation. Naruto Uzumaki, in the middle of a war zone, in his monstrous full assault mode, was filling out a D-rank mission report. He wrote for a full minute, meticulously detailing the cat retrieval and garden weeding from weeks ago, occasionally muttering to himself about Sasuke's laziness, and Sakura's uselessness. He even paused to blow on the ink to dry it, then carefully rolled up the scroll and tucked it back into his pouch. He stood up, his golden eyes, still burning with power, sweeping over the stunned, angry, and terrified faces of the assembled shinobi. "All right, thank you for waiting," Naruto said, a cold, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Where were we?" With a terrifying roar, he lunged back into the fray, a golden-white blur of pure, unadulterated fury and power. He was a force of nature, his taijutsu a brutal dance of destruction. He weaved through the mass of ninja, each punch and kick sending shinobi flying. He was a whirlwind of motion, his golden eyes blazing, his black markings pulsing with raw energy. "Hey, still got that fire in you, brat," the Kyuubi's voice rumbled in Naruto's mind, a low chuckle accompanying it. "Though I must say, that little stunt with the mission report was quite amusing. Even I didn't see that coming." "Shut up, furball," Naruto thought back, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching his lips even as he slammed a cloud ninja into a stone shinobi. "I'm busy here. Besides, I was thinking. When Hinata gets out of the hospital, what should I do for her? Maybe a fancy dinner. Or a trip to the hot springs. You know, something nice after all that Neji and the Uchiha put her through." HMPH. Still thinking about that Hyuga girl, are we? You're truly a dense one, Kit. A trip to the hot springs with a girl, you say? Perhaps you've inherited some of that perverted sage's research tendencies after all, The Kyuubi's amusement was almost palpable. "Hey, it's not like that," Naruto mentally retorted, dodging a volley of shuriken with a fluid twist of his body. "It's about making her happy. She deserves it. She's been through a lot, and she's always been there for me. Unlike some people." His gaze flickered towards the still recovering Fourth Hokage. His face contorted in fury, charged forward, his body crackling with lightning. "You insolent brat. You'll pay for that humiliation." He threw a powerful left hook, aiming to shatter Naruto's jaw. Naruto, still conversing with the Kyuubi, didn't even look. With a casual, almost contemptuous movement, he grabbed the Hokage's extended arm. Before I could react, Naruto twisted, using Ai's own momentum against him, and with a powerful, precise pull, forced the Hokage's lightning-clad fist to slam directly into his own face. Wham! The impact was sickeningly loud, a thunderous crack that echoed through the valley. Ai staggered back, his eyes wide with shock and pain, a trickle of blood running from his nose. He had just punched himself. See, Kit, even without a plan, your idiocy sometimes works out, the Kyuubi snickered. It wasn't idiocy, it was full counter taijutsu. Naruto mentally snapped back, then, with a powerful kick, he sent the dazed Hokage flying across the battlefield, slamming him into a group of bewildered cloud ninja. Naruto moved like a golden phantom, his taijutsu a symphony of destruction. He dodged a sweeping kick from Han, letting it connect with a stone ninja behind him. He spun, catching a thrown kunai, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it back, impaling the shoulder of the ninja who had thrown it. He was a master of redirection, turning their own attacks against them, causing chaos and friendly fire within their ranks. But the continuous use of full assault mode, the constant influx of raw power, was beginning to take its toll. A sharp, searing pain lanced through Naruto's chest, and the brilliant white aura around him flickered. He stumbled, a ragged cough escaping him, and a spray of blood splattered onto the shattered earth. "Brat, you're pushing yourself too hard. This mode isn't meant for prolonged use yet," the Kyuubi warned, its voice laced with genuine concern. I know. Just a little more," Naruto gasped, his vision blurring for a moment. He saw the Hokage, having recovered, charging at him again, his fist pulled back for a devastating blow. Naruto barely managed to twist, the lightning-clad fist whistling past his ear, missing him by a hair's breadth. He seized the momentary opening. With a surge of desperate strength, Naruto delivered a powerful, chakra-infused kick to the Hokage's face. I cried out, sent sprawling backward. Just then, Killer Bee, having returned from the river, lunged, his body wreathed in crimson chakra, a massive, ink-black tentacle of Gyuki's chakra lashing out like a whip. It slammed into Naruto's side, sending him skidding. Naruto grunted, flipping back to his feet. His golden eyes, though dimming, fixed on the tentacle. With a blinding flash of lost vein, the polished blade gleamed. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, a horizontal slash that was almost too fast to follow. The Gyuki tentacle, a solid mass of chakra, was severed clean through, falling to the ground with a wet thud, dissipating into smoke. Killer Bee stared, his eyes wide, his playful demeanor replaced by genuine shock. My tentacle, you cut it, ya fool. Naruto's full assault mode flickered violently, the black markings on his body receding, the ethereal wings dissolving into nothingness. The brilliant white aura dimmed, shrinking back to the familiar, less intense golden glow of his first stage assault mode. He was still powerful, still radiating immense chakra, but the raw, monstrous intensity of his full transformation was gone. He coughed again, more blood splattering onto the ground. "That's it, Kit. Any more, and you'll tear your body apart." The Kyuubi growled, its voice stern. The fourth Raikage, seeing Naruto's power diminish, roared in triumph. "He's weakening. Now, all of you, attack." Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, floated forward, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi, their Jinchuriki powers flaring, joined the charge. The hundreds of cloud and stone shinobi, emboldened by Naruto's apparent vulnerability, surged forward, a renewed wave of attacks. Naruto stood his ground, panting, his golden eyes still burning with defiance. He was outnumbered, outmatched by cage-level opponents, and his body was screaming in protest, but he wouldn't back down. He gripped Lostvein, ready for the inevitable. Just as the combined forces of the Raikage, Tsuchikage, Killer Bee, Han, Roshi, and hundreds of shinobi were about to crash into Naruto, a commanding voice, sharp and resonant with authority, cut through the din of battle, echoing across the entire final valley. "Stop." The word reverberated, carrying an undeniable weight of power. Every single ninja, from the charging Raikage to the lowest genin, froze. Their attacks halted midair, their bodies stiffening as if struck by an invisible force. They turned, their eyes wide with shock and a dawning fear, to the source of the voice. Standing on the highest cliff overlooking the valley, bathed in the setting sun's golden light, was a formidable array of figures. At the forefront, radiating an aura of undeniable power, stood Tsunade, the sixth Hokage, clad in her traditional robes, her expression stern and unwavering. Beside her, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a grim seriousness. Kakashi Hatake, his Sharingan active, stood ready for battle. Zabuza Momochi, now a leaf ninja, his Kubikiribocho resting on his shoulder, his eyes narrowed. Kurenai, Anko, Yugao Azuki, Hayate Gecko, Hiyashi Hyuga, Hitomi Hyuga, Yamato, Asuma Sarutobi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, and Choza Akamichi, the full might of Konoha's elite, their faces grim and determined. And beside them, the Sand siblings, Gaara, his face now calm, devoid of its earlier madness, Tamari, and Kankuro, their expressions wary but resolute. But hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by all but the keenest eyes, a single figure watched from a distant, high vantage point. Konan, her paper wings subtly unfurled, her eyes fixed on Naruto, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. Her presence was a secret, her loyalty known only to him. The fourth Raikage, his body still crackling with lightning, stared, his jaw slack. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, nearly fell from his floating position. Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi, their Jinchuriki forms flickering, looked utterly stunned. The hundreds of cloud and stone ninja, who had been so confident moments before, now trembled. Their faces were a mixture of profound shock, dawning horror, and outright fear. The sheer number of legendary shinobi, the presence of the sixth Hokage herself, and the unexpected alliance with the Sand Village. It was an overwhelming force they had never anticipated. The final valley, once a battleground of chaos, now held a terrifying, absolute silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. The stage was set for a confrontation of epic proportions. The fourth Raikage, his body still crackling with lightning, stared, his jaw slack. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, nearly fell from his floating position. Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi, their Jinchuriki forms flickering, looked utterly stunned. The hundreds of cloud and stone ninja, who had been so confident moments before, now trembled. Their faces were a mixture of profound shock, dawning horror, and outright fear. The sheer number of legendary shinobi, the presence of the sixth Hokage herself, and the unexpected alliance with the Sand Village. It was an overwhelming force they had never anticipated. The Raikage, a man whose pride was as immense as his physical power, was the first to regain his voice, though it was now a strained, almost desperate rasp. Tsunade, what is the meaning of this? You would ally with the Sand. And these are Konoha's forces. You dare interfere in a matter of international security. Tsunade, clad in the traditional Hokage robes, stepped forward, her expression grim, yet radiating an undeniable authority. Her gaze swept over the trembling forces of cloud and stone. International security, or a blatant attempt to eliminate a perceived threat without due process. Naruto Uzumaki is a shinobi of Konoha. His actions, while perhaps unconventional, were in defense of our village, and frankly, a direct response to your own unwarranted aggression during the Chunin exams. You attacked him first. You tried to assassinate the third Hokage. You unleashed a tailed beast within our borders. This, she declared, her voice ringing with cold fury, is a declaration of war. And Konoha will not stand idly by. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, his ancient eyes narrowed, floated closer, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his wrinkled brow. He looked at the assembled might of Konoha and sand, then back at the lone, battered figure of Naruto, still radiating a faint, predatory aura. This is an unforeseen development, he muttered, his voice unusually subdued. To engage in a full-scale conflict here, the casualties would be catastrophic for all sides. The balance of power would be irrevocably shattered. Indeed, Gaara's voice, calm and chillingly devoid of emotion, cut through the tense air. He stepped forward, his sand swirling ominously around him. The Sand Village stands with Konoha. Any attack on Uzumaki Naruto will be met with the full force of our combined might. Do you wish to test that resolve, Raikage? Tsuchikage. The unspoken threat hung heavy. The Raikage's eyes flickered between Tsunade, Gaara, and the seemingly endless ranks of Konoha and Sand Shinobi. He saw Kakashi Hatake, his Sharingan blazing, standing ready. He saw Might Guy, a green blur of coiled power. He saw Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, his stance radiating immense, dormant power. He saw the Hyuga, the Uchiha, the Nara, the Akamichi, the Yamanaka, the full, terrifying might of the Hidden Leaf, united. And he saw the Sand siblings, their own formidable power adding to the overwhelming force. His gaze finally landed on Naruto, who, despite his exhaustion, held himself with an unyielding defiance. The golden eyes of Naruto met the Raikage's, and a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Naruto's lips, a silent challenge that spoke volumes. The Raikage, for all his bluster, was not a fool. He was a warrior, and he knew when he was outmatched. To fight now would be suicide, a massacre of his own forces. The sheer display of power, the unexpected unity, and the chilling presence of the sixth Hokage had broken his resolve. This is not over, Konoha. The Raikage roared, a final, desperate attempt at bravado. But his voice lacked its earlier conviction. We will remember this day. He turned to Killer Bee, Han, and Roshi. Retreat. All forces, fall back. We are leaving. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, nodded almost imperceptibly, a wave of relief washing over him. Stone Village forces, withdraw. With a palpable sigh of collective relief, the Cloud and Stone ninja, their weapons still drawn but their faces pale with fear, began a swift, disorganized retreat. They melted back into the trees, their earlier confidence shattered, leaving behind only the shattered landscape and the lingering scent of ozone. As the last of the enemy forces vanished, a wave of profound relief washed over the Konoha and Sand Shinobi. The tension that had gripped the valley dissipated, replaced by a triumphant, almost joyful hum. Naruto, still standing amidst the wreckage, watched them go. His golden eyes, filled with a quiet satisfaction, swept over the Konoha shinobi who had come to his aid. His gaze lingered on Kakashi, then Jiraiya, then Tsunade. A genuine, unburdened smile, white and bright, spread across his face, a stark contrast to the cold, predatory smirk he had worn moments before. It was a smile of gratitude, of belonging, of knowing he was not alone. From the shadows of a distant, high vantage point, unnoticed by all but the keenest eyes, a single figure watched. Konan, her paper wings subtly unfurled, her eyes fixed on Naruto. She saw his smile, the genuine warmth in his eyes, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her own lips. A silent acknowledgement passed between them, a secret understanding. Then, with a whisper of paper, she dissolved into the wind, her presence a fleeting shadow, her mission complete. As the last of the enemy forces disappeared, and the immediate threat receded, the immense strain Naruto had put on his body finally caught up with him. The brilliant white energy of his assault mode flickered, then died, the black markings receding into his skin. His golden eyes bled back to their familiar sapphire blue, but they were unfocused, glazed with exhaustion. He swayed, his knees buckling, and then, with a soft groan, he pitched forward, falling heavily towards the debris-strewn ground. Before he could hit, a blur of white and red appeared. Jiraiya, moving with a speed that belied his earlier weariness, caught Naruto, easing him gently to the earth. The Toad Sage's face was a mixture of profound shock and immense pride. He had witnessed Naruto's full assault mode, the raw, unbridled power that dwarfed anything he had ever seen from the boy, and the decisive victory over the Raikage. Jiraiya had seen glimpses before, but this was truly monstrous. He had created a perfect storm. Naruto. You actually did it, Jiraiya whispered, his voice thick with a disbelief that slowly morphed into a wide, triumphant grin. He carefully scooped up the unconscious boy, noticing how the residual chakra hummed faintly around him. Well, that was certainly educational. Now, let's get you somewhere safe, brat. You earned your rest. The Konoha shinobi surged forward, their faces etched with concern. Kakashi was there in an instant, his visible eye wide with worry. Naruto. Is he alright, Jiraiya-sensei? He's completely drained, Jiraiya replied, adjusting Naruto in his arms. Pushed himself too hard. But he'll be fine, he just needs rest. Tsunade approached, her gaze softening as she looked at her unconscious protege. Get him back to the village, Jiraiya. To the hospital. He needs immediate medical attention. Right, Jiraiya said, and with a nod to Kakashi, he began to move, carrying Naruto carefully. The rest of the Konoha ninja, a triumphant but weary procession, followed, their footsteps echoing through the now silent valley. The Sand siblings, having gathered Gaara, watched them go, a new respect in their eyes. The journey back to Konoha was a somber one, despite their victory. The cost of such power, the toll it took on Naruto, was a stark reminder of the dangers they faced. As they approached the towering gates of the Hidden Leaf village, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the familiar stone. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared, landing silently before Tsunade. His porcelain mask concealed his expression, but his voice was urgent. Hokage-sama, the elders and the civilian council have requested your immediate presence. It's about the events of today. Tsunade's expression hardened, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Of course they have. Always quick to demand answers when something inconvenient happens. She sighed, then turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, hand Naruto to Kakashi. Take him straight to the hospital. Make sure he gets the best care. I'll deal with these old fools. Jiraiya gently transferred the unconscious Naruto into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi nodded, his face grim. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. I'll take him. With a final, worried glance at Naruto, Kakashi disappeared in a blur, heading towards the hospital. Tsunade, her jaw set, turned and strode towards the village, Jiraiya and all the clan leaders, Hiashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akamichi, and others, falling in step behind her. Their faces were a mixture of weariness, determination, and a shared understanding of the political battle that awaited them. They arrived at the Hokage's office, the air inside thick with unspoken tension. The room was already filled with the stern faces of the Konoha elders and the civilian council members, their expressions a mixture of anger and self-importance. Danzo Shimura, his bandaged eye gleaming, sat at the head of the council table, a silent, menacing presence. Tsunade walked to her chair, the weight of her robe settling around her, and took her seat with a deliberate, almost theatrical slowness. Jiraiya and the clan leaders took their own respective places, their gazes unwavering, a united front against the council's inevitable accusations. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched Tsunade's lips. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes sweeping over the assembled council, a challenge in their depths. Well, Tsunade began, her voice calm, yet laced with an undeniable edge of authority. What is the meaning of this urgent summons? I trust you have a very good reason for interrupting my duties after such an eventful day. Chapter 14, The Dawn of a New Era. 07-14 22 hours 32 minutes and 55 seconds. Well, Tsunade began, her voice calm, yet laced with an undeniable edge of authority. What is the meaning of this urgent summons? I trust you have a very good reason for interrupting my duties after such an eventful day. Homura Mitokado, a man whose face seemed permanently etched with disapproval, cleared his throat. Hokage-sama, the reason for this summons is of the utmost gravity. It concerns the recent incident, specifically, the actions of Naruto Uzumaki. Incident. Jiraiya scoffed, leaning back in his chair, a bored expression on his face. You mean the incident where he single-handedly stopped a rogue ninja attack and prevented an international incident, saving countless lives? Is that the incident you're referring to, Homura? Kaharu Udatane, her lips thin and her eyes sharp, interjected. He defied orders, Jiraiya. He unleashed an uncontrolled power, a power that could have decimated Konoha. He is a danger, a liability. A danger. Tsunade's voice was low, dangerous. He's a hero. He faced down a combined force of Kumo and Iwa shinobi, along with rogue ninja, to protect this village. While the rest of you sat here, wringing your hands and debating protocols, Naruto was out there, putting his life on the line. A portly civilian council member, his face red with indignation, slammed his fist on the table. He is the demon fox. He's always been a threat. This is merely proof. We demand his banishment. Or, better yet, his execution. A chorus of agreement erupted from the civilian side of the council. Banish him. Execute the demon. Konoha will be safer without him. The clan heads bristled. Hiashi Hyuga's Byakugan flared momentarily, his gaze chillingly focused on the civilian council. Shikaku Nara sighed, running a hand through his spiky hair, a rare flicker of genuine anger in his usually placid eyes. Inoichi Yamanaka's expression was grim, while Choza Akamichi's knuckles whitened as he gripped the arms of his chair. Sume Inazuka, a fierce scowl on her face, had Kuromaru, her loyal ninkin, growling low in his throat beside her. Shibi Aburame remained stoic, but the subtle shift in his posture indicated his displeasure. Silence. Jiraiya's voice, though calm, cut through the din like a kunai. Are you truly so blind? Do you not understand what you're asking for? You're condemning the very person who constantly puts himself in harm's way for this village. You're spitting on the will of fire. Danzo Shimura, who had been a silent, menacing presence at the head of the table, finally spoke, his voice raspy. Perhaps there is a third option. Give him to me. I will ensure he is properly controlled. His power can be a valuable asset to Konoha, under the right guidance. His bandaged eye gleamed, a predatory glint within its depths. Tsunade scoffed, a humorless laugh escaping her lips. Control him. You mean shackle him, break his spirit, turn him into another one of your root puppets, Danzo. Over my dead body. Indeed, Jiraiya added, his sarcasm dripping like venom. And I'm sure your guidance involves turning him into a soulless weapon, just like all the others you've guided, Danzo. Homura, sensing an opportune moment, slammed a piece of parchment onto the table. We have already taken the necessary steps. The Fire Daimyo has approved our petition for Naruto Uzumaki's banishment, or, if necessary, his execution. The civilian council erupted in cheers, their faces alight with a cruel satisfaction. The clan heads' faces fell, a collective wave of despair washing over them. Hiyashi's jaw tightened, while Shikaku closed his eyes, a defeated sigh escaping him. Sume's growl deepened, and even Shibi's usually impassive expression showed a hint of profound sadness. Danzo, meanwhile, looked as if he had just won the lottery, a faint, triumphant smirk playing on his lips. You had this planned, didn't you? Tsunade said, her voice dangerously quiet, her eyes narrowed at the elders. You bypassed me, went directly to the daimyo. Kaharu preened. We did what was necessary for the safety of Konoha, Hokage-sama. You've been too soft on the boy. Besides, we couldn't wait for you to get around to it. We all know how diligent you were with your paperwork. A few chuckles rippled through the civilian council, but they quickly died as Tsunade's glare intensified. The clan heads, however, couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, a shared thought in their minds, how in the world did she actually get this done? Tsunade's legendary aversion to paperwork was well known throughout Konoha. Tsunade, however, merely offered a small, almost imperceptible smirk. She met Kaharu's challenging gaze, a knowing twinkle in her eye. That, Kaharu, is for me to know, and for you to find out. In her mind, a mischievous image of Naruto, teaching her a new jutsu he created. That boy really is a genius sometimes. Jiraiya, mirroring Tsunade's subtle smirk, leaned forward. So, you think you've won, do you? You think a piece of paper, signed by a figurehead who barely knows the first thing about actual shinobi, can override the will of this village, and the will of its true leaders? His gaze swept pointedly over the clan heads, who met his eyes with renewed determination. The daimyo's word is law, Jiraiya. Homura retorted, his face reddening. This is a legitimate decree. Legitimate. Tsunade's voice rose, a tremor of fury running through it. You call undermining your Hokage, banishing a hero, and handing over a child to a madman, legitimate. You're not protecting Konoha, you're tearing it apart from the inside. The room descended into chaos once more, a cacophony of shouts, insults, and the rhythmic thud of fists slamming against the polished wooden table. Tsunade and Jiraiya, however, exchanged a glance, their subtle smirks deepening. They knew something the council didn't. Something that would turn this entire meeting on its head. The piece of paper held by Homura, while seemingly an ironclad decree, was about to become utterly meaningless. The uproar in the council chambers intensified, the civilian members and elders a sea of red faces and flailing arms. What is the meaning of this, Hokage-sama? Homura roared, his voice cracking with indignation. The Fire Daimyo's decree is absolute. You must uphold it. Indeed, Kaharu screeched, her eyes practically bugging out. Are you truly so defiant, Tsunade? This is an official order. Naruto Uzumaki is a danger, a liability. He must be banished, or worse. A chorus of, banish him, and, execute the demon, erupted from the civilian side once more, even louder than before. Tsunade, however, merely leaned back in her chair, a slow, knowing smile spreading across her lips. Jiraiya, mirroring her posture, let out a booming laugh that cut through the cacophony, a sound that was utterly out of place in the tense atmosphere. Are you quite finished? Tsunade's voice, calm and laced with authority, resonated through the room, silencing the clamor more effectively than any shouted command. The elders and civilian council members, caught off guard by the laughter and her sudden composure, stared at her, utterly bewildered. Even the hidden Anbu operatives shifted uneasily, sensing an unexpected turn of events. Because, Tsunade continued, her smile widening into a triumphant grin, your petition for Naruto Uzumaki's banishment, or indeed, his execution, is utterly invalid. A stunned silence fell over the room. The civilian council's faces, moments ago flushed with fury, now sagged in disbelief. Homura and Kaharu stood frozen, their mouths agape. Then, a ripple of quiet jubilation spread through the clan heads. Hiyashi's rigid posture visibly relaxed, a flicker of relief crossing his usually stoic features. Shikaku, who had been pinching the bridge of his nose, actually offered a small, rare smile. Soon let out a low, satisfied growl, and even Shibi's impassive expression seemed to soften ever so slightly. They were shocked, though, at Tsunade's outright refusal of a direct order from the daimyo. What did you say? Homura finally sputtered, his face purpling. You can't do that. It's an order from the fire daimyo. You have to comply. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Kaharu shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Tsunade. This is insubordination. Treason. You are defying the very authority that placed you in this office. Jiraiya chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that grated on the elders' nerves. Oh, do enlighten us, you two. You went through all that trouble, circumventing the Hokage, going directly to the daimyo to get your little paper signed, and now you're telling her about authority. His gaze swept mockingly over the sputtering elders and civilians. It's almost comical, isn't it? All that effort, for absolutely nothing. Nothing. A portly civilian council member, the same one who had slammed his fist earlier, bellowed, his face a vibrant shade of crimson. This is an official decree. It bears the daimyo's seal. Ah, the seal, Tsunade mused, a glint of mischief in her eyes. A very important detail, indeed. She paused, letting the tension in the room build. Danzo, who had been observing with a faint, predatory smirk, now looked increasingly uneasy, his bandaged eye narrowed in suspicion. You see, Tsunade continued, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the room, there's been a slight change in management, shall we say. Jiraiya leaned forward, his grin widening mischievously. It seems some people are a little behind on current events. Or perhaps, they were too busy plotting behind the Hokage's back to notice the significant shifts in power. What are you talking about? Homura demanded, his patience wearing thin. Tsunade's gaze hardened, her playful demeanor replaced by an undeniable aura of power. I'm talking about the fact that the fire daimyo, who signed your little petition, she picked up the parchment Homura had slammed down, holding it delicately between two fingers, as if it were a piece of refuse, is no longer the fire daimyo. The room erupted. Shouts, gasps, and frantic whispers filled the air. The civilian council members looked as though they might spontaneously combust. The elders' faces were a mixture of horror and disbelief. Impossible. Kaharu shrieked, clutching her chest. That's absurd. Who could possibly replace the fire daimyo without our knowledge? Tsunade let out a slow, triumphant laugh, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of the elders. Why, me, of course. Another stunned silence. The hidden Anbu members almost dropped their masks. The clan heads, while overjoyed, were utterly flabbergasted. Hiyashi's Byakugan flared, then seemed to dim as if in shock. Shikaku's jaw dropped. Jiraiya, meanwhile, clapped his hands together with glee. Surprise. Looks like you old geezers underestimated Tsunade again. Not only is she a brilliant cage, but she's also managed to climb even higher on the political ladder. Who'd have thought that the greatest medical ninja, the legendary Sannin, would also be the new feudal lord of the Land of Fire? Danzo's triumphant smirk had vanished, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated fury. His hand instinctively went to his bandaged eye. Silent threats, unseen by the general council but acutely felt by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the clan heads, emanated from him. The elders, too, harbored silent, simmering resentments, their eyes promising future retribution. But for now, they were utterly defeated. Your decree is nothing more than a historical document now, Tsunade said, a cool, victorious gleam in her eyes as she let the parchment flutter to the floor. And as the new fire daimyo, I find your request to banish or execute Naruto Uzumaki utterly without merit. The roar that erupted from the civilian council was deafening, a chaotic symphony of outrage and indignation. Proof. We demand proof. This is an outrage. You can't just declare yourself daimyo. Homura Mitokado, his face a mottled shade of puce, slammed his fist on the table. This is preposterous, Tsunade. You cannot simply usurp the fire daimyo's position. It is an ancient lineage, a sacred trust. You have no authority. Kaharu Udatane, her thin lips pressed into a furious line, shrieked, "This is a coup. A blatant power grab. You're insane. Who would ever accept you as the new fire daimyo?" The hidden Anbu members, usually unflappable, shifted almost imperceptibly, their surprise palpable even through their masks. The clan heads, while secretly overjoyed, were indeed utterly flabbergasted, their expressions a comical mix of shock and dawning realization. Hiyashi Hyuga's Byakugan flared, then seemed to dim as if in shock, his jaw slack. Shikaku Nara's jaw dropped so low it almost hit the table. Inoichi Yamanaka blinked rapidly, as if trying to clear his vision, while Choza Akamichi nearly choked on his own spit. Sume Inazuka's ferocious scowl softened into a look of bewildered awe, and even Shibi Abarame's stoicism wavered, a single eyebrow twitching upwards. The civilian council members, their faces red with impotent rage, erupted again. "This is unacceptable. We demand proof. You cannot simply say you are the daimyo. Where is the official decree? Where is the evidence?" Indeed, Homura snarled, regaining some of his bluster. "Unless you can provide irrefutable proof, this entire charade is meaningless." Tsunade merely raised an eyebrow, a slow, confident smile spreading across her lips. "Oh, you want proof? Very well. Jiraiya, if you please." Jiraiya, still grinning, reached into his haori and pulled out a scroll. It was a formal, official document, bearing the crest of the Land of Fire daimyo, complete with multiple seals and signatures. He unrolled it with a flourish, displaying it for all to see. The document clearly stated Tsunade Senju's ascension to the position of Fire daimyo, signed and officially witnessed. A fresh wave of gasps swept through the room, followed by a stunned, disbelieving silence. The civilian council members stared, their eyes wide, their mouths agape. This was it, irrefutable. But how? Kaharu stammered, her voice a mere croak. "When did this happen? We were not informed." Tsunade chuckled, a rich, satisfied sound. "That, my dear Kaharu, is precisely the point. It was a secret mission. One that none of you were privy to. A mission entrusted to the one person you so desperately wished to condemn." She paused, letting the words hang in the air, savoring the dawning horror on their faces. Naruto Uzumaki. The council erupted in a fresh wave of uproar, but this time it was mixed with a chilling realization. The clan heads, however, exchanged wide-eyed glances, a new kind of shock washing over them. Naruto. The boy they had just been discussing banishing or executing. He had been on a secret mission for the Hokage, a mission that involved the fire daimyo himself. Naruto. Homura shrieked, his voice cracking. "You sent him, the demon brat, to the fire daimyo." Jiraiya leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Oh, yes. And not just him. He had a lovely assistant. A charming young woman named Tayuya. You remember her, don't you? The one who was with Orochimaru's Sound 4. The one Naruto captured during the invasion." The mention of Tayuya, the former Sound 4 member, sent another jolt through the council. The betrayal, the audacity of it all, was almost too much for them to comprehend. It all happened a few days before Sasuke hit Hinata with the Chidori and Sakura knocked out Karen Uzumaki. Tsunade began, her voice taking on a narrative tone, a mischievous glint in her eyes. It was a simple D-ranked mission, really. The fire daimyo's cat, Tora, had gone missing again. A truly troublesome creature, that one. Flashback. A week after Tsunade's inauguration. The air in Tsunade's office was thick with the scent of old paper and the faint, sweet smell of sake. Naruto Uzumaki, looking surprisingly serious for once, stood before her, fidgeting slightly. Beside him, Tayuya, her usual fiery demeanor subdued, stood with her arms crossed, a wary expression on her face. She had been under strict surveillance since her capture, but her cooperation had been surprisingly useful. "All right, Naruto," Tsunade began, pushing a scroll across her desk. "This is a highly sensitive, top-secret mission. Even Jiraiya isn't fully aware of the details. You and Tayuya are to deliver this scroll to the fire daimyo in the capital. It contains a proposal, a very important proposal." Naruto's eyes widened. "A mission for the daimyo. Awesome. Is it, like, S-rank?" Tsunade suppressed a smile. "Something like that. More importantly, you are also to retrieve the fire daimyo's cat, Tora. The old man is quite fond of that feline menace. He's gone missing again, and the daimyo's regular shinobi have been unsuccessful in retrieving him." Tayuya snorted. "AD-ranked mission for a daimyo. What a joke." "It's a cover," Tsunade said, her gaze hardening slightly. "The scroll is the real mission. The cat is merely a plausible excuse for your presence in the capital. You are to be discreet. No grandstanding, Naruto. No unnecessary heroics. Just deliver the scroll, retrieve the cat, and return. Understood?" Naruto nodded, a rare serious expression on his face. Got it, Tsunade Bachan. Discretion, stealth, super secret ninja stuff. Tsunade sighed, then reached under her desk, pulling out another scroll. This one looked familiar. It was a strange, almost crude design, covered in whimsical drawings of ramen bowls and various sealing formulas. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized it. Wait a minute, Naruto mumbled, reaching out and taking the scroll. This is my scroll, the one I made. Tsunade's lips quirked into a small, knowing smile. Indeed, it is. The infinite ramen scroll, wasn't it? You gave it to me as a present when I became Hokage. Said it would make infinite copies of whatever I put in it, so I'd never run out of ramen. Naruto grinned, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Yeah, it's super awesome, right? I made it so I'd never run out of ramen. It works with anything, too. You just put something in, and it makes an infinite copy. Indeed, Tsunade said, her eyes twinkling. And it proved to be remarkably useful for this particular mission. The proposal in the first scroll. It requires a certain acquisition of funds, and your infinite ramen scroll provided the perfect, untraceable means to achieve that. She didn't elaborate, a sly glint in her eyes. Tayuya, who had been listening with a mixture of boredom and mild amusement, suddenly looked at the scroll with wide, disbelieving eyes. An infinite copy scroll? You're telling me that idiot made a sealing scroll that can create endless copies of anything? That's the one, Tsunade confirmed, a smug satisfaction in her voice. Now, Naruto, Tayuya, you know your mission. Be discreet, be quick, and for the love of all that is holy, bring back that cat, and don't give the fire daimyo the whole scroll, just give him enough money. Naruto, still beaming, nodded enthusiastically. You got it, Tsunade Bachan. We'll be back before you know it. He turned to Tayuya, a mischievous glint in his eye. Alright, Tayuya, time for our super secret, super important mission. Let's go get that cat and buy a country. Tayuya rolled her eyes, but a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touched her lips. Don't get ahead of yourself, idiot. Just try not to get us killed. With that, Naruto and Tayuya vanished from the office in a blur, leaving Tsunade to lean back in her chair, a triumphant smile on her face. The pieces were in motion. End flashback. The council chamber was once again plunged into a stunned silence, even deeper and more profound than before. The revelation of Naruto's mission, being the key to Tsunade's audacious power play, was simply too much to process. The hidden Anbu were visibly shaking, their masks unable to conceal their utter shock. How much money was in that scroll? Homura finally stammered, his voice barely a whisper, his face ashen. That's impossible. Such a thing shouldn't exist. And you just bought the land of fire. Like that, Kaharu shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Tsunade. Where did you get enough money to buy an entire country? Tsunade merely smiled, a serene, almost angelic expression that belied the steel in her eyes. That, my dear Kaharu, is none of your business. Suffice it to say, the transaction was entirely legitimate, and the previous daimyo was very amenable to the arrangement. She offered a saccharine sweet smile, her eyes daring them to press further. She would never reveal the true nature of Naruto's scroll, not to these grasping, power-hungry old fools. The civilian council members, their faces contorted with a mixture of fury and disbelief, continued to clamor. This is a farce. He's a demon. He must be banished. Execute Naruto Uzumaki. It's the only way to ensure Konoha's safety. They pounded their fists on the table, their voices rising in a desperate, pleading chorus, trying to persuade Tsunade to yield. They were losing, and they knew it. While the other elders and civilian council members continued their futile attempts to sway Tsunade, Danzo Shimura, who had been eerily silent, finally snapped. His face, usually a mask of cold calculation, was contorted with pure, unadulterated rage. His meticulously laid plans, years in the making, had been utterly, spectacularly ruined by a single, unpredictable boy and a Hokage with a penchant for audacious gambits. The thought was unbearable. This is an outrage. Danzo snarled, his voice a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened shinobi in the room. His hand, trembling with fury, instinctively went to the bandages wrapped around his right eye. A collective gasp swept through the room as Danzo, with a violent, tearing motion, ripped away the bandages. Beneath them, where a normal eye should have been, was a single, crimson Sharingan, its tomo spinning slowly, malevolently. The sight shocked everyone who saw it. The civilian council members recoiled in horror, some gasping, others letting out small, terrified whimpers. The clan heads, even those who knew of Danzo's darker tendencies, stared in stunned disbelief. A Sharingan? How? When? The hidden Anbu stiffened, their surprise now mixed with a chilling suspicion. Danzo's Sharingan fixed on Tsunade, a smudge of dark, sinister chakra swirling around it. His lips curled into a chilling, triumphant smirk, an expression of absolute, unshakable confidence. He intended to use Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate ocular genjutsu, to bend her will, to make her his puppet, and reclaim control of Konoha. You will obey, Hokage, Danzo hissed, his voice a low, hypnotic whisper, you will banish the demon. You will surrender your authority. You will serve Konoha. Under my command. Tsunade met his gaze, her golden eyes unwavering. A slow, knowing smile, utterly devoid of fear, spread across her lips. It was a smile that promised retribution, a smile that spoke of secrets yet untold, and a smile that held a chilling, silent triumph. Chapter 15, Tsunade unleashed power. The silence in the Konoha council chamber was a fragile thing, stretched taut over a chasm of disbelief and fury. Danzo Shimura stood, his bandaged face a mask of thwarted ambition, the single, crimson Sharingan in his right eye socket spinning with malevolent intent. He poured his will, his very essence, into the legendary dojutsu, the ultimate genjutsu that could rewrite a person's thoughts without their knowledge. You will obey, Hokage, Danzo hissed, his voice a low, hypnotic whisper that seemed to slither through the air. You will banish the demon. You will surrender your authority. You will serve Konoha. Under my command. The room held its breath. The clan heads tensed, Jiraiya's hand twitched, and the hidden Anbu braced for the inevitable. Tsunade, however, did not flinch. She met Danzo's gaze, her golden brown eyes unwavering. The slow, knowing smile that had been playing on her lips widened, utterly devoid of fear. It was a smile that promised retribution, a smile that spoke of secrets yet untold, and a smile that held a chilling, silent triumph. She calmly lifted her teacup, took a slow, deliberate sip, and set it down with a soft click. What? Danzo's voice was a choked whisper. The smirk vanished, replaced by a ripple of pure, unadulterated shock. His chakra faltered. What? How? My Koto Amatsukami. It's absolute. It cannot fail. A borrowed eye and a fractured will can never hope to command a senju, Danzo, Tsunade replied, her voice soft, yet it cut through the room like diamond. Especially not me. The dam of Danzo's composure shattered. Insolent wench. He roared, his fury erupting. You think you are untouchable. Root. Attack. From the shadows of the council chamber, 10 figures materialized, their movements silent and fluid. They were Root Anbu, their porcelain masks blank and emotionless, their loyalty sworn not to the Hokage, but to the man in the shadows. They moved as one, a wave of black-clad death converging on Tsunade. The clan heads surged to their feet. Hokage-sama, Hiyashi yelled. But Tsunade merely raised a hand, a silent command for them to stay put. I've got this. With a speed that defied her station, she slammed her palms onto the polished wooden floor. Mokuten, 4-pillar prison jutsu. The room groaned as living wood erupted from the floorboards. Splinters became massive branches, which twisted and coiled with impossible speed, forming a dense, impenetrable cage of wood around the 10 attacking Root Anbu. They crashed against the living prison, their kunai and tanto sparking uselessly against the chakra-infused timber. The chamber fell into a stunned silence. Every single person, from the civilian council to the hidden Anbu, stared in utter disbelief. Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Tsunade, since when could you? He stammered, his mind reeling. Wood style. The legendary Kekkei Genkei of her grandfather, the first Hokage, a power thought lost to the world. Danzo, his face a mask of horror and fury, saw his last gambit fail. He spun on his heel, intent on escaping. But Tsunade was faster. She blurred across the room, her hand shooting out and clamping around Danzo's wrist like a steel trap. Going somewhere, Danzo, she purred, her voice dangerously sweet. With a grunt of contemptuous force, she flung him across the room. He sailed through the air like a discarded toy, crashing into the far wall with a thunderous impact that cracked the plaster and sent a cloud of dust into the air. The 2 Hokage loyal Anbu guards stationed by the door moved to intercept, but Danzo, fueled by desperation, was already scrambling through the wreckage and out of the door, a blur of motion. After him, Sum Inuzuka roared, but as she and the other clan heads moved to give chase, Tsunade's voice stopped them. No, she said, her voice a low, dangerous purr that promised a world of pain. She cracked her knuckles, a slow, predatory smile spreading across her face. He's mine. Without another word, she walked calmly out of the council room. Jiraiya, the 2 elders, Hiyashi, Shikaku, and Sum exchanged shocked glances before scrambling to follow her, leaving Inoichi, Choza, and Shibi to stand guard over the terrified and now very quiet civilian council. The forest was a green blur as Danzo and his remaining Root Anbu tore through the trees, their movements a desperate flight. The final valley, Danzo thought, his heart pounding with a fear he hadn't felt in decades. If I can just make it past the final valley, I can escape to one of my hidden bases. I can rebuild. I can still win. Hold her off. He snarled over his shoulder to a squad of 10 root ninja. Buy me time. For Konoha. The 10 ninja stopped, turning to face their pursuer without hesitation. They were tools, and they would be used until they broke. A moment later, a figure in green and white burst through the canopy, not with the frantic rush of a chase but with the relentless momentum of an avalanche. Tsunade didn't slow. As she passed the first root operative, she smashed his head into the trunk of a massive oak with a sickening crunch, never breaking her stride. She shoved another with an open palm, the sheer force of the blow sending him flying like a cannonball, his body rocketing past a stunned Danzo before crashing into the distance. The remaining 8 attacked, a flurry of blades and jutsu, but they were swatting at a hurricane. She moved through them, a whirlwind of devastating taijutsu, each blow precise, economical, and utterly final. Danzo risked a glance back and his blood ran cold. The 10 elite root members were dispatched in seconds, left broken and unconscious in her wake. And she was gaining. Suddenly, she was there, a whisper of motion beside him. I've been waiting decades for this, Danzo, she whispered in his ear, her voice a chilling promise. Don't disappoint me now. Terror, pure and absolute, seized him. He felt a foot connect with his back, and he was sent flying forward, tumbling head over heels through the air before crashing into the forest floor. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the searing pain, and kept running, his lungs burning, his mind screaming. A low, rich laugh echoed through the trees behind him. What's wrong, Danzo? Getting tired. Tsunade's voice was light, amused. And here I was just starting to enjoy the chase. He realized it then. She was toying with him. She could have caught him at any moment. This entire chase was a game to her, a cat playing with a cornered, terrified mouse. The humiliation was a physical blow, more painful than any punch. He skidded to a halt in a wide, sun-dappled clearing, spinning around to face her, his chest heaving. There was no escape. Tsunade landed softly a few yards away, a confident, predatory smile on her face. You know, she said, her tone conversational, for all your scheming, for all your shadows and secrets, you're nothing but Hirazen's jealous little shadow. Always second best. Always hiding. It's pathetic. The insult, so simple, so true, struck a nerve deep within Danzo. A raw, guttural roar of pure rage erupted from him. You dare. He lunged, but Tsunade sidestepped with an almost lazy grace. At the same time, from the trees surrounding the clearing, dozens of root Anbu emerged, their masks glinting, their weapons drawn, surrounding her. Now, Hokage, Danzo hissed, regaining a sliver of his confidence. Let's see you handle the full power of root. Tsunade looked at the sea of masked ninja, then back at Danzo, and a truly terrifying grin spread across her face. Handle them. Danzo, you still don't get it. The familiar markings of sage mode flowed around her eyes. I don't need this to beat you. But you gave me the perfect reason to test it. Senpo, Kongo Choryu no Jutsu. She roared, slamming her palms onto the ground. Sage art, adamantine current release. The earth itself groaned in protest. The moisture in the soil was pulled to the surface, mixing with dirt and stone, rising into a colossal, churning tidal wave of mud and rock. It was a terrifying fusion of earth and water style, bent to her will by the raw power of nature itself. The wave crashed down upon the root Anbu, a destructive torrent that swept through them, swallowing them whole. Half of the elite force was taken out in a single, devastating blow, their forms lost in the churning mud. The remaining root ninja stared in horror, but Tsunade was already moving. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. Trees, thick and gnarled, erupted from the ground, their branches lashing out like whips, ensnaring the rest of the root forces, crushing them in their unyielding grip. Danzo watched, his last hope, his army of loyal tools, being systematically annihilated. He was alone, beaten. I never thought I'd have to use this early, he growled, a desperate, final resolve in his eyes. He ripped the sleeve from his right arm, tearing away the bandages beneath. Just as he revealed his final, horrific secret, Jiraiya, the 2 elders, and the clan heads burst into the clearing. They skidded to a halt, their faces masks of horror at the sight before them. Danzo's right arm was a grotesque tapestry of pale, grafted flesh, held together by 3 large, golden braces. And embedded in that horrific arm, from shoulder to wrist, were 10 crimson Sharingan, all staring, all open, all hungry. The air in the forest clearing crackled, heavy with the weight of unspeakable revelations. The 10 crimson eyes embedded in Danzo's grotesque arm stared, a silent chorus of stolen power and desecrated lives. Jiraiya, the elders, and the clan heads stood frozen, their faces masks of horror and disbelief. This was a perversion of nature, an abomination that defied all reason. Tsunade, however, did not look shocked. Her sage mode markings were stark against her skin, and her golden brown eyes, usually so warm, were now burning with a cold, terrifying fury. It was the incandescent rage of a leader who had just witnessed the ultimate betrayal, the deepest sacrilege against her village and its people. Those eyes, Tsunade's voice was a low, dangerous growl, vibrating with a power that made the very ground tremble. The Uchiha, you desecrated their memory, you stole their power for your own pathetic ambition. Without another word, she stomped her foot. The earth itself responded to her will, not with the explosive growth of wood, but with a fluid, controlled violence. A pillar of solid rock erupted from the ground beneath Danzo, slamming into him with the force of a battering ram and sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed into a massive oak tree with a bone-jarring thud that echoed through the clearing. Danzo coughed, spitting blood, but he was already moving. As another wave of jagged earth spikes shot towards him, his 10 Sharingan spun to life. He moved with a preternatural grace, dodging and weaving through the earthen assault with an ease that should have been impossible. He countered with a blast of wind style, vacuum blade. The sharp, invisible blade of air sliced through Tsunade's rock projectiles, shattering them into dust. Your taijutsu is impressive, Tsunade, Danzo rasped, a crazed glint in his eyes. But these eyes see everything. Every twitch of your muscle, every fluctuation in your chakra. You cannot defeat me. He launched a series of wind bullets, forcing Tsunade to erect a wall of water to defend. Tsunade watched, a cold, analytical smile touching her lips. So that's your game, Danzo. You're not fighting with skill, you're just reacting. A puppet dancing on the strings of stolen eyes. She threw a single kunai, a simple, almost lazy toss. Danzo, his Sharingan predicting the trajectory with flawless accuracy, sidestepped with a contemptuous smirk. Is that all you have, Hokage? A child's throw, he taunted. Not quite, a voice whispered directly behind him. Danzo froze. In a flash of white light, Tsunade was there. The flying Raijin. She had marked the kunai. Her hand, glowing with a faint blue chakra, slammed into his back. It wasn't a punch designed to break bones, but a concussive blast of pure force that launched him into the air. She was on him in an instant, a blur of motion in the sky. A brutal kick to the chest sent him higher, followed by a series of devastating punches and chops that left him spinning, disoriented. He was a toy in the hands of a furious god. She ended the aerial assault with a final, crushing axe kick that sent him plummeting back to earth. He crashed into the ground with a sickening thud, landing on all fours in a crumpled, broken heap. Before he could even register the pain, Tsunade landed softly before him. Then, with a casual, almost bored grace, she sat down on his back, crossing her legs, one hand resting on her knee, the other propping up her chin. She looked down at him, her expression a mixture of contempt and amusement. You know, Danzo, she began, her voice light and conversational, as if they were discussing the weather. I've been thinking. All these years, you've been skulking in the shadows, whispering your poison, pulling your strings. You've always seen yourself as the darkness that protects the leaf. But you're not darkness. You're just a parasite, feeding on the village's fear, growing fat on its tragedies. Danzo roared, a guttural sound of pure, impotent rage. He tried to push himself up, to throw her off, but her weight, amplified by a subtle application of chakra, was like an anchor, pinning him to the earth. Don't even think about it, Tsunade said, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. With a flick of her wrist, a thick vine of wood shot from the ground, wrapping around Danzo's hands, binding them tightly behind his back. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the parasite. You're a relic, Danzo, she continued, her tone dripping with disdain. A fossil from a bygone era of war and paranoia. You talk about the will of fire, but you don't understand the first thing about it. It's not about control, or sacrifice, or a greater good defined by one man's twisted ambition. It's about hope. It's about trust. It's about believing in the next generation. Something you've never been capable of. Enraged, desperate, Danzo's single, visible eye, the one stolen from Shisui Uchiha, began to spin wildly, the tomo shifting, morphing into the distinct, pinwheel pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A wave of sinister, powerful chakra erupted from him. Tsunade, look out. Jiraiya roared, his body tensing, preparing to leap into the fray. Stay back, Jiraiya, Tsunade commanded, her voice sharp, never taking her eyes off Danzo. This is between me and this fossil. The world around them seemed to warp, to twist, as Danzo unleashed the power of Koto Amatsukami once more, this time with the full, terrifying force of the Mangekyo. But Tsunade didn't even flinch. She simply sat there, a calm, unshakable mountain. And then, she moved. It wasn't a dodge. It wasn't a counter. It was a pure, unadulterated display of overwhelming, brutal force. She stood up, grabbed Danzo by his head, and with a single, fluid motion, slammed him repeatedly into the ground. It was a relentless, savage beating, each impact a thunderous crack that echoed through the clearing. She picked him up, his body limp, and threw him like a javelin. He crashed through a line of trees, his body a broken projectile, before finally slamming into the base of a massive, ancient oak, his form slumping into a heap. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves and the heavy, ragged breathing of the onlookers. Jiraiya, the elders, and the clan heads stared, their faces a mixture of shock, awe, and a dawning terror at the sheer, unrestrained power of their Hokage. Danzo, battered and broken, slowly, agonizingly, pushed himself to his feet. His clothes were torn, his body a canvas of bruises and blood, but his eyes burned with a final, desperate, insane light. You think this is over, Senju? He rasped, his voice a broken, gurgling sound. You think you've won? A wave of emerald green chakra, so powerful it made the very air vibrate, exploded from him. It swirled, coalesced, and began to form a skeletal, ethereal construct around his broken body. Ribs of pure, green energy formed a cage, followed by a massive, spectral arm, then another. The construct grew, towering over the trees, a monstrous, glowing green warrior with a sinister, Tengu-like face. The Susanoo. Shisui Uchiha Susanoo. Tsunade looked up at the colossal, ethereal warrior, and for the first time since the fight began, her smile returned. It was a wide, terrifying grin, filled with a wild, almost manic glee. Oh, Danzo, she said, her voice a low, dangerous purr that promised a world of pain. You have no idea how much fun this is about to be. The clearing vibrated, the very air groaning under the immense pressure of Danzo's stolen power. The emerald green Susanoo, a monstrous, skeletal warrior of pure chakra, towered over the landscape, its Tengu-like face a mask of malevolent fury. Its spectral form cast a sickly green pallor over the forest, a beacon of desecrated power. Jiraiya and the clan heads stared, their faces etched with a horrified awe. A Susanoo. He can use a perfect Susanoo with a stolen eye. Jiraiya breathed, his eyes wide with disbelief. But Tsunade's wild, manic grin only widened. Oh, Danzo, she purred, her voice a low, dangerous hum that promised a world of pain. You have no idea how much fun this is about to be. And then, the energy around her exploded. It wasn't the calm, natural energy of Sage Mode. This was something else entirely. A brilliant, pure white aura erupted from her, so intense it bleached the color from the immediate vicinity. Black, jagged markings, identical to the ones Naruto had displayed, snaked across her cheeks and down her arms, pulsing with a fierce, internal light. Her blonde hair seemed to defy gravity, whipping around her as if caught in a personal hurricane, and her golden brown eyes intensified, becoming solid, burning gold, radiating an unnatural, terrifying power. What is that? Shikaku Nara gasped, his strategic mind failing to compute the impossible sight before him. Jiraiya's jaw dropped, his usual bravado completely gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. No, it can't be. Assault mode. But that's an Uzumaki. Tsunade laughed, a sound that was no longer just amused, but tinged with a wild, almost unhinged power that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Did you all forget? She called out, her voice now deeper, resonant, layered with a power that made the very air vibrate. My grandmother was Mito Uzumaki, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just because I have Senju blood doesn't mean I'm not an Uzumaki. She cracked her neck, a slow, predatory movement. I had years to train without problems, without the village breathing down my neck. You didn't think I was doing nothing, did you, Danzo? With a primal roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the clearing, Tsunade slammed her palms onto the ground. Mokujin no Jutsu. Wood style. Wood golem jutsu. The earth itself screamed in protest. Massive, thick roots, ancient and gnarled, erupted from the ground, coiling and twisting with impossible speed. They wove together, forming a colossal humanoid figure of solid, living wood. It rose, and rose, and rose, its form dwarfing the trees, its wooden face a mask of stoic fury. When it finally stood at its full height, it was a head taller than Danzo's Susanoo, a titan of nature born from the Hokage's will. A wood golem, Jiraiya whispered, his voice filled with awe. Just like the first Hokage. The two giants faced each other, a god of ethereal chakra against a titan of living wood. The clash was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The Susanoo's spectral blade, a weapon that could slice through mountains, swung down. The wood golem met it with a massive, wooden fist. The impact sent a shockwave through the forest, ripping trees from their roots and shattering the ground for miles. The sound was a deafening explosion that made the onlookers cry out, covering their ears. The golem, its wooden form groaning but holding firm, retaliated. Its fist, the size of a small house, slammed into the Susanoo's ribcage. The ethereal green chakra flickered violently, cracks spider webbing across its spectral form. Danzo, inside the construct, coughed up blood, the feedback from the blow rattling his very soul. Impossible. Danzo shrieked, his voice distorted by the Susanoo's chakra. My Susanoo is the ultimate defense. Your defense is a stolen ghost, Danzo. Tsunade roared from atop the golem's head, her golden eyes blazing. Mine is the very lifeblood of this world. The wood golem grabbed the Susanoo's sword arm, and with a powerful twist, snapped the spectral blade in two. It then delivered a brutal series of punches, each blow shaking the Susanoo to its core, causing it to flicker and dim. Tsunade was winning, her raw power and mastery of her grandfather's jutsu overwhelming Danzo's stolen abilities. But she wasn't finished. You wanted to see true power, Danzo. Let me show you the power of a true Hokage. She stomped her foot on the golem's head, and a new wave of chakra surged into the earth. The ground beneath them groaned, and then, with a shimmering, blinding light, veins of pure, molten gold were ripped from the deep places of the earth. The gold flowed like liquid fire, snaking up the wood golem's body, wrapping around its limbs, its torso, its head. It cooled instantly, hardening into a brilliant, gleaming suit of golden armor. The golem was no longer just a titan of wood, it was a celestial warrior, a golden god of destruction. A massive, ornate sword of pure, solid gold formed in its hand. The onlookers stared, their minds unable to process the sheer, breathtaking spectacle. She's controlling metal. One of the elders stammered, his voice barely a whisper. That's not just Earth style. That's something else entirely. Tsunade laughed again, that wild, crazy sound that echoed with unrestrained power. The golden golem raised its massive sword. With a single, sweeping motion, it swung the blade, not at the Susanoo, but at the landscape itself. The golden sword carved a massive chasm in the earth, reshaping the forest clearing in an instant, creating a deep, impassable canyon where there had once been solid ground. What kind of monster are you? Danzo whispered, his eyes wide with genuine, absolute terror. The golden golem turned its attention back to the now faltering Susanoo. It delivered a final, devastating punch. The emerald green construct shattered like glass, exploding into a shower of ethereal light. Danzo was thrown from the wreckage, his body a broken projectile, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. The wood golem, its golden armor gleaming, took a single, thunderous step forward, its massive foot raised, poised to crush Danzo into nothingness. This is the end, Danzo, Tsunade's voice boomed, a final, chilling judgment. The foot came down, the ground shook, and a cloud of dust and debris erupted. When it cleared, there was nothing but a massive, foot-shaped crater where Danzo had been. He was gone, crushed, annihilated. A collective sigh of relief went through the Konoha shinobi. It was over. But then, a figure appeared a few feet away from the crater, his form shimmering into existence. Danzo. He was alive and completely uninjured. One of the 10 Sharingan on his arm was now closed, its light extinguished forever. Izanagi, Jiraiya breathed, his face pale. He sacrificed one of the eyes to rewrite reality, to escape death. Danzo didn't hesitate. He spun on his heel and ran, a desperate, scrambling flight. Oh, no you don't, Tsunade purred. In a flash of white light, she was there, appearing directly in front of him. The flying Raijin. She looked down at the terrified, broken man, and with a slow, deliberate movement, she lifted her foot and stomped down on his face, grinding it into the dirt with a contemptuous force. You're not going anywhere, she said, her voice a chilling whisper. The black markings of her assault mode pulsed, and the back of her free arm began to shift, to morph. The skin hardened, sharpened, forming a brutal, gleaming axe blade of pure, dark energy. This is for Naruto, she said, and with a single, swift motion, she swung the axe. Danzo's head flew from his shoulders, landing in the dirt with a soft thud. His body stood for a moment, then collapsed. It was a brutal, shocking, and final end. Or so they thought. The headless body on the ground began to shimmer, to distort. And then, a few feet away, Danzo appeared once more, panting, clutching his arm where another of the Sharingan had just closed forever. He had used Izanagi again. The air in the forest clearing was thick with the scent of ozone and shattered earth. Danzo Shimura stood panting, his form shimmering as he reappeared a few feet away, clutching his arm where another of the 10 Sharingan had just closed its crimson eye forever. He had cheated death again, sacrificing a stolen life to rewrite his own fate. Izanagi. A god's power in the hands of a desperate, broken man. Tsunade watched, her assault mode still pulsing with a brilliant white light. Her expression wasn't one of shock or frustration. It was one of cold, predatory amusement. This was no longer a fight, it was an execution, and she was drawing it out, savoring every moment of his terror. "You're running out of eyes, Danzo," she purred, her voice a low, dangerous hum. Danzo snarled, a cornered animal lashing out. He lunged, but Tsunade was already moving. With a stomp of her foot, the very ground came to life. Wood-style, underground root system. Thick, gnarled roots, the color of ancient oak, erupted from the earth, snaking towards Danzo with impossible speed. He dodged and weaved, his remaining Sharingan predicting their paths, but they were relentless, a living labyrinth rising to ensnare him. One root wrapped around his ankle, yanking him off balance. As he fell, dozens more shot up, piercing through his body from every direction. They impaled his limbs, his torso, his neck, lifting him into the air like a grotesque marionette, his blood staining the dark wood. It was a brutal, definitive end. Then, he shimmered. The impaled body dissolved, and a new Danzo appeared a safe distance away, another Sharingan on his arm closing forever. He was breathing heavily, sweat and terror mingling on his brow. 3 down, Tsunade counted aloud, a chillingly casual tone in her voice. She didn't give him a moment to recover. The axe blade of dark energy reformed on her arm, gleaming with malevolent power. She blurred forward, a streak of white and gold. Danzo, his eyes wide with panic, tried to form a hand seal, but she was too fast. The axe swung, a silent, brutal arc that separated his head from his shoulders for the second time. He reappeared, stumbling, clutching his arm as a fourth eye closed. He was losing. Badly. This wasn't a fight. It was a systematic dismantling. 4. Tsunade's voice whispered directly in his ear. Danzo spun around, but she was gone. A flash of white light, and she was behind him. The flying Raijin. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, and the world became a blur of green and brown before he was slammed face first into the ground. Before he could even register the impact, she was there, her fist connecting with his jaw in a devastating uppercut. The force of the blow was cataclysmic. Danzo's body, from the chest up, was utterly obliterated, vaporized in a spray of blood and chakra. He reformed again, a fifth eye closing. He was on his knees now, gasping, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked up at Tsunade, who stood before him, her arms crossed, her golden eyes burning with an unholy light. She simply stared at him. And he exploded. There was no jutsu, no physical contact. The sheer pressure of her chakra, the force of her will, was enough to detonate him from the inside out. He reappeared, a sixth eye closing, his mind finally, utterly broken by the impossible display of power. He was no longer a schemer, a shadow cage, he was just a terrified old man facing a god. "How?" he choked out, his voice a ragged whisper. "You're not worthy of asking questions," Tsunade said, her voice devoid of all emotion. Her hand extended, and from her palm, a blade of pure, swirling white chakra materialized. It was a solid, shimmering construct of energy, humming with a power that seemed to bend the very light around it. This is the Uzumaki clan's ultimate expression of chakra control. A blade that can cut through anything, even concepts like destiny and fate. A blade for a god. She walked towards him, the spirit blade held loosely in her hand. Danzo, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as she raised it. "Enough." Jiraiya's voice, a thunderous roar, echoed through the clearing. He stood at the edge of the trees, his face a mask of anguish and fury. "Tsunade, stop it. Stop toying with him. Finish it." Tsunade paused, turning her head slowly, her golden eyes fixing on Jiraiya with a flash of annoyance. "Stay out of this, Jiraiya," she snapped, her voice cracking like a whip. "This is my justice, my retribution, for Hiruzen, for Naruto, for every life this parasite has ruined." She turned back to Danzo. But in that brief moment of distraction, the fire in her eyes seemed to cool, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. The game was over. She dispelled the spirit blade, then moved with a speed that was almost too fast to follow. Her hands shot out, grabbing Danzo's grotesque right arm. With a sickening tear of flesh and sinew, she ripped it from his body. Danzo screamed, a raw, animalistic sound of pure agony. Tsunade ignored him. She held the severed arm, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the single, still open Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui Uchiha. With a precise application of chakra, she plucked the eye from its socket. "This doesn't belong to you," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. Then, with a final, contemptuous glance, she delivered a single, devastating punch to Danzo's chest. The impact sent him flying backward, a broken projectile, crashing through the dense undergrowth and into a large, shadowy bush. Tsunade stood for a moment, breathing heavily, the white aura of her assault mode slowly receding. She looked at the severed arm, at the stolen eye, and with a flick of her wrist, sealed them both into a scroll. "Did you really think I didn't know, Danzo?" She called out to the rustling bush, her voice carrying clearly. I'm a sensor type, you old fool. The moment we've met again, I could feel it. My grandfather's chakra, faint but unmistakable, clinging to your arm. And the 10 other Uchiha chakra signatures, screaming in silent agony. You were a walking graveyard, and I could smell the rot from a mile away. She began to walk calmly towards the bush, her expression unreadable. And you lot, she said, her voice hardening, you can come out now. The show's over. From the shadows of the bush Danzo had crashed into, 9 figures emerged, their distinctive Kurigakure headbands glinting in the dappled sunlight. They were Kiri shinobi, their faces pale, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. At their lead, a woman with beautiful auburn hair and striking green eyes stepped forward, a nervous but determined expression on her face. It was Maid Terumi. Just as Tsunade was about to confront them, a new figure landed silently between her and the Kiri ninja. It was an Anbu, their porcelain cat mask concealing their identity. Hokage-sama, the Anbu said, their voice female, firm, and filled with a chilling resolve. Please, allow me to handle this traitor. He stole from my clan. This is my right. Tsunade paused, her eyes narrowing. The Anbu reached up and, with a slow, deliberate movement, removed her mask. The face revealed was one of elegance and sorrow, a face that Danzo, even in his broken, dying state, recognized with a jolt of pure, unadulterated shock. Long, dark hair framed features that were the epitome of Uchiha grace. Makoto. Uchiha. Danzo gasped, his voice a strangled whisper. How are you alive? I ordered Itachi to kill them all. He was only allowed to spare Sasuke. Makoto's eyes, which had been filled with a cold resolve, now blazed with a fresh, terrible fury. The final piece of a puzzle she had carried for years, the reason for her clan's slaughter, had just been laid bare. You, she whispered, her voice trembling with rage. It was you. Before she could move, before anyone could react, Tsunade was there. She grabbed Danzo by the neck, lifting his broken body from the ground. She looked into his terrified, dying eyes, and with a final, chilling whisper, she said, "You'll answer for your crimes." She pulled out another prisoner scroll, one Naruto had given her, and with a flash of light, Danzo's form was absorbed into it, his screams silenced forever. Tsunade turned her attention back to the Kiri shinobi, her expression once again cold and hard. Now, she said, her voice leaving no room for argument, what are Kiri shinobi doing within Konoha's borders? Maid Terumi, though visibly nervous after witnessing the Hokage's terrifying display of power, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama, she began, her voice steady despite her fear. We came in peace. I was told by Naruto Uzumaki to ask him for help if I needed anything. The name hung in the air. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. A wave of her chakra, raw and untamed, flared from her, cracking the very ground beneath her feet, the sheer pressure causing the Kiri ninja to stumble back. Explain, Tsunade commanded, her voice a low, dangerous growl. The sterile white corridors of Konoha Hospital were in a state of controlled chaos. Nurses and doctors rushed back and forth, their faces etched with a familiar exasperation. Has anyone seen him? A flustered nurse asked, holding a tray of medical supplies. He's done it again. Slipped out of his room while we were changing his bandages. Training Ground 7. The air was filled with the sound of clashing kunai and shouted commands. Dozens of Naruto clones were scattered across the field. One group was being relentlessly drilled by Kakashi Hatake. Your ninjutsu is improving, but your application is sloppy. Kakashi yelled, having a hard time deflecting a barrage of well-aimed Rasengans. And you're relying too much on your assault mode. It's a powerful tool, but it's a double-edged sword. Control, Naruto. Finesse. Across the field, another group of clones, along with the real Naruto, were engaged in a brutal taijutsu session with Might Guy. More youthful power, Naruto-kun. Guy roared, his green jumpsuit a blur of motion. Your flames of youth must burn brighter. 500 laps around the village on your hands if you fail. As Guy and the clones engaged in a whirlwind of kicks and punches, Guy subtly shifted his stance, guiding the real Naruto through a series of complex movements, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that only Naruto could hear. Feel the flow of chakra, Naruto-kun. Not just to your limbs, but to your core. Open the gates, but only in your mind. Feel the power, but do not release it. This is the secret of the 8 inner gates. A power to protect your precious people. Naruto, his face a mask of concentration, followed Guy's movements, a new, deeper understanding of his own body beginning to dawn. He was getting stronger, not just with monstrous power, but with a quiet, hidden strength, a secret shared between him and the noble green beast of Konoha. The path to becoming Hokage was long and fraught with peril, but with every challenge, every secret revealed, he was one step closer. Chapter 16, The Legacy of the Fourth and Fifth Hokage. The air in the Hokage's office was thick enough to cut with a kunai. It was a volatile cocktail of old parchment, Tsunade's expensive sake, Jiraiya's faint scent of toad oil, and the salty, damp aroma of the sea that clung to their unexpected guests. The sixth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, sat behind her desk, her fingers steepled, her golden brown eyes narrowed into analytical slits. Before her stood a tableau of some of the most powerful and unpredictable shinobi in the world. To her right stood Jiraiya, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a quiet, watchful intensity. Beside him, Kakashi Hatake leaned against the wall, his single visible eye betraying nothing but a calm readiness. Enko Mitarashi, ever the wild card, stood with her arms crossed, a predatory smirk playing on her lips. She wore a new, striking uniform that turned more than a few heads. It was a masterpiece of lethal elegance, a form-fitting, sleeveless black bodysuit that clung to her every curve, worn under segmented black and gold armor that covered her torso, shoulders, and shins. The design was reminiscent of a fearsome princess from a distant land, regal yet utterly menacing. A simple hair clip, bearing the swirling leaf of Konoha, was the only soft element to her otherwise intimidating presence. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist and now a loyal Junin of the leaf, stood with a stoicism that mirrored Kakashi's, though a flicker of unease was visible in his eyes as he stared at the shinobi from his former village. And then there was Naruto Uzumaki, no longer a boy in a garish orange jumpsuit, but a young man whose presence commanded attention. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering, a silent storm of power contained within him. Across from them, representing the rebellion of Kurigakure, stood a delegation of 8. Their leader, a stunningly beautiful woman with long, flowing auburn hair and striking green eyes, was Mai Terumi. Flanking her were figures of note, a tall, older man with a patch over his right eye, a nervous-looking young man with a massive, bandaged sword strapped to his back, Chojuro, and a quiet, almost serene man with a bamboo staff, Utakata. The other 4 were grim-faced, battle-hardened Kiri shinobi, their loyalty to Mai evident in their unwavering stances. But it was the 8th member of their party, a woman with long, dark hair and gentle, almost sorrowful eyes, who had frozen Zabuza in place. He stared at her, his breath catching in his throat, his mind refusing to process what his eyes were seeing. Kori Yuki. He had thought her dead for years. Hokage-sama, Mai began, her voice a smooth, melodic cadence that belied the urgency of her mission. I thank you for granting us this audience. We have come to Konoha not as enemies, but as desperate allies, seeking aid against a tyrant who has plunged our nation into a bloody civil war. Tsunade's gaze remained hard. The land of water's internal conflicts are its own, Terumi-san. Konoha has only just begun to recover from an invasion. We are in no position to be interfering in the politics of another nation. Mei's expression tightened, a flicker of pain in her green eyes. This is no mere political dispute, Hokage-sama. This is a genocide. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, has gone mad. He is possessed by a darkness that has twisted him into a monster. He has begun a systematic purge of anyone possessing a Kekkei Genkai, a bloodline limit. He calls us, tainted blood, an impurity that must be cleansed from the mist. Her voice trembled with a barely suppressed rage. My clan, the Terumi, once one of the most respected in Kurigakure, has been all but annihilated. I watched as my cousins were executed in the streets, their unique abilities turning them into targets. I am one of the last. The Yuki clan, masters of the ice release, have been hunted to near extinction. Families have been torn apart, children slaughtered, all in the name of Yagura's twisted crusade for purity. Ao stepped forward, his single, uncovered eye hard as stone. The Mizukage's reign of terror extends beyond the bloodline purges. He has turned Kurigakure into a prison. The academy has been transformed into a slaughterhouse, where children are forced to kill each other to graduate. Our economy is in shambles, our people live in constant fear, and our international reputation is in tatters. We are known as the Bloody Mist, for a reason, Hokage-sama. We are asking for your help to end this madness, to restore Kurigakure to a place of honor. Tsunade leaned back, her chair groaning in protest. And what if I say no? Or what if I say yes, and we lose? An unsanctioned military intervention in another of the 5 great nations. That's not just a political incident, Terumi-san. That is an act of war. A war that Konoha cannot afford to fight. And a war you cannot afford to ignore. Naruto's voice cut through the tense silence, sharp and unwavering. Every head turned to him. If a Kage can go mad and start slaughtering his own people, what's to stop it from happening somewhere else? What's to stop another Orochimaru from taking over a village and turning it into his personal army? This isn't just Kiri's problem. It's everyone's problem. Zabuza nodded, his voice a low growl. He's right. The bloody mist is a cancer. If it's not cut out, it will spread. I've seen firsthand what Yagura's regime does to people. It turns them into unfeeling demons, into tools. It's a poison that must be purged. Mei looked at Naruto, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, before turning back to Tsunade. We are not asking you to fight our war for us, Hokage-sama. We are asking for support. Supplies, tactical assistance, and a small, elite force to help us turn the tide. With Konoha's backing, we can rally more support within Kurigakure, we can give the people hope. Without it, our rebellion is doomed to fail. Tsunade's gaze shifted, landing squarely on Naruto. Her eyes narrowed, a new, more personal question entering the political calculus. Speaking of turning the tide, Uzumaki, she said, her voice dangerously quiet, explain to me how you know this woman. And be specific. The room fell silent once more. Jiraiya subtly shifted his weight, a nervous sweat beating on his brow. Naruto, however, met Tsunade's gaze without flinching, though a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. It was during our mission to find you, Ba-chan, Naruto began, scratching the back of his head. Ero Sennin was, doing some research at a hot spring near the border of the Land of Fire. I was training, and I heard a commotion. I found Mei-san in a clearing, surrounded by 4 Kiri shinobi. She was hurt, and they were about to finish her off. I thought she was just a civilian they were bullying, so I stepped in. Enko snickered. Let me guess, you beat them to a pulp. Yes, something like that, Naruto admitted with a grin. Afterwards, I talked to her for a while. She told me a little about what was happening in the mist. I gave her some of my emergency rations and helped patch her up. I told her if she ever needed a favor, she should look her up if I was ever in the Land of Fire. After that we talked for a while. Tsunade's gaze, now like chips of ice, shifted to Jiraiya. Research, you say, at a hot spring. While you were supposed to be on a critical mission to find me, your student was off fighting rogue ninja and getting involved in international incidents. Jiraiya laughed nervously, avoiding her glare. Now, Tsunade, a good artist must draw inspiration from all aspects of life. It was a crucial part of my creative process. Before Tsunade could unleash the full force of her legendary temper, a choked, disbelieving sound came from Zabuza. He took a hesitant step forward, his eyes fixed on the dark-haired woman, Koriyuki. Kori, he whispered, his voice thick with an emotion no one in the room had ever heard from him before. It can't be. Haku say you die. He saw him cut you down. Kori's eyes filled with tears. Zabuza, she breathed. In a blur of motion that stunned everyone, Zabuza crossed the room. He didn't draw his blade. He didn't attack. He gently, almost reverently, cupped her face in his hands, his thumbs tracing the lines of her cheeks as if to confirm she was real. Then, with a raw, desperate passion, he kissed her, a deep, soul-searing kiss that spoke of years of pain, loss, and a love that had refused to die. He pulled back, his forehead resting against hers, his eyes closed. Haku told me you were dead, he rasped. She told me you died. I was saved, Kori whispered, her tears now flowing freely. A merchant found me, nursed me back to health. But I had to go into hiding. If Yagura's men knew I had survived, they would have hunted me down. They would have hunted our daughter. Zabuza's eyes snapped open. Our son. Haku, Kori said, her voice a mixture of sorrow and love. He wasn't that man's daughter, Zabuza. She was ours. I only married him to give Haku a name, to protect her. But she had your eyes. Your spirit. She was your daughter, Zabuza. Your biological daughter. The revelation hit Zabuza like a physical blow. He staggered back, his face a mask of shock, grief, and a dawning, fierce protectiveness. Haku, his daughter, the girl he had taken in, trained, and loved as a tool, had been his own flesh and blood all along. A raw, guttural cry of anguish tore from his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain. The emotional weight in the room was suffocating. Tsunade, her anger at Jiraiya momentarily forgotten, watched the scene unfold with a complex expression. This changed things. This made it personal for one of her own Junin. Mei Terumi, sensing the shift, decided to press her advantage, though perhaps with a less than conventional tactic. Hokage-sama, she said, her voice regaining its melodic charm, though a mischievous glint now danced in her green eyes. There is another reason I sought out Naruto-kun specifically. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? Well, Mei said, turning her gaze to Naruto, a slow, seductive smile spreading across her lips. As I mentioned, my clan has been all but wiped out. As one of the last of my bloodline, it is my duty to ensure its survival. And I have decided that the best way to do that is to repopulate it with the strongest shinobi I can find. She paused, letting the words hang in the air before delivering the final, shocking blow. Which is why, Naruto Uzumaki, I would be honored if you would help me. I want to be Mrs. Uzumaki. Dead silence. Every jaw in the room, save for Mei's, dropped. Kakashi's visible eye widened to the size of a dinner plate. Enko let out a low whistle, her smirk returning with a vengeance. Jiraiya's eyes practically bugged out of his head, a look of pure, unadulterated shock on his face. Zabuza, still reeling from his own revelation, simply stared. Naruto's face, meanwhile, went from pale to pink to a brilliant, spectacular shade of crimson that would have made a tomato jealous. He sputtered, unable to form a coherent word, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Well, well, well. Jiraiya finally roared, breaking the silence as he burst into peals of laughter, slapping Naruto on the back so hard he nearly sent him flying. My boy, Naruto. A cage-level beauty wants to marry you to repopulate her clan. You truly are a chip off the old block. A true lady killer. Ha ha ha. Ero Senin. Naruto finally managed to squeak, his face now impossibly red. Tsunade's eye twitched. A vein throbbed in her forehead. She took a deep, steadying breath, her knuckles white as she gripped the edge of her desk. Terumi-san, she said, her voice dangerously calm, a chilling counterpoint to the barely contained inferno in her eyes. While I appreciate your direct approach to clan restoration, there is a slight complication. Naruto is already married. Now it was Mei's turn to be shocked. Her seductive smile faltered, her green eyes widening in genuine surprise. Married. But, he's so young. Indeed, Tsunade said, her gaze softening almost imperceptibly as she thought of the quiet, gentle girl who had captured the heart of Konoha's #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja. Jiraiya, ever the opportunist, saw his opening. Speaking of Naruto's future, Tsunade Haim, he began, his tone shifting to one of surprising seriousness. It's time. The Akatsuki are moving. Itachi and Kisame have already made a move on him. He needs to get stronger, and to learn to control the Kyuubi's and Assault Mode's power. I want to take him on a training trip. 3 years. It's the only way to prepare him for what's coming. Tsunade looked from Jiraiya to Naruto, her expression thoughtful. She knew he was right. The encounter with Itachi, the looming threat of the Akatsuki. Naruto needed to be ready. I approve, she said finally, her voice firm. You will leave in 2 weeks. 3 years. And when you return, Naruto, I expect you to be stronger than me, stronger enough and smart enough to take hold the title of Hokage. She paused, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk touching her lips. However, Jiraiya, there is one condition. You won't be taking him alone. Jiraiya blinked. A condition? What is it? You will be taking Hinata with you, Tsunade stated, her gaze unwavering. Jiraiya's jaw dropped again. Hinata. But, why? A 3-year training trip is no place for a newlywed. It is, Tsunade said, her smirk widening into a full-blown, triumphant grin, when she's pregnant. With his children. Twins, to be exact. The silence that followed was even more profound than the one after Mei's proposal. Naruto, who had just managed to regain a semblance of his normal skin tone, went from pale to a ghostly white. His mind, which had been struggling to process the political intrigue, the emotional reunions, and the unexpected marriage proposal, simply short-circuited. Pregnant. Twins. Jiraiya stared, then a slow, wicked grin spread across his face. He turned to Naruto, his eyes twinkling with a truly epic level of mischief. Twins, Naruto. Twins. My boy, you truly are a legend. Not even your old man worked that fast. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to be a grand godfather. 2 twins. Naruto didn't hear him. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Hinata. Pregnant. With his kids. 2 of them. A wave of emotions, so powerful it threatened to overwhelm him, washed over him. Shock. Terror. And then, a fierce, protective joy so profound it stole his breath. He had a family. A real family. Without a word, without a sound, Naruto Uzumaki turned and bolted from the room. He ran, faster than he had ever run before, a blur of black and orange, his heart pounding a frantic, joyous rhythm against his ribs. He had to see her. He had to see Hinata. He ran, leaving behind a room full of stunned shinobi and the faint, echoing sound of Jiraiya's uproarious laughter. As the shockwaves from Naruto's frantic departure began to subside, a new, more somber reality settled back into the Hokage's office. Tsunade, her brief moment of amusement gone, turned her gaze back to the delegation from Kurigakure. Her expression was once again that of a cage, her eyes hard and calculating. Listen up, Mei, and all of you from Kurigakure, Tsunade's voice was firm, her eyes sharp. The tyranny of the Mizukage has festered for too long. Innocent lives are being crushed, and that goes against everything I stand for. As the 6th Hokage, I won't sit idly by while a village bleeds. Consider Konoha's might behind your rebellion. A collective sigh of relief went through Mei and her shinobi. However, Tsunade continued, her voice leaving no room for argument, Konoha will not be sending an army. This matter requires a more delicate touch. A political solution backed by an undeniable show of force. She paused, letting her words sink in. I will go to Kurigakure myself. Kakashi's head snapped up, his visible eye wide with shock. Enko's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of genuine disbelief. Zabuza, still processing his own emotional turmoil, stared at her as if she had grown a second head. Even the Kiri shinobi, who had just been granted their greatest wish, looked utterly stunned. Hokage-sama, Kakashi protested. You can't. It's too dangerous. To go into the heart of the bloody mist, with the Mizukage on a rampage. It's a suicide mission. Tsunade simply smiled, a cold, confident smile that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Ordinarily, you would be right, Kakashi. But I will not be going just as the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Her eyes swept over the stunned faces in the room, a silent challenge in their depths. I will be going as the Fire Daimyo. And I will be bringing the full political and military weight of the Land of Fire with me. The final revelation landed like a thunderclap, leaving the assembled shinobi in a state of stunned, absolute silence. The game had just changed, and Tsunade, the Slug Princess, the 6th Hokage, the Fire Daimyo, was about to make her move. The sterile white walls of Konoha Hospital seemed to press in on Naruto, the quiet, rhythmic beat of the heart monitor a fragile anchor in a sea of turmoil. He sat in a stiff chair beside Hinata's bed, a bouquet of vibrant, cheerful sunflowers resting on the nightstand, their brightness a stark contrast to the room's somber mood. Hinata lay still, her face pale against the pristine white pillows, the rise and fall of her chest the only sign of the fierce battle for life being waged within. Naruto reached out, his hand gently enveloping hers. Her skin was cool, her touch a ghost of the warmth he remembered from their date. A soft, genuine smile touched his lips as he looked at her peaceful face. Hey, Hinata-chan, he whispered, his voice a low, gentle murmur. I know you can't hear me, but I just wanted to talk. He squeezed her hand gently. Tsunade-ba-chan told me about the twins. A quiet, breathless laugh escaped him, a sound filled with a joy so profound it was almost painful. Twins, Hinata, can you believe it? We're going to have 2 of them. I was thinking, maybe a boy and a girl. We could name the boy, Boruto. And the girl, we could name her Himawari. They'd be amazing, wouldn't they? Strong, like you, and maybe a little loud, like me. He leaned closer, his voice dropping even lower, sharing secrets with her sleeping form. We'll get a bigger place, in the Uzumaki compound. A real house, with a big yard for them to play in. I'll teach them the Rasengan, and you can teach them the gentle fist. We'll be a family, Hinata. A real, proper family. I can't wait. He fell silent for a moment, his smile faltering as a darker thought intruded, a cold shadow creeping over the warmth of his dreams. He looked at the bandages peeking from beneath her hospital gown, at the faint bruising that still marred her perfect skin. His gaze hardened, the soft blue of his eyes chilling to an icy resolve. He did this to you. Naruto's voice was a low growl, vibrating with a barely contained fury. Sasuke. He hit you with a Chidori. Did heck knew you were pregnant. Did he knew our children were inside you, and he still tried to kill you. The rage was a physical thing, a burning inferno in his chest. Before the anger could fully consume him, the door slid open with a soft hiss. Ni-san. Naruto turned, the inferno in his eyes banking to a low smolder. Hanabi Hyuga stood in the doorway, a small basket of fruit in her hands. She looked from Naruto's grim face to her sleeping sister, her own expression a mixture of concern and a quiet strength that reminded him so much of Hinata. Hinabi, Naruto said, his voice softer now, forcing the rage down. Come in. She walked to the other side of the bed, placing the basket down. How is she? The same, Naruto replied, his gaze returning to his wife. The doctors say she's stable. Just needs to wake up. They stood in a comfortable silence for a while, 2 sentinels watching over the person they both cherished. Heard you're going on a 3-year training trip with Jiraiya-sama, Hanabi said, breaking the quiet. Naruto nodded. Yeah, me and Hinata. Tsunade's orders. Good, Hanabi said, a small, fierce smile on her face. You'll get stronger. Strong enough to protect her from anyone. The unspoken name of Sasuke Uchiha hung heavy in the air between them. They talked for a while longer, about random things, the weather, the latest gossip from the academy, the ridiculously long lines at the dango shop. It was a normal, peaceful conversation, a fragile bubble of tranquility in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. And then the bubble burst. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the hospital, shaking the very foundations. The windows rattled violently, and a fine layer of dust rained down from the ceiling. Naruto and Hanabi were thrown off balance, their conversation cut short by the sudden, violent intrusion. Naruto was on his feet in an instant, his eyes wide, his senses on high alert. He rushed to the window, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He looked out, his blood running cold at the sight. A pillar of thick, black smoke was rising from a residential district on the eastern side of the village. A small, but significant, part of Konoha was on fire. "Stay here, Hinabi," Naruto commanded, his voice sharp, all traces of the gentle husband and friendly brother-in-law gone, replaced by the steely resolve of a shinobi. "Lock the door. Don't let anyone in. I'll be back." Before she could even reply, he was gone, a blur of motion vanishing through the doorway. Naruto moved through Konoha like a phantom, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground. The sounds of chaos grew louder with each passing second, the distant roar of flames, the panicked shouts of civilians, the sharp, urgent cries of shinobi. He arrived at the scene of the explosion to a maelstrom of activity. The street was a disaster zone. A building had been completely obliterated, its smoldering remains sending plumes of acrid smoke into the sky. Flames licked at the adjacent structures, and Konoha shinobi were already working frantically to contain the blaze, their water-style jutsu hissing as they met the inferno. In the center of it all stood a formidable assembly of Konoha's finest. Tsunade was there, her expression a mask of grim fury. Jiraiya stood beside her, his usual jovial demeanor gone, replaced by a watchful intensity. Kakashi and Might Guy were already directing the younger shinobi, their voices sharp and clear amidst the chaos. Enko, in her striking black and gold armor, stood with her arms crossed, a predatory smirk on her lips. Zabuza, his massive blade resting on his shoulder, scanned the rooftops, his eyes narrowed. Yugao and Makoto, their Anbu masks pushed to the side, stood ready, their faces set. Even Mei Terumi and her contingent of Kiri shinobi were present, their expressions a mixture of shock and a grim readiness to assist their new allies. "Naruto!" Enko yelled as he skidded to a halt beside her. "What's going on?" "That's what we'd like to know." Enko shot back, gesturing to the burning wreckage. "We heard the explosion and rushed over here. Looks like a coordinated attack." As if on cue, another, even larger explosion ripped through a different part of the village, this one closer to the academy. Ka-boom! The ground shook more violently this time, and a fresh wave of panicked screams echoed through the streets. "A diversion," Tsunade snarled, her eyes narrowing. "They're trying to split our forces." She turned, her voice a sharp, commanding bark. "Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi, Guy. Get to that second explosion. Find the source and neutralize it. Now." Without a word, the four shinobi vanished, four blurs of motion streaking across the rooftops towards the new threat. Tsunade closed her eyes, her hands forming a single, intricate seal. "Now," she whispered to herself, "let's see who's really behind this." An immense wave of chakra, subtle yet powerful, spread from her, a silent, invisible net that swept across the entire village. Her senses, honed by years of experience and amplified by her Senju lineage, reached into every corner, every shadow, tasting the chakra signatures of every living thing within Konoha's walls. She sifted through the familiar signatures of her own shinobi, the panicked energy of the civilians, and then she found them. Pockets of alien, hostile chakra. A group of random, low-level shinobi near the first explosion, their chakra signatures erratic, disposable. The diversion. Then, her senses shot towards a more concentrated, more powerful cluster of signatures, hidden deep within the village, near the Konoha penitentiary. Her eyes snapped open, a cold, dangerous light within them. 3 signatures, all monstrously powerful. One was a maelstrom of raw, untamed lightning, a familiar, arrogant energy. The Rakeage. Another was a complex, ancient chakra, stitched together from multiple sources, a signature she hadn't felt since she was a little girl. Watching from the sidelines as her grandfather, Hashirama, had effortlessly defeated a brash, arrogant ninja who had dared to try and assassinate him, Kakuzu. And the third was something else entirely. It was a dark, cold, and utterly alien chakra, filled with a chilling, fanatical bloodlust that made her skin crawl. Hidan. They're after the prisoners, Tsunade growled, her mind racing. She turned to the remaining elite ninja. Enko, Makoto, Yugao, get to the prison, now. A group of sound ninja are attempting a jailbreak. They're trying to free Sasuke, Sakura, and the others Naruto captured. The 3 kunoichi nodded, their expressions grim, and shot off towards the prison, their forms disappearing over the rooftops. Tsunade then turned, her gaze fixed in the direction of the 3 S-rank threats. A slow, predatory smile spread across her face. "All right, you bastards," she purred, cracking her knuckles. "You wanted my attention. You've got it." With a surge of power that cracked the ground beneath her feet, she launched herself into the air, a single, unstoppable force heading directly for the fight of her life. Enko, Makoto, and Yugao moved like ghosts through the chaos-stricken village, their forms blurs against the smoke-filled sky. As they neared the imposing structure of the Konoha Penitentiary, they could already see the signs of a struggle. Several Konoha guards lay unconscious near the entrance, and the main gate had been blasted inward. They landed silently in the main courtyard, their weapons drawn, their senses on high alert. The air was thick with a palpable sense of dread. Well, a calm, chilling voice echoed from the shadows of the main cell block. Look what we have here. A few more leaf pests to be exterminated. Two figures emerged from the darkness, their cloaks adorned with ominous red clouds. One was a hulking, monstrous figure with blue skin and shark-like features, a massive, bandaged sword resting on his shoulder. Kisame Hoshigaki. The other was a man whose very presence seemed to suck the warmth from the air. His face was a handsome, impassive mask, his eyes holding a pair of spinning, crimson Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's gaze swept over the three kunoichi, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. His gaze lingered for a moment on the Anbu with the cat mask, then he spoke, his voice a low, emotionless monotone. I thought I killed you. Makoto froze, her breath catching in her throat. That voice, that cold, detached tone. It sent a shiver of pure, unadulterated rage through her. The memory, long suppressed, of that horrific night, the real reason for the massacre, a truth known only to a select few, flashed in her mind with a terrible, burning clarity. Slowly, deliberately, she reached up and removed her Anbu mask. Her face, a mirror of Sasuke's but etched with a quiet, profound sorrow and a newfound, terrible resolve, was revealed. Her Sharingan blazed to life, not the standard Tomo, but a complex, pinwheel pattern that pulsed with a cold, dangerous light. The Mangekyo Sharingan. You were a child, Itachi. Makoto's voice was a low, dangerous whisper, trembling with a barely contained fury. A tool, manipulated by a monster. But that excuse dies tonight. She turned to her comrades, her eyes burning with an unholy light. Enko, Yugao. That shark-faced bastard is yours. Itachi. Itachi is mine. The four Konoha shinobi moved as one, a blur of motion streaking across the tiled roofs of the besieged village. The second explosion had been closer to the heart of Konoha, near the academy, and the air grew thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the palpable thrum of powerful, unfamiliar chakra. They landed in a wide, cratered plaza, the ground shattered and scorched, the surrounding buildings bearing the scars of a powerful blast. Standing amidst the wreckage, a formidable assembly of ninja awaited them, their presence a silent, arrogant challenge. The air crackled with their collective power. At the forefront stood a man whose very presence was a ghost from a bygone era. He wore a respirator mask and the iconic headband of a Megakure, the village hidden in the rain. His eyes, cold and sharp, held the weight of countless battles. Jiraiya skidded to a halt, his usual jovial demeanor vanishing, replaced by a look of profound shock and a grim, hardened resolve. Hanzo. Of the salamander, he breathed, the name a bitter taste on his tongue. Beside the legendary rain ninja stood a cadre of Konoha's most wanted. Raiga Kurosuke, one of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, stood with his twin kiba blades crackling with lightning, a small, frail boy with pale, almost translucent skin and crimson eyes, Rinmara, perched on his back. And then there were the elites from Kumogakure, the village hidden by clouds. Darui, a man with a languid posture that belied the sharp, deadly intelligence in his eyes, stood with his massive cleaver-like sword resting on his shoulder. Beside him, Atsui, his face set in a determined scowl, and Toroi, a man with a strange, magnetic aura, stood ready. But the one who drew Might Guy's immediate, blazing attention was the final figure, a powerfully built man with dark skin, 8 swords strapped to his back, and a playful, almost mocking rhythm to his stance. Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Well, Jiraiya said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he stepped forward, his gaze locked on the legendary leader of AIM. Look what the storm dragged in. I thought you were dead, Hanzo. Hanzo let out a dry, rasping chuckle. Reports of my demise were premature, Jiraiya. It seems a new benefactor has seen fit to restore me to my former glory. And I must say, it feels good to be back. A new benefactor, let me guess, goes by the name Orochimaru. Kakashi interjected, his single visible eye narrowed, his hand already resting on the hilt of a kunai. The details are irrelevant, Hanzo dismissed with a wave of his hand. All that matters is that Konoha's time has come to an end. Jiraiya's face hardened. He turned to his comrades, his voice a sharp, commanding bark that left no room for argument. This is how it's going to be. Hanzo is mine. We have unfinished business. His eyes, usually filled with mirth, now held a cold, deadly fire. Kakashi, you take the swordsman, Raiga. Your lightning against his should make for an interesting show. Guy. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Guy roared, his eyes already blazing with a youthful fire as he stared down the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. The one with the swords is yours. He looks like a worthy opponent to test your taijutsu against. Excellent. His flames of youth burn with a wild intensity. I shall meet them with my own. Guy declared, striking a dynamic pose. Jiraiya's gaze finally landed on Naruto. Naruto. The three from the cloud are yours. Darui, Atsui, and Toroi. Don't underestimate them. They're the Raikage's elite. Naruto simply grinned, a wide, confident expression that was utterly devoid of fear. He cracked his knuckles, a sound like popping firecrackers. 3-on-1. Sounds like they're the ones who should be worried. Let's get this party started. The plaza exploded into a maelstrom of motion, 4 distinct battles erupting simultaneously. Jiraiya vs. Hanzo. It's been a long time, Jiraiya, Hanzo said, his kusarigama whipping through the air with a venomous hiss. You've gotten old. And you've gotten chatty, Jiraiya retorted, effortlessly dodging the poisoned blade. He slammed his palms together, his eyes gaining the distinct orange pigmentation of Sage Mode. Let's see if you've learned any new tricks besides crawling out of your own grave. He lunged, his movements a blur of Sage-enhanced speed and power. He met Hanzo's blade not with a weapon, but with his own hardened hair, the needle Jizo technique forming a spiky, impenetrable defense. Fire style, Toad Flame Bomb. Jiraiya spewed a massive torrent of oil, followed by a blast of fire, engulfing Hanzo in a roaring inferno. Hanzo vanished in a flicker, reappearing on a nearby rooftop. A classic move, Jiraiya. But predictable, he performed a series of intricate hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. A colossal, black salamander, its skin glistening with a poisonous sheen, materialized in the plaza, letting out a deafening roar. Ibuse. Jiraiya growled, recognizing the infamous beast. All right, old friend, let's show this fossil how we do things in Konoha. He countered with his own summoning, bringing forth Gamahiro, the giant, sword-wielding toad. The two colossal beasts clashed, shaking the very foundations of the plaza, while their masters engaged in a deadly, high-speed dance of ninjutsu and taijutsu. Jiraiya was relentless, his Sage Mode giving him a distinct advantage in power and sensory perception. He was winning, slowly but surely pushing the legendary Hanzo back, their battle a clash of titans that ripped the battlefield asunder. Kakashi vs. Raiga Kurosuke. Your eyes. They see everything, don't they, copy ninja? Raiga rasped, his kiba blades crackling with a furious, untamed lightning. Rinmara, on his back, fed him tactical information, his crimson eyes piercing through Kakashi's movements. Rinmara sees your chakra flow, your every twitch. You cannot surprise us. Is that so? Kakashi's voice was calm, almost lazy, but his Sharingan spun with a cold, analytical light. He held a single kunai, his stance relaxed. Then you should have seen this coming. He blurred, a flicker of motion, and appeared directly behind Raiga. Lightning blade. A piercing shriek of crackling lightning filled the air as Kakashi's hand, enveloped in a swirling vortex of pure Raiden chakra, shot forward. Raiga spun, his kiba blades meeting the attack with a deafening clang of electrified steel. Sparks flew, illuminating their faces in a stark, brilliant flash. Your speed is impressive, Raiga grunted, struggling against the force of Kakashi's attack. But we are two minds, two sets of eyes. He unleashed a powerful blast of lightning from his swords, forcing Kakashi to leap back. Lightning style, Lightning Dragon Tornado. Raiga roared, spinning his blades to create a massive, swirling vortex of lightning that surged towards Kakashi. Kakashi met it with his own jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A colossal dragon of pure water rose to meet the lightning tornado, the two elemental forces clashing in a spectacular explosion of steam and crackling energy. Through the mist, Kakashi was already moving, his Sharingan having copied Raiga's technique. Your jutsu is impressive, Raiga. So impressive, I think I'll use it myself. His hands formed the same seals, and a second, even more powerful lightning dragon tornado erupted, slamming into a stunned Raiga and sending him flying. Kakashi was in complete control, his sharp, tactical mind effortlessly dismantling the combined threat of the swordsman and his gifted partner. Might Guy vs. Killer Bee. Alright, Octopus Man, let's see you dance. Your rhythm is wild, but my beat is the unstoppable pulse of youth. Guy roared, his movements a blur of green. I'm a bee, not a fish, you fool, ya fool. My rhymes are fresh, my swords are cool. Killer Bee rapped, his 8 swords weaving a complex, impenetrable web of steel around him. He moved with a deceptive, almost clumsy grace that was impossible to predict. Guy met the whirlwind of blades with pure, unadulterated taijutsu. He didn't need a weapon. His fists and feet were a force of nature. Leaf Hurricane. He spun, a green tornado of power, deflecting B's blades with powerful, precise kicks. Whoa, your moves are hot, your kicks are sweet. But can you handle this eight-tailed beat? B grinned, his body suddenly erupting in a vibrant, crimson chakra, the first tail of the eight tails manifesting, amplifying his speed and power tenfold. He came at Guy with a renewed ferocity, his swords a blur of deadly motion. Guy grinned, a wild, almost manic light in his eyes. So, you wish to see my true power? Then I shall oblige. Fourth gate, gate of pain. Open. A surge of raw, untamed energy exploded from Guy, his skin turning a faint red, his muscles bulging with power. The ground beneath his feet cracked. He was faster now, a green comet of pure force. He met B's charge head-on, their clash creating a sonic boom that shattered the windows of the nearby academy building. Guy was a whirlwind of fists and feet, his movements so fast they left afterimages. He hammered away at B's sword defense, his blows powerful enough to send shockwaves through the blades, making B's arms tremble. Dynamic entry. Guy roared, delivering a flying kick so powerful it shattered two of B's swords and sent the Jinchuriki skidding back, his confident grin replaced by a look of genuine, stunned surprise. The noble green beast of Konoha was overwhelming the perfect Jinchuriki with sheer, indomitable willpower. Naruto vs. Darui, Atsui, and Toroi. The plaza, already scarred by the initial explosion, became a stage for a clash of legends. Naruto, his face a mask of cold focus, stood opposite the three elite cloud shinobi. He drew Lostvein, the short, demon-splitting sword his mother had once wielded. Its polished blade seemed to drink the ambient light, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible energy. All right, you three, Naruto said, his voice quiet yet carrying an unnerving weight. Are we going to do this, or are you just going to stand there looking pretty? Darui sighed, his languid posture unchanging. Man, this is a drag. Are you sure we have to fight him? He looks troublesome. Don't be fooled by his attitude, Darui. Atsui snarled, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He's the one who took down our third Raikage. He's dangerous. Indeed, Toroi added, a series of specialized, metal-laced shuriken appearing in his hands. His chakra is immense. Let's end this quickly. They attacked as one, a coordinated storm of elemental fury. Black Panther. Darui roared, unleashing a massive beast of black lightning that surged across the plaza. Atsui charged, his blade glowing with a fiery chakra, cleaver sword, heat slash. And Toroi flung his shuriken, which curved in midair, drawn by his magnet release, aiming to strike Naruto from all sides. The combined assault was a spectacle of cage-level power, an attack that would have annihilated any ordinary shinobi. But Naruto didn't move, he didn't dodge, he simply stood there, Lostvein held loosely at his side, and let the attacks hit him. The Black Panther of lightning engulfed him, the heat slash seared through his position, and the magnetized shuriken slammed into his body from every angle. The resulting explosion was immense, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Did we get him? Atsui panted, his eyes wide. No one could have survived that, Toroi stated, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. As the smoke cleared, a collective gasp went through the three cloud nin. Naruto stood in the center of a small crater, completely unscathed. His black jacket was slightly singed, but his skin was unmarked. The black lightning had dissipated against him, the fire had been absorbed, and the shuriken had clattered harmlessly to the ground at his feet. Is that it? You got my clothes dirty? Naruto asked, his voice laced with a chilling disappointment. He looked at them, his blue eyes holding a depth they couldn't comprehend. Jutsu of that caliber. It doesn't work on me. He began to walk slowly towards them, each step deliberate, unhurried. Go on, he said, a cold, predatory smile spreading across his face. Hit me again. Give me everything you've got. I want to feel it. Driven by a mixture of fear and fury, they unleashed everything. Darui's black lightning, Atsui's fire-infused sword strikes, Toroi's magnet-release projectiles, they all hammered against Naruto's form. He stood there, taking every single blow, his body absorbing the energy, the impact, the sheer destructive force of their attacks. He didn't even flinch. Finally, after they had exhausted themselves, panting and staring in disbelief, Naruto's smile widened. A terrifying, brilliant white energy began to leak from his body, swirling around him like a vortex. My turn, he whispered. Revenge counter. He didn't move, he simply unleashed the stored energy. A silent, all-consuming wave of pure force erupted from him, an explosion of unimaginable power that was not his own, but theirs, magnified 100-fold. Atsui and Toroi were vaporized in the blast, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness before they could even scream. Darui, who had been slightly further back, was sent flying, his body a broken projectile, crashing into the far wall of the plaza with a sickening thud. Naruto stood in the now silent clearing, the white energy receding. He walked calmly over to the broken, groaning form of Darui. He squatted down, pulling a blank scroll and a brush from his pouch. "You're lucky," Naruto said, his voice a quiet murmur as he swiftly painted a complex sealing formula. "I need one of you for questioning." With a flash of light, he slapped the prisoner scroll onto Darui's chest, and the Cloud Ninja's form was absorbed into the parchment. Just as he finished, Jiraiya's voice, amplified by chakra, boomed from across the battlefield. "Naruto, get to the hospital. Protect it. Go." Naruto looked over, seeing Jiraiya locked in a fierce battle with Hanzo, the Toad Sage expertly leading his legendary opponent away from the populated areas of the village. Naruto nodded once, then shot off like a rocket, a blur of motion heading towards the hospital. Far outside the village walls, the Battle of Legends raged. Jiraiya, in his perfect sage mode, stood atop the massive, grumpy form of Gamabunta. Across from them, Hanzo of the Salamander stood on the head of his own colossal summon, the poisonous black salamander, Ibuse. "Fire style, giant flame bomb." Jiraiya roared, spewing a massive torrent of oil. "Water style, water gun." Gamabunta added, launching a powerful jet of water that mixed with the oil, creating a massive, flammable deluge. Jiraiya then ignited it, creating a roaring inferno that engulfed Hanzo and Ibuse. Hanzo countered, Ibuse spewing a thick, poisonous gas that momentarily smothered the flames. "Poison mist," Hanzo commanded, his Kusarigama whipping through the toxic cloud. The two titans clashed, their combination jutsu shaking the very earth. Jiraiya, with his sage-enhanced senses, was winning, his attacks more powerful, his movements more precise. He saw an opening. As Hanzo focused on a frontal assault, Jiraiya created a shadow clone that silently appeared behind the legendary Rain Nin. "Got you," the clone yelled, slapping a sealing tag onto Hanzo's back. Hanzo's eyes widened in shock as the sealing formula spread across his body, immobilizing him. "It's over, Hanzo," the real Jiraiya said, as he pulled out one of Naruto's custom-made prisoner scrolls. With a final flash of light, Hanzo of the Salamander, the man who had once named the Sannin, was sealed away. Back in the village, Might Guy was a whirlwind of green, his taijutsu a symphony of youthful power. He was locked in a fierce battle with Killer Bee, whose eight-sword style was a dizzying, unpredictable dance of steel. "Fourth gate, gate of pain. Open," Guy roared, his body erupting in a powerful green aura. He was faster, stronger, his blows sending shockwaves through Bee's defenses. Killer Bee, for the first time, looked genuinely impressed. "Whoa, your moves are hot, your kicks are sweet. But now it's time for a tailed beast treat." A monstrous, crimson chakra exploded from him. His form began to shift, to grow, sand and chakra swirling as he transformed into the colossal, eight-tailed beast, Yuki. The giant ox-octopus hybrid let out a deafening roar that shattered every window for a mile. Naruto, who had just arrived at the hospital, his feet barely touching the ground, skidded to a halt on the roof. He saw the monstrous transformation, felt the immense, malevolent chakra, and his eyes hardened. A power, far beyond anything he had shown before, erupted from him. It was a fusion of his own energy and the raw, untamed power of the Nine Tails. The brilliant white aura of his assault mode returned, but this time it was tinged with a furious, crimson glow. The black markings on his body spread, becoming thicker, more demonic, and from his back, 9 ethereal, fox-like tails of pure, swirling energy unfurled alongside his dark, angelic wings. This was his full power. His Kyuubi-enhanced assault mode. He looked at Guy, who was preparing to open the 7th gate, a desperate, life-threatening gamble. "Not this time, Guy-sensei," Naruto whispered. He raised his hand, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. He focused on Guy, then on a spot in the sky miles outside the village. Yutsuri Kaworu. With a soundless ripple in space, Might Guy vanished from the battlefield, reappearing instantly on the roof of the hospital, his eyes wide with utter, profound disbelief. "Wah, how did I?" Naruto now stood where Guy had been, facing the monstrous Yuki. He didn't hesitate. He shot forward, a blur of crimson and white, and with a single, powerful, open-palmed shove, he slammed his hand into Gyuki's massive chest. The force was cataclysmic. The tailed beast was lifted from its feet, sent flying through the air like a colossal cannonball, soaring over the village walls and crashing into the forest miles away with a thunderous, earth-shattering impact. Naruto stood for a moment, his 9 ethereal tails and dark wings beating silently. Then, with a powerful push, he launched himself into the sky, a crimson comet streaking through the air, heading directly for the down-tailed beast. The real fight was about to begin. The forest floor buckled under the force of Naruto's landing. He touched down in the epicenter of a newly formed crater, the ground groaning and splintering around him. Miles from the besieged Konoha, the air here was thick with the scent of pulverized earth, shattered pine, and the raw, oppressive chakra of a tailed beast. Before him, the monstrous form of Gyuki, the eight tails, began to untangle itself from the wreckage of ancient trees it had plowed through. The colossal ox-octopus hybrid rose to its full, terrifying height, its eight massive tentacles writhing like enraged serpents, its single-horned head tilted in a gesture of primal fury. Naruto stood motionless, a stark figure of crimson and white against the devastation. The full power of his Kyuubi-enhanced assault mode was a terrifying spectacle. The brilliant white energy that cloaked him was now tinged with a furious, crimson glow, swirling around him like a miniature sun. The black, demonic markings on his body were stark and absolute. From his back, 9 ethereal, fox-like tails of pure, swirling energy lashed the air with silent power, weaving between the dark, angelic wings that beat with a slow, menacing rhythm. He was no longer just a boy, he was a confluence of divine and demonic power, an avatar of controlled rage. Yo, you crashed my party, landed with a thud. Now you'll face the might of the eight tails blood. Yuki's voice boomed, a bizarre, rhythmic taunt that was unmistakably Killer Bee's. The Jinchuriki was in control, but the beast's raw, untamed power bled through, turning his usual playful rap into a guttural threat. Naruto's head tilted, his crimson-slit eyes, burning with an otherworldly light, fixed on the tailed beast. He didn't respond. He didn't need to. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his chakra was answer enough. Hey, so this is the famous perfect Jinchuriki, a deep, rumbling voice echoed in the confines of Naruto's mind. It was a familiar, grating presence, but now, there was a different quality to it, a flicker of something akin to grudging respect. He thinks his bond with that overgrown squid makes him special. You've been through a hell he can't even imagine, kid. Show him what true power, born from true suffering, looks like. Naruto didn't acknowledge the voice, but a cold, predatory smile touched his lips. He vanished. It wasn't a flicker, not a blur of motion that a trained eye could track. He simply ceased to be in one place and appeared in another. He was hovering in the air directly in front of Yuki's massive face, his 9 tails and dark wings holding him aloft with effortless grace. Yuki roared, lashing out with a tentacle the size of a battering ram. The attack tore through the air with a deafening whistle, powerful enough to pulverize mountains. Naruto didn't dodge. He simply raised a hand, catching the colossal appendage with an open palm. The impact was immense, a sonic boom that flattened the remaining trees for a mile in every direction, but Naruto didn't move an inch. He held the tailed beast's strike with a casual, almost contemptuous ease. What? My strike? You caught it, ya fool. That's just not cool. B's rhyming protest was laced with genuine, stunned disbelief. Your power is crude. Naruto's voice was a low, resonant growl, layered with the Kyuubi's demonic echo. You rely on brute force. Predictable. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the massive tentacle back, sending the entire tailed beast stumbling, its immense weight unable to counter the impossible strength behind the throw. Yuki crashed onto its side with a thunderous impact that shook the very bedrock of the Land of Fire. Before the beast could recover, Naruto was on it. He moved like a crimson comet, a whirlwind of fists and feet, each strike carrying the force of a meteor. He hammered away at Yuki's thick hide, his blows creating thunderous shockwaves. He wasn't just attacking, he was systematically dismantling the tailed beast's defenses, each strike precise, calculated, and utterly devastating. Yuki roared in a mixture of pain and fury, thrashing wildly, its tentacles lashing out in a desperate, chaotic frenzy. But Naruto was a phantom, weaving through the flailing limbs, always just out of reach, his own attacks finding their mark with chilling accuracy. Good, Kit. Use your speed. Don't let it pin you down, the voice in his head advised, a low, satisfied rumble. That fool inside is panicking. He's never faced anything like you. He's used to being the biggest monster in the room. Ink clone jutsu. I'll distract you, it's true. B roared from within the beast. A torrent of black ink spewed from Yuki's mouth, forming dozens of clones that surged towards Naruto. Naruto merely scoffed. Pathetic. The golden adamantine sealing chains erupted from his back. Not just a few, but a shimmering, golden forest of them. They shot through the air, bypassing the ink clones entirely, and slammed into Yuki's massive form. They wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its neck, binding the tailed beast in a cage of pure, unyielding chakra. Yuki roared, struggling against the chains, but they held firm, glowing with an ancient, Uzumaki power that even a tailed beast could not break. With the beast immobilized, Naruto turned his attention to the ink clones. He didn't even bother with taijutsu. He simply held out his hand, a swirling sphere of black and crimson chakra coalescing in his palm. It was a Rasengan, but twisted, corrupted, imbued with the raw, malevolent power of the 9 tails. A Biju Rasengan. He unleashed it, not as a direct strike, but as an expanding wave of destructive energy. The wave washed over the ink clones, and they dissolved into nothingness, their forms unable to withstand the sheer, overwhelming power. The clearing fell silent, save for the pained groans of the bound Yuki. Naruto floated down, landing softly before the trap-tailed beast. He stood there, his arms crossed, his 9 tails and dark wings beating a slow, rhythmic cadence. The fight had been utterly, brutally one-sided. "You've grown, brat," the voice in his head said, the words carrying a surprising weight. "You've taken all the hatred, all the pain they threw at you, and you've forged it into a power they can't even comprehend. You've controlled my chakra, bent it to your will, without losing yourself to the rage. You've earned the right to know." Naruto paused, his crimson eyes widening fractionally. "My name is not the Kyuubi," the voice declared, a deep, resonant pride in its tone. "It is Kurama." The name settled into Naruto's mind, not with a shock, but with a sense of profound, quiet rightness. Kurama. It wasn't the name of a monster, of a mindless beast of destruction. It was the name of a being, ancient and powerful, who had been chained, hated, and used, just as he had. In that moment, the bond between them shifted. The cage in his mind no longer felt like a prison, but like a shared space, the barrier between jailer and prisoner dissolving into a partnership forged in the fires of shared suffering. A new, purer, and infinitely more powerful chakra flowed into Naruto, a perfect harmony of his own life force and Kurama's immense power. "Kurama," Naruto whispered aloud, the name feeling strangely familiar on his tongue. He looked up at the bound Yuki, his eyes, if possible, glowing with an even greater intensity. "All right, B. The party's over." He raised his hand, and a colossal Rasengan, larger than any he had ever created, formed above him. It was a swirling vortex of pure, golden chakra, a miniature sun that pulsed with the combined power of Naruto Uzumaki and the mighty Kurama. Tailed Beast Rasengan. He brought his hand down, and the golden sun descended upon Yuki. The impact was silent, a flash of blinding, all-consuming light. There was no explosion, no roar of destruction. The light simply washed over the tailed beast, and its massive form began to dissolve, not into dust but back into pure chakra. The adamantine chains retracted, and the colossal form of the 8 tails vanished, leaving behind the small, human form of Killer Bee, who crashed to the ground, unconscious, his body smoking slightly from the sheer energy he had just been subjected to. Naruto stood over him, the crimson and white aura of his powerful mode slowly receding, leaving him cloaked in a calmer, golden light. The fight was over. Just as a weary sigh escaped his lips, a new presence flickered at the edge of the crater. A woman with long, platinum blonde hair and piercing green eyes landed silently, her body already cloaked in a shimmering, blue chakra. 2 ethereal, cat-like tails of pure energy swished menacingly behind her. It was Yugito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, Matabi. She saw Killer Bee, her comrade from the cloud, lying defeated, and her gaze, filled with a cold, protective fury, locked onto Naruto. "You," Yugito snarled, her voice a low, dangerous hiss. "You'll pay for what you did to Bee." She crouched, ready to spring, a ball of blue fire already forming in her palm. Naruto looked at her, at the raw power, the protective rage, the loneliness in her eyes. And in that moment, he wasn't in a forest in the land of fire. He was back in another forest, years ago, facing another Jinchuriki, another monster, consumed by pain and isolation. Gaara. The memory hit him with the force of a physical blow. He saw the crazed, desperate look in Gaara's eyes, heard the screams of the Shukaku, felt the crushing weight of a loneliness so profound it had twisted a young boy into a killer. He remembered their battle, the clash of monsters, and the quiet understanding that had followed, the shared pain of being a vessel, a weapon, an outcast. He saw that same pain reflected in Yugito's furious green eyes. The last vestiges of his battle rage, the cold fury that had fueled him, simply vanished. The golden aura around him dissipated completely. The markings on his face faded, and his eyes returned to their familiar, vibrant blue. He stood there, no longer a demigod of destruction, but just Naruto Uzumaki, a young man who understood a pain few could ever comprehend. He looked at Yugito, then at the unconscious Killer Bee. He didn't raise his fists. He didn't activate his power. He simply took a step to the side, leaving a clear path to her fallen comrade. "Take him," Naruto said, his voice quiet, devoid of all aggression. "Go home." Yugito froze, her attack faltering. She stared at him, her green eyes wide with confusion. She had expected a fight, a brutal clash of tailed beasts. She had expected a monster. She had not expected this quiet, weary understanding. This mercy. "Why?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Because we're the same, you and I," Naruto replied, his gaze unwavering. "We carry burdens no one else can understand. There's been enough fighting today. He turned his back on her, a gesture of absolute trust, and began to walk slowly towards the unconscious form of Might Guy, who was still on the hospital roof miles away, but whom Naruto knew needed his attention. Yugito watched him go, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within her. Slowly, cautiously, she approached Killer Bee, her blue chakra cloak receding. She knelt beside him, checking his pulse, a wave of relief washing over her as she found it steady. She hoisted her comrade over her shoulder, his weight a familiar burden. She gave Naruto's retreating back one last, long, unreadable look. Then, with a flicker of motion, she was gone, a platinum blonde ghost disappearing back into the shadows of the forest, leaving Naruto alone amidst the devastation, the echoes of their battle, and the heavy weight of a monster's mercy. Naruto stood amidst the devastation, the echoes of his battle with Yugito still reverberating in the air, the heavy weight of a monster's mercy settling upon him. He had chosen peace, a path few would have understood, allowing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to depart with her fallen comrade, Killer Bee. But the village was still under attack, and the hospital, where so many innocent lives lay vulnerable, was his priority. His heart, usually a tempest of conflicting emotions, was now a steady drum of resolve. He was no longer just a boy seeking recognition, he was a protector, a shield for his precious people. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the chaos that had erupted across Konoha. Explosions rocked distant buildings, and the faint cries of battle reached him even from this height. He couldn't be everywhere, but he could be where he was needed most. "All right, everyone," Naruto murmured, his voice low and firm. He slammed his hands together, activating his signature technique, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a series of thunderous puffs, hundreds of identical Narutos materialized around him, filling the air with their collective chakra. They stood ready, their expressions mirroring his own grim determination. "Listen up," Naruto commanded, his voice amplified by the sheer number of his clones. "The hospital is priority 1. I'm heading there now. The rest of you, fan out. Help the villagers, redirect civilians to shelters, assist any shinobi who are overwhelmed. Focus on defense and evacuation. Do not engage cage-level threats unless absolutely necessary. Got it?" A chorus of, "Got it, boss," echoed through the air as the clones dispersed, becoming blurs of orange and black, streaking across the rooftops and into the streets, 1,000 helping hands spreading across the beleaguered village. The original Naruto, his mind now focused, channeled chakra to his feet, launching himself towards the hospital, a silent, determined streak against the backdrop of the burning city. His path took him over the rooftops, a direct route to the medical facility. As he vaulted over a particularly tall building, his heightened senses picked up on a familiar, crackling energy, the sharp scent of ozone, and the distinct clang of steel. He glanced down, his eyes narrowing. Below, in a shattered plaza, a fierce battle raged. Kakashi Hatake, his visible Sharingan eye spinning, was locked in a desperate struggle with a figure cloaked in dark robes, wielding 2 massive, jagged blades that crackled with lightning. Raiga Kurosuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, now reanimated, his eyes dull but his movements deadly. And clinging to his back, a small, bundled figure, Rinmara, his eyes glowing faintly. Kakashi, moving with his usual fluid grace, dodged a sweeping strike from one of Raiga's Kiba blades, the lightning-infused sword whistling past his ear. He saw an opening. As Raiga overextended, Kakashi blurred forward, his hand shooting out. He didn't aim for a killing blow, instead, his fingers clamped around Raiga's wrist, twisting with surprising force. "Gotcha," Kakashi muttered, and with a sharp tug, he disarmed Raiga of one of the Kiba blades. The lightning sword, still crackling, now rested in Kakashi's hand, its power humming. Raiga roared in frustration, his remaining Kiba blade arcing towards Kakashi in a furious, wild swing. Kakashi met it, the 2 lightning blades clashing with a deafening crackle that sent sparks flying. The air vibrated with the raw power of their exchange. Kakashi, now wielding one of the legendary blades, moved with a newfound confidence, parrying Raiga's attacks, the lightning from his stolen blade dancing in sync with his Sharingan. "You think you can wield the Kiba, Hatake?" Raiga bellowed, his voice distorted by the lightning. "Those blades choose their master. They will reject you. He's trying to disorient you, Kakashi-sama." A faint, telepathic voice echoed in Kakashi's mind. It was Rinmara, speaking directly to him from his vantage point on Raiga's back. "He's trying to make you lose your grip. He'll use his lightning release, Lightning Fang, to call the blade back to him." Kakashi's eye widened slightly. So that was it. He tightened his grip on the Kiba blade, anticipating Raiga's next move. He parried another ferocious strike, the clash of lightning illuminating their faces. Raiga, seeing his tactic failing, roared in frustration and unleashed a powerful, unrefined burst of lightning from his remaining blade, aiming to overwhelm Kakashi. Kakashi, still deflecting, felt a searing pain as a stray bolt of lightning grazed his side, burning through his flak jacket. He grunted, stumbling back a step, but his Sharingan spun faster, a cold fury entering his visible eye. You just made a mistake, Raiga, Kakashi said, his voice low and dangerous. He closed his visible eye for a moment, then snapped it open. The single tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, then coalesced, forming a complex, intricate pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. A wave of oppressive chakra erupted from Kakashi, chilling the air around them. Raiga, even in his reanimated state, felt a primal tremor of fear. His dull eyes widened, and he instinctively took a step back. The air around Kakashi began to distort, shimmering with a dark, almost purplish energy. What is that? Raiga stammered, his voice laced with genuine terror. The purple chakra solidified, forming a spectral ribcage around Kakashi, then skeletal arms, then a full, towering form of chakra, radiating immense power. It was the armored half-body Susanoo, a defensive and offensive manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The colossal, ethereal warrior, its single eye mirroring Kakashi's, raised a massive, chakra-infused fist. Raiga screamed, a sound of pure, unadulterated panic. He knew this power. This was the power of the Uchiha, a power that transcended his own. He looked at Rinmara, clinging to his back, and a flicker of something akin to protectiveness crossed his reanimated face. Rinmara, Raiga bellowed, and with a desperate, forceful jerk, he threw the small, bundled boy away from him, sending him flying towards a nearby wall, hoping to spare him from the impending devastation. The Susanoo's fist descended, a thunderous impact that pulverized the ground where Raiga stood. The reanimated body of Raiga Kurosuke exploded in a burst of lightning and dust, leaving nothing but a deep crater and the lingering scent of ozone. Kakashi's Susanoo flickered, then receded, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye slowly fading back to its normal Sharingan state. He stood panting, his arms still aching from the earlier graze, but victorious. He looked at the crater, then his gaze snapped to where Rinmara had been thrown. Rinmara lay in a crumpled heap against the wall, his small, bundled form trembling. Kakashi quickly approached, his movements swift and silent. He knelt beside the boy, unzipping the bag that contained him. Rinmara's eyes, wide and terrified, stared up at Kakashi, seeing the lingering intensity in his Sharingan. It's over, Kakashi said, his voice calm, reassuring. He deactivated his Sharingan, his visible eye returning to its normal, placid state. Rinmara flinched, then slowly, cautiously, sat up, still looking scared. Kakashi pulled a blank sealing scroll from his pouch. You're a censor, aren't you, Rinmara? You can help us. But for now, you need to be safe. With a few swift hand signs, Kakashi performed a basic fuinjutsu, a prisoner scroll. He gently placed the scroll on Rinmara's chest. With a flash of light, Rinmara's small body was absorbed into the scroll, safely sealed away. Kakashi sighed, a weary but satisfied expression on his face. One less reanimation to worry about. He was about to turn and join the main battle when a deafening crash echoed through the plaza. Kakashi spun around, his eye widening in shock. A mangled, grotesque figure, its body stitched together with dark threads, slammed into the wall directly beside him, leaving a deep, Hidan-shaped indentation. It was Hidan, his body still twitching from the impact, his head lolling at an unnatural angle. He had been sent flying from the main battle, a testament to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Damn it all! Hidan roared, his voice muffled but furious. That old hag hits like a truck. This is so annoying. With a sickening crack, his head snapped back into place, and he slowly, agonizingly, pushed himself off the wall, his scythe somehow still clutched in his hand. That's impossible, Kakashi whispered, staring at the immortal Akatsuki member. Hidan ignored him, his eyes blazing with renewed zeal. Tsunade, you won't get away with this. Lord Jashin demands more blood. With a guttural scream, Hidan launched himself back into the fray, a blur of red and black, rushing towards the distant roars of battle where Tsunade, Kakuzu, and the third Raikage were still locked in their brutal, cage-level clash. The scene shifted abruptly to the heart of the main battle, a whirlwind of destruction and raw power. Tsunade, the sixth Hokage, stood at the epicenter, a formidable force against the combined might of Hidan, Kakuzu, and the fourth Raikage, I. The ground around them was pulverized, buildings reduced to rubble, and the air crackled with unleashed chakra. Is that all you've got? Tsunade scoffed, her voice ringing with contempt as she effortlessly dodged a lightning-fast punch from the Raikage, the wind from his fist ruffling her hair. Her golden brown eyes, usually so warm, were now sharp, analytical slits, missing nothing. I expected more from the strongest Raikage, and two S-rank criminals. You're barely making me break a sweat. Hidan, fueled by his fanatical devotion to Jashin, lunged, his triple-bladed scythe a deadly blur. Die, you infidel. For Lord Jashin, Kakuzu, his body a patchwork of dark threads, simultaneously unleashed a barrage of hardened elemental masks, a roaring inferno of fire, a piercing gale of wind, a crushing wave of earth, a torrent of water, and a crackling bolt of lightning, all aimed at Tsunade. The fourth Hokage, his body enveloped in a cloak of crackling lightning chakra, blurred forward, aiming a devastating lariat. It was a perfectly coordinated assault, designed to overwhelm even a cage. But Tsunade merely smirked. Amateurs, she muttered. With a burst of speed that defied her age, Tsunade sidestepped Hidan's scythe, grabbed his arm, and with a casual flick of her wrist, sent him spinning into Kakuzu. The two Akatsuki members collided with a comical thud, tangling in a heap. Before they could recover, Tsunade met Ai's lariat head-on. She didn't dodge. She didn't block. She simply walked through it. The lightning chakra crackled harmlessly around her, barely ruffling her robes, as her fist, glowing with immense chakra, slammed into Ai's lightning-armored chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed across the battlefield. Ai roared in agony, his lightning cloak flickering as he was sent skidding backward, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. Impossible, he gasped, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. My lightning release armor. It did nothing. Your armor is just a glorified static shock, Hokage, Tsunade sneered, casually cracking her knuckles. And your teamwork, pathetic. You're all relying on brute force, not finesse. You're like children playing with dangerous toys. Hidan, having disentangled himself from Kakuzu, shrieked, you'll regret that, you old hag. I'll make you suffer for Lord Jashin. He lunged again, his scythe tracing a bloody arc. Still talking, Tsunade sighed, a bored expression on her face. She met Hidan's charge, not with a punch, but with a precise, almost delicate flick of her finger. Her chakra-infused digit connected with Hidan's forehead with a soft pop. Hidan's head, with a comical thwack, detached from his body, sailing through the air in a perfect arc before landing with a dull thud a few feet away, his eyes still wide in mid-scream. His headless body, however, continued to thrash wildly, flailing its arms and legs in a bizarre, headless dance, still trying to swing the scythe. My head. Where's my head? Hidan's muffled voice, emanating from his detached head, shrieked in comical panic. Kakuzu, momentarily stunned by the sight of his headless partner, roared in fury. You'll pay for that. He unleashed all 5 of his hearts, each a grotesque, masked creature of elemental chakra, charging Tsunade in a desperate, suicidal attack. Tsunade didn't even flinch. 5 hearts, you say? How quaint. With a single, explosive burst of chakra, she unleashed a flurry of impossibly fast, chakra-infused punches. Each blow was a miniature explosion, pulverizing Kakuzu's hearts one by one. The fire heart burst in a shower of sparks, the wind heart dissipated with a mournful sigh, the earth heart crumbled to dust, the water heart evaporated, and the lightning heart crackled into nothingness. Kakuzu screamed, a raw, agonizing sound as his life force was systematically extinguished. His body, now a lifeless husk of stitched-together flesh, collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Tsunade turned her attention back to Ai, the fourth Hokage, who was now trembling, not from pain, but from sheer terror. Now, Hokage, she purred, a dangerous glint in her eyes, where were we? Yes, humiliation. Ai, desperate, launched himself forward, a furious barrage of lightning-infused punches, his fastest technique. Lariat, lightning straight. Tsunade merely caught his fists, one in each hand, her grip like steel. Too slow, she mocked, her voice dripping with disdain. She squeezed, and Ai cried out as his bones groaned under the pressure. Too predictable. She walked through his next lightning release. Lariat, the chakra washing over her like a gentle breeze, leaving her untouched. She then crushed his hands with a sickening crunch, forcing him to his knees. You call yourself a cage? Tsunade scoffed, delivering a backhand with 4 fingers that sent him spinning, breaking several ribs and sending him crashing into a shattered pillar. You're a brute, a simpleton who relies on speed and muscle. You have no finesse, no true power. You're an embarrassment to the title. Ai lay groaning, his body broken, his spirit crushed. Tsunade walked over to him, pulled out a sealing scroll, and with a casual flick of her wrist, sealed the unconscious Hokage within it. 1 down, 2 to go, she muttered, glancing at Hidan's still flailing headless body and his detached head. The scene shifted abruptly to another part of the ravaged village. On a rooftop overlooking the chaos, Makoto Uchiha, her Sharingan blazing with a cold, blue fire, was locked in a deadly dance with her eldest son, Itachi. Their battle was a silent, graceful ballet of death, a clash of 2 Sharingan masters. Makoto, wielding a katana, moved with a fluid, almost ethereal grace, her attacks precise and deadly. Itachi, his own Sharingan spinning, met her every move, his movements equally flawless. Neither gained an inch, their battle was a perfect stalemate, a testament to their shared bloodline and opposing wills. On the other side of the village, Enko Mitarashi and Yugao Azuki were engaged in a furious, high-speed skirmish with Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. Enko, her new uniform a blur of black and gold, attacked with a wild, unpredictable ferocity, her twin snakes darting and striking. Yugao, her katana a silver flash, moved with the elegance of a trained anbu, her blade singing as it clashed with Kisami's samahata. Kisame, wielding his sentient blade with terrifying power, deflected their combined assaults, his shark-like grin never leaving his face. Their fight, like Makoto and Itachi's, was a deadlock, neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Suddenly, Itachi and Kisame exchanged a subtle glance, a silent communication passing between them. With a shared nod, they leapt back, creating distance from their opponents. Water style, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Kisame roared, slamming his hands together. A colossal shark made of water, its jaws wide, materialized and surged towards Enko and Yugao. Amaterasu. Itachi's Sharingan blazed with an infernal black flame, a torrent of inextinguishable fire erupting from his eye, aimed directly at Makoto. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Makoto countered instantly, unleashing a massive sphere of flames that collided with the black fire, creating a swirling vortex of heat and light. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Enko and Yugao chanted in unison, summoning a massive water dragon that slammed into Kisami's shark, the two water beasts clashing with a deafening roar. The combined jutsu exploded in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar that shook the entire village. When the smoke cleared, Makoto, Enko, and Yugao stood panting, their faces grim but unharmed. Just as they prepared to re-engage, a loud, amplified voice boomed across the entire village, echoing from the highest reaches of the sky. Attention, Konoha. I have Sasuke and Sakura. Retreat. It was Orochimaru's voice, distorted but unmistakable, a chilling declaration that sent a wave of confusion and despair through the remaining Konoha forces. Itachi and Kisame, seeing their cue, blurred into motion. Tsukuyomi. Itachi's Sharingan spun, aiming a genjutsu at Makoto, momentarily trapping her in an illusion. Kisame, meanwhile, created a massive water clone of himself to distract Enko and Yugao. Let's go, Kisame. Itachi called out, and with a final, swift hand sign, they both vanished in a swirl of leaves and water, escaping into the chaos of the retreating sound and sand forces. Makoto, freed from the genjutsu, looked around wildly, her eyes searching for Itachi. When she realized he was gone, a raw, guttural cry of anguish tore from her throat. Her body sagged, and she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Itachi, my son, she choked out, her voice laced with a profound, heartbreaking sorrow. The battle was over, but the emotional wounds were just beginning to fester. The quiet confines of the Konoha hospital. Naruto, his face grim, stood over a body where a young sound shinobi lay unconscious, his body bruised in a large, angry red mark on his forehead, the result of a precise, chakra-infused punch from Naruto. Naruto had found him attempting to infiltrate the hospital, clearly looking for a target, and had dealt with him swiftly and silently. Beside the bed, Hinata Hyuga, now awake and looking significantly better, was sitting up, her eyes wide with relief and a faint blush on her cheeks. Her younger sister, Hanabi, was clinging to her, her face buried in Hinata's shoulder, trembling slightly. Hinata-chan, Naruto said, his voice soft, a stark contrast to the battle-hardened tone he'd used moments before. He walked over to them, a gentle smile on his face. You're awake. I knew you'd be okay. Hinata looked up, her lavender eyes, usually so shy, now filled with a profound gratitude and warmth. Naruto-kun, she whispered, her voice still a little weak. You saved us. You saved the hospital. And you found that man. She gestured to the unconscious shinobi. Hanabi looked up, her Byakugan eyes wide. Naruto-kun, you're amazing. You were so fast. And strong. You really are going to be Hokage. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Just doing my job, Hanabi-chan. Protecting my precious people. He looked at Hinata, his smile softening further. I told you I'd beat Neji for you, and I will. But for now, you just focus on getting better, okay? We still have that date to go on. Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and a soft, happy smile graced her lips. She reached out a hand, and Naruto gently took it, his fingers intertwining with hers. The chaos of the invasion, the pain of battle, the lingering resentment towards his former teammates, all of it faded into the background. In this quiet moment, with Hinata's hand in his, and the promise of a future together, Naruto felt a profound sense of peace. The path to becoming Hokage was long and fraught with peril, but with every challenge, every secret revealed, and every precious person protected, he was one step closer. The rise of the last Uzumaki continued, not just with monstrous power, but with a quiet, hidden strength, a secret shared between him and the gentle, unwavering heart of the Hyuga heiress. 2 weeks later, the air in Konoha was thick with a bittersweet farewell. The scars of the recent invasion were still visible, but the village hummed with a quiet resilience, a testament to the strength of its people. Today, however, was a day of departures. At the main gate, a diverse group stood ready for a long journey. Naruto Uzumaki, Chunin of Konoha, stood tall, a confident gleam in his eyes, his new black attire a stark contrast to his old orange jumpsuit. Beside him, Hinata Hyuga, her face softer, more radiant than ever, despite the slight swelling of her belly, a secret joy she carried with quiet grace. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, puffed out his chest, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, though his expression held a rare hint of seriousness. Karen Uzumaki, her red hair a vibrant splash of color, bounced on the balls of her feet, an eager anticipation in her gaze. Tayuya Uzumaki, her usual scowl replaced by a grudging acceptance, stood with her arms crossed, while Karui, the newly discovered Uzumaki, looked around with wide, curious eyes, a tentative smile on her face. And finally, Makoto Uchiha, her dark hair flowing, her expression a complex mix of sorrow and determined resolve, stood ready to embark on this unexpected journey. Across from them, another group prepared to leave. Tsunade, the sixth Hokage, her golden brown eyes filled with a steely determination, stood at the head of a small contingent of Kurigakure shinobi, including Maid Terumi, Ao, Chojuro, Utakata, and the newly reunited Zabuza Momochi and Koriyuki. They were heading back to the Mist Village, to reclaim their home from the tyranny of Yagura. Around the Konoha group, a crowd of familiar faces had gathered for the farewells. Hiyashi Hyuga, Hinata's father, stood beside his wife, Hitomi Hyuga, her gentle face etched with a mother's worry and pride. Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister, clutched her mother's hand, her eyes wide. Hizashi Hyuga, Neji's father, recently returned from his long imprisonment in Kumo, stood with a quiet dignity, a testament to the Hokage's efforts. The rest of the Konoha 11, now Chunin themselves, were also present, Shikamaru, his hands in his pockets, a long-suffering sigh escaping him. Ino, her eyes a little teary. Choji, munching on a final bag of chips. Kiba, Akamaru at his side, looking surprisingly subdued. Shino, as always, stoic and observant. Neji, his expression unreadable, but a faint, almost imperceptible nod passed between him and Naruto. Tenten, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a quiet solemnity. Rock Lee, tears streaming down his face as he waved vigorously. Their sensei stood nearby, Kakashi Hatake, his visible eye crinkled in a sad smile. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Enko Mitarashi, Yugao Azuki, and Hayate Gecko, now fully recovered, all offered their silent goodbyes. Naruto turned to Tsunade, his heart swelling with a mix of gratitude and the familiar ache of leaving home. He stepped forward, pulling her into a tight, unyielding hug. Tsunade, initially stiff, softened in his embrace, her arms wrapping around him. Ba-chan, Naruto murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Be careful, okay? Don't go getting yourself into too much trouble. Tsunade chuckled, a husky sound. You're one to talk, brat. You're the one going off with Jiraiya. Try not to cause an international incident every other week. She pulled back slightly, her gaze softening. You've grown so much, Naruto. You're strong, compassionate. You're going to be a great Hokage. I know it. She reached up, gently ruffling his hair. Come back safe. All of you. Naruto nodded, a tear escaping his eye. You too, Ba-chan. And, thanks, for everything. He then turned to his own family. Hinata, her eyes already glistening, embraced her parents, Hiyashi and Hitomi, in a tender, prolonged hug. Hitomi stroked Hinata's hair, whispering words of comfort and love. My precious daughter, Hiyashi said, his voice uncharacteristically soft, a rare smile gracing his lips. Be safe, and know that we are incredibly proud of you. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, he added, looking at Naruto with a newfound respect, take care of my daughter. And my grandchildren. Naruto nodded, a serious expression on his face. I will, Hiyashi-sama. I promise. Hinata, pulling Hanabi into a tight embrace. Be a good girl, Hanabi-chan, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. And train hard. I'll be back before you know it. Hanabi clung to her sister, tears streaming down her face. I'll miss you, Hinata-ne-san. Come back soon. Hinata then turned to Neji and Hizashi. She gave Neji a small, knowing smile. Neji-ni-san, be well. Neji, for his part, gave a subtle bow. Hinata-sama, may your journey be fruitful. Hizashi, his eyes filled with gratitude, nodded to both Hinata and Naruto. Thank you both. For For everything. The rest of the Konoha shinobi came forward, offering their farewells. Shikamaru gave Naruto a lazy wave. Don't get into too much trouble, Naruto. It's too troublesome. Kiba clapped him on the shoulder. See ya, Naruto. Don't forget about Akamaru. Lee, still weeping, gave him a thumbs up. Your youthful journey begins, Naruto-kun. Enko, her gaze lingering on the distant figure of Kakashi, then turned to Naruto. Take care of Hinata, Naruto. And, be careful, the world is a dangerous place. Jiraiya, seeing the moment drawing to a close, clapped his hands together. Alright, everyone, time to hit the road. Adventures await. Just before they departed, Tsunade stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the Konoha shinobi. Her eyes landed on Kakashi. Kakashi, she said, her voice firm, carrying authority. While I'm gone, you're in charge. The village is yours to protect. Don't disappoint me. Kakashi, his visible eye crinkled, gave a respectful nod. Understood, Hokage-sama. Konoha will be safe. With a final, collective wave, the two groups began to move. Naruto, Hinata, Jiraiya, Karen, Tayuya, Karui, and Makoto set off on their 3-year training trip, their figures slowly shrinking as they walked down the road. At the same time, Tsunade, Zabuza, and the Kurigakure shinobi headed in the opposite direction, towards the land of water, their mission to reclaim the hidden mist. They walked in a large, unified group for several miles, the morning sun casting long shadows behind them. The air was filled with the soft sounds of footsteps, the rustle of leaves, and the quiet murmurs of conversation. Hinata, walking hand in hand with Naruto, occasionally leaned her head on his shoulder, a contented smile on her face. Karen and Tayuya, surprisingly, found common ground in complaining about Jiraiya's perverted antics, while Karui listened, wide-eyed, to Makoto's calm, insightful observations about the world beyond Konoha. Eventually, the path diverged. One fork led deeper into the land of fire, towards training grounds and distant lands. The other veered sharply towards the coast, leading to the sea and the journey to Kurigakure. They paused at the crossroads, a silent acknowledgement of the paths they were about to take. Tsunade stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over Naruto and his companions. Well, this is where we part ways. May your journeys be fruitful, and your return swift. Maid Terumi offered a polite bow. We are grateful for Konoha's assistance, Hokage-sama. And for the courage of your young shinobi. Naruto looked at Tsunade, then at Zabuza and Kori, a silent promise passing between them. Good luck, Ba-chan. And you too, Zabuza-san, Kori-san. Bring peace back to the mist. Zabuza gave a rare, almost imperceptible nod. Kori offered a gentle, tearful smile. Then, with a final, heartfelt exchange of glances, the two groups turned. Tsunade, Zabuza and the Kiri shinobi continued along the coastal path, their forms slowly disappearing into the morning haze, heading towards a war for their home. Naruto and his companions embarked on their own journey, discovery, and the forging of new bonds, walking into the rising sun, towards an uncertain but hopeful future. The road ahead was long, but they walked it together, a family bound not just by blood, but by shared purpose, love, and the unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 17, A Warm Reunion. The midday sun cast a warm, golden glow over Konoha, a village finally at peace, its scars healing under the watchful eye of the sixth Hokage. The streets hummed with a comfortable energy, the laughter of children mingling with the calls of merchants. Through this idyllic scene walked a small, yet profoundly significant procession. Naruto Uzumaki, dressed in his now familiar sleek black attire with the proud red Uzumaki swirl on his back, moved with a confident, easy stride. Perched on his shoulders, giggling with unrestrained glee, was his 2-year-old son, Boruto, a perfect miniature of his father, from the spiky blonde hair to the mischievous glint in his bright blue eyes. Cradled securely in Naruto's other arm was Mito Uzumaki, a bundle of sunshine with vibrant blonde hair tied in playful pigtails and eyes the color of a clear summer sky, her features a startlingly feminine reflection of her father's own. Beside him, Hinata Uzumaki, her usual shy demeanor softened by the quiet confidence of motherhood, carried their other daughter, Himawari. With her mother's dark blue hair and her father's brilliant blue eyes, she was a perfect blend of them both, her gaze sweeping over the village with a gentle curiosity. Trailing just behind them, a wide, proud grin plastered on his face, was Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, looked less like a world-renowned shinobi and more like a doting grandfather, his eyes sparkling with a warmth that was usually reserved for his research. Next to him Tayuya, and Karen. All right, you little rascals, time to go see Ba-chan. Naruto announced cheerfully, shifting Mito slightly in his arm. Let's see if she's managed to survive another mountain of paperwork. Their destination was the Hokage Tower, and as they ascended the familiar steps, Jiraiya chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. I still can't believe she's managed to stay on top of it all. I half expected the tower to be buried under a mountain of unread scrolls by now. Hinata giggled softly, adjusting Himawari in her arms. Tsunade-sama is very diligent, Jiraiya-sama. They arrived at the Hokage's office, and Naruto, with the practiced ease of someone who no longer bothered with formalities, pushed the grand doors open. The scene that greeted them, however, made both Hinata and Jiraiya freeze in their tracks, their jaws dropping in unison. The office was immaculate. Stacks of scrolls and documents were neatly arranged, filed, and stamped. The pending tray was empty, while the completed tray overflowed with perfectly finished work. And in the center of it all, slumped over her pristine desk, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo, was the sixth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, fast asleep, a faint, contented snore escaping her lips. But that wasn't the most shocking part. As they watched, a stray scroll on the edge of the desk shimmered, and as if guided by an invisible hand, the characters began to fill themselves in, the Hokage's official seal materializing at the bottom with a faint poof. The scroll then gently floated from the desk and settled itself onto the top of the completed pile. What in the name of the Sage of Six Paths is that? Jiraiya stammered, his eyes wide with a disbelief that bordered on religious terror. He had seen many impossible things in his long life, but self-completing paperwork was a new, terrifying pinnacle. Hinata gasped, her Byakugan eyes widening as she stared at the magical display. How is that possible? Is it a genjutsu? Naruto, however, just grinned, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. He carefully passed Boruto and Mito to a still gaping Jiraiya. Here, hold them for a sec, Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya took the toddlers automatically, his mind still struggling to process the scene. Naruto, what is going on? Did she make a deal with a demon? A paperwork demon? Naruto just winked, then crept silently, with a stealth that would have made Kakashi proud, towards the sleeping Hokage. He leaned in close, took a deep breath, and bellowed directly into her ear with the force of a perfected Rasengan. Ba-chan, wake up. The village is under attack by an army of unfinished mission reports. The reaction was instantaneous and explosive. Tsunade shot up from her chair as if launched from a catapult, her eyes flying open, a raw, guttural roar of pure, unadulterated fury erupting from her. Her fist, imbued with monstrous, sleep-deprived chakra, shot out in a blur of motion. Wham! The punch connected squarely with Naruto's face, sending him flying backward with the force of a tailed beast bomb. He sailed through the air, a perfect arc of black and silver, and crashed through the large window behind the Hokage's desk, disappearing from view with a final, distant, ah. Tsunade stood panting, her fists clenched, her eyes wild. I'll kill them. I'll kill every last piece of parchment, she growled, before blinking rapidly, the fog of sleep slowly clearing. She looked around the pristine, quiet office, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, what just happened? Her gaze then fell upon Tayuya, Karen, Jiraiya, and Hinata, who stood frozen, each holding a wide-eyed toddler, staring at her as if she had just sprouted a second head. Jiraiya, Hinata. Tsunade blinked again, her mind slowly catching up. She then noticed the two small children in their arms. Her eyes widened, a dawning realization softening her features. Are those? Hinata, blushing furiously, gave a small nod. Hokage-sama, these are our children. Boruto, Mito, and Himawari. Tsunade's gaze shifted from Boruto's spiky blonde hair to Mito's vibrant blonde pigtails, then to Himawari's gentle blue eyes. A wave of profound, overwhelming emotion washed over her. Her own grief, the losses of her brother and her lover, seemed to melt away in the face of this new, vibrant generation. A slow, genuine smile, brighter than any she had worn since taking the hat, spread across her face. They're beautiful, she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears. She then looked around, a sudden frown creasing her brow. But, where's that knuckle-headed father of theirs? Where's Naruto? Just as she asked, a figure scrambled back through the shattered window frame, covered in leaves and twigs, a slightly dazed expression on his face. Ow! Naruto groaned, rubbing his cheek, which was already beginning to swell into an impressive bruise. Tsunade stared, then her eyes widened as the memory of the past few seconds crashed back into her. Naruto. She rushed forward, ignoring the shattered window and the stunned looks on Jiraiya and Hinata's faces, and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. You idiot, what was that for? And what happened to your face? She exclaimed, pulling back to examine the rapidly forming bruise, her hand already glowing with a faint, green medical chakra. Naruto grinned, a lopsided, pained expression. Hey, I was just trying to wake you up, Ba-chan. You looked so peaceful, I figured you needed a little motivation. He winced as she gently prodded his cheek. In my face. Well, let's just say a certain grumpy Hokage has a really mean right hook. Tsunade looked from his bruised face to her own fist, and then back again. A slow, exasperated sigh escaped her lips, but it quickly dissolved into a warm, heartfelt laugh that filled the entire office. She pulled him into another hug, this one softer, more maternal. The Hokage, the Sannin, the Genin, and the next generation, all together, a chaotic, dysfunctional, but undeniably loving family. The will of fire burned brighter than ever. The warm, heartfelt laughter in the Hokage's office slowly subsided, leaving behind a comfortable silence that was only punctuated by the faint rustling of leaves through the gaping hole where the window used to be. Naruto groaned theatrically, rubbing the already purpling bruise on his cheek as Tsunade finished applying a soothing layer of medical chakra. Honestly, Ba-chan, you'd think for someone who just got a jutsu to do all her work, you'd wake up a little happier, he grumbled, though a wide grin betrayed his words. Tsunade simply ruffled his spiky blonde hair, a genuine, fond smile on her face. Consider it a reflex, brat. And a reminder not to sneak up on a sleeping cage. Her gaze drifted over to where Jiraiya and Hinata stood, the triplets now curiously reaching for their grandfather's long white hair. The scene was so chaotically domestic, so full of life, it brought a warmth to her chest that no amount of sake ever could. Just as the peaceful, familial moment settled, the grand office doors creaked open. Tenten, followed by a still bickering Ino and Shikamaru, with a thoughtful Temari bringing up the rear, stepped inside. They had come to deliver their official reports from the now concluded Chunin exams, but the sight that greeted them brought their conversation to an abrupt, screeching halt. Their eyes first landed on the legendary Jiraiya, looking less like a world-renowned Sannin and more like a harried grandfather, with a blonde baby boy perched on his shoulder and a giggling blonde girl in his arm. Then they saw Hinata, the notoriously shy Hyuga heiress, calmly holding another small child. Finally, their gaze swept over the shattered window and the impossibly pristine desk, before landing on Tsunade and the tall, handsome young man standing beside her. He was dressed in a sleek, high-collared black jacket with a striking red spiral on the back and matching dark pants that spoke of quiet confidence and power. His golden hair was styled in a way that was both wild and effortlessly cool, framing a face with piercing blue eyes and faint whisker marks that only served to enhance his rugged charm. What a drag, Shikamaru muttered, his brain struggling to process the chaotic scene. Did we walk into the wrong office? Ino, however, was not looking at the mess. Her eyes had widened, and a vibrant blush was spreading rapidly across her cheeks as she stared at the stranger next to the Hokage. Who is that? She whispered, her earlier argument with Shikamaru completely forgotten. Beside her, Tenten and Temari had similar reactions. Tenten's mouth was slightly agape, her usual no-nonsense demeanor replaced by a flustered awe. Temari, the formidable wind mistress of the sand, found her cheeks growing warm, her sharp gaze softening as she took in the handsome blonde. He was, for lack of a better word, breathtaking. Naruto simply grinned, that familiar, infectious grin that was so at odds with his new, refined appearance. Hey, Shikamaru, Ino. Good to see you guys. He then turned his piercing blue eyes towards the other two kunoichi, his smile softening into something warm and genuine. Tenten, Temari. Glad you could make it. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The combination of the impossibly handsome face and the utterly familiar, knuckle-headed voice was a paradox their brains couldn't handle. Tenten's eyes rolled back into her head, and she crumpled to the floor in a dead faint. Temari swayed for a moment, a stunned wah escaping her lips before her knees buckled and she followed suit, collapsing in a heap beside her fellow weapon mistress. From their perches in Naruto's and Jiraiya's arms, Boruto, Himawari, and Mito let out a chorus of delighted giggles, pointing their chubby little fingers at the two unconscious women on the floor. Shikamaru stared, his lazy eyes wide with dawning comprehension. He looked from the fainted kunoichi to the handsome stranger, then back to the giggling triplets. The voice, the impossible situation, the sheer, unadulterated chaos. It could only be one person. Wait a minute, that voice. Troublesome, he mumbled, a look of profound disbelief on his face. Naruto. No way. Ino shrieked, pointing a trembling finger, her face a comical mask of shock. That's Naruto. Since when did you get so hot? Jiraiya chuckled, pulling out a small notepad and a brush pen. He began scribbling furiously, a glint in his eye. Remarkable, he muttered to himself. The hero's physical transformation directly correlates with a heightened swooning effect in female acquaintances. This is prime material for my next chapter. He has that effect on people, Karen said with a smug smirk, leaning against the doorframe she shared with Tayuya. Tayuya just scoffed, crossing her arms. TCH. Amateurs. Can't even handle a little change in wardrobe. Naruto just laughed, scratching the back of his head. It was then that his gaze shifted slightly, his blue eyes flicking towards the shattered window. A small smile played on his lips. "You can come in now, Kakashi-sensei. I know you've been watching." With a soft poof, Kakashi Hatake appeared in a swirl of leaves in the center of the room, his single visible eye crinkled in a familiar, fond smile. "You always were perceptive, Naruto. Though, I have to admit, your new look is quite the improvement." Before Kakashi could say another word, Naruto closed the distance in 2 quick strides and pulled his former sensei into a tight, heartfelt hug. "It's good to see you, sensei." Kakashi's hand came up, ruffling Naruto's hair with a familiar, paternal gesture. "It's good to see you too, Naruto. You've grown. In more ways than one." The moment was warm, a quiet reunion that spoke volumes of their deep, unshakable bond. "All right, that's enough of the heartwarming reunion." Tsunade clapped her hands, her voice booming with authority as she took charge once more. Her gaze swept over the room, landing on Naruto, Hinata, and then the 2 red-haired Uzumaki women. "Now that everyone's here, it's time to get down to business. I've heard reports of your training, but I need to see it for myself. Naruto, Hinata, Tayuya, Karen. The 4 of you, your skills have apparently grown exponentially. I, as the 6th Hokage, will be testing you personally." Jiraiya puffed out his chest, a proud grin on his face. "They're more than ready, Tsunade. I've taught Naruto, Hinata, Tayuya, and Karen everything I know. They are masters of their craft." "I'm sure you have, you old pervert," Tsunade retorted, a smirk playing on her lips. "Which is precisely why I'm taking over their training from now on. I need to see if you've actually taught them anything useful, or if they've just perfected the peeping Tom jutsu." She turned, her Hokage cloak swirling around her, her expression all business. "Everyone, to training ground 7. The test begins now."